My GL for M80.
M80 decide it's go time. Iconic for a double.
I'm just kind of the guy that just takes the gaps and just puts people on the same page. Spoit, he's our entry fighter. I mean, he's a wonder boy from Europe. Seeing him inside the server, it just takes your breath away. The shots he hits.
There is nothing that they can do. How does he keep fighting these? 5 seconds as he forces it down. Spoit to clutch.
He has like that willingness just to like get better. Gomez, another entry frag for us. We call him the boss man.
As Gomez finally gets the first kill of the round for M80. But
inside the lobby, he's like my secondary IPL too. So he helps me see things that I can't see inside the game because he knows M80 system extremely well too. He's a dog, he doesn't give up, he wants to win, and it's what we need on the team. Last but not least, Diaz. We call him the Punisher. If you're being too aggressive, you know Diaz will because he'll catch you. He's also mechanically gifted, he's nasty at the game. Some stuff he does is just like, wow, to me.
As he picks Gomez back up, quick thinking, Hovind looks for it, but Diaz says not twice.
Winning the 6th Invitational, I mean, that would be a dream, you know, I've dreamed of lifting that hammer multiple times. All I do is make dreams come true, so we'll see. It's like just a perfect blend of personality and characters, you know, so that what other people don't have, other people have, and other people have, some people don't have. So it's a good mix of people to be around.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber.
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente está perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também, ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também, acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Palmer can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Sim Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, entendendo não, que eu tenho, que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
My in-game name is Filipox. I'm from W7M and I'm the IGL for the team. I feel amazing playing São Paulo. So I think it's going to be like the biggest tournament in my life. It's a 6th Invitation, it's already a big tournament. And playing São Paulo, I've never played in my country before, so I think it's going to be insane. I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think we're going to have great matches. Our first game is going to be against M80. It's always a great game against them. The last time we played, we lost. So I think we are going to get our revenge right now. We are here to win, but we are trying not to think that as much because we already got a lot of pressure because everyone's saying that we are the favorites for the tournament. So we are just doing our work as we always do. and not thinking as much in the finals. We are just going game by game. E aí, M80, vocês estão ligados que da última vez vocês fizeram sorte, né? Vocês ganharam lá na Arábia, dessa vez não vai ser dessa maneira. E o Bodega, pelo amor de Deus, né? Vocês sabem que você vai perder pra mim.
I'm Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports. I'm feeling confident about the team. I think we've had a little bit of a bumpy road leading up to the tournament, but I think when the tournament starts and the games start, like that's where we perform the best, and I have faith and confidence in all my teammates and in myself. So yeah, no problems. I think we're going to do good. So this year we open up the tournament against NIP. They're a really experienced team, and I think they're one of the best teams in Brazil. So yeah, it's going to be, you know, it's better kick it off with a good game than some boring game. So yeah, you guys have been here before and you've done well, you've achieved the hammer, but ever since then I haven't really seen you guys, so I think it's time to take a step back and let the real champions show you how to play Siege.
We have officially approached the halfway mark. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of SI 2024 live from the lovely Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined the desk with Fox as well as Anne. Welcome to both of you. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, halfway through the tournament, points really come into like fruition now. You really got to start getting something under your belt.
100% agree. I mean, today is going to shape the groups up a lot, I reckon, in regards of who's really banking on the top position in the group, who's banking on potentially going home. So a lot will be decided today.
Yeah, you might be wondering, halfway what? No, it's halfway of the group stage. And as a reminder, we'll bring up the schedule for the upcoming days, with the 17th being the last day of the group stage, where we currently have 20 teams competing in 4 representative groups in a round-robin format, which will then be heading into the playoffs, where we have only 16 teams, as we're dropping 1 from each group from the 19th to the 21st of February. And then we have the sold-out live finals. And how excited are you about that one?
I am so excited. I mean, the Brazilian crowd, we always know they're very intense, they're very passionate. So for them to have this live event, I am only so curious to hear the fans in the arena.
All right, I can't wait to see that. But first, we're going to have to get through the groups. And there was a particular group, Fox, that we called the quote-unquote group of death, that we were really worried in terms of which team is going to be making it out. And as it looks right now, Amady is not sitting hotly.
No, for if you're an NA fan, it's definitely very scary, but not really too uncharacteristic. M80, the last 2 majors, have gone out 0-3, and so far, they don't have any points. So it's getting kind of scary for them, but in my opinion, I mean, I think they still have a lot of time. I think Group C and Group B are tied for like my favorite to watch right now.
All right. And?
Yeah, I must agree. I mean, of course, Group C looking very solid there. I think if we look at Group A as well, you know, it's very rare that a team actually makes it to the next SI after they've won one. But G2, they've lost the least amount of rounds out of any team after having played those 2 games already, so they're looking very strong still.
Yeah, that's actually quite funny, because when we had Doki on for the interview, I was like, we had a little question, and, you know, we were a little worried seeing you guys after South Region. He's like, yeah, same. I'm like, all right. Really setting the expectations high there. But if anything, they're 2-0. They're doing absolutely incredible. G2O making that comeback. We're looking at NIP, though. They're the ones currently at the bottom of that table, which is a scary one, and that is something that you particularly wanted to hammer home this time around. And because when we're looking at NIP, they're going up against FearX. But what about their final day being an off day?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, they're going up against each other right now, and this matchup that we have, our first matchup on this A stream, might potentially really mean a lot in the context of who is eventually going to place at the bottom of this group. Especially, like you mentioned, NIP, they have their final game tomorrow, and then if they still haven't managed to get a good amount of points, they're going to have to sit on that final day and watch these teams hopefully not overtake them. So you do not want to be in that position. You want to try and get as many points as you can today.
That's like where you're just like sitting there and praying. I mean, that must be really stressful as a player.
No, as a player, when it's up into Fate's hands, I mean, especially with like the SI points leading up to this event, a lot of teams were there just stressing to make the event off of points. When you lose 1 or 2 games and then you realize, oh wait, we haven't had our bye day yet, it really starts to set in like, oh my God, the pressure and everything that comes with the pressure just makes everything a lot harder to then get those last few couple of points.
Yeah, that highlights the importance of the first match that we're going to be looking at the A stream, but the B stream has a lot of action going on as well. They're going to be starting off with D plus Kia up against Wolves. Wolves have actually been doing pretty well for themselves here at SI, so really proud of them. But in terms of the A stream, what we're going to be covering on these maps, on these streams, is G2 Esports against GK after that first map. Then we have Virtus Pro, W7M, and Bleed up against Team Liquid as we head more into Group C. I think Group C as well is a really interesting one, because I personally didn't expect Bleed to be taking a map off of W7M yesterday.
Yeah, that's really impressive. I mean, of course, you'd imagine W7M, the winners of both majors this year, you'd imagine they're the #1 favorites to come and win this tournament, of course, right? Yeah. So, you know, Bleed taking a map off of them might shake that group up a lot as well. So all these other contestants in that team, they have to be scary.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at getting 1 map equals 1 point. Pretty good.
I mean, points are everything, and Bleed have only played 1 game so far. M80 has played 2. So M80 still have to go through their bye day, and they're kind of in the same boat that NIP is today. You really need to make sure that you're not wasting any more of these days, because once that bye day comes around, you're just sitting there just praying.
That sounds so scary, so daunting. But we're going to be heading into games where we don't actually have to pray, because we have NIP going up against FearX. And that's the first one that we're going to be looking at. When we're looking at both of these teams, and particularly their attacking win rate, I mean, Ollie said it himself on day 1. When it comes to the defense, that's really what we're expecting teams to be shining in. But then this is kind of oopsie.
this is a big oopsie. I mean, if you're looking at the attack and win rate from both these teams, it is not looking all too good. Of course, NIP doing a little bit better on the defensive win rate there. Probably goes into that slower play style that sometimes they like to play, where they really try and delay a push and really just try and turtle sometimes as well. But yeah, the attacks is really something that we have to look towards these teams today and hopefully find some ways to fix those issues.
It's so shocking how low NIP's attack is, especially because they don't look that bad. Realistically, they're getting a lot of opening picks. They're just not able to convert any of the rounds.
Yeah, we also had a chance to sit down with NIP ahead of SI to see how they were feeling coming into the competition. So let's check in with them and see what's up.
My name is Gustavo, or Psycho, my nickname. I'm from Ninjas and Pajamas, and my role is IGL. I already have this type of experience in the past on Pro League São Paulo, and this is probably my best tournament I played because of the crown, so I'm feeling good to be here again. I think winning SI on the past was super good for us because we know how to play the competition. I think I'm ready to win the second SI. I know it's gonna be difficult because now we have a lot of good teams, especially the Brazilian teams are on their best moments, but I really can feel we can beat them. Alemão, você sabe que vai ser fácil o jogo, cara. Pra mim, no caso. Se quiser, a gente pode até postar, fazer alguma coisa. Eu sei como é que você pensa, como é que você joga. Vocês vão tomar. Não vai ter como, cara.
Right, some very encouraging words there from the side of NIP, from Psycho, and I just want to talk about the fact that talking a lot about the fact they would love to play in front of a home crowd, but the way it currently stands, and the likelihood is scary.
It's been difficult for them, of course. I mean, those two opening games really not going their way. I think they've won a total of 15 rounds in those two games. That really isn't enough. And yeah, they have moments where they're looking really good, but then they just can't seem to be winning out these games. We know they're a very momentum-based team, right? But then in the game against Dark Zero, they picked Cafe, that was their own map pick, and they went down 0-5 on it. And if you're starting out that, well, poorly, it's sad to say it like that, but it's really difficult to come back from that.
No, absolutely, like you said, and then even in their G2 game, they were looking like very strong against G2. Round 3, they lose a 1v3 to Benja. The next round, they lose a 2v5. And they're getting these opening picks, they're putting themselves in these positions, but they're just getting a little too overzealous. And then they're throwing their bodies around, they're losing when it comes down to the late round environment. And it's a shame because you see a lot of improvements from last major to this major, but just that last little bit of overzealousness isn't there.
And it's that one player as well, Cons. I mean, you think you have the stats on this? It's just...
Yeah, I mean, Cons as a support player, even though they're getting opening picks, he is 7-0 on entry as their main support player. He's been playing phenomenally. He's also leading in kills on NIP, which you'd think, you know, it would be somebody like Muzi, it'd be somebody like Pino, but unfortunately, it's their support player.
Yeah, I think something is going structurally wrong if your support player is the one that's getting the most entries. And, well, whilst they're really good at creating these openings for themselves, they seem to be unable to close out these 5v3s, and that's really what's been hurting them.
Yeah, and we're looking at NIP as well. Historically, it's a team that we highlight as a team that warms up into a tournament, but it doesn't really feel like they have much of a chance left to do so, especially with this game where they're going up against Firax, who is actually currently ahead of them in terms of points when it comes to their group. And we've also had a check-in with them ahead of SI to see how they're feeling. So let's have a look at that.
저는 POX에서 엔트리 프레거를 담당하고 있는 린 장병욱입니다. 일단은 다크 코치가 합류하면서 해외팀을 상대로 대응할 수 있는 대응법이나 여러 전략들이 있기 때문에 컨디션도 좋고 좋은 상태를 유지하고 있습니다. 저희는 일단 A그룹에 속해 있고요. 개인적으로 가장 경계되는 팀은 GK e스포츠가 제일 경계되는 것 같습니다.
All right, GK was the team that they're most worried about, but they have to face NIP first. And when we're looking at this roster, particularly in the form of FearX, there's been a change in terms of that coach coming through, and
Yeah, that is something I'm really excited about, right? Because this team, they're really good, well, domestically, but internationally, they've been struggling a little bit. And now they've brought in a new coach. They brought in Dark, who's from that Brazilian region, whereas he can have that influence on how to play like other regions. He's noticed that, okay, the scrim quality in a region like APAC isn't always the greatest. They don't have as much time. They don't have as many teams that they can play against with that really good level. So he's, of course, trying to bring in those new strategies, bring in that ways of adaptation of playing against these different regions. And it might be a little bit of a trusted process for this team, but it's a really exciting prospect.
He's been doing a pretty good job, but also I want to highlight their newest pickup, Rin. They pretty much picked him up to be the all-star player coming from D+, to be thriving in this system, especially with the more aggressive playstyle they're trying to bring. But with the player that they got rid of from last event, Nova, I really have like a stat comparison. Nova, last event in Atlanta, 3 maps, he went 11 and 27 with 6 opening deaths. And so far, this is the 3rd map for Rin, and he is currently sitting at 7 and 21, 1 opening kill, 7 opening deaths. So this map, if you're Rin, as a star player expected to be, you need to be putting up way more numbers. I don't want to put it all on him because it is a team environment. But at the end of the day, if you're being brought up having a system built around you and you're not doing much better than the player that they got rid of for you, it weighs on your shoulders.
Yeah, and having a look as well at the playstyle in terms of how FearX has been approaching the game, do we feel like that Brazilian influence has been shown in their approach?
I absolutely think so, especially with picking up a Brazilian team. A lot of the Brazilian consensus at this event is NIP is a very strong team, but they're very stuck in their old ways. And I think with picking up a coach like Dark, who's able to exploit those capabilities and finally give FearX kind of that ability to make a main stage. They've been to 5 events in the last 2 years, and they've been grouped every single one.
Yeah, one thing as well that we touched upon for NIP particularly, and was their map pool or lack thereof, maybe like a map kiddie pool on day 1. So when we're looking at FearX and how comfortable they are on certain turn maps, what is the most likelihood of these map pools being so opposite that it actually could put either one of them on the back foot?
The thing is, I think if I look at the recent sets of FearX, one of their most played and most successful maps is a map like Bank. And then one thing that we love to talk about with NIP is their playstyle and the way it goes on a big map like Bank, the way they sometimes really slow down certain playstyles and can play that really slow playstyle, might make it really difficult if FearX is not able to get an entry on that map. I'd imagine NIP could potentially ban out a map like that. We might see it in play, but it might be a really, really slow and, well, slow-paced map.
Classic NIP. I mean, you don't have to wait any longer because with the power vested in me by broadcast, I'm actually able to pull up the map vetoes and let you guys in on what the picks and bans were. Starting off with Oregon Bank Labs, a skyscraper taken away. I mean, you hit that nail right on the head. But then here, when we're looking at Border Fox, anything crazy?
I mean, I was going to say I really like the way NIP have been playing aggressively, and they have been doing an amazing job early game. So these 2 maps are no surprise to me. Border, very aggressive map, very attack-heavy map, and Cafe, obviously one of Brazil's most talented maps. We've talked about it yesterday. And you can also get pretty crafty on the way you enter and try to get those picks. So if you're FearX, I'd be worried more about just trying to shut down that early aggression from NIP, and that would be like their main focus.
Yeah, if I'm looking at this in total, I mean, one thing that we didn't bring up yet is that NIP also had a bit of a shallow map pool at times, and we were seeing them bring up new things like Clubhouse, for example, but then the Clubhouse that they were showing maybe wasn't good enough to take down their opponents. So you really wonder, okay, what have they been doing since Atlanta? Has that been enough to make sure that they can take down these international opponents? But there's quite a few maps in here, whereas we don't really have statistics on either of these teams. I mean, for example, Border, FearX haven't played it since September, and Cafe, I think it goes the same. They haven't played it since September either, so NIP are really going into the unknown here, but that's where FearX might have these new strategies with that new coach, the Brazilian influx, where they can hopefully take down a team from Brazil.
Yeah, and then it also comes down to the adaptation, something that we've talked about time and time again on the desks in terms of these teams going in blind into maps where they don't really have a lot of data on how the opposing team plays, and that is something that when it comes to NIP, we haven't really seen that adaptation come through quickly. But from the side of FearX here, Fox, have we seen that adaptation? Can they do it if you throw them into a map where they have no data on?
I think there's a capability to do it. I feel like they've gotten all the right pieces to the puzzle to be a little better. I think if there's a team to start that climb up, to show them and prove themselves, hey, we can win, we can play on this big stage, it would be a weakened NIP, because they have been struggling as well on that adaptation side. They're very good on the entries, but when it comes to the late round, I think it's going to be anybody's game.
Okay, we're looking at Border, Cafe, as well as Chalet here, and likelihood of it going to a 3rd mapper in terms of the map win rates for both of these teams and the comfortability on it.
The issue is, well, the map win rates, I'd love to give so much numbers on it, but considering there isn't that much history of these maps on these maps, there's not
we're
much
also
that we
going
can
in
tell
dark
about it. So we're going into a very much unknown.
Well, I mean, I do love the unknown. I guess we're going to have to wait and find out, because we're going to be heading over to our casters to cover the first map of the series. NIP up against FearX with Gus and Des.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Welcome over to the casting desk. Yes, this is a historic moment. It's the first time me and you sat down and casted together, Guz. How you feeling?
Yeah, it should be some good fun. I don't know why Ace got the flick. What did he ever do to you?
He didn't put out yesterday. It was Valentine's Day. I was so nice to him. He gave me a really bad... Did you see the flower he made me?
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
The funniest thing was he was sat there with the video for about half an hour trying to learn how to make it, and I was just like watching him like, this is just sad.
It's the thought that counts.
It is the thought that counts, and that's what I said to him. He's like, at least you've tried, mate. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. And speaking of trying, this could be a very trying series for both of these teams. Two of the worst attacking teams that we have in the competition at the moment. Neither of them have got off to a great start. Both 2-0'd. NIP twice. FearX once. It's going to be rough to see who comes out on top here. However, it's also a golden opportunity. Whoever wins this one, of course, moves above the other. Things will get very spicy as we come into the last couple of days of this group.
Both teams, I guess, almost fighting for their spot in the group, right? Especially if you're able to escape with a 2-0 victory here, you should be safe. Obviously, GK with singular points. So if you don't have any points yourself walking away from this particular series, you find yourself in an awkward position. Keen to jump into this one, though. Border has been equally the most played map at the event thus far, and one of the more attacker-sided maps as well, sitting at 45%. Dockerby Blitz off the board first. Blitz is an intriguing one. We don't often see that banned out, but an operator that's quite prevalent in creating space. Defensively, we'll see if it's probably the big three or big four. There's only one of those key operators probably going to be followed up by the likes of a Fenrir or something to that.
We've come a long way from when it was like Echo, Mira, Maestro. Oh. Now there's just so much to ban. It's absolutely absurd. Valkyrie, though, going to be the final ban coming on through, which doesn't surprise me. Valkyrie and Dukabi, interestingly, have actually been two of NIP's most played operators so far this competition. So I'm not surprised to see those target bans coming in. But from NIP, theirs being a little more interesting in this one. The Blitz, especially, I think probably trying to maybe anticipate that you're going to see aggressive play coming out of FearX. Again, both teams struggle on the attack. We've said throughout the whole competition so far that because of the way defense is currently so heavily favored, you'll see very fast, rapid attacks out of some teams. And Blitz has really been instrumental to a number of those attacks.
Yeah, and again, just following up on that Dockerby point as well, right? In the DZ NIP series earlier in the tournament, DZ on both maps, Cafe and Club, took the Dockerby off the board. So FearX following that trend. I think for FearX, they'll probably be happier that they're starting out defense, again, knowing that both of these teams have struggled on the attacking side. Border, of course, a map where you need to contest map entry as much as possible. Every single possible entry point on this map needs to be contested by the defense. So hoping for the sake of FearX that they're feeling confident, ready to go. And obviously that some of their key star players can fire up. Rin, I know mentioned on the desk highlighted by Fox, had a pretty shocking start to the tournament thus far. Obviously it's not going to be as impactful in terms of creating lines of sight because you're attacking that floor, but we'll see how it's deployed here, right? There's already one on the break door, so I'm assuming there's going to be a trigger point here for Nip to employ that ram and get some map control off the back of it.
Yeah, curious to see how it gets used. Again, a couple of teams have picked up the top floor sites and it's felt like a mistake. It hasn't really had any effect, but as you say, we'll see how things bleed through. A slow and careful start coming out of NIP, almost their trademark being quite a safe team. You've got 4 players stacked up on the southwest side of the building, slowly working their way through the ground floor here. And really, I think with FearX all currently sat up on that top floor, it's going to be a while until you see an engagement come through. And Les Cons fancy challenging the main stairs. 2 players charging their way forwards. Out comes the E1D as well. Moves straight in for the entry. Immediately traded back out to Cons though, into a 4 versus 4. And now we're going to have to see who adapts most when it comes to these rapid gunfights. The 3 versus 3. A momentary reprieve here with still a minute and a half left in the round.
Diffuser drop top main though, so an intriguing decision from NIP to take the diffuser on that route. Certainly a strange attacking pattern. It's not every day of the week we see a double stack up metal to try and get map control. As we now enter the mid-shot point of the round, the 2 versus 2, the trade game from both teams on point.
It has been back and forth, literally up and down like a yo-yo throughout the round, but it ends on a 2v2 with still so much of it to play. And I feel like I've seen so many rounds like this throughout the competition where there's this initial flurry where the attackers go, let's go fast and see what we can do. And they still end up with a couple left alive, but they do take down a number of the defenders. And what you end up having is a very slow 60-second play out for the last part of the round where the attackers are just trying to force up and try and guarantee a trade of some kind, but doesn't always result in that for the attack defenders or the attackers. Wizard, it's the 2 versus 1 here. Arakazi's got it all to do. He's already got 2 for himself, would have to make it 4. Pino gets the shutdown. NIP take round 1.
Yeah, I don't think the initial response there from FearX was all too poor. They did a decent job in shutting down the metal push and trading out the picks required. But I think NIP then slowing down the pace probably just off-put them a little bit. And then I think they had a decent amount of information on the attack to be able to isolate those remaining defenders. So some good work from NIP. Good opening pick. Muzi, of course, leading the charge and was good for the double as well. A little bit annoying though for FearX. They're going to know that defensive rounds in this series are absolutely key. Every single defensive round that you lose puts you really behind the 8 ball. So good news to NIP, not so much for FearX.
That's the stinger, and really where I think that round tells a big story for me in terms of expectations is, let's not forget, NIP do have buckets loads of experience. Funny story, 3 of these players on this NIP side were in the game against what FearX were formerly known as Sandbox 2 years ago at SI 2022 on the opening day. FearX, again, then known as Sandbox, won that series 2-1. But not a single player on FearX today is from that roster that played 2 years ago. So you're seeing that sticking power of the NIP players, how they've evolved and made changes as time has gone by. I just think you're going to see that experience really pay off here when it does come down to those very dicey end-of-round scenarios.
It's funny, right? You mentioned experience, and again, Fox on the desk mentioning that FearX have had so many international appearances, but the actual value of those has been so limited because they've only had...
You go home so fast.
They play like one day or whatever and then get knocked out, so...
It's something I spoke to the coach, Dark, about. I was like, what's your assessment on the team as well? Like, mentally, it must be bruising to come into an event and be sent home so quickly every single time. And he was like, yep, that's a big piece of mentality we're going to have to work on here. Like, no doubt the guys are going to feel that pressure. It doesn't matter what prep you do. You can have a 3-week boot camp like they did before the tournament here in Brazil. But as soon as you get in the server, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, and he really reaffirmed how difficult competing from the APAC region is, right, in that CHGG interview, really mentioning that the quality of practice in APAC really does lag behind other regions, and you sort of go in a bit of a downward spiral.
There'll be questions asked as to why Good Boy was sprinting into the room at that point, completely unaware that Muzi was sat inside a supply. Gets himself a free, and from there it's a 5 versus 4. Not good FearX.
Yeah, and he can post up in customs now, and that's going to be difficult, I think, for FearX to formulate a response. Arakaze looking to sneak forward. Muzi holding down the line. It's an awkward engagement. The lion scan as well. Arakaze being pinched, taken down eventually. The trade game again in the early round. Pretty good from both teams, but this time FearX just out on top. Mephi gets timed. Muzi under a lot of pressure and taken down.
Trade game again, even down to the last man with Wizard though is there and available. It is very back and forth, and it is good to see the teams playing off each other outside of maybe that first initial death coming on through. Wizard though, as you said, with it all to do, still one EE1D in pocket, still a flash to play behind as well. But you are facing down against Rin here on the Warden, so that flash is basically null and void. Working his way in towards site, there's a crossfire ready. They've got the red ping down as well. They know where the man is, but gets swung on by Rin. The closeout comes through. That's 1 apiece so far, Guz.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, right, about NIP and their pacing in terms of attack, but I think at the moment they're making a very deliberate decision to be as quick and snappy as possible. They're trying to find that, weakest entry point on border, which is the way to go about it. Get that quick control, sort of post up there and play the rest of the attack around it. I thought it was going to be really challenging for FearX to retake through custom, just a lot of variables to deal with, the line as well, making it challenging to reposition, but they still found these picks. Great shot there from Mephi, for instance, really hunting down those attackers which were trying to bunker down and refortify their attacking positions. So that's what you've got to do on a map like Bordeaux, and a positive response from FearX.
Yeah, good to see them winning the end of round as well. The big one that I was concerned about off the back of round 1 is, are we going to see that experience really shine on through from NIP throughout this half? I think it's interesting because we spoke about this also across the last few days. Like at the minute, every single map I think is defender-sided. Looking towards border, it's the one map you look at and say, okay, is it okay to start attack there? Because I think after the first day, every team turned around was like, we're starting on defense from now on. This is ridiculous. Everyone's starting on defense. But NIP did choose to come onto the attacking side of things here. Do you think that's more wanting to kind of get it out of the way, try and catch FearX while they're a little bit asleep at the start of the series, or maybe another reason?
I mean, it could
because we know both teams aren't good at attacking.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be personal preference, right? I mean, Bordeaux is, like I mentioned, 45% attacker side. I think the only other map that's more attacker side is Consulate by a bare margin, and the sample size is a lot smaller. So I think the starting side is kind of irrelevant. This comes down to personal preference. And NIB clearly coming in with that game plan, right? To be the aggressors, get quick map control, play off it. We'll see if that evolves, though, throughout the match. That's been the big talking point, especially for this tournament, but just Siege in general, right? It's about evolving throughout the game.
One thing I like about the setup from Fearx in this round with the Mute and the Mozzie on side, it's really good at slowing down teams that are already slow on the intel game, on the attacking side of things. And although NIP has shown a lot of pace in the first couple of rounds, really looking to move, as you say, early in the round, if they do try and slow things down, even into more of the later stages of the round, if you can keep on denying that information away, it just means there's more chance of you shooting them in the back of the head when they're running away from you, rather than as we saw in the last round, Good Boy getting shot in the side as he was running in through supply and customs.
So a bit of a contrast here to previous rounds where NIP doesn't look like they've necessarily captured a part of the map so far. Just looking to chip away, see if they can find something. Muzi lurking on this West Belt position, but it's Psycho in through Sandwich to be the aggressor. He's good for one. The trade doesn't quite land. Eventually does though. Mephi up close with the shotgun. And again, the trade game from both teams so far has been impeccable. Oh my word, that's awkward. Muzi loses the fight, the air jab to his own demise.
That's unbelievable. It's like a knife fight, but this time inside of the map, or at least just outside the door, but definitely not a spawn-based one. Fearx coming out on top here, building up a little bit of confidence in round 3. Good Boy still yet to get on the board, blessing inside these 3 rounds. Pino and Cons with it all to do, and Cons has had such a great tournament so far. If there's any time to really clutch up big, it's going to be here.
I wonder how much the customs pick here has thrown off NIP. They just don't quite look the same in this round. And as confident in taking key map control, it's been a challenge for them.
I guess the hard thing is everything's new, right? Because I think in the last 6 months in Tier 1 play, we've only seen Fearx play 4 maps, and Border is not one of them. They've got so much they can hide across so many maps, and no doubt over the last 2 or 3 months with the new coach Dark, formerly of MIBR, Brazilian coach, really interesting story behind the team, and no doubt how their strats changing is going to be one to behold as the groups proceed. But they can catch teams off guard by doing stuff like this and going to sites that maybe either A, aren't expected, or B, taking strats there just simply, again, isn't a thing you'd run into normally.
I mean, they had a 3-week boot camp, Des, which I think is probably the longest of anyone at the tournament, so they've had plenty of opportunities to...
Do you think NIP got left out in the cold, just not getting the chance to scrim them during that time?
Fearx just locked the door behind him, didn't let him in.
Literally. Pino with it all to do. He's tried to exit them at the floor a couple of times as well, and I think one really gave away his teammate, but looks like round 3 will go the way of Fearx. I'm a big proponent of there are 2 halves to a game of Siege though, Guz, and I do think, although it's nice to get excited about Fearx and how they're built into round 2 and round 3, that second half is going to be the telling one for me.
I'd almost take that a step further and say it's a game of quarters, right? Especially from an attacking perspective.
Now you're talking
right?
on my... I say quarters all the time, and no one else believes me or follows me with that one. I'm so with you. I love you.
You can get rid of Ace permanently.
Can we take you back to Manchester? You can move in with Ace's missus. He can go back to Australia, and hopefully he gets eaten by an alligator.
I'm not sure I'd want to take the 30-hour flight home.
No. We were joking the other day and just saying if it ever turns out to be an Australian major, I am dreading the travel to get there.
Yeah, it's not fun. Back to the Porter's point, right? So from an attacking perspective, because you get often a second chance on almost every objective, you can see teams adapt and evolve, and it means that obviously if your first attacking attempt on a side isn't great, you can adjust it if you're a good enough team. So I'm keen to see how NIB continue to evolve, especially if we see customs again, right? Because it's probably the site where they've looked the most uncomfortable.
Completely agree. Now, for now though, at least we go back up to the site they did win, and it was still weird saying site they won. It's more the round they won back in round 1, because there wasn't really too much focus on the site itself. It was that initial push up main stairs that turned into a 3v3, down to a 2v2, and NIP showed in spades the experience they've got to close things out from there. Could be a different story here. No doubt we'll see a couple of changes from both teams coming in. I imagine Fearx are going to be much more aware and conscious of that main stairs push.
Well, Grim Capital to me is signaling that we may well see a pretty direct Archives hit here, depending on what they want to go for. Buck as well. Pino could lurk below, go for some vert control as well. I'd be pretty surprised if we see a similar attacking pattern up through that metal stairs position like we saw on the first attempt. As for Fearx, leaning into the castle, which has actually seen a surprising amount of playtime here on Border throughout the event. I've cast my mind back to last night, Fury especially, playing a lot of castle with elaborate setups, creating a lot of lines of sight, blocking others, making it challenging for the attack. But it's Psycho, 30 seconds into the round to drop Good Boy.
I've not been tracking, but I'm pretty sure he's lost 3 entries so far, Good Boy. And given there's no damage back the other way, I get the feeling he's just been shot in the side or the back every single time. And really, as a Fenrir, you need to be keeping yourself alive, being able to reactivate those dread mines around the map as you get information on where the attack is coming from. You should be able to deal with that. And what's even worse, they've got mirror windows, they've got castle barricades, reinforcements out around the map, and he's still finding himself caught out time and time again. Thank God the rest of his team are really with it today. We need to see him warm into this.
Seems to be the storyline for Fearx though.
FuriX, that'd be a great merger. Fusion, why not? Run out! Oh, no! Just about managed to get away with it as well. The Nomad coming in clutch there. Muzi keeping his team up. They find 2 more kills. And the aggression has not paid off for FuriX in this round.
My point being that they often have that big, obvious, weakest link, right? Yesterday, or in their previous game, it was Rin. He's stepping up this time, but unfortunately now we've seen Good Boy drop the ball, so...
Which is okay, because players won't be on every single day, but my problem is when it's really obvious fundamentals that are going wrong, that's when it's like, pain. But then maybe this ain't his map. Maybe Good Boy is a bad boy on this map.
Potentially. I think it's going to be a tough round for FuriX to recover from, though. 2v5. It's going to take something pretty special. The Nick inside a fountain. Position revealed. And we'll see if NIP can close out this round in a confident fashion.
They've got basically no drones on side, and that really is the only thing working in the favor of FuriX here. They're kind of play in the shadows, try and catch out the occasional member from an odd angle they're not expecting. But look at how slow NIP are taking it. I do like this about teams. When they get into a spot where they're ahead, they don't seem, we can push in and just go for gunfights here. They do want to play things slowly, and even with that final surviving drone, Pino is still trying to sniff out what's going on. They are now all dead, so it is full-on guns-up play.
It should be pretty simple from here for NIP. They just need to be a little bit conscious of the time remaining. The B's deployed, the push to come through. Arakaze take down on the cross, and it's flawless from NIP, just taking their time, setting themselves up nicely and converting the round.
They even had a player sat at the back watching for the main stairs flank coming in from below. Really good read from NIP, and again, that composure in the end of round, again, showing the experience, not getting caught out by anything, despite having no drones. Really good stuff when it comes to close. 2 and 2. Yeah, I know. It's something a little bit of a stinger, but again, the Fenrir should not be the one going down so early.
I mean, the impact of the Nomad has really been felt throughout that game, throughout the game so far as well. Rin on that particular run out. We saw the other more intriguing encounter outside the balcony previously as well. It's been a good game so far, though. 2-2 scoreline. NIP showing that on border they're a little bit more proficient on attack again. To cast our minds back to the pre-show and some of the stats outlined. NIP with a 13% attacking win rate heading into the day, the worst at the tournament so far, though. Sitting at a chill 50%, which is where you want to be on this kind of map.
Certainly can't complain. And if nothing else, it's a confidence builder for them, to showing that you can actually attack, despite what the stats might say about it being your worst go-to stat line. Interesting one on the other side of things is FuriX. I remember it was it SI last year? I forget where it was. Back when they were known as Sandbox, they had like the highest entry rate in the competition at like 70-odd%. It was insane. They were like plus 27 on entry, yet had a tragic capability of converting entry kills into round wins. Here at this competition, I think even given these few rounds, they're now sub 25% on entry. No
but I
other
think the
team
conversion rate's really good, right? So I think it was almost double NIP, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we've obviously seen them play a very couple of maps so far. It's been very, very limited in terms of exposure, but their entry has been tragic. Admittedly, you are against G2 in their first game, so that's a bit of a given that you might struggle against a team that's the current standing world champions. Here, though, it's not looking much better. Again, admittedly, Good Boy mainly to blame for that.
So the Brava in play then, round 5. Good direct counter to the Maestro from Arakaze. Maestro, of course, now with 3 evil eyes, so you can gain so much information. And a lot of teams actually employing the Maestro as a way to chip away drone economy as well, and aiding in the roam. Good Boy playing the solo, so direct counter to that. So a lot of intricate counterplay throughout the round, but it looks like I think Pino's probably come out on top. Obviously not tracking it directly, but we've seen that impact. The drone's still standing as well.
I'd actually be really keen to go and look at the pick rate for Maestro. It's not going to be huge, but I have seen a few different teams making use of them across multiple maps as well. We saw a really good use case for it yesterday on Skyscraper and Barbecue Kitchen to deny a plant, just zapping out cameraman as he was trying to stick the plant. We saw it from both NA teams, actually. Sonics and SSG have employed it on different maps as well. Sometimes as an alternative to the Warden, and sometimes that has come back to bite them. But often what you're seeing, actually, is like you're seeing here, those two operators being brought along together.
I'm a big fan of the Maestro, definitely in my back pocket in the old rank stack.
The Elder's just so satisfying to hear.
Yeah.
Makes me happy.
Bring back the ACOG.
No, please no.
Could you imagine? Well, Arakaze doesn't need the ACOG. He takes down Psycho, and Rin gets in on the action as well. The MPX, that's Pino to fall.
Now can they convert? That is the big question. You've got 2 kills. You're in a 5 versus 3. This really is your round for the take-in with another 60 seconds to go. Still, always nervous when it gets to this kind of point, given how the rounds have been a little bit back and forth at points as well. Things have gone from 5v5 to 3v3 to 2v2 to so on and so forth. And like that, it's down to a 3 versus 3. I was nervous about it, and it has come to light. Down into another one. Con stepping in, finding himself a 2 off the back of this push in towards the site. Demit's got to find something, and he does find something, but it's a 2v2 to close. 30 seconds on the clock, and Mephi gives himself away with a couple of shots out the SMG.
Got to respect the confidence there from NIP. Good information up above. They commit to the push, find kills, get it back to a 2 versus 2. 20 seconds now on the clock. Diffuser still needing to be recovered from up above as Mephi gets a key kill and leaves Wizard on an island. He'll probably look to drop here, maybe force a plan and a retake here from the defense. He does exactly that. Will look to stick. Can FearX deny? They hear it down below. The plant goes down. And Wizard able to find a kill in the post.
Surely they don't let this one slip through their fingers. It would be a FearX classic, but what a play it would be coming out from NIP. Mephi, zero clue where the aggressor is. I think he's not in that corner for you, mate. He is way outside, like you'd expect a player of this level to be able to do. Trying to stick on the disable here. Wizard coming in close. Mephi hears him, swings out, looking the wrong way. For now, he's gone out towards the stairs. Has got no clue he's outside. Gonna try and stick it once again, but at this point, it's last chance saloon. He reveals the elbow. How on earth did they let a 5v3 slip through their fingers? It's painful. It's so painful.
Yeah, it hurts. That's a really rough round for FearX, but you know, a masterclass there in the clutch from Wizard. Able to get the plant down, presence of mind to flick above, find the pick, then gets himself outside. Once you get outside for that post, it's almost impossible to lose. He played it really, really well despite the bait attempt. I think the key point of the round, though, was just prior to this, right? They got one drone in, Ari had info, and instead of being like, okay, guys, let's not contest this, let's try and hit site direct and force the replay, they're just like, stuff it. Let's throw bodies there, try and find the kills. They did just that. Wizard, of course, drops with the diffuser, hits that, plays outside perfectly, and despite the best efforts from Mephi to bait him out, doesn't work, and that is going to be a stinger for FearX.
A real lack of awareness from Mephi on where the players should be, and you just assume outside, like, you know that plant spot, you know there's a very good chance someone's holding the long angle. Saw Souls doing it yesterday. Santa Blackbeard of all operators as well, holding that exact angle and couldn't win out in the post plant, but you should be anticipating that that's where players will be sat, and probably another really small micro. The first time he was trying to disable, he was tucked in. That second time there, still left half his body exposed, which is all too easy for Wizard to get the close, but great 1v2 coming out from him. NIP up to 3-2, looking to come out this half pretty strong. Again, I'm nervous going into that second half as we're going to see FearX match the attacking capabilities that we've seen from NIP so far.
Gotta say, I'm a little bit perplexed that we're not going to see the customs re-attempt here from FearX. I thought it was actually probably their strongest site. But
yeah.
To tell as we go, which is still a formidable objective when played well. We're going to see the castle once more. Interestingly as well, Tuberal going to get some play here on border. So we'll see where Good Boy looks to deploy those Zoto canisters. Of course, not quite as strong as they were at release, but can still be quite impactful and have the ability to stall out these attacks.
And the big one for me has been that change where electricity doesn't come back on for 1.5 seconds, so you can't just drop down a gadget and go, cool, as soon as the ice wears off, that thing's dead. It is a really good change, I think, overall. It does require the Bandit and the Tuberal to work very closely together to have a trick going down basically immediately if you are going to get rid of any of those hard breaches. But a few teams did say coming in, you know, the nerf has actually made him acceptable. There are far stronger defenders in the game right now that we keep on speaking about. Things like the Fenrir, the Solus, the Valkyrie, the Azami, so many of those that are going to be so threatening to so many teams, and I imagine, as you can see here, 2 of those 4 banned away. That won't change as the tournament goes on.
So FearX leaning into an east stairs hold at the moment with Rin, but he'll now fall down. That may vacate a bit of space for NIP to take through break if they so desire. But they're being quite cautious here on the attacking side. East stairs now, once again, presence from the defense.
Quite locked in terms of their setup. I think you look at it overall though, FearX, right? The comp just screams, we want to play on site, we want to play for denial, we want to keep you out as best we can, we want to play for the end round. The nervousness again comes back to round 1 and also round 5 is that NIP are really good in those end round moments though.
Ooh, Wizard lit up. Nice line of sight. Ooh, Rin, don't overpeak that. That's not a favorable fight to take.
Oh. Getting tagged himself at least a little bit here and down. Good Boy finally gets himself on the board, and it's an entry. Hey, making up previous mistakes in the first few rounds. Wizard does finally get rid of Rin, and Psycho onto Demit suddenly makes this a massive man advantage to NIP. Still finding these Fear X members being shot in the back and the sides an awful lot. NIP in full command, though, looking to take a 4-2 half.
I mean, Fear X looking to play a fall-off strat there with the office hatch open, but unfortunately the whole team just dying before that could even come into fruition. NIP chipping away at that defense nicely. And again, it goes back to my question posed. Fear X probably having to reconsider their objective choice there. I think Customs looked a little bit better for them, but nonetheless, can't take that back as we now switch halves.
Maybe they saw it as like a pocket strat they brought up there and thought, well, this is good for one, but as soon as they've seen it and they've got the idea to counter it, it's not worth trying again, and we'd rather now go to Bathroom Tellers instead. But I think I'm with you. I'd rather have seen them retry that again than how that round went, because it was a car crash really from start to finish outside of Good Boy getting on the board. Oof. Just oof. That's all I can say. More to come. As you said, second half coming in. NIP move to the defense. Fear X onto the attacking side. Can't imagine we'll see too much variance in terms of defensive lineup. Seeing the Castle time and time again. The Warden, the most played operator so far on the defensive side here at the 6th Invitational 2024. Fenrir being open, of course, going to find it getting picked up. But on the other side, your eyes will be drawn, unless it gets taken away and the attacker repick, it's going to be that Monty for Arakaze. The thing I'm always nervous about with the Monty, me and Tim have been speaking about it over the last couple of days. A few teams have brought it along and really lent into it, but I don't think we've seen too many rounds won off the back of a Monty because of how slow he moves. And probably quite thankfully, they've stepped away from it.
Yeah, I think the skill gap for Monty at this level of play is really quite high.
We've seen some great 1v1s against Monty's, by the way. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You can beat him quite easily now is the problem. Tino.
Whoops.
Yeah, now it's even easier.
Yeah, it gets switched off. Bravo and plate. Groom as well has been seeing a surprisingly high amount of plate as well. Good operator and creating a bit of space. We've seen it quite a bit in tandem with the Lion, but not this time around.
One of those classic, you stay and you die, you move and you die. And do nothing about it. Maybe serves as a bit of a nice alternative here to say to KB for trying to guarantee that a room is clear on the march on through. Lots of those canisters that you can drop in. Obviously, like a few buffs since his release, and now he's in a spot where, as you say, his pick rate is quite high so far.
I feel a bit nervous for Good Boy 1-6. Only a single entry victory.
Yeah, I really hope it's kind of a tale of two halves for him, that we see a very different Good Boy coming out in this half, because when he first got picked up by this team, I think they picked him up before he was 18 and were like, yeah, he's a real crack kid, he's amazing, like going to do real good stuff for us. Sure enough, he's ready and waiting, the patience pays off. It's a 1-for-1. Now they're trying to work their way in towards break. There's a couple of them assaulting in, and Good Boy! It is the half of the Good Boy. Here he comes with 2 kills. That's double what he got the entirety of the first half.
The inverted caster curse. We hyped him up and he delivered.
Oh, please. Please. If he gets an ace in the first attacking round, it'd be absolutely ludicrous. A 4v2 for Fear X. I'm fearing right now for NIP for the rest of this round, but also hopefully not another throw to come on through. Arakaze going to deny any potential of an ace away from Good Boy. Pino got it all to do by himself on his lonesome. Currently hiding inside a sight.
I mean, that defense for NIP really unraveling off the back of Good Boy, who made a very subtle reposition to the opposite side of the window and facilitated him for that swift double kill into the triple. Pino's a great player, but I'm not sure he'll be able to clutch this one out. Good attempt, good read. Fear X just need to pinch him properly here. The flash to come through. Pino sees white.
Surely he dies.
Still not dead.
What? What? Hello? Good boy. No! Not after the round started so good. You've been done in by a flash player. What's going on? Pino gets out, and I'm with you. They had to pinch onto him as a team there, and they've let him slip the net. They will get the diffuser down. It's still a 3v1, and they get the close that they knew where he was. A good first attacking round, really off the back of Good Boy.
Yeah, like I mentioned, he made that real subtle reposition across, and I thought he was actually probably going to die from top east when he made that sprint. But clearly it was a read that NIP did not have. And then I like the confidence, right? He gets that initial pick right here, and he's like, bang, let's go. That's the trigger point in the round. We talk about trigger points in this kind of meta, where if you find that opening, that weakness, you have to try and quickly exploit it. And taking on the castle with the UMP, you're favored to win that fight. NIP then forced to make a play at the disadvantage. Good Boy reads into that as well. So good work overall. Obviously, the conclusion of the round was a little bit scary, but obviously 4v1 was always going to be theirs.
Could have been a very different story if Wizard did hit the headshot onto Good Boy, though. You saw it whistle past his right ear, and I just thought, you've not come in with your ADS at the ready, man. Like, you expected an engagement, and you don't look ready for the fight. Fortunately, did win it out, but it could have been, again, a very different outcome. That play, he still would have held on to break room, for example. It would have slowed things down massively. One gunfight often can lead to very drastic outcomes as the round presses on. Here we go, though. Up to the top floor for Armory Archives. NIP still at 4 and 3 here, so far from a concerning point for them yet. But if Fearx can get a bit of momentum going, maybe then you start to worry.
5 seconds to go.
And this time the Monty's
Yeah, the Monty is going to be stuck. That's intriguing. We'll see how that plays out. Maru as well in combination. So we might see the pacing change here from Fearx. Defensively, Tuber out for top 4 as well. So
okay. They've electrified up a lot of the external facing wall out towards east side, so whether it's to hard deny on that, whether it's to focus more on west main, there's choices here they can play around. Cons has still got 1 battery in back pocket, so not everything is going to be electrified. It's more for a tricking game, I imagine, off the back of the two brow being around too. Look actually where they're playing right now. Cons is still sat out on the office wall, so that's the one they really want to focus on, and the right focus, I think, given that's exactly where Arakaze started his ingress into the map.
yeah, I mean, you would assume with the Thatcher in tow that this will...
Mephi's the other side of the map, though, on sandwich window. He won't move anywhere yet, but he's the one with the diffuser. So he's the one I've got my eyes on. It's going to be about the distraction game out towards the east, and Mephi then to strike when his team say now's a good time to go.
Yeah. We'll need some distraction, though, to pull the defense towards office.
And 3 of them are looking this way, but there's still 2 looking out. In fact, here he comes now. Oh, boy, he's got to get Wizard, and he finds his man. It's a trade elsewhere, but Mephi is in, and they had no idea this was coming. Found 2 for himself, sprays in towards security, almost gets a 3rd. Mephi is on 1. It's a 3K for the man. Arakaze almost losing his life, but Cons can do nothing. Fearx catching NIP a little bit asleep at the wheel here with a brilliant backstab from the Amaru.
I mean, it's amazing how sometimes you can just simplify a push like that, and it's so effective. NIP drawn over towards east with that attention. Mephi obviously hitting some really clean shots, but such a basic strategy, really tearing that defense apart. Psycho now in the 1v4 post. Well, doesn't have much of a say in the round, and that was a very effective strat from Fearx.
Well, it's the day of the attackers, I suppose. Seeing some success for the attackers so far. Only 2 defensive rounds won, the rest going entirely the way of the attackers. So a bit something to balance the stats of the rest of the tournament. I do think that those rounds really make me laugh, because I look at them and think, if this goes wrong, if Mephi doesn't get this kill, it looks ridiculous. You're just like, why has he gone in solo? Why is he going with no information or real support? To be fair, they knew the warden was there. But then the diffuser is down on the other side of the map. Everyone else is pushing in from the east, and Fearx then's kind of twiddling their thumbs like, okay, well, what do we do now? So I'm glad that it worked out for them, but high risk, high reward. They got the reward this time around. I just don't think you'll get it every single time against NIP.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that that kind of set play is sort of the dark effect. That's probably something that he's brought into the team and they've boot camped over the last couple of weeks, because when I think of...
To be fair, I would never have seen them do that before.
That's exactly my point. Fearx were never the kind of team to go for plays like that. They'd be very slow, methodical set play, almost like a slower DZ is probably like the closest team I can think of, where it's like, we're not going to take any chances, we're going to be super calculated and really go through the checklist, whereas that was just far more direct, simplified and sharp, really.
What are they cooking with that attacking lineup? Last round looked a bit crazy. This one could be even more so. Yeah. They're like, guys, it's working, let's keep doing it.
Double down.
I love it. I think, who do you get more excited about seeing? Is it Sense or is it Amaru? Because Sense to me always says you don't just bring Sense along out of the idea of, oh, maybe we can figure something out here. You only bring them when you've actually got a perfect lineup in mind for those light screens to roll through, for example. So there has to be something to play behind. Wizard is going to be so pivotal in this round on that Warden.
Yeah, I don't know if it's excitement or, well, lack of a better word, fear. Sense into Warden always scares me. I'm a big fan of the Glaz and Sense combo, because the Glaz actually can move a decent amount and still see through those ROU walls. We won't see it this time around, but we'll see how they combine here, what the approach will be from Fearx.
Psycho under a bit of pressure. I'm pretty sure it's Grix who always hovers the fuse. Oh, again? Not again, not again. Does Wizard? No, he doesn't know. Yes, he does. This time around, he gets the kill. Mephi falls. Good boy. Gets the trade elsewhere. So it's still a 1-for-1 at the start of the round, all said and done. This time, though, Mephi didn't have the diffuser. It's in Good Boy's back pocket this time on the Finker.
Thankfully. Otherwise, it'd be on an island at the moment and probably a little bit difficult to recover.
If Wizard had gone down to that a second time, he would have been kicking himself so bad.
Yeah, that would have been very tilting.
Pain. Now they've got to figure it out, because Mephi was the backstab element that would have opened things up. Wizard still being on 2 feet, working some magic, getting a second kill in the round. Good player's the right idea here. Sees one through the softball and finds his man at 2K for him. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Wizard still is locking down that half-4 position. Muzi as well inside of break, but he's being spotted out. The yellow ping from Arakaze. Good play, will collect the kill.
I tell you what, 1 kill across 6 rounds. He's got 6 across the last few. Unbelievable turnaround. You can see he's much more confident on the attacking half of this map, jumping between the Iana and the Finker so far and getting the results that his team needs. A 3v2, we've seen them throw away a 5v3 before though, so I always struggle to get too excited in these situations for FearX.
Plenty of drones, Good Boys holding the cross. If they know both players are inside of this armory position, FearX should be in a very strong position to convert this round.
And they know where one is as well, called him out around metal. It's a case of identifying where the last man is, the Wizard in this case. Good Boy starting to make on his push forwards. Those are the players towards the left. I don't know if they're 100% sure exactly where Wizard is. They look a little bit hesitant at this point. Then getting behind the desk and maybe behind the bomb. Chassis then go for a plant, but the timing! It's a double kill as well! Found Arakazi behind him and suddenly, as I said, it's so hard to get excited. Down to a 1v2 from a 3v2, and NIP might be about to smash and grab this round. Unbelievable. Pino with a 3K.
Wow.
You can't be letting those slip, guys.
I thought the SMG got nerfed.
Doesn't matter when you hit headshots.
No. Wow. I mean, again, like I said, FearX, 3 players alive, 2 of them droning. They should have had a pretty good read there, and they had the metal cross covered. Yet they looked so hesitant and scared to go for that push and commit to Archives. We saw a dry peek with a grenade in hand as well from Good Boy, which was a pretty big mistake to make off the back of his 3K. There's the lineup, Des. I tell you what, that would have been absolutely devastating for FearX. Big go for NIP.
It pretty was devastating. But again, the disparity of the two teams here and that experience is the point that I came back to earlier on was NIP, look what they got into a numbers advantage. They completely slowed down. They had no drones, and yet they still managed to force a 3-way crossfire onto Metal on their push in. You didn't really see the same coming out there. Sure, 2 players are stacked up, but being directly in a line is not the place to be. And then suddenly you've got your last man Demic left in a 1v2. I'd argue there are 2 rounds in this game that FearX really should have closed out. That 5v3 and that previous one that we've now seen fall away. This could have been a 6-3 scoreline, but NIP are the ones in the lead.
FearX's map pick as well, so that's just something to keep in mind.
It's pain. I mean, this is the other thing I thought coming into this. Yes, they've got a new coach. Yes, they've obviously brought Rin in as well. It's going to take time for these things to settle. A team that's had at least its core, over 2 years together for NIP, one of the longest storied rosters that we have in Siege at this point. For FearX, still really finding that final form as to what they want to be the dream team. And I think individually, these players, they've got, Mephi and Good Boy, especially when they first came in, were incredible. Arakaze, similar story. Demic a little bit up and down at points, but still a strong player in the region. And Rim, we've all seen incredible things that he could do when he was on D+ back in the day. 5 good players, not yet gelling to the way they need to be able to have big results against former world champions in NIP, but at least things look better than what we've seen in previous competitions is what I will say.
Definitely flexing their variety in terms of operator comp as well. Those are being brought out for this particular round number 10, as we enter double digits, and Demic posting up top east, but Cons is being allowed to sneak forward and just cross that line of sight, and I don't know if FearX have a read. I'm scared here for Arakaze, but he actually does have a read. Lands the shots, finds the kill, and gives his team the advantage.
Yeah, gets away with that. It's coming down to these scrappy gunfights, these 1v1s across the map, because there's no real guarantee of a trade there if it comes off the back of it. There's no ability to move forwards from that point. And it is a case of, are you coming out on top or not? I mean, thankfully for FearX, it's a quiet day for Cons. As we said, he's been absolutely nuclear throughout the tournament so far. Here, at least 3 and 8 across this map.
Psycho now the next to push forward.
Nana.
Okay. That should not be allowed.
It's such a poor place to play in. Arakaze gets a down onto Psycho, and elsewhere on the map also gets a kill through a Claymore. Beautiful stuff. So, 4 versus 2. I don't want to get excited. Not after that. You've hurt me too much, guys. I'm too hurt.
You're telling me, man. You're telling me. Been here too many times.
Yeah, the APAC caster.
It's been like 5 years of this. I've grown many greys.
Bless.
Okay, I think we could get excited now.
Okay, yeah, fair. There's also an Oscar on side, which makes things a hell of a lot easier. At least with the side angle, sees the shield going down, but can do nothing to stop it at this point. No C4 in back pocket, and the shots do come on through. Balance things out at 5 and 5. The only thing I'm now thinking about, the classic APAC storyline. Close, but just never quite over the finish line. You guys had it. I feel really sorry for you. The Bliss game that you guys had, I think it was on day 2. It was yesterday, right?
Yep.
so close, just not quite enough to get over the finish line.
Yeah, and again, it links back to your point before where FearX arguably at this point should have already won the map. They had 2 very favorable rounds that they didn't close out. So we'll see if that comes back ultimately to bite.
I've got to ask, how good is your Mancunian accent? Because when we get to 12 rounds, you know what you've got to say. I want you
I was practicing it. I was staring at my bathroom mirror this morning and really getting into it.
Excellent. Did you feel like you were becoming Tim? Did you start losing hair?
I'm not balding yet. I'm not balding yet.
You got a nice hairline, to be fair. Yeah. No. Xenox rounds the curtain like, you guys done? I'm like, can you see a TV?
That's what I have to work with.
It is 5-5, Xenox. FearX NIP. If you are tuning in on those, I imagine now the game over on the stream has ended. Welcome over from the B stream. Now, as things have gone, in case you are just joining us, a couple of rounds, FearX really should have closed out. This map could have been done and dusted. It was their map pick. Cafe awaits us next. Chalet is that decider if we need it, which will be interesting, as that is a rematch of what we saw between these two teams previously, where NIP stomped them 7-1 on Chalet. So if you're FearX, you're looking at that and saying, this needs to be done in 2, really.
I would love to know the number of unique attacking operators that have been played by FearX in this map. It's insane. Glaz now being brought out. We've seen it all, and this might be a direct hit from FearX. Look where they're posturing at the moment.
Given the comp, yeah. Looking in towards that Ying, it's the fast execute, it's the space taking, the EE1D to disrupt, the Glaz to play off the back of it as well. They're straight in, basically no one's on site here. You've got the mirror in the back line, but Devic's already going in. It's a 5v5, the plan's going down. Walks in, Cons takes him down. The 1-4 between the two into a 4 versus 4 once again. Cons with the C4 in hand, gonna find nothing but immediately FearX are outside the building. This is a hard retake for NIP, given you're up against the Glaz.
All these lines of sight can be held from outside as well. So a tricky round for NIP. FearX, can they hold on? Cons looking to clear all of these angles, making sure no one's on top of the bus, but 20 seconds to go. Cons can maybe go for the long arm attempt. Can FearX deny this?
They're half anticipating a jump out. That's what Mephi's looking out for here. They're starting to stick onto this one, but can they find the man? He's sticking it the whole way through. Down to 2 seconds, down to 1. Guys, where are you? They've let it go through. The jump out was good. The Archives jump out came in. It kept them distracted. It was enough to let Cons hold down F like a real pro for the solid 7 seconds. Started so well. Is that 3 rounds now, you'd argue they've kind of let slip?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was great post-plant play from NIP. I'll give them that 100%, but you should be able to get that one covered better. They conceded top floor. They didn't even take it in the first place, and it left things a little bit ropey for FearX there. I looked and saw the 3 outside the building and thought, this doesn't really feel like it's very well covered, to be honest with you, and they paid the price.
I mean, it was an awkward plant position, right? It wasn't in a spot where outside double door could hold it. It also wasn't a spot where like the bust boost on the vents window could hold it either, so it was a little bit strange. As well, in terms of defense there from NIP, I don't know if Muzi had no charge left on the Solus, but he didn't even have his gadget out during that entire plant phase, so NIP actually initially didn't even know where the plant went down. I guess credit to them for then being able to react to clear side and make sure those angles were covered, but that was a very, very messy round from both teams. Ultimately, though, NIP out on top now with match point.
I do want to touch on it while the leaderboard is up on our screen as well. You guys can't see it, but you will in a minute as we get back into game. Very, very balanced when it looks at the kill distribution across both teams. You know, Cons being the outlier sat down on 4, but everyone else is between 6 and 9. It's very balanced across both teams here in terms of contribution. You're always asking that question, who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the pointy stick that really steps up and works some magic for a team? Right now, it's more about the actual team effort overall, though.
Yeah, just looking at the replay package from round number 11 just gone. Con's able to get into a position where FearX didn't have an angle. Holds F for 7 seconds, enough to counter defuse the kit. And FearX left a little bit stunned, I think, and probably frustrated. There's been a string of frustrating rounds for them throughout this match. Now, though, no longer able to make any more mistakes here on border. Stirring down a map loss, their map as well. Top floor we go then for NIP. What will the response be like here from FearX, bringing out that Monty once again?
Yeah. Again, I'm always a little bit hesitant because Monty commands that you have a slow round. We've seen some really cool rushes, not all of them successful, but Monty is very much the other end of the spectrum. Everything has to slow down. You try and make a very orchestrated play once you've got the setup in place. And teams haven't had too much success with Monty being the spearhead of a team. He often ends up being a little bit exposed and does eventually get picked off after the changes came through that meant it's a bit easier to stagger. Things don't look too good for the shield-bearing boy. However, maybe FearX have got something cooking up here behind the scenes that means this goes through to overtime. If not, NIP will be breaking Korean hearts and taking a 7-5 win on FearX's map pick.
Well, Mephi top fragging for FearX at the moment. He'll jump onto the Australian gridlock for this particular round. Frag grenades in hand as well, and the ability to, of course, shut down the ability for NIP to rotate, which on a map like Border can make things very, very tricky for the defense. I wonder what the plan will be, though, to deal with this. Monty Cons will play initial contact top east.
Please don't expose your head to it. Please don't. I was so nervous to turn to the side, get swung on and just die. They've got one pushing up the other side as well, so really it's a pinch coming onto East Airs here, and Cons and Pino really resistant and not wanting to give up this ground as best they can. Monty's working his way forwards. He has got himself at least at the top of break, and now the support coming in from the side. You've also got the Fenrir coming in for the party. A lot of dancing going on around here, and it is keeping FearX at bay. We're halfway through the round and no real ingress made.
Yeah, only a little bit of ground top east. The defense slowly pushed back, still 5 versus 5. In a bit of an awkward round for both teams, sort of poking around and seeing if they can find the edge. Triple wall now to be worked by Demic with those Selmas on the ace. That will expose Pino's position a little bit, put him under some pressure, but Cons is along the side to help out.
Border does not feel like the map where you take 2 minutes to get step 1 done, right? Because they've also got to take control of office here. They've got to get fountain before they can even start thinking about the site, really. So, very little achieved. 2 minutes down. They're going to start feeling the pressure of the clock here in the next 20 seconds or so. And as we've already remarked, Monty does not go fast.
Well, that single wall now opened up and Pino forced back towards the window. FearX need to be capitalizing upon this, finding a kill as we enter 30 seconds. But Pino with the shotgun up close now on double digits. And NIP edging closer towards this map win.
Heartbreaking for FearX, but for NIP, they've done what they needed to. A great defensive hold around East Airs has slowed FearX down. It's forcing them into making mistakes, and sure enough, those mistakes are starting to pile up here. A couple go down, a third as well. 2 left. It's actually a 2 versus 2, but there is basically no time left on the clock here. They've got to make something happen, and good boy, something tells me this ain't quite the way to go. Door's still closed up, going to have to try and make this plan work. Well, no doubt gets swung on towards Metal here, makes the cross, but Fountain is now the real threat. Down he goes! NIP do enough to take the map 7-5. That could be the start of a 2-0 win for them going into Cafe being their map pick. Things are only going to get harder from here for FearX.
I mean, I can only describe it as heartbreak. I know it's only one map in this Big 03, but the way in which they lost this map, in particular a couple of key rounds where they had the advantage, has got to sting. NIP, though, can find confidence, especially in their defense. I'm very intrigued to see how all 3 play out.
Well, first we'll have to hear from the desk before we get into map 2, so let's go to a short break. Back in a few.
7-5 for NIP to close out their map pick and actually push this one a little bit closer to that win. This is the first point on the board for them as well, because you do get one if you get a map, and they must be really relieved after that.
Absolutely. It must have been a relief, especially just getting really stressed out, not getting any points up to now, and that map was very close. There was a lot of great things on both sides.
It was, for sure, but of course on their own attacks they showed really good things, and the main thing we hammered down on for NIP was they're showing really good things, so showing that they create space for themselves, but they don't close out these rounds where they have a 5v3 advantage. But in this map, this is where we finally saw them doing that, and they would take so much time in order to make sure that they would get those rounds on the board as well. They create a 5v2, it would take them about a minute to then do something else after that, but they are setting up consistent crossfires with each other to make sure that, for example, in Armory, if someone swings around Sandwich, they're getting shot from 3 different angles, and that's how you close out those 5v2s or 5v3s, and that's what NIP have been doing in their attacks.
Absolutely. I mean, you were looking at it and you were like, wow, they're taking so much time in these 5v2s, but those were the rounds that they were losing, they were throwing away. We already knew they had an amazing early round, which in this game, they actually had 8 opening kills, so they had to close out those late rounds.
Yeah, one of the players as well that you highlighted earlier today, Fox, was Cons, in terms of their performance in the tournament so far and how well they have been doing, considering they're the supportive player of the roster. But this time around, it really felt like the players that you wanted or expected to be the ones stepping up to the late from the side of NIP did exactly that.
Absolutely. I mean, Khan's just being the support, you really saw that he was really focusing on support. There was a lot of beautiful rounds out of him, especially the Ninja Defuse in round 11. And it's nice to see the whole team kind of stepping up, especially Muzi, because we highlighted him before the game too, as he wasn't playing as strong and as formidable as he was in Atlanta, but now he is. This game was a really good showing from the whole team.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the side of FairX, it was Rin kind of that we were a little bit more difficult towards, and saying that they needed to step on the place in terms of them being the player that was picked up recently. And it felt like Rin was in the game, however, maybe other teammates kind of fragging out a bit more.
Yeah, I feel like it was mainly good boy stuffing on the entry, especially in that beginning half of this game. But yeah, Rin showed up a bit more neutral indeed, better than we were expecting from it yesterday, so that's really good. And I think for FairX as well, like I mentioned, trust the process, of course, with their new coach coming in. It's good to see that we're seeing tiny bits of, we'd love to talk about the split theory, but like they're even on defense, they're making sure that they peak people together, they push things together, and they're working together in certain ways where it's being really successful for them. But technically, this game could have been the other way around, because there were 2 rounds that they really shouldn't have thrown away. Round 5 was a really big example where Wizard went and planted, won the post plan as well, whereas if you tuck yourself in the corner on Workshop, you should probably be able to win that out, or even if you try and work together in that. And then of course the Ninja Defuse from NIP as well in that final round, or the 1-2 final round, that could have gone the other way as well. It's really close.
You're absolutely right. I mean, at least we see the hopes of it. I really love the creativity, and we saw almost that fast Brazilian attack style. They were bringing a lot of the Amaru. They were really getting in with those fast plants, but they weren't really locking in those rounds, especially the team play when the stress really set in. But I love those defenses when they were able to collapse on where NIP was entering in the map. You'd see 3-4 people just running at the guy, and you're like, oh my god, what's going on? The game just started. And it was just really nice to see that little bit of hope.
Yeah.
They weren't able to lock it out in the team play, but we're seeing the start of it. And I think that's what we saw from Nip yesterday, and obviously they're closing out those rounds. Maybe we can see that map too from FearX.
Yeah, especially both NIP, a team that warms up into the tournament. FairX, we haven't really seen too much from them, so this is also really important. But when we're looking at the next map, which is going to be Cafe, also need to take into consideration what both of these teams should be improving going on to that next map. Because if you're NIP side of things, you want to collect as many points as possible and make this a quick 2-0.
Absolutely. I mean, the last map was very close. Going into this map, you'd think NIP would be a little more comfortable on their map pick. There isn't too much information to go off of on FearX's side.
No.
But we know that Cafe is a very strong map for NIP.
100%. I mean, they play this map more often. They played it 4 times. It is a high preference. I think it's actually their highest preference map as well. Defense win rate pretty decent, somewhat okay on the attack. It's just that has been the main thing that's been standing out, I think, between these 2 teams, how they can sort out their attacks. But it's going to look really difficult for FearX, because they just lost their own map pick. You would have maybe hoped better from them. They could pull that map over the line, because now we're going to the territory that NIP is very comfortable on.
I'm really interested to see if they're going to use the same type of a Maru, Ying, fast style. They even brought the Sense out to really get into those maps for those fast plants, because you can get away with doing that on Border because of how spread out, I guess, the defense is. But on Cafe, everything is a lot more linear. It's a lot more top down. You can't sneak away a couple plants. So they weren't having a great job at dealing with them, at least on attack. On defense, they were doing a great job. But on attack, I'm interested to see how they'll be able to keep that creativity up.
Yeah, something that we also didn't really touch upon too much at the beginning was how likely this could be going to a third mapper. But I think after what we've just seen on that first map, it being Fearx's pick, but still NIP having to work really hard to be able to close it out, I think the likelihood is there more than ever.
Absolutely. We didn't have a chance to talk about it, but we were saying it would get very stressful if it did go to a map 3. If it goes to Chalet, Border is an aggressive map. We saw how that ended. Chalet is also an aggressive attacker map. But I will say, I was very impressed with how Fearx was playing, and I think they could do a little bit more damage on Chalet, but they'd have to make it through this map too, which is going to be their hardest feat in the BO3.
It's going to be difficult, but then again, we've also seen NIP play this map before, right? You know how it's such a strong map for the Brazilians, so even with that Brazilian influence that they have standing behind them at the moment, being their coach, they should be able to hand off a few strategies here and there, or create some ideas, or at least have some solutions to the problems that NIP will be throwing towards them when it goes to the server.
I also wanted to highlight that NIP, even though they had 8 opening kills, Fearx had 5 trades, immediate trades, after those opening kills on the prior map. So it's not like the aggression is getting to them. They're all there. They're playing well together as a team. It really is just kind of the a nice parallel that it's really those late round situations that the clutches just aren't going their way.
Yeah, it's like the building blocks from the side of Fearx really that we're looking at right now, where we already see glimpses of what they are able to do with their new coach. But then as more time we're giving them, as a warmer that they're getting into this tournament, it feels like they could genuinely be upset in this team, because when we were looking at Group A here, and we were like, oh yeah, NIP is gonna get out. Like, you know, defending champions against G2, also the defending champions. We had such high hopes, but now it's literally at the edge of a razor to be able to make it through.
It is, but they should be looking a lot better once they win this game, right? Because I think the top 2 teams have very much solidified themselves in that top 2. G2, Dark Zero, they're looking really solid. But then GK, of course, they're only having that 1 point. As soon as they do get those 2 points now, they'll go at least above them and get themselves a little bit more comfortable.
Yes, and comfortability, adaptability, all these words, we keep throwing them around because they are oh so important. But we're also ready to head into the second map of the series. NIP up against Fearx on Cafe with Des and Guz.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Welcome back to the casting desk for map number 2. Do you think it ends here, Guz, or do we get that third map and that rematch on Chalet?
All I know is I hope there's more tissues in the green room, because I can only cry so many times after watching an APAC team get so close.
Come on, we'll go back to our rooms. I'll give you a big cuddle after this.
That sounds very nice.
We can cry into each other's chest. It'll be fine.
I would love that.
Be a bit weird logistically at the same time, though. I don't know how you do that, but
we'll make it work.
We'll have a think about it. Now, I think the general sentiment is it's an improvement from Fearx on previous tournaments. We are clearly seeing the work that Dark has been doing with them has helped them improve, but it's still not quite at the standard they need to be at to be able to compete seriously at these events. And it's not to say they can't win maps, obviously they haven't so far, but given how close the last one was, there is a possibility to go on and take Cafe here, and it does go through to that third map. At the very least, that way, they secure themselves a singular point, which may be enough when GK is the other team in this group that a few people have got question marks around at the moment.
Well, that's intriguing, right? The Nomad taking off immediately. We saw quite a bit of Nomad over on Border, and they're just like, nope, we do not want to deal with that here on Cafe. I'm intrigued to see how this map plays out, right? Because it should theoretically be more defender-sided than we saw Border and would typically see. And with Fearx starting on that side, they might have an opportunity here to gain a bit of confidence, gain some momentum, despite it being NIP's pick.
Seen the Ying coming away as well. Pretty big part of the last map. Saw it used multiple times over, more for the Fearx rushes than anything else, so I'm not too surprised to see it taken away. Valkyrie also going to be removed. Spoke about that being banned away by Fearx on the last map. It is one of the go-to picks for NIP time and time again, but on this map, clearly they don't want to deal with it. I tell you, the funniest thing is I'm thinking about Cafe and Valkyrie. I think we all think back to the old way of Cafe before Valkyrie got changed and the cams were destroyed when outside, and you just see him pinged everyone on the map. There'd be jump outs supreme. The really weird thing is, even without that, there's probably now more jump outs and spawn peaks and things like that than ever before.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've seen so many times at this event already, irrespective of the map, where you'll see the defense and there's at least like 4 or 5 defenders looking to spawn peak simultaneously at the start of the round. And for the attack, it's almost a challenge in itself just to get out of spawn and really get your teeth into the attack. So Cafe, a map that can facilitate that kind of play style if Fearex want to bring it inside of the server, and I'm assuming they probably will to try and slow down these attacks as best they can.
You know, you said you were practicing your Tim impression in the window this morning with the whole overtime thing.
Yeah.
Do you think you can do it for Bar Cocktail? Do you know about Tim's hate relationship with Bar Cocktail?
I do.
You've got to do that.
I don't know if I feel confident enough in my accent at the moment.
To be fair, you don't even got to do the accent. You can just take the words and just be like, this sucks, and that'll be fine. The thing is, he tells me my accent's terrible. I think my impression of Tim is actually pretty good, but he doesn't buy into it.
Which doesn't like it? Not a fan?
No.
Bit like the subjective.
Exactly. There you go. That's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, Bar and Cocktail to start things off. And by the looks of it, on the attacking side for NIP, we've got a... Hello, Streamy. Hello, background. We have got Psycho on the Monty. So, we spoke about this a little bit on the previous map. We saw it coming out in the hands of Arakaze to limited effect. It slowed them down far too much. Didn't get much at the back of it outside of when Mephi came along on the... Amaru, too many A-based operators in this game, it kills me sometimes. On the Amaru, and managed to get the backstab in off the, as a result. So I'm keen to see how NIP play this one out, how they make use of the Monty. Again, it can be nice and slow, but it's also extremely good for forcing your way through bottlenecks. And given we've got this defense from Fearex coming in around Piano, could be quite powerful, as long as they can get it in safely.
Well, Tim might not be a big fan of Cocktail. I'm just not a big fan of Cafe in general. It's definitely known within the O script. This is probably the one map that I dislike the most. I think largely because so many attacks start off so similarly with the roof, and it can be quite linear in that fashion. But
yeah, I feel you. I used to hate it. I've grown to like it more as time has gone by.
That's fair. Kind of. I mean, it's really dependent on the matchup and how, especially the attacking team wants to approach it, right? If they're going to throw a couple spanners in the works, sometimes make things interesting.
What are your favorite maps in the game at the minute?
Ooh, I don't know.
No. I'll let you think about it while Pino deals with a jump out from Mephi. Okay,
and take that one as well. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay, sure. And if you really read what the operator does, mate, and I don't know why. And what? Psycho's pretty alone there, with no real support except from the hatch, and yeah, I don't know. Really want someone on new hatch there if you want to be playing around that spot so you can't get backstabbed like that. Feels like a little bit of an oversight from NIP, and yet again, Monty isn't proving to be all that effective.
Well, I'm sitting here yapping that this is going to be slow and methodical and linear, and is all over the place at the moment for round number 1. It's so hard to keep track of what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Both teams all over the place.
This is not the kind of structure Cafe I think that we've seen so far throughout the competition. Me and Tim have seen it a couple of times in our previous series, and this has been one of the more chaotic starts, I'll give it that much. And that was even with Citizen Sonics constantly trying to go for spawn peaks and runouts and everything else you can possibly think of. This one has been a little more back and forth. Mistakes made by both sides, but NIP persevere and have the 3v2.
Well, the retake up right here for Good Boy, going to be a challenge. Head almost collected, but survives. Arakaze all over towards Piano.
Got the down.
Collects it, and now Muzi in the 1 versus 1.
Please, Good Boy, stop getting shot in the back. Christ, man, every time. A 1v1. Don't think Pino's going to be recoverable. Trying to get the diffuser down. Muzi maybe able to succeed here as well as Arakaze has got to work his way all the way through. Has the idea as to where the man in. He's got the right sort of idea, but you ain't looking in towards the diffuser, my man. Muzi taking a little bit of chip damage and gets shot through the wall. Arakaze finding a headshot straight the way through and gets the close, saving the round for his team. I think that'll be the reverse there, where NIP will be kicking themselves at giving away a 3v2.
Oh, gnarly work there. But that was the trend throughout the round, where defenders were often in positions that should not be playable. We saw it on the entry, especially under the likes of like New Balk or Heaven or whatever it's called these days. But also there in the post, towards the plant, with Piano still being occupied by Arakaze, then able to go for the retake as well through stock. That was a weird round overall. I mean, that's probably the best way to describe it. Close ultimately in the 1 versus 1, but Arakaze hitting this very gnarly shot.
Mate, what?
Can we check him PC?
Please. That is what? Okay, I mean, I watched that back and just think, how did he know? How did he know in that exact moment? My head passed that point on a pixel angle and know to pull the trigger. I think that's maybe a little bit of experience and years of play coming out to show there for Arakaze in round 1. A 3K for himself and saves the round for his team. Onwards we march into round 2. And this time round it's going to be down in reading. Tim is in tatters, by the way, because that is Bar and Cocktail being won. He will wager it wasn't really like won as a team, as an execute-based thing. It was very scrappy. It was down to a 3K, whatever, but stats don't lie.
It counts. I mean, I'm saying 1-0 at the top, so I'll take it.
Exactly.
I mean, back to the favorite map discussion, though.
Yes.
I'm very much, I'd say probably Club Oregon. They're like, you know, staple maps, don't mind them.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't mind them. Labs, though, I'm a big fan of Labs. I think it's a good
That's
map.
what I expected.
This might be controversial. I don't mind Consulate, but Lair. I think Lair is a pretty solid
I mean,
map.
it's not in comp, therefore don't care.
I look forward to it being in comp, though. I think it will make it next stage, maybe, or stage
I hope
after.
so. I'd love to see it in stage 1. And I'll be on Twitter with call-out maps, no doubt, very shortly after. Because there's that ongoing discussion around the world suddenly becomes, what do we call that? What do we call this? And every team has got different call-outs, and it becomes an absolute mess. But that kind of like period of discovery for a map, not just in terms of call-outs, but the strats and the variety of ways it can be played, is a really exciting time, I find.
What about you? Favorite map?
Labs and then Sky.
Ooh.
Sky is not very popular. I really like Sky.
It can be a very frustrating map to attack.
Yes, but I really like it. I think it's very fun. I think good attacking teams on that map are very good at slicing that top floor in half and punishing teams that try and overextend too far and for too long. So it rewards good play, as most maps really should. Good boy, though, on that pulse. I think an operator I've only seen picked maybe 2-3 times total so far throughout the event after 3 days of play. Picking up here, feed out that information back and forth all around. Normally Solus kind of takes the go-to spot here, but if on the rappel and you're not seeing people on gadgets, obviously Solus not going to pick them up. And Solus often being banned away means that sometimes, yes, Pulse will creep into being part of the lineup for a lot of the defensive teams. Also, of course, can't ignore the fact there's a C4 in back pocket, the old classic, very representative of old school Siege, and even to this day, as you can see, still prevails.
Yeah, the Thatcher Ace working in combination to open up line side above. Fully reinforced by Fear X, so looking to hold over towards Cocktail and really stalling out this attack. See Cons just having a bit of a peek and seeing what he can find. Pino on the white rappel. The launcher is being used to make that position a little bit more tricky to play for the defense.
Untenable at least for now. It's not the player downstairs running up as well. It means Rin at least is slightly pinned in here. He can't come into Lumber, which should open up some movements for the side of NIP. And sure enough, Psycho has made his move, knowing that he won't get pushed up white here because of the Kawan launcher being down. He can now round his way towards Lumber. And if they're not careful here, Fearx could find themselves getting shot in the back. Almost lining up for one. Sees his man, is now giving himself away. And then playing towards the right has dropped out. Mephi, how do you mess this up, man? Don't die now. Gets away with it, but my lord, misses every single shot onto the repelled player.
Could have been a freebie as well. Now 30 seconds on the clock. Good boy down. 25 seconds, 3 versus 5. Rin finally finds something for Fear X, but probably a case of too little, too late here for the Koreans. A retake attempt. Oh, this is spicy.
I mean, they can find their man and they've got the right sort of idea, at least tucking around to find one, but the angle's being held. Tycho's just ready, didn't expect a second. Man goes down inside a reading, it is in, and the vertical is there. Cons finds his man. I tell you what, I feel for our observers, because as you said, this game is so ludicrously scrappy.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
You just don't know what play is going to result in a kill, because Mephi's whiffed a whole mag onto a repelled player that's not moving.
I mean, good clear there from Nip. In terms of the timing, it was actually, pretty solid. If you're Fearx in that instance, the key thing you need to achieve in the round is obviously one, wasting time, but then cleanly getting back towards site. I mean, if Mephi can hit the fadeaway then get back, it would have been okay, but he just whiffed.
What did he run into to take damage? I missed what it was. I said Cat Canvas instinctively, and I was like, well, Duro's a defender, he can't be hit by that. He ran into something and lost half his HP. Yeah. Not sure what it was, but either way, not really much you can do on the retake there. A little bit too late to the party. NIP had already taken over that top floor and the second floor. Now we get mining. So not seeing the downstairs yet inside a kitchen. Stepping across on the same floor to mining here, and a very different comp coming out, looking towards the Mute, the Mozzie, and the Solus. Saw this a little bit on the previous map. Very good at punishing slow teams and denying away the information game. In fact, 3 drones already picked off on the side of NIP. Just seeing that frustration coming out from the Solus.
Well, Cafe, just due to the way in which the map is built, already the most difficult map to get pre-placed drones. You put those 3 in contention, you're not getting any. So that, of course, makes things more difficult through the early to mid-round for NIP. They'll have to live drone. Obviously, as you mentioned, right, the economy already chipped away. So this is going to be pretty tough, provided Fearx actually play into it properly. They roam around, they make it difficult for that information to be gathered and that subsequent map control.
Where do they start? Very good answer normally is up on top red. As you say, so often this is the default go-to for the map. It becomes very samey. You do see pretty much every round except maybe a downstairs hit coming in on this top floor. No one looking to try and contest with anything cheeky like a C4 on the defensive side. Just slowly working their way through. Getting control of the top floor to then sweep their way down. Not seeing a ram on the attacking side. However, you will of course have things like the Ash able to open up the floor if needs be. Super Short is maybe able also to join in from Wizard, assuming he doesn't get picked off. We've seen some of the success of the Gridlock there. But what do you think about Gridlock kind of being a little bit more in as well? We saw it during stage 2 that more teams were starting to pick her up. Even saw some entry players pick her up despite being as slow as she is.
I mean, yeah, phenomenal operator, and I think the P90 as well is such a strong weapon. I'm kind of hoping there's a day in which maybe a couple more operators in future get it, because it's seriously gnarly. And on top of the fact that you have that flank watch control as well, especially with limited drones available, you want to be prioritizing those for, gaining map control. I like the pick. And it makes it a little bit more challenging for FearX if there's a point in this round where they need to make a play and try to retake up above.
Just does so much as an operator as well, right? Has the nades to destroy out any utility that's discovered, has the tracks to cover off the rotates, which with the Nomad banned away makes it even stronger as well. Decent gun, as you mentioned, the super shorty for verticals. Doing really 4 jobs in one there on one operator.
Pino will just have a bit of a look-see through Pillar. I don't know quite how much information he was able to gather. Everyone's sort of finding their own info at the moment, and that can sometimes be the case. Unfortunately, that
haven't you heard about that thing called split theory? See? I'm still having that podcast about it, by the way. It's going to be a thing.
How many episodes? How many hours?
A one shot, I think, because otherwise we'll go on forever. It'll never end. So, never-ending argument. Impact up the stairs from Rin, and right sort of idea as Muzi was just rounding the corner and working his way down. Actually, most of those tracks will be taken out shortly once Muzi knows it's a little bit safer, can start pushing on fours from this point. But one of the slower rounds we've had, 40 seconds left on the clock, and no one has died here.
Yeah, pacing is really slowed here. Nephew, shotgun up close on the white stairs. I don't think Collins will be favored in that fight unless he's able to flash the mute out.
This is going to be crazy as an end to the round.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to track. Thank God I'm not observing it.
As we saw often say, it's been a bit of a messy map, and it's going to carry on, it feels as well. First drop comes on through. Is Arakazi aware about this as well? It's like a dropping in off the back of it, gives the info away. And now they know what they're going to try and hit up across the vertical. It's Diana coming in. That's the wrong time to pop the watch, man. I think he knew the flash was coming on through, so good play coming out from NIP, just forcing an unfavorable gunfight. 9 players left, 5 seconds on the clock. Medvey falls down, will any more go? Yes, they do. 2 on the side of FearX. NIP unscathed, walking out of this one, and down to a 5 versus 1, and they've got away with it. Diffuser is down, a flawless round coming out, and everything happened there in the space of 10 seconds.
Yeah, really clean conversion there from NIP. They had a good amount of time to set themselves, create vertical lines of sight, played into it nicely, comboed it well with utility, as you mentioned. And unfortunately for FearX, then pushed back towards Dining, not in a position to deny plant, despite having a yellow ping. They had a read on it, but obviously they couldn't retake it above. They couldn't get the LOS towards the plant. I think obviously their key moment in the round, Arakaze falls first Warden, mistiming those glasses. And then, yeah, everywhere else, just vertical line of sight after vertical line of sight made it so challenging to get anywhere near that diffuser.
Pino getting a lot done from up there as well. I think 3 came around him at the end. Yeah, that was the final one coming on in. Very strong place to be as well. Playing on the verticals, rotating away towards pillars, for example, getting a kill in towards fireplace. Right place, right time. And here in round 4, we are going to see that last and final sight down into Kitchen. FearX and their defense. And the problem is, I say that out loud, and I worry again, we're on the defensive side. They've only found 1 round in 3. It's not looking too good for the Korean side.
That's the point I was literally about to make, right? 2 rounds attacking in this meta at this tournament from what we've seen so far, I think almost irrespective of the map. It makes things already challenging from FearX. Obviously, we're not putting a line through them this early, but it's certainly a concern if they can't tidy things up. They really need to be stacking as many defensive rounds as they possibly can. We'll see how Kitchen plays out, adds a different dynamic into this particular one. Blitz being brought out. So again, we're seeing a lot of variability in terms of these attacking compositions. I think though FearX probably have, a solid lineup to deal with that. You can stall out space with the smoke. You've obviously got the Fenrir for information as well. And on top of that, Echo, a very popular operator on this particular objective.
Impact as well, if they want to run behind that. We did see the Blitz banned away in the previous map, but look at this. They've already broken the VIP hold open. That's massive for them. They could pull back here and make a vertical play work through Freezer, but in a 4 versus 3, it feels like NIP don't want to let up the pressure here, going for a full lateral push rather than worrying about trying to go in vertically, and with no hard bridge, you can understand why. Freezer blown open. Why bother going through the hatch when the wall works just as well?
Rin needs to be super careful here. If he dies, that really limits the amount of information and plant denial potential for FearX, but he's able to scathe away. So that's well played. Arakaze, meanwhile, can lock down the red hallway as Cons will prepare himself. Diffuser in hand. It's likely going to be a coffee plant here as Rin will now rotate that drone back towards the objective. That was set up, of course, for the vertical clear, but NIP never went for it.
Nope. Never even bothered. All the way from the top floor, all the way down, and NIP haven't given enough time to make this work, and the feet are taken out. Cons falls. 3 versus 3. I feel like I've said that so many times in this series so far. It just comes down to 3v3s time and time again.
Now that diffuser's in a really tricky position. You can see Wizard just trying to grab it, stash it under his arm, finds a drone,
yep.
And now should be able to prep for the plant when the rest of the team's in position.
He's found it. I think it was up there in the top as well. He's got rid of that now as well, so no denial to come in from Rin. Both of those taken out. Impact over the top. One comes in, second one does, and it will Pokeball Wizard. Captured. Take that one back to Power Wall with you. A 3v2 for FearX in the post plant though. About 25, 30 seconds here to pull this off. And as you can see already, NIP have pulled quite far back here away from the diffuser itself, playing those longer angles. They've got to force a retake and they've got to play for the trades.
Psycho in reception. Mephi looking to hunt him down. Information gained and finds the kill, but it's Pino deep towards bottom white. A great line of sight. Rin able to dash across, but his head ripped off.
Got no time.
Mephi in the 1 versus 1, 10 seconds on the fuse, so he needs to find the kill immediately and then jump back on. At this point, he's forced to stick. Pino knows it, pushes through, and that's the round going the way of NIP.
That's such a killer as well, and these are the kind of things, again, that experience will probably teach. It's like you should know that you're going to be exposed from that angle to the outside, but Pino barely has to move his feet, just plants it, plays around the clock a little bit. NIP getting another close out there. It's another 3v2, even though it wasn't that post plant, unfortunately, given away by FearX. We've seen a lot of these man advantage situations given away to the Brazilian side.
I think the most concerning thing there, at least from the perspective of FearX, obviously a big positive in the column for NIP, was just how quickly they got control of VIP off the back of the blitz. They were immediately contesting the smoke, found the kill, wasn't traded initially. And that can often be a part of the map when you're going for a freeze or push. That can be the most difficult to dislodge. So if you're able to tick that off in the first 30 seconds of the round, it gives you so much more time to prepare the push.
Yeah.
And the plant, we saw them set up, play it quite patiently, and then, yeah, clearly in the post, Pino in the perfect spot, irrespective of, you know, being at the man disadvantage.
Often we've seen teams hold around the restaurant area as well when defending VIP, so there's that support from bottom brown to be able to support a white push coming in. And I didn't see where the blitz came from. I didn't know if there was anyone playing on restaurant window, so I may have missed that in the previous round, but he was very isolated out there inside of VIP. More like, okay, we've got to play someone there. You're playing for your life, sure, but no support against the blitz, just charging his way through and doing some real damage. Now, coming into this round 5, we've got a Morrow on side. We're back up to that top floor of Bar and Cocktail. You've got the Capitao on side as well, alongside the Grim, and of course, the Lion. Everything is pointing towards a very execute-heavy composition from the side of NIP. Lots of stuff to just overwhelm the other side with those 2 globals coming in.
I really don't like this objective, does it, you? Was that? No, that was...
What on earth was that? That was more German than Mancunian. You can tell you from the
That's why I didn't want to do it before, man. I told you it was bad.
This is why we shipped you off to that side of the world, honestly. Turn up with a heart attack if you're not careful. Careful.
Well, the Grim in play then. Pino on the white hallway repel as the Amaru now charges through. Devic the first to fall. Muzi taken down to 1 HP. Still have an impact in the round though. Arakaze taken off the board. Pino as well. FearX though at the disadvantage.
Back and forth once again here. Psycho is just ready for the swing and Rin gets absolutely nothing. 2 versus 4, another numbers advantage for NIP. They are really running away with this half. It's going to be 4-1 on their attacking side of Cafe very, very shortly. Good boy, not going to be able to do enough. Muzi with the close. It's looking like it's going to be a runaway for the Brazilian team. And we're coming into it, I even said, oh, you know, they're starting the defensive side here. Maybe there is some solace to come out of this for the Korean side. And sadly, it's just not a thing.
I mean, the last 2 rounds, I mean, played out very differently in terms of the operators that were able to execute the play, but it was so reliant on just being quick, snappy, direct, aggressive in the face of the defense immediately from the start, especially off the back of like the Amaru and the Grim to lock down positions. And, you know, unfortunately, FearX are just not up to countering that kind of playstyle defensively. They're, you know, probably anticipating the classic static linear push up above, open hatches, clear shot, etc. Far more direct there from NIP than I think FearX, you know, respected them for, and you know, clearly able to farm that result, and it's been a very strong attack from them.
He has, and you've got to start asking the question now of, well, what can FearX do in this final round? One thing that's worth noting is there's been no real timeouts taken in as well. Maybe it's because Dark obviously doesn't speak Korean. I did ask him the other day, you know, how do you communicate with the guys? They obviously all speak Korean. How does it go about? He's like, well, in English for the very basic concepts, and if you have to translate something more complex, I'll go through Nova, who does speak quite good English, who then translates it into Korean. But I imagine coming into a time-up and you want to try and explain more intricate changes that you want to see into the team, maybe that's simply not an option. It might be something maybe limiting them here when it comes to those timeouts. Sort of on the team to figure it out by themselves.
I mean, in a 60-second timeout anyway, you often can't get too intricate. A lot of it is really just mental reset, and I feel like at this point in time, you really need to be getting this next round. I would have been taking the tack and just telling the boys to settle down.
Yeah.
Because they're probably getting a little bit, you know, frustrated. It hasn't been a great half from them. But we'll see if they can close it out. FearX desperately seeking this round, and NIP continuing to aggress. This time it's Wizard bot white.
It's also a KB, a Lion, and a Jackal, the holy trinity of screwing roamers over everywhere. So for FearX, it should be a pretty site-heavy setup, given the operators they've got. It does lean them towards that. It's not like they're really losing anything massive by having all this anti-roam setup coming in from the attacking side. And given it's on the top floor again, they can just slowly work their way through here, NIP. Not in any great rush, still with 2 minutes to play as well. Know what the setup looks like. Psycho was the unfortunate loser in a scenario with the Monty pushing in top red last time round. With no Monty on side, probably much more of a stronger take to come in and get control of Cigar before aiming for an execute into bar itself.
Somewhat old school here from NIP with the buck down low in reading, looking to vert out Cocktail. NIP once again get the opening pick, so find themselves in a strong position, and FearX at this point in time will probably be looking to respond with a play of their own, but I don't think those opportunities are going to present themselves.
I think that it's perfect bringing the buck here as well, knowing that this other side, FearX are all playing on site itself, and obviously everything is basically a soft floor on this map. You can do a lot of work, and Pino here will be the one restricting the movement on the other side. Unless he dies, they missed a headshot, they see the arm. Pino's been hit twice and got away with murder. Demic gets himself on the board for the first time in this game by finding him out. We're down to a 4v4, just that 1-for-1 to kick things off.
Wizard, though, to respond with a kill of his own through that vertical. 2v4 now. FearX crumble. Arakaze in washrooms, the last up with the SMG in hand. And I don't think it's looking great here for FearX. NIP on the verge of a 5-1 half on the attack. They convert. And this series now looking very grim for FearX.
Absolutely crumbling in front of the Brazilians on Cafe. They'll be looking back at border and kicking themselves for not being able to get that one over the line, I imagine, because it would have given them that second chance at life, the chance of going through to Chalet and correcting previous wrongs from the last major, but it's very quickly falling apart. And personally, I don't see NIP only picking up one round on the defense here. I expect they'll close this in 2 or 3.
And the unfortunate thing for FearX is by not converting border, they lose this. They don't get any points in the series. That means they're still trailing GK, who got a singular point in the group. So like we prefaced before map 1, this could be a match that determines who gets eliminated. And as it continues, I can't help but shake that feeling.
One thing we also coming in, was for NIP, they're 0-2. But you look at the teams they lost to, it was G2 and DZ. You know, the other 2 teams that were very much in the conversation around, they are the top teams in this group, and FearX and GK were the ones down the bottom. They've got FearX today, they've got GK tomorrow, and then FearX play against GK on the very last day of groups on Saturday. That could be the decider for who goes home, quite literally. If NIP go in tomorrow and beat GK, then it can be all done and dusted then. I think if GK even get a single map, though, obviously they sit on 2 points, and you'd have FearX on 0. That means then you have to see FearX win 2-0 on Saturday to make it through. And again, the frustrating thing is, I think we've seen, not on this map, admittedly, on border we saw some really promising parts of FearX's gameplay. You've seen that development and change coming in under Dark stewardship, but it's just not quite enough for the Korean side yet.
Oh, who knows, maybe they've been cooking on attack. We'll wait and see. Game of 2 halves.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring some optimism.
They have one of the 2 worst attacking rates in the whole competition.
Hey, so did
Interestingly,
so did NIP. They had the worst, and they still did okay.
That is true. They've definitely recovered it in this series so far. It's interesting, actually. I think it was 20% attacking win rate for both FearX and D+, the 2 Korean sides, sitting on the exact same value.
So Capitao in play round 7, Arakaze posturing on the skylight, so there might be a bit of a set play on offer here for him to smoke and flame out a couple of key positions, and there could be an aggressive drop as the diffuser is also alongside in the hands of Mephi. Rin on the repel cocktail, and we'll see if Fearex want to commit.
It's one of the partial commits where you're trying to bait something out the other side of fields here. As Arakaze's still got 3 bits of utility sat in back pocket. Can't smoke out top cocktail, so has to get himself a little window opened up to get that through on towards Pino, who no doubt is surrounded by magnets, so that fire shouldn't be reaching him anytime soon. A smoke may well do a better job.
And there's really no incentive now for NIP to aggress after getting that first pick. It was a Nitro onto Rin, who was on that northern repel. I'm going to double down, though, with the diffuser now taken in that same position.
It's just begging for a jump out, isn't it? 3 players on repel. Good boys going in, and I imagine we'll go down very shortly, as it looks like they're aware of this one. He misses the crucial shots that he's got to hit, but gets them in the end. Pino falls down, cocktail taken over. A reminder, this isn't the site. Everything's got to focus on the downstairs. It's taken 2 minutes to get to this point.
And it's still somewhat occupied by NIP with a bit of pressure from Muzi. Psycho as well. Wizard to triple down on this vertical control. Fearex looking a little bit timid.
It's the same lethargic attacks that we used to see from them, right? Boys?
Arakaze.
Boys?
Hello?
Surely you see the gun. Surely you see the gun. You hear him. Someone sees. Oh my God, Arakaze's got both. They've smashed and grabbed it in the dying moments. Wizard, though, in a great spot. He wins the one as well. 30 seconds to go. Arakaze's already found 2. Smash and grab against NIP. But we've seen them lose so many of these clutch situations. Arakaze, the far in back pocket, out onto the rotate. He's now going to try and make this work. Wizard doesn't even need to go through the rotate. Wins out the 1v1. It goes from bad to worse with the Korean side. For NIP, though, looking strong here. On for a 2-0 after just 1 more round win.
That was an awkward dance on the top floor, I'll tell you that much.
The series has been a mess.
A little bit.
The thing is that NIP have been really good on this map, but looking at how Border's gone and how Cafe's gone, I do still have some worry about the GK game, for example, and whether or not they can really pull off a convincing 2-0 there to completely cement themselves into that next stage. Things can still get very messy for them if they're not careful.
It's just like the disconnect there, right, from Fearex. It's a 2 versus 1. They're going for the plant. The cover isn't there. The player's still up above on the cocktail balcony. It's just those little timings from Fearex, especially in favorable positions, kind of like we saw on Border, where they're just disconnected. And NIP, despite having their own woes throughout the tournament thus far, are still good enough to punish them.
Oh, there's a timeout. Turns out Dark can have a conversation. I know, I forget which player it is, but he's always been speaking to him directly, I imagine, to translate across the team. Maybe there is 1 or 2 that speak enough English that they can translate it across the rest when required. For NIP, I imagine it's a bit more of a chill chat right now.
Couple more smart.
Thinking about lunch, what comes up for the rest of the day for them, and what they'll do with their afternoon. Prep for GK, no doubt. Fearex, they're focused on the game in front of them, though. Again, 5 rounds in a row needed. They've already had that 1 life they had in this half given over to NIP. There can be no more mistakes.
Mining Dining, around number 8. Mephi going to tease the Kali for this particular round, so that'll be
to be fair, I've been stung by Hobbits too many times. Not just in this series, but I think it's Sonics. They always pick Glaz, Fuse, and something else. I think it's Geo, Grixer, and I think it's Rexton. Always hover troll picks at the start. So I'm like, you know what, guys? Thank you for giving me the discipline to not talk about Hobbits.
10 seconds.
And there we go, changed out.
Rip.
But it is over to that Monty for Arakaze again.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I don't know, man. Don't know. I'm not so bought into the Monty dream that many teams have. I like the Blitz because I think that the rapid attacks we keep on seeing, actually, as we've already seen in this map, it can be very successful. Monty, for me, we just haven't seen the success that justifies the pick rate we've seen.
Yeah, I would largely agree.
I wonder if Fresh Stats have got this, actually. I'll look in a bit if we get, like, a win rate by operator. That'd be interesting.
Definitely want to see the Monty Blitz head-to-head. Well, top 4 to go then for the opening phase of this attacking round for Fearex. So looking to top down clear. Once again, the gridlock has been brought, so there'll be flank watch up for the attack. Music currently inside of shop. He's playing the Goyo. and those canisters can be used to stall out a little bit of time, although they've been cleared pretty efficiently by Theorex. I don't know if that was off the back of shock drone, but either way, good work. He'll still hold his position though, but he'll be facing that Monty in a moment.
I think he's a little bit trapped here as well, to be honest, because you can't. You can see it. He's a little bit trapped here as well because they're blowing up the castle barricade in the window. So now Good Boy's got his angle pinned down as well. You've got the Monty here too. He's getting shot from 2 or 3 different angles. One came all the way across to the other corner of the map as well. So he was well and truly dead to rights. Good little bit of pinch work coming out from Theorex, and doing it inside about 50 seconds or so, well, 60 seconds or so, is an improvement, given it took them 2 minutes to get control of some parts of the map previously.
Okay. From behind.
All right.
On the boost.
Team play, liking it. 2 kills now coming as a result. It's a 5v3. I'll go back to Border. They've lost a 5v3 before. It's not over till the Fat Lady sings. Pino getting picked out as well. This is a pretty remarkable improvement. That timeout trade doing a little bit of wonders for them. The 5v2 is still 80 seconds to play in the round. That is tons of times for Theorex to get this right or mess it up. We'll find out.
I definitely hope it's
Please
not the latter. Well, 5v2 then. 60 seconds on the clock. Psycho can't retake up the stairs. The Hive launcher from the Grim making that impossible at the moment. Otherwise, he'll give away his position. Wizard's trying to play close with his teammates so they can probably combine and maybe go for the retake, but it's going to be challenging. Remove the shock drone, information gain. Wizard able to clear that. It's all about NIP trying to put these attackers on islands and picking them apart for free, but that opportunity does not present itself. Now Wizard will go face to face with Arakaze. Ring caught off guard, but that shield should be enough to clear him. It is, and Fear-X looking far better that time around.
Much better team play overall. I think pretty much every kill they got in that round outside of Good Boys Vertical came from having at least 2 players in proximity, if not 3, and even on one occasion, 4. The way they punished the player inside a Cigar with that Monty at the front, a massive change to what we saw back on round 1 and even across large parts of Border as well. Again, do I believe they can keep that up for 4 rounds in a row? At some point, NIP will figure it out. They'll sit on site and just say, if you want to come at us, fine, we're pretty confident we can win in the executes. Hopefully there's a little bit of creativity still to come. Arakaze hovering, not locking, in the Amaru.
Well, I mean, it would make sense for the objective that will present itself top floor. Multiple avenues the Amaru could take, right? Whitehall, Cocktail Balcony, you could go like direct piano if you're feeling really confident, try to get that quick map control. We saw it from NIP, it was relatively effective. Not only is it just the ability for the Amaru to maybe find a kill or 2, but it's also just the perceived pressure that it can give, especially if as a defensive unit, you don't know exactly where the Amaru entered or where the Amaru was able to sneak into. It just makes it difficult to play around because it's that unknown factor for the defense to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, here as well, you've got to deal with things like... In fact, who was your...
They're off the Amaru. God damn it.
What was the problem? That's why I said hover. They do have the Ostra on side, so a different shield coming on this time around. I was going to ask, of the power defenders at the minute, who is your least favourite?
Least favourite is, you know, I think they're
the most
less
obnoxious
powerful,
to play against,
or...
you hate them, don't want to play against them ever. Because Solus is most people's go-to.
Probably Solus. I know we chatted about it a bit, right? I think it probably discourages the use of pre-placed drones, and especially on a map like Cafe, right, where it's really difficult. For me, that's probably the most frustrating.
It sort of takes away from that information gathering aspect, which is the only interaction attackers can have at the start of a round. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Nice Fenrir.
Yeah.
Just really, in a meta already quite stifling. It's even worse when you're running in and being near sight and you're like, great, we can't do anything about this. I guess I'll just die then.
Well, we'll see if Cons is able to have an impact and juggle those throughout this particular round in combination with the Legion mines as well. I mean, Legion's quite impressive, especially after his most recent buff. Now mechanical, bit of damage. Plenty of them available throughout the round as well, so they can pose a threat. As well as those impacts in hand, which are going to be a great counter for the Ossa. I wasn't particularly convinced by the Ossa use on Border. Could be a different story here, though, if Demic is able to get in a position where he can post up.
I haven't seen tons of it so far. I've seen it picked probably less than 5 times across the competition so far, at least the games that we've worked on, me and Tim, but not seen it used maybe the way that we would have seen it on more specific sites. I think about like Oregon, for example, attacking in towards meeting. It's the go-to one for that one as well. Really good at holding down the stairs and pushing in towards the site itself and getting a plant down. You see it on Cafe down in Kitchen as well sometimes. Not normally the go-to site here to make use of it, but you can get a nice cheeky little planting around one of the mini bars inside a main bar, but it requires getting there in the first place. I'm looking at the diffuser and I'm looking at that shot, pretty naughty, but I'm looking at Mephi being on the south side window. He's hovering over White Corridor on that Ossa right now, watching the window with diffuser in hand to keep an eye on him as well. Demic, where's he working his way over? Where is the Ossa? Top red.
60 seconds, a duel down below. Good boy almost getting another there onto Wizard, who'll want to make his way back up.
Here we go.
The white stairs, Psycho to fall. 50 seconds now on the clock, and Fearx can look to start thinking about that plant now.
Yes, Demic's now got it in hand. They've handed it over to him, so it's with the Ossa. They've got the shield out. They're going down in a second, and surely the plant will follow. No C4 on the downstairs. They have Pino with the impacts. They can get rid of those, but Demic is going in for a plant. Can probably drop the impact over if he wants to. May get rid of the shield, but
they don't
too little, too late, unfortunately. They've got no idea it's going down. You're absolutely right. It's completed. They've got the view across bar here. This looks to be going all Fearx.
Attackers need to protect
Although,
it's the one objective where you should not lose.
they've got Skylight. They surely can't give it away.
Surely not. Not even Fearx. Wizard.
Long angle.
Dash. Taken down. And Mizzy down below. So Fearx will lock in this round. It will be a 3-6 scoreline. Still 3 match points though for NIP. It's a long road ahead for Fearx, but at least the last couple of attacks have been all right. Mizzy to pat the stats. This is the knife. And it's meant to clean it up.
Beautiful. I'm with you on that as well. 3 more match points to play for NIP, and they've got a timeout in back pocket if they want it to, which makes me nervous that it only takes 1 round for you to pull off something a little bit crazy, a little bit unexpected. It can be a jump out, it can be a run out, it can be any kind of aggression in the early round that Fearx aren't expecting to just upset the apple cart and see the game close.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more spawn peeking, especially probably from NIP to try and just disrupt Fearx, because Fearx are the kind of team that are really going to struggle if they lose, especially a key operator earlier. Now, there's plenty of great teams in Siege at the moment that can sometimes recover those kinds of rounds. Unfortunately, Fearx probably not in that boat. I suppose we haven't probably seen, you know, some aggressive plays, whether it be spawn peaks, jump outs, etc. NIP have very much been looking to bunker down on fight. That's also understandable to, you know, some of the other elements of the attacks that Fearx are presenting. But I'd like to see maybe Nip switch it up a bit.
Which is quite funny because whenever we speak about Brazilian Cafe, it's a very aggressive cafe. They love the jump outs, they love the spawn peaks, they love the aggression. And we've seen other teams adopting that, like I mentioned before. I think NA with Sonics especially, I think of. You know, Citizen, hyper-aggressive for 3 rounds. It didn't work out. They had attack timeout, and they recovered to get 5 rounds in a row off the back of that when he was playing on a Fenrir instead. So we do see that aggressive style of Cafe often coming out, but either NIP missed the memo or it's just not really in their wheelhouse to play that way. The number of times that we've seen like 3 players on Fearx just like stacked up on East window, and I'm just like, you know what? That would be a beautiful jump out, but nothing ever of the sort comes even close to happening. It's a little bit crazy. Monty back on side once again. I mean, to be fair, I will give it to them. They worked it really well in the previous round they played the Monty. Obviously not the previous one, but the one before. They did use it excellently. They really bullied it out, got the information onto individual players, isolated members of NIP, and just picked them off one by one in those 2- or 3-way crossfires. It has been a massive improvement since that timeout, but again, I'm always nervous that NIP will just find that 1 round to sneak away through, find a crack in the armor, and completely unravel everything.
Yeah, last time Arakaze getting a really good read in towards Sharp, then Pixel cleared as well. A lot of direct pressure onto the defenders of NIP playing this extension, so we'll see how they respond this time around. Shock drones in play from Rin, so he can make his way forward. Plenty of utility for him to deal with. Kaid Electro Claws, you think about the magnets as well from Pino, probably fortifying his position up above as well, and maybe even a couple of mines from the Fenrir. Doing his due diligence well, making sure he's checking doorways. That's the way to play the Twitch at the moment. And the rest of the attack has been able to closely follow and get a bit of control.
Jumping towards white here. Tuck yourself away safely. Please don't leave arms and shoulders exposed, as we've seen happen so many times in this series. Safely tucked away and back into pushing once again. Sees another one of those green lines tossed down towards the side. They want this wall opened up though, and of course, with the Thatcher on side, it becomes way easier. However, NIP have already made the smart decision and backed way away. That is a low HP Monty and a very dead good boy. As we said, all it would take is 1 round sometimes, and Arakaze is not much longer for this world. Looks like NIP have found the source in this round to get things done. Arakaze is down and out, Monty crushed, and unless Rin and Demic can clutch up something special, NIP should be able to take this.
Oh, no hard bridge for Fearx. They literally did not bring hard bridge. So there's been a disconnect somewhere, I think, for the attack, and I think it's fallen apart now. Finally getting a bit off control, but NIP too aggressive and Rin in 1v4.
Yeah, it all to do, and no chance of doing it. Muzi tearing them apart in that bomb around alongside Pino. Just a cozy game really for NIP. A couple of good rounds there in the second part of it, and a tackling in Cafe as well. Who'd have thought? But the same story carries through. Some signs of promise, close at least in the first map, but no cigar for an APAC team.
Well, it was a difficult start for NIP. They got the two most difficult teams in the group, admittedly. They got off to a slow start, but they're the kind of team that will build into the tournament. So this will be a nice boost for them. 4 points, unfortunate though, for FearX now at risk of elimination. It's probably going to come down to that GK head-to-head.
Not much else they can really do, unfortunately, is there? I think they've got to play against DZ tomorrow. Ooh, that's going to be rough because DZ are looking pretty good as well. Not infallible, but pretty damn good. And so that it may well come down to GK, assuming, of course, that GK don't do something special tomorrow against NIP.
It just hurts. It hurts every single time seeing FearX. And you think about even like that last round just in isolation, right? They bring the Thatcher. Where's the hard breach? Where's the follow-up? Where's the rest of the pressure? Where's the connect for that particular point? It didn't come into fruition. And I think, they did an okay job to continue to fight, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end.
Fortunately, it was not. NIP take the 2-0. Let's get over to the Destos. I'm sure they've got a fair few things to talk about from that game.
Thank you so much, Des and Gus. And indeed, NIP managed to get their first win on the board, and it's going to be full points because they didn't go to OT. And they got it in a clean 2-0, and this is exactly what we said they needed to get their morale going.
It just must be so relieving to be on NIP's side, to be able to be a little more comfortable. And unfortunately, there's one favorite for that bottom spot that's slowly forming out, but there's still a lot of time, I guess. 2 more days.
There is time, and we talked about the whole trust the process thing as well. I think that would be a really important thing because we were talking about it earlier, right? The communication might be a thing, but it seems like there are sparks of good things coming up from FearX. We just need to probably give them a little bit more time with this new iteration of the roster and support stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're bringing up communication actually, and something really interesting that we noticed while we were sitting here when it comes to the languages used for that.
Yeah, it's quite silly because I don't think I realized it until we got here and we started listening to the players. Like, oh yeah, well, these guys obviously speak Korean to each other, and then their coach is from Brazil, and I'm pretty sure he's not fluent in Korean. Otherwise, maybe I missed something there. But that must be really difficult, trying to guide your players while you can't even hear what they're talking about.
Yep, and I think like for the NIP side of things, it started off a little quiet, but as they were getting stuck into these rounds, it was a little bit more. I mean, we had someone do like the wolf howl once they had just finished, so they're definitely in a great mood.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with them is they are a big momentum team, so once the ball started rolling on their side, they just got stronger and stronger.
Yep. Thank you so much for joining. Hello, congratulations on the win. The first one here at SI, full points as well. Are you feeling relieved?
Not yet, not yet. We had a really bad start of the tournament. We felt that we couldn't play on stage the same way that we were playing on scrims. Like, hopefully we could make it here 2-0. We will see get 2-0 for the next game as well, so we can have a good qualification and a little bit of a redeem for the bad games that we had before. And have a better tournament ahead.
Of course. One of the things I want to commend you on is the way you guys have been able to pretty much dominate in the opening kills. Was that something you guys were working on for this event specifically, just getting in there, getting a pick?
Yeah, we had last year good opening kills as well. We had on the other games a couple ones, good ones as well, but we trolled and gave up the edge that we had in the round, so we gave G2 and Dark Zero the possibility to come back in such a way that we shouldn't do. It shouldn't happen even in scrims, especially in SI. We talked a lot about that, we cannot lose, pick up this 5v4 and lose in a way that will be brought into 3v2 against us. We have to use that advantage to snowball around.
Yeah.
And that was something that we talked a lot for this game especially, because we knew that if we managed to do this, it will be a good match for us.
Absolutely. We saw that too. When you guys were up in a 2v5, you guys, especially on border, you were taking the whole round. Even if you had 2 minutes, you were really just going slow. And obviously that was because of the other games, right?
Yeah, 100%. We knew that if you can give us the opportunity to snowball that advantage, we are a team that we did this really, really well last tournament. So we were messing up that step, and we corrected for today.
Yep, and going forward as well, you still have GK to play in the group. They have shown really great signs of life against Dark Zero. Are you worried about that matchup? Is there anything particular that you think you need to prep for that team?
Yeah, I already played against them in other tournaments. They are a very aggressive team. They have very good individual skills as well. So we have to look up for those aggressive, those plays that we are not used to see a lot. And if we manage to control that, we should be fine.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your interview. And again, congratulations on that win. You guys very much worked very hard for it. We appreciate it. So we're going to be heading back over to give you guys an insight in terms of how this game actually played out. Now, when we were looking at this map, particularly Fox, we said, okay, well, FairX could potentially come out swinging. They could have worked on a couple of things from that first map. There's always going to be a chance, but this felt like a very, very dominant one from the side of NIP. A couple of step-ups, though.
Absolutely. I mean, we were very impressed with how FairX was playing, but when it came to a map like Cafe, it's a lot more claustrophobic, like we talked about beforehand. It's a lot smaller areas. There's not a lot to play with, so they really were kind of put in an icebox, and we saw NIP doing a lot of just posting up on the windows, pushing the FairX members to move around, and obviously there was some good heroics on the side of FairX, the amazing start round 1v3, but unfortunately, heroics, it wasn't the name of the game. The name of the game was just consistency, and I think all the way through NIP, as T-Chup said, they were really focusing on not just the first round, but the end of round.
Yeah, but also in regards to performance from each individual player, right? We talked about, for example, Cons being a main factor of this team for the first few games, even though his team not really stepping up besides it. But if you look at the kills at the moment, or the kills that everyone was getting, it felt like it was way more balanced, really helping out in that regards as well. There's moments where certain individual players really stepped up. I mean, you mentioned, of course, like the 1v3 from Arakaze in the first round, but that would happen on the side of NIP as well. They would obviously get similar situations like that. I also think that there were still opening deaths on the side of NIP. Or sorry, NIP would get the opening kills, but this time around on this map, it felt like FairX was able to get way little refrags off of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, same from the last map. NIP was getting 8 opening kills, but just the last map, FairX had 5 trades. They only had 1 trade. So unfortunately, the team play wasn't there. It was almost like they were just too far away from each other, too isolated to be able to get those trades back. So NIP was just really able to get those picks, especially from the windows on attack, and just play very safe and then take that extra time like they wanted to secure the end of the round.
Yeah, you already touched upon heroics a little bit, and in terms of players that have really popped off, and you had a particular one that you wanted to show us and highlight because it was just such a what is going on moment, so please do take it.
Yeah, something similar I guess happened on the first map, right? But Wizards' performance here was absolutely amazing. Just to get that 1v2, especially when FairX have top 4 control, this looks like an ideal situation for them to get the plant down. You should be able to hold that player, swing it from behind the couches, and they were unable to do so. Wizard gets away with that, gets the kill on the person that was actually putting the diffuser down. Maybe this is where communication isn't 100% correct yet, because if you are putting that diffuser down, then there's someone above you, that person should tell you, I got you. Get that plan down.
Absolutely.
Don't stop planting. Don't get up and like swing the guy. Maybe that's some things that are missing still on the side of FairX, but of course Wizard was able to capitalize perfectly off of that.
Absolutely. They just had no information on Wizard, and we saw Arakaze kind of make the leap over the balcony to try and come to his teammates' assistance. But unfortunately, like you said, he got up out of his own safe position to plant and just kind of gave the 1v1 to Wizard. And a player like that, everybody on NIP was shooting today. So obviously they capitalized on that mistake.
Yeah, so we've seen NIP show glimpses of what we expect to see from them. We heard it as well from their coach. They are looking to make back that run in terms of some of the losses that they already suffered against G2 and Dark Zero. But so to say, G2 and Dark Zero considered potentially the strongest one in this group as well. So they didn't really have the easiest start coming into this. But for FairX, NIP, as you put it earlier today, they were like the wounded team that you could potentially easily take down this time around, Fox, but that didn't work out for FairX. So what's left for them in the group?
I mean, that's a great question. I mean, you know, I'm sitting here trying to think of some valuable traits, and I do want to say I was very impressed with how FairX played on the first map. It looked like they did do their preparation, and I'll say, through the history of their team, having a coach from Brazil, the structure was definitely there, and it looked like they had an absolute more understanding of international play. But obviously, like we talked about in the pre-show, the scrim practice back in APAC isn't as strong as other regions. So maybe with a little more time and a few more games, I could definitely see them potentially getting away with a couple more points, I'd say. Maybe, if they're lucky.
If they're okay, you sound so confident. Okay, I like that. Well, in terms of confidence, there was a lot of it during this game, and a lot of players showed up to play. So let's have a look at the intel play of the game. In terms of this was Mephi, and it was a beautiful one.
It was a beautiful one. I really, really like this play. It was so explosive. The thing that you talked about, right, with that Brazilian influx coming in, those really aggressive plays, bringing out that Amara, and it worked wonderful for FairX, but unfortunately for them, I'm gonna have to add a slight negative to this because
womp womp.
magical. Magical, amazing play, and then they started to do the exact same the next round, like copy-pasted. NIP is probably going to expect that to happen.
No, you're right. There wasn't really much transition in the way that they played. It looked like they came with their ideas set on how they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
But when it came to the adaptation aspect, I don't think they were there yet. But it is absolutely phenomenal to see plays like that thrive and work out. But obviously, you can't do the same thing twice against a team that's been around the block. They've been playing in these major tournaments for a while. So, you know.
I know indeed. I mean, that was the first game of today here on the A stream, but the B stream has action going on as well. So if you need a little reminder, Wolves Esports just took down D+ Kia in a clean 2-0. Congrats to them because they've been doing really well in their group individually. We're then looking at Group A, which is going to be the next matchup here. G2 Esports up against GK Esports. Pretty same names. And for the B stream, we have Bliss up against Space Station Gaming. I mean, from both of these games, I know that G2 against GK is a really important game for that Group A because this could solidify G2's position in terms of that first seed coming out. But GK as well, we saw them do really, really well against Dark Zero. So looking forward to see whether or not they had that mental reset because they did have a day off.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a good matchup when it comes to. I really wanted to highlight too on the next matchup that's coming up on the B stream, the Bliss SSG. I think that's probably going to be a very close game to decide. Wolves is slowly climbing forward in the pack, and I think this will be a good even playing ground to see how Bliss matches up to SSG, especially with how Bliss was showing yesterday.
And with how good SSG have been showing themselves, right? I mean, can they keep up that consistent performance?
Absolutely.
And whether Bliss indeed, because they brought it pretty close, you could say, to Wolves. Of course, with the structure of that group as well, they have their match against D+, who's currently at the bottom of the group at the very final play. So if they want to make sure they give themselves a bit of a safety net to not have it depend on that final day, they might try and get a few points against SSG.
Realistically, when we're looking at Bliss and SSG, do you guys feel comfortable throwing in predictions of how you think or expect it to be going?
It's going to be a very tight matchup just because of how both teams have been shaping up. Both teams looked good against Wolves. Wolves just looked a little more structured. Okay. So them playing against each other will honestly be very unpredictable. I'd imagine there'd be a lot of aggression from both teams. And I want to say that Bliss is shaping up well to play against SSG, but I know after SSG's win yesterday against FaZe, I think they'll probably take a little bit of the edge against Bliss, especially that blind confidence, you know, playing against an OCE team for them. So,
well, you heard it here first. Make sure that you tune into both streams at the same time. And if you don't have two monitors, you're a one monitor, Andy. That's okay. You can pick and choose. Thank you guys so much. We're going to head off to a little break, and we'll be back with G2 up against GK.
I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
Not a single mistake can be afforded! Doki finds a triple kill!
I would say my main role is focused on getting the first engagement. Super aggressive, super in your face. I actually do play literally everything. I can kind of do it all. In G2 Esports R6, you have Alamal, who is our captain in IGL. He is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
You're gonna crumble! That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay?
He's always like energetic.
Alamal looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage!
He plays flex, plays literally everything, so really flexible, and he's one of the best players in the game. And then we have Virtue, Jake. He is our second support. Again, like flex, plays type of everything.
Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Renshiro.
He is kind of like the dad, I guess, of the team. He's the oldest. Everyone looks up to him as that kind of father figure in the team. We then have Benjamaster. He is like entry fragger, but again plays everything type of role. Like he plays whatever you need him to.
Benjamaster, the Dane, holds on, falls back, repeats, finds one.
He manages to do things that aren't explainable, like you can't replicate. He is the best player in the game, and I'll happily say that. We then have Uno. Alexei, he's our newest member of the team, but he's kind of like the backbone of the team like right now.
KZ has pulled off not quite the impossible, but a bit of a worker got there. Can't get the next, and G2 will take round 1.
He's adapted to the roles really well, and he helps out Alamau with IGL and the shot calling a lot. Everyone that goes to Invitational, right, of course you want to win it, right, but not one team in the world can go there and be like, oh, I'm gonna win it. And if people say that, then they're lying. Everyone can now do everything if needed. Like all my teammates I love to bits, like they're my brothers pretty much.
3, 2, 1.
I'm Citizen, I play for Sonics, and I'm a flex. Past years the team looks good, but like it could be way better. Obviously last invite wasn't too good for us, but got top 4 of the majors, so hopefully like if we can find our way of playing and play together and play right, we should go far in this tournament. Well, we're in Group D, so we've got like 3 APAC teams, and then playing Los would be good because they got top 4 of the last major, but also I like to play like W7 and G2 because I feel like it'll be a fun game to play. Yeah, so we play Scars, so I think to expect is just a crazy match because they're crazy people, so we just got to expect the unexpected and come prepared for it. Scars, we beat you before, we're ready again, we're ready for your craziness, so watch out, we've got Ambi now. He's a bit stupid, a bit more stupid than Gunnar, but he's also smart with the plays that he does. Be prepared, you're not ready for him.
My name is David Iconic Ifadon. I play for M80, and I'm the IGL Flex. I feel like one of the biggest events for the fans was in Brazil. So, you know, to have the biggest tournament here with probably like one of the best fan bases in Siege is really amazing. So just getting the opportunity to come here and compete with, you know, just a community and culture that really loves Siege it's amazing. I want to play all the teams. I feel like we have a really good group. So, you know, I love playing just the best teams. You know, I feel like it's always the funnest matchup playing against the best players in the world. And it's just going to be a battle, so I'm excited to take some souls. We play W7M first, you know. They're an extremely talented team, so, you know, we're going to prep them hard and we're going to come ready to play. W7M, I feel like talk is cheap, so, you know, I'm going to show up on the game day. I'm going to be talking to you guys, so it's going to be a fun match, so I hope you guys come prepared.
Hello everyone and welcome back to SI Day 3 2024 live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. The second game of the day is on the way and we had G2 up against GK. This is going to be an interesting one. Another battle in this Group A which has been slowly but surely shaping up to be in favor of G2.
Absolutely. I mean, especially if G2 get another 2 under their belt, it's going to be pretty hard for any of the other teams to catch up against them.
Yeah, the good thing about this is technically it is a rematch as well, because these two teams played against each other at Atlanta in a best of one, so that's going to be different territory for them for this time around. But last time around, it was a 7-5 victory for G2 on Skyscraper, so that indicates that even that means that this might be a very close best of 3, considering that in that initial best of 1 it was pretty close as well. Yeah,
although we were looking at the attacking win rates for both of these teams being fairly equally matched, it was really the defensive win rate from the side of GK that I was a little worried about, because it was 84% for G2 and 44% for GK.
Well, I mean, I think that's mainly because G2 is very good individually, and especially on defense when you're put into positions where you have to kind of make plays. They have playmakers on the team.
All right. Well, G2, however, is a team that has been very confident, and we've seen that on the server. So let's check in with them to see what they have to say ahead of SI.
I'm Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports. I'm feeling confident about the team. I think we've had a little bit of a bumpy road leading up to the tournament, but I think when the tournament starts and the games start, like, that's where we perform the best, and I have faith and confidence in all my teammates and in myself. So yeah, no problems. I think we're going to do good. So this year we open up the tournament against NIP. They're a really experienced team, and I think they're one of the best teams in Brazil. So yeah, it's going to be, you know, it's better kick it off with a good game than some boring game. So yeah, you guys have been here before and you've done well, you've achieved the hammer, but ever since then, I haven't really seen you guys. So I think it's time to take a step back and let the real champions show you how to play Siege.
A bit of trash talk ahead of their game against NIP. That one did indeed go in their favor, so very much well placed. Looking at the roster though, however, from the side of G2, it does feel like they have found all their missing pieces. They've gelled together incredibly well. Benja has now been on the roster for longer than 30 days. Yay! And it's going great.
Absolutely, especially now that Benja's getting a little more comfortable. He is leading the team. He is currently the second best rated player in the tournament. He has a plus 18 kills. He has an 11-3 opening kills. I mean, he's been doing so much for G2 in the aspects of finding the opening kills, being that pinpoint the first guy that everyone has to go through. But not just that, every member on G2 is currently with a positive KD.
That's really important, of course, but yeah, I mean, Doki mentioned in the interview, right, the fact that they had this really bumpy road coming into SI due to multiple different factors, but also the South breach. I mean, we can't just deny that it really was lacking on some kind of the fundamentals, and that seems to be going a lot better for them so far in this tournament. You know, making sure you work out your 2v1 with your body system, things like that. The teamwork, communication definitely seems to be a lot better, and that is definitely promising, considering they're the team that I think has lost the least amount of rounds so far in this tournament.
Yeah, you know what else is promising? GK Esports and how they've been performing so far at SI. They went up against Dark Zero, and I think that went incredibly well. They showed really great glimpses of what they're able to do. But also, ahead of SI, we had a word with them as well, so let's hear.
My name is Noodle. I play for GK Esports, and I'm an entry fragger. Well, after a failed stage 1 from GK, not qualifying for the Copenhagen Major, I was brought in for stage 2. We managed to qualify for Atlanta and made a very good run at it, which helped us qualify for SI, which was obviously a dream come true for everyone playing at such a prestigious event in Siege. I think we've got a different sort of approach towards the preparation now. We had a lot more time than we did for the Major, so I think with the prep we've had, we should be able to rock some teams again like we did at the Major. In our first game, we're going to be playing against Dark Zero, which is one of the teams I'm looking forward to playing. I'm excited to see what Nath brings to Dark Zero as their new pickup, and obviously Bolo is just an upgrade to the players that they had. And Dark Zero, Nath, you'll be going back to Europe after this match.
Oh, okay, I like that. I mean, unfortunately, that Dark Zero game didn't necessarily go completely in their favor, but they did get a point. They did get a point. You gotta give it to them.
Yeah, but it's also because you have to think about the whole structure of that matchup in the beginning, right? I mean, Noodle's played an SI before, but apart from that, for everyone else, it is their first SI. To go up against someone that's already played 8 of them, that is definitely going to be a difficult one. And now you're going to play against the former SI champion. So they've not been given the most easy matchups to start out with so far in this tournament, but You gotta love the hype. Sorry, I gotta appreciate that as well. Just they seem ready for it. But also, I think that's what we saw in that DZ game, right? You saw that they had a little bit of nerves maybe in the beginning, but you could see it on the players' faces. As soon as things started to go their way, there was a lot more ease. Shot calling, eye-gelling seems to be pretty decent if you're listening to the players as well. We spoke to Null, he's taken a main lead into that as well. The shot calling from other players, but communication definitely seems to be good, and that might be because they had more preparation time.
Absolutely, and the way that they talked about their interesting style of just playing the game, I really love the way that they play. It almost as there's two different teams within the team. They have Noodle, Hashom, and Seriously, who are pretty much the front line of the way that they try to position away around the map. But the biggest highlight to these guys is their supporting line. Key and Trixid.
I mean, they're putting on a show.
Yeah, the G2 guys couldn't let just somebody yell out at them. You know, they got to yell back. But that being said, I think the biggest thing to note with GK is they do have two different teams. I think that's the biggest issue right now is the front line is going very fast, where the back line is just lagging a little behind.
Yeah, and with the map video as well coming through, we'll be exactly knowing where we'll be heading over to Oregon, Chalet, as well as Consulate. In terms of the maps that we've seen already from both of these teams, I'm not too worried, but I think it's going to be an exciting one.
I'm very interested with the Oregon pick out of G2. I mean, there's a saying that, at least in North America, that you never want to take a team that you think you're better than to Oregon because it's such a simple map.
Oh, that's why I call it Oregon.
Yeah, just because it's been played so long, it's been beaten to death. Everybody knows how to play it. I mean, if there's a team that will bring some new additions to it, it'll probably be GK. But Chalet doesn't surprise me. I mean, both very aggressive maps. So it'll be interesting to see how GK plays Oregon and how G2 handles it.
There's very good reason as to why GK would pick a map like Chalet, for example. I mean, they have played on it themselves. It was a map that they brought it really close to Dark Zero on 5-7 loss, unfortunately, but still, you won quite a few rounds and you brought it really close. And then for G2, of course, they played this map as well, but they did suffer a loss against what is considered the Into the Breach Academy roster during that South Breach tournament. So there is a lot of information, but we've also seen that G2 has had rocky roads on that map.
Yeah, but also when we spoke to Doki post their first win here, that he did mention at that South Breach tournament, they had no warm-up. It was 3 weeks Christmas break. They just come in rolling straight ahead. But it did kind of bear their fundamentals and potentially how that's not gelling. But we've seen them do better here at SI.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much just because when it comes to effort, I mean, the team from G2 obviously need some type of weight or something to matter for them to put a little more of that effort into the game.
Yeah, and when we're looking at GK, this is something that you already particularly touched upon a little bit in terms of the style and the way that they want to play Siege. Does it sometimes come across in terms that they're lacking structure, maybe a game plan, which when you're going up against a team like G2 could be really scary?
Could very much be scary indeed. I mean, we talked about the fundamentals of G2 being really good, so even if they switch up different playstyles, they still have that very good baseline that they can go off of. Whereas if you are, for example, GK, they now had more time to prepare for this tournament. Communication seems to be really good. It's just that I hope that they continue to play the way they did against DZ, where they do push into their faces.
I agree. I also think the biggest threat towards GK is we talked about how good G2 was at finding those opening kills, how they were good on defense, just being able to pull just rounds out of thin air. And I think the biggest issue that we talked about is the back line and the front line. And I think G2 is so good on the roam that they're able to exploit the fact that the back line is a little too far away from the front line. So they're able to capitalize, I guess, on the misinformation or the lack of connectivity from GK.
Well, the first map is going to show a lot for both of these teams, so let's head straight into the action with our casters for GK up against G2.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the casting desk. My name is Stokes, and as you guys know, this is Pangu. Pangy, how you feeling today, man? It's our first time casting together.
I was gonna say, it's pretty exciting, and I know whenever you're casting a game like a team like G2, rather, always exciting as well. So I'm happy that we get to pair up with another good team. It'll be a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a lot of good maps on the docket here too, Nick. We're starting off on Oregon, a classic in Rainbow Six Siege.
I mean, this takes us back, and you know, any team can play this, we tend to say. So I have this mentality that if you are a good team, you don't want to go against quote-unquote weaker teams on this. It's a 50-50. Anyone can beat anybody. Yesterday, we saw Bleed take down W7M in overtime on Oregon. So I have a little bit of fear for G2 because they picked this map. That means they will go on the attacking side first, and that can be troublesome given the current meta being very defender favored.
Absolutely. Oregon's currently sitting in the middle of the map pool right now with 4 plays, 59% overall defense. defensive win rate, Nick. We've only had 2 rounds on Kitchen Dining, no wins for that one. Meeting Hall and Kitchen have 8, Dorms Kids 12, and Laundry Supply 19. Dorms Kids actually the most winningest site right now, and it's 75%. Not a big shocker there.
No, not at all. And the big question is, how do these teams want to shape up? Well, it comes down to the operator ban phase. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you?
No, I mean, you can prepare for a lot of things, right? But an Ash ban, that's like a smack in the face saying, oh, we know that you guys are going to get cheeky with this. We're going to shut it down immediately. And you're also showing a bit of disrespect in the process. One thing the teams do when they prep for these games is that you're going to go, okay, they're probably going to ban these 2 operators, and then we're going to ban these 2 operators. That's the expected outcome. When you do like an Ash into a My ban, you might throw your enemy a bit of a curveball. They have to problem solve now on the fly with not much time left to change up every single defensive round and maybe even most of their attacking rounds as well.
Absolutely. This feels very pointed towards Noodle as well because he's been playing quite aggressive on a couple of these operators. His main man is not Ash. It's been Finka throughout a lot of his offensive sets and playing a little bit of Tuber out on the back end of things. So we'll have to see what his adjustments are going to be. They will have access to Tubi here, so we'll see if they want to try and bring that inside the lineup. Obviously, GK is going to be starting things off on defense here. Not going to see it the very first time, though, as we are going to head down into the basement for the very first round.
Big surprise, right? You can start on all 4 bomb sites. Where are you going? Let's go basement. Feeling risky today, are we? One of the strongest bomb sites in the majority of the map pool, I would argue, right now in the current given meta. It is as stable as it gets. You're playing close together, about the crossfires, and for the attack inside, you don't have that many ways to enter the bomb site. You have the stairs from Big Tower. You have the big double door, it's from blue, go into like construction. Then you got your freezer stairs and lobby stairs. That's really it. You can drop the meeting hatch, but usually you remember the C4 or people holding that angle ready for you. So this will really check G2 right now on their fundamentals. They gotta drone the map out, clear out the whole roam game, and then figure out a weakness on the bomb site and strike it accordingly.
Yeah, E-Box can quickly become Killbox in a matter of moments there, especially those nitro cells pouring in. And we've seen a lot of different things used in those moments, especially things like smoke as well. So we get that nice fly-through on the front end of the building. It's going to be Benjamaster, who currently, Nick, sits at the top of the player pool here at SI. He's playing fantastic as well. So you guys have a good memory. You remember last SI, he was actually our MVP. He was 3rd overall, I do believe, in his play. But as of right now, he's sitting in a nice 1.39. So we'll see if they can continue that. With a nice find here in elbow. And they're getting aggro. Is there any assistance here? Doesn't seem like they have too much. It's actually going to be Geeke that come out on top of the heap.
Bit surprising there. Normally we see teams take it slow and do like a 3-2-1 countdown, but Dogi saw an opportunity, only got one, then got taken down. But the bigger issue here is that Uno fell in the midst of that as well. So it's a 2-for-1 trade, favoring the defensive side. And now when they're 3 versus 4, attackers have even less places to attack from, and they're going to be even more predictable. This is not a great start for G2, but we know them. They like to disrespect their opponent. If Doki had gotten away with that, getting both kills, that's like a big, hey, you guys kind of suck.
Absolutely. And a little bit of a double down there from Uno, but a required, stretch there to try and even things out. Just didn't exactly go their way. They're definitely going to be missing out on those Rotero drones a little bit, but they can't try and figure out down the line. But just found a couple of people over here on the construction side. They want to try and address this now with Alamau in tow.
They're in both corners, left and right. Bench is not ready for this. He runs away, though. Oh! Surprise. But they get the trade now, 2-for-2. Things are equally tied up once more.
Alamau, no calls, so we'll be able to assist from that. Seriously, it's a nice little spot here inside of Pillar. Knows one's around the space. Shot sent his way. Does still have Virtue over top on E-Box, but that Fear Gas is going to start to get to him as a knockout Fenrir's gadget. Do know that guy's still around Pillar, and seriously, can he get the last? He can! A nice shot at the 416C. Geeke start on top.
And we might know the big names like Alamau, Uno, Doki, Virtue, and Benjamaster, but if you want to look at a star performer right now in this server, it is seriously. He has been on an absolute heater so far in this tournament, and like individually finding those kills, smart decision making, super accurate in those gunfights. And GK, they start all this tournament up against Dark Zero, where they did have to go all the way to a third map, and they almost also took DC to overtime on the map that they did lose against them on Chalet. So GK might not be the biggest name around the block right now, but they are building them a name for themselves, a brand, and of course, teams are not underestimating them because they know they are a real deal.
Yeah, they can, and here's the big thing, right? They can shoot straight.
They certainly can.
And it's on full display right there. G2, that whole strategy, Nick, was we want to go pound for pound, gunfight for gunfight, fist for fist, and see what happens. And hey, sometimes it just doesn't go the way that you exactly want it to. We are going to have a little bit of an adjustment here in the lineup from G2. Benji's going to bring in the Blackbeard. We've been seeing more play out of this operator, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. D2 might have the highest pick rate on Blackbeard arguably this tournament so far. I mean, and it's just like, I can't tell they're trolling, if they're serious, if they're bored, you know, because like, how often do you want to play Blackbeard and actually make it work? It's frustrating, and typically people do not play this operator on land build because, you know, you have a shield that blocks bullets, but the server is so quick, so precise with 0 ping because we're on land. That shield doesn't protect you as much as online play, but still, there are certain positions where Blackbeard will shine. On a window rappel, on a crouch angle, etc. where you can, you know, protect yourself, you know, most of your body, so to speak. And when you're somebody like Benjamaster with a very quick reaction time, you will often win that gunfight just because you can survive one headshot and they can't.
Exactly. Got to protect the important bits. Especially your head in Rainbow Six Siege. That one-shot headshot, man, it's nothing to trifle with. Benja, considering that. Love the window repel here, Nick. He's going to hold things across game. If anybody wants to try and flirt with this, they're more than likely dead. He hasn't even opened up the window yet, so they have no idea what's going on here. They have some adjustments coming over on the far side. Going to be applying a couple Kiba barriers, but the Rotero drones will be good for that.
Yeah, and D2 are so quick here. Already like destroying most of the self-destruction below, joining the bomb site. When Benji gets the call on the red ping, which he got right there, he'll punch the window, cut off the bomb site, sort of in half, but the Kiba barrier is going to block his line of sight. And there we saw the shield tanking those bullets.
Saving his life right there, as those could have been the deciding factor for that cross angle for G2. They're going to start to open things up on the dorm side. I really like these angles that Alamau is adapting into the strategy here, making it really difficult for Seriously to try and persist. Alamau's actually going to find one as well, so Shome will go down, so those Kiba barriers now to the wayside. But you're going to continue to occupy this, and that SR-25, Nick, even if he doesn't get the headshot, can just do some damage.
Yeah, we got to see here, G2, they're waiting for the move in right now. Doki and Uno together on the big window, but that trade right there, that might be the telltale sign. They got to go soon because things are falling apart for the defense here.
You have to watch these stuns in the smoke, so they try and play these too aggressively here. Seriously could make a big play. That's really what they have in their pocket. He's stuck at the back here. Alamau was dealt with down low, but they still have all of these angles that could be adopted in once again. And it looks like they're going to try and go for that, and Virtue with a nice find. He'll take out Seriously. Noodle's blind inside a pit. Can't see too much. He'll find the first one, though, as they won't hop in time. And Benja, he's saved by the shield. Like you said, Nick, sometimes all you need is just for it to stop that one round. Yep. That's all it took.
That really is it. Both shields getting high value from Benjamaster, and the impressive part here is just how quickly G2 were able to get into the building and set things up. And that's likely because there's no solos in active play right now for GK, so the prep drones right now in the prep phase are getting so much intel. This area is clear, that area is clear. Alamau sprint on him with the box, start tearing that floor apart, and while he does that, the rest of G2, they set up outside the building, holding down the flank spot on white stairs, Benji on the window rappel, 2 people big window, and they have everything that they care about on lockdown. Yeah, there's nobody in big tower or attic necessarily, but they don't need that. They don't care about that. They got like a small portion of the map, and it was a very surgical, precise attacking round.
Yeah, but what else would you expect of the G2? They always hit those very pivotal spots around the map, and they're going to try and garner as much control of those as possible, and abuse it to the fullest extent. That's exactly what we saw. Alamau opens the entirety of the ceiling of kitchen right up into dorms, and yeah, he only gets one and gets traded out, but that allows them to readjust things and put some other players down there because his job's already done. Yeah. So very well thought out from G2. They're practically making dorms unplayable in that position.
No, exactly. It's not even just about getting the kills, but about limiting mobility of the opponent. With Benji on window rappel and the floor being broken inside of Kid's dorms, you as a defender just don't have a lot of playable positions any longer. You're being pushed further back in towards the bomb side. What's a bigger surprise than that, though, is that they're going straight back to Kid's dorms despite losing, and G2 will do this classic thing of, well, what we did last round worked, and now they're gonna like be ready for it. So let's change the entire attack and approach. We see Doki in 20 seconds inside a big tower, taking good map control, sprinting down the staircase, and again asserting dominance. Trix is on the Solus, but now because G2 is so spread out apart the entire map now, Solus doesn't get to roam around for free.
Yeah, and this is what we always highlight when it comes to our top echelon teams in Rainbow Six Siege. Their ability to deal with a site in multiple different avenues. Sometimes starting off with a certain look and then finishing somewhere else. Just really never know how things are going to go, and that's why that info game is so very important for both respective sides. Trix, trying to work his way here into Classroom. The beauty of Solus, Pengi, is that you can always check on those drones in case somebody's around you. So, able to flirt with death a little bit more than others might be capable of.
Well, let's see if Benja has the game sense here, because if you want to... Oh, he's not going to walk into the lobby outside. If you walk into the lobby door, don't take your clothes left in the schoolroom, then all of a sudden you might just die. But he's going to go on the balcony instead. Of course, his priority right now is holding that feet angle below the doorway, for trophy and then see if they can breach that master bedroom closet wall later on. But has shown this aggressive hold into Armory. Will give it up. It seems like GK, when the pressure gets applied to them, they often will fall back rather than fight it out. So they're giving up some map control here for free.
Okay. Doki's actually been down all the way over in T2 of Big Tower. Not gonna get confirmed though, seriously, sends some shots down range, but most definitely not going to find his target. A blood trail over to Doki as Uno's waiting somebody to try and hit this flank, but doesn't have to worry too much as everybody's actually over in sight minus Trix. He's going to potentially try and work his way up Armory here. Oh, this cross, the Candela out. Well, he did not know Trix was there. It definitely messed with him quite a bit on that rotation.
But they have no idea, so Trix, the right timing, could easily get a free pick into Armory, but he has to make a smart decision here. If you start shooting too early, use an impact when he's going to give it away, but look at this. He's crossed, he has no idea that the pass is crosshair.
A little antsy on this one. He's going to try and swing it, but a nice find from Benja. Didn't get him initially there as he did hop up top, but able to find him later on in the round instead. And a great discovery from him on that flank. 3 remain for GK now. Salam out. Make sure that he can assist with this Dorms play here. Benja doing his damnedest to try and lock things up over on White. Alamau find another one. Noodle's been forced back inside of Dorms. Does still have that assistance on White stairs, and Nishon will at least find one, but the plant's going to go off. And this post plant is looking pretty difficult for Geekeg. Nishon now and has to try and swing through. Lots of shots on, but it's going to tag Noodle. Alamau for the last as well, and G2 looking indomitable in these last 2 rounds.
I mean, the best teams in the world, what they can do is they can change between... Don't keep it a bit surprised there about the health bars or something, I'm not sure.
He's a little disappointed about how that ended up going down there on that OHP fight. We'll have to get a bit of a look back at that. Actually, we don't even get it. We just get the execution here. Doki died too early. Try a little harder next time, Doki Stomp. Beautiful find there from Alamau. That's a sneaky corner, isn't it?
No, it is. It's a very deep corner indeed. I was going to say the best teams in the world, they can change between different attacking styles on the fly. First round, on the Kid Storm's attack, it was D2 with like 4 or 5 people doing the same very similar push, all working towards that big window entry point with the vert control, of course. And this time, they're playing big window, they're playing master bedroom, they're playing big tower. They're completely rotating around the building. It's pretty much a good example of like the old style of Siege being 5-4 people on one side of the map doing very little versus the new style of Siege, which is called Split Theory, where
blah, 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 split theory, blah, blah, blah.
I hate that term actually, right? Because why is it a theory, right?
Yeah,
but the split play style, it's like you're very much in very different positions, more isolated, more alone. That's why we saw on some parts of the map there were no trades for G2, but then what their main point was the attic entry. Uno and Anima was there to help one another. So you have a lot of single elements, and then you have like one group together that's gonna be like diffuser carrier, and of course the guy helping out.
Absolutely. Well, the key thing is when you consider this as well is it's all about value. Value in the positioning of the map, value in what you're losing and garnering from your opposing team. And if those things balance out in your favor, even if you're losing bodies, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So that's really what that's based on. As long as you can try and maintain those nice crosses or get somebody to make an improper move. They might have gotten a pick earlier, but if you get 2, right back on the other foot. Alamau, he's feeling himself right now. Team captain for G2. Getting a little overzealous there for a split second, but really anything dealt to him. That was just the first Logi bomb. Kind of like the aggressive look off of that.
Yeah, it's right now it's about limit testing, right? How fast and how far can we go before we're met with some sort of fire back or some map presence? And again, it just means D2, they get full room clear within a minute. And I usually say, commentating these games, okay, if you start breaching those hatches about 1 minute 45 seconds, you're going pretty quick here in Oregon. The only thing is, while D2 has a lot of map control, they have no heart breach. So they're in the building, but they can't do much with that due to the operator lineup. There's no can opener, secondary heartbreach gadget, so this will be a brute force of a round, and usually would expect a Monty, something to help you get down a staircase, get in towards the bomb site. G2 also do not have a shield operator, so they gotta do the 5v5 pure gun fracking capability here because they don't have many tools to work with.
Seems like they want to try and set up a few angles here for the stairwells. Potentially, maybe down the line, get some freezer control. To see about that one, but for all intents and purposes, this does rest on the morals of virtue.
I'm not sure if they messed up. I mean, there's no way you attack basement without a heart breach, right? Of any capabilities. It's like surely somebody forgot something.
Hey man, I'm just a caster. All right.
You know what? I'm gonna DM Doki. I'll just be like, Doki, did you intend to not have any heartbreaks? And if he says yes, I'm gonna be like, classic Doki. You know?
Yeah, I'd be like, there's no way. The Doki messaged me tomorrow. I'll be like, Stokes, you dumb.
Yeah. You didn't get it, man. We need better guns for this.
Exactly. He's like, we were just gonna shoot him. Why would you say that? Smoke's out there for Key. Doing a good job of delaying things. Both of these teams very respectful right now. Kike does not want to overplay their hand, and why would you? I mean, if you give G2 an inch, they're going to take a mile. Doki's moving in. They're going to hear this damage taking onto Doki, so they should be trying to cover this. Virtue down now, and that's a huge deal, Nick. That's all the EE1D's gone.
Yeah, it is. And again, the discipline now from GK just holding back, not overstepping their terms there. Besides, Trick's getting a little bit too cocky, but it's working for them. They're finding 2 kills already.
Oh, nice little shot there from Doki, though. Be able to find Key. We'll be able to find the second one, though. I don't know if he knows this guy's inside of HP. We're about to find out. Noodle, he's living under the stairwell. He's going to get 2, but Benja, he's gotten it down into the 1 versus 1. And what else would you expect but a triple kill out of him? A second remains. He doesn't have time. And Kike with round 4. It's 2-2 in between these two.
I didn't even realize it was all the way down to a 1v1. It was like complete chaos. Everyone just died in like 2 seconds. And of course, it's Benji Master against Seriously, which would have been a phenomenal gunfight, but there's just not enough time. The players don't get to duke it out in the server. The timer hits 0. Defenders, they win. But the discipline from GK realizing, hey, they're not breaching any hatches. They're not really on any staircases. Something is weird about this, and they had a lot of people towards that back staircase. You know, big tower, blue double door walk in, and it really paid off. Noodle hiding here on Harry Potter below the staircase itself. G2 not expecting those positions, but also, as we mentioned earlier, when you don't have Heartbreach, it's not an ideal scenario to attack that bomb site.
Yep. Sometimes in those scenarios, Pengi, you just got to give them enough space to do it to themselves.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's exactly what happened right there. GK making sure that they weren't overzealous in that situation. G2 obviously making an error inside of the operator selection there. They definitely needed some hatch control in that regard. But I digress. I'm going to head over towards kitchen and meeting now here to see what G2 can do with this. And we are going to have breaching this time. I know you're shocked. It's going to be on Doki here with Ace.
I mean, I was seeing LML Blitz play for a second there, and I was going to ask you, like, one of my favorite operators to like watch to play is like Blitz, Monty, etc. What's one of your favorite things on Attack to see?
Man, that's a really good question.
Yeah, it's hard, right? There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, give me this round. I'll come back.
You can go back to me about it. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I was saying about the Blitz because we know LML likes to like get in there, like inch for his team. Doki follows, etc. A lot of chaos, but they think differently of that, and they're gonna go with a more standard lineup. But they will get the opening kill onto Seriously, the quote-unquote main gunner for his team besides Nuke in this specific instance. But there's always a trade back somewhere else, an injure, a lot of damage, or even a kill and an injure from GK.
Gets one onto Uno as well. So, I mean, Uno trying to make a play off of that Logi bomb is still ringing in the pocket of one of the defenders there, but he's down. Pure Gas getting to Doki here, and it's going to force him back. Virtue's at least going to be able to get across and pick up Alamau. They're a little worried that they're aware that Alamau has been down, so going to try and play this out just for a moment before things end up going down. And honestly, to answer your question before... Oh.
Wait.
Oh. Thought he was going to try and push up there, but yeah, to answer your question, honestly, it's got to be active play on Split Theory. I know we hate using that word, but whenever you see like the entries hop in there and they have that kill box set up and they kind of get to work their space, that's what I love a lot, because one of my favorite players of all time, Pengi, has to be Nesk. And Nesk is so very good on those entries and finding those frags, and it's just something that has always made me have a big smile when watching Rainbow Six Siege. So, GK out, or rather Geek up in the man position here. Oregon defense looking swell as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, they got the vertical control. They're locking down the angles. G2, they're near the bomb site. I believe Virtue even inside of it, but they don't have enough control here. But Benji just walks in, doesn't care about the vertical play, gets the opening kill, and now has to figure out what's the entry path for me. He has diffuser. He has to be escorted somehow, some way in towards that kitchen bomb side.
Too much utility to support this either. Got some flashes, but Ben's just going to start slamming this thing down. Needs some assistance here just on the crosses, but they've already got that implemented. Noodle's not going to be able to stop this, and the plan goes off without a hitch. Nice shot there from Virtue. Is traded immediately from Key as Benji will die. 2 versus 2 now, but this is not looking too hot for DK. Smoke trap inside a green hall, working his way over towards the stage stairs. Does have one over on the split side. This is just going to be Virtue, playing so very patiently. As we all know, in these positions, shoes on the other foot. Offense is defense, defense is offense. Nice little rotation here, and he's got the vertical control. This round is all but done, as long as they don't overswing things. Doki's got that nice verticality. Nobody can really stop him. He's actually just going to drop into sight as well. Virtue gets a triple kill. Shotgun in hand for Noodle. He's going to try and swing through. Might be able to find one in split, and he will. We all know the M590 runs off dreams, but that dream is going to quickly be brought back down to reality as G2 get their third round.
Bit of a puzzling round there for Noodle. He's up above inside of Kid Storms, right above the bomb side, and Benji just literally plants for free. You have a shotgun, he had a C4, and he just couldn't figure out where Benja was planting at. But if you look at the other players on the defensive side, he only really had 1 or 2 options to plant. Oh, that's how he died early.
Yeah, that would have been my face too.
Sometimes you get got. And there it is, yeah, the frustration a bit. But yeah, like, we only have like 1 or 2 obvious places to plant it because your teammates are inside a meeting. They got those like long lines of sight. Noodle should have had the read there that Benja was gonna go plant in that exact position, open up the floor with the shotgun, and then get that kill because no one from G2 was above to contest it. So lack of intel there from GK, really punishing them.
Said, all right. All right. Love it, love it, love the energy out of G2 here. You know, you gotta have that good mentality, man, because when things go wrong in Siege, it's already pretty serious, right? So you gotta have some good camaraderie going on for the team.
Yes, certainly. It's with all the things you have to account for as a player, the gadgetries, you know, you can dive through walls, like one-shot headshot through a wall, etc. If you have like a negative attitude in a team or a negative environment, plus the game is like kind of, you know, hard to deal with sometimes, like the way you die, goo mines, L mines, etc. You need to have happy people in the team. Being like, hey guys, it's fine, woo, look at me, you know? Having a prankster. And G2 has gone through a lot of roster iterations for the last like 2 or 3 years. But there's been a mix. Oh, hold tight. We said good teammates, happy days here, not team killing, basically, team damage being done. But the current iteration, it's funny because they are a bunch of goofy people, but they're also like, they want to be the villains at the same time. So they talk their smack, they play in the server, and they do a lot of funky stuff.
Yeah. Very entertaining bunch, I can tell you that. So Bailiff move here, trying to make some rotations as well as a line of sight over towards the kitchen area. Got Nomad in 2 here for Benja as he has been on a carousel of operators on this offensive front.
Yep, I mean, we always say good players can flex, and Benja is like, you know what, I can play other operators than Blackbeard, you know?
He's got them biceps.
That too.
Flexing all over the competition.
Changing mags!
Doki trying to slide a few rounds through there. Not too many people around the space, though. Trix is currently hiding behind a box inside of security. Just trying to keep himself alive for as long as humanly possible. Be able to get rid of one of those gas producing. This is a utility. You know, trying to see if anybody wants to try and give it up to them. A one-man show, or rather one front assault here, all except for Alamau on the far end as he's trying to work his way upstairs. But these sound cues are going to start working into the defensive favor here. Another Logi bomb out, so things more than likely going to start to get a little aggressive. B's out here, able to at least discover one on the top floor. Alamau will be able to take down one. Does he know that this guy's inside of dorms, though? Runs on through, SMG-11 in hand. That Logi bomb doing wonders, but he won't be able to find the kill. Should be able to find him under the bed. Yep, got those toesies. Got the dogs out, and unfortunately they've been put down. 2v3, Virtue, Nuno. G2 at least got some semblance of control, but as soon as I say that, we get another fold producing on top of main stairs as DK have one in the wings.
There's a lot of things happening in that round, and I mean, it's 2 minutes of pure action basically here, and it's not even done yet. Virtue is above, has the skeleton key, can destroy the floor, but they still think someone's roaming above, and they're not entirely wrong. You saw that Armory Trophy side, waiting for the right time to flank. Good read here from Virtue, but can't land the shots, can't quite connect. Uno still waiting to be activated right now, just kind of lingering small tower, approaching that bomb side. But G2, they're lacking critical info on their flank, so Virtue is not entirely safe. It's a matter of timing and reading the situation here. Shown, that's a very risky play.
15 seconds to go.
Gonna run through. Virtue's gonna go down to 1 versus 3. Uno, a snowball's chance in hell right there. There's so many separate angles. You have the verticality working its way in there too that they could potentially try and bring in, but it's hard fought from both of these respective squads. It's going to be a 3-3 half here. And honestly, with the way that things have been trending at this land, G2 in the favorable position right now, they've tied things up.
Yeah, just to throw some numbers in there, when G2 played against Fearex in Oregon, they lost a total of 0 defensive rounds. Granted, they did start attack, but then they went defense after, but like 3 or 4 defensive rounds, all won. Against NIP, 0 defensive rounds lost on Clubhouse. So they have played 2 maps with 0 defensive round losses. Now they're going Oregon defense, already winning 3 on the attacking side, and they're starting on the basement bomb side. Statistically, G2 are doing really well getting 3 attacking rounds.
Now into the defenses here. This operator lineup for G2, I'm really liking, especially the mute jammers coming in here.
Oh yeah.
Everybody, when they consider the mute jammers, Pengy, they always think about muting, drones, muting walls up. But the one thing about him is that you got to worry for those Dokkaebi logic bombs as well. So if they bring, Doki back into the fold here, definitely a way you can get rid of those too. Well, you don't have that thing ringing in your pocket constantly. And actually, another operator here that's really going to help with those Rotero drones. You're going to have to try and avoid those at any cost.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of operators on attack those particular bombs out of basement Oregon. It's about forcing movement on the defenders. Lion, Dokkaebi, the Rotero drones from floors, etc. All trying to make you stand still in a bad position or force you to move into a separate position. The mute jammers will help with all of those problems like you mentioned. This first drone will hit the door frame and it won't get anything done. But even if it enters that double door, there is a mute jammer behind the shield to stop it. So Uno right now and Alamao together just kind of wasting time on that portion of the map, and GK not being super proactive right now. I don't even think they know there's a jammer there because they didn't cross the door yet.
Oh, very well done from Uno. That's one thing that a lot of people mess up on. They don't play their shields actively enough, or I will say some people do it a little bit too much and just die, but that's the proper respect right there. Well done, Uno. Doesn't overswing. Got that first one. Mute jammer for that one. And obviously what we saw previously. So Hashom has wasted 3 out of 4 of the Rotero drones. In this situation, we're not even halfway through the round.
And that's the thing. Most teams will go out to that double door blue first to clear that shield so that later in the round it's already dealt with. You buy that time early so that you don't got to do it later. But by G2 denying that shield from getting destroyed, all of a sudden blue double door take is not going to be possible later in that round. He will trade out. He has 1 point of HP but takes down Benji the Kaid. But those Kite Claws already positioned downstairs. So all G2 they lose here is of course the gun of Benji Master and a single C4. But Ki and the Ying is going to have a hard time entering now with just 1 HP.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need these impact EMPs here pretty soon to be able to try and solve this puzzle as this timer continues to dwindle. That's the one thing that becomes worrisome on this basement site. You really do not want to start hitting this thing with minimal time, otherwise we saw exactly what can go down earlier in this game. Doki playing actively on the tower stairs. I really love how G2 is trying to keep Geeke at the gates.
Yeah. A lot of teams, they'll play really passive on side, just give them all the space. G2, no, they are up there and they're wasting so much time. I said before, if you breach the meeting hatch at 1 minute 45, you're in a pretty good pace. They've started opening it with Maverick at like 50 seconds left. So this hatch gonna take a while. Noodle falls in the midst of that. Alamao's in the flank now. Chaos in the server. GK struggling in this round.
Beautifully done there. Keeping that active play over on the other portions of the map whilst you're also working on that meeting hatch. It's all about pulling pressure. That's what they're doing. Trying to keep those eyes darting back and forth for the defensive end. Now, this 4 versus 4. Few low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That suppressor is shown. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my God! Uno! Right into the flames. 1 mag out of the MP7. He just eats them alive.
It really isn't a discussion for performance because both Uno and Virtue are up there, both performing, both being very quick, and decision making here is so important. You said it before, Samuel, when you gotta play that shield, yeah, you gotta swing actively and, you know, find some information, but don't overswing till it's the right moment. He saw that gun barrel, like you mentioned, and just goes for it, full commitment, instantly, 183 flicks here, covers the hatch, here's the Candela, and picks up both the members that are about to drop the hatch, and that is the shutdown of the entire attack in opposition here from GK.
Listen, if you're newer to Siege and you need guns on defense, anything that says MP in the name, I promise you, MPX, MP7, it doesn't matter. Like, they're just all stellar guns, man. Stellar guns. Oh, Alamao.
Oh, I've not seen an Ella personally. I gotta get some water.
Okay, brother. No worries at all. No, I will definitely agree with you on that as well. And not only that, but with the semi-auto shotgun, a absolute classic in Rainbow Six Siege. You can say the same thing about Ella, but for some pretty bad reasons. She was absolutely insane. She's still pretty good, as those Griswold mines are pretty annoying to deal with. That was in your list earlier of things that are kind of, difficult in the moment when you run in, you're trying to get those entry kills, and all of a sudden you can't see anything.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how this works out for them. Definitely like that shotgun, though, from Alamau. This is going to allow them to play some pretty interesting positions and deal with these offenders very quickly if they end up swinging him improperly.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, okay, you hear Ella's shotgun, you just don't want to go anywhere near it, right? If that operator is playing, like, White Staircase, yeah, you're going Armory style. Like, you're going to go as far as possible.
You can have that.
Exactly. Staircase and shotguns? No. Don't want any of that. Doki aggressing now. This is smart. So they've jammed off the closet, shield on the bed. The Kiva barrier and target of Doki can be positioned here. It's hard to drone out his exact position. So either GK has to like face check with their heads, just like walking in there and taking a fight, or they gotta drone things up, but those cameras will stop them. Even the bees will be stopped.
This is such a beautiful setup from G2. Doki, right? Yeah, Doki right in the corner. This is another one of those things. You use utility properly in this game, it's so annoying to try and deal with. The constant Kiva barriers on the door. Just keep your eyes on that timer, folks. All G2 has to do is make sure that this flank from main stairs doesn't come in here and punish Doki, and they can continue to hold on to this. But now, some other folds starting to work their way in. Alamau don't exactly know where that bout went down, but he's going to lose it nevertheless. Nice little swing here from Doki. He knows that one's here, and he's actually going to hightail it out of there. They wasted half the round with this strategy.
Shane Knowles in that window repelled from Generator could have stopped Doki before and back towards the box, because now he'll punish them back immediately down to a 4v4. Might want to try and reinforce the ball, but no, get out of there. Grenade comes flying. Flourish drone follows as well. Doki is fighting the entire server right now.
Oh man, his understanding of when and how he can swing things on what angles has always just blown me away. He knows that Geeke thinks that he's still over in Master. He takes the swing over on the closet, but now Benja, the swing here from the mirror window. Noodle's gonna swing in as well, but he should be marked pretty soon here as they've got some info coming off of this mirror window, and he's sending some shots too. Benja hasn't actually made contact with him just yet. No eyes on situation, but he'll see the gritty now. Oh, what a shot out of Noodle. A great prediction. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but Virtue, he's got it set up, and he's gonna blow Noodle sky high. It's down to Seriously on the gridlock. A lot of health on this op. Take some pretty decent gunfights. But not anymore. Poor Seriously. A lot of damage dealt to him, and G2 just need to adhere to the strategy now, Pengu.
Yeah, and it's no discipline, right? He's not gonna overswing. He's gonna sit back and use this strong position and just let Virtue do the work properly.
Absolutely. Some creeping here, but should be found. Yep, Virtue will sweep that one under the rug. And more and more we see this, more and more it's looking like G2's defensive run is going to continue. And I just have to sing Doki's praises from the mountaintops right there.
Yeah.
Utility play, gunplay, understanding of what the offense wants, and punishing it every single step of the way.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. I mean, what else can you say?
I was gonna say, because like Alamau was supposed to help him. It's a two-man situation. Alamau died really early in that round. You're thinking now because he's dead, Doki is in a terrible position, and he's weaving and bobbing, weaving and moving, right, getting out, getting in, and somehow getting kills, staying alive, and he burned so much time, like you brought up. Look at the timer. It was like 1 minute 20 seconds, I think. That's when Doki died. That's when GK, the first room they focused on was Master Bedroom where Doki was. And it took them over a full minute and a half to finally get control over that room.
Yeah, and it's like the conversation we were having earlier about value, right? I mean, you waste all that time, you're keeping one of the most pivotal areas of the map secure as well, and then on top of that, Doki kills multiple people here.
Yep.
Look at how much Geeke is losing, all because Doki decided that he wanted to play that situation out the way that it did. Truly, truly incredible. That's why G2 are 2 rounds over Geeke right now.
There is a world in which Doki doesn't swing for the third and maybe even lives that and can go back to side, but when you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
Exactly.
Right? I mean,
We've all been there.
Exactly. He's not supposed to have made that play, so like, can we really fault him for actually going for that third kill? I don't know, man.
Yeah. If it was up to me, I'm definitely giving him the pass on that one.
Right?
You've done your job, and if we lose the round, it is not your fault. It is 100%.
There are other players in this team.
Exactly. You can't look across the board and be like, oh, well, Virtue and Benja are still up and all this kind of stuff. there's just so many incredible people in the squad. It's actually insane what G2 have brought to bear here in the last year.
5 seconds to go.
We'll say the Noodle Silent Killer, 10 kills to his name.
Attackers objective
Kind
is to
of caught
defuse
me
the
by
bomb.
surprise when I checked last round. I was like, I don't remember Noodle getting all those kills, but of course, if you just get, one every single round, this is round number 9 that we're entering, you would be on like those 8, 9, 10 kills area. And GK has been mostly a full team performance, has shown a little bit behind here on only 3 kills, but also playing more supportive roles here. For example, now currently on the Brava, gonna deny utility, gain some intel, and someone's gotta do it. When you're attacking an Organ, opening kill is pretty important. They got it last round against Alamau, but you need to get that opening kill and get something with it. Some map control, some bomb site pressure, etc. Getting a kill because the enemy's like running into your crosshairs. Yeah, you're playing 5 versus 4, but you can't really necessarily turn it into much else unless you're acting upon it. So I want to see GK a little bit more proactive and more importantly, a little bit quicker. And this right here is a decent start to that.
Absolutely. This is going to be the Kitchen Cafe defense. This is that site that, if you guys remember, all the way at the very beginning, we were talking about map stats. It actually doesn't have a win yet. So G2, is this going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, where they finally lose their defensive record across the last, now 3 maps?
I was going to say, yeah. And we know it's G2. They saw that statistic. They heard you say that, like, we're gonna prove you that this bomb set is winnable. We'll do that ourselves right here. Watch us, Samuel. And they're gonna try it. They're holding upstairs, of course. You have to extend around the map, and this will be the floor above the bomb site. Kid Storm, big window area, wide staircase. It's gonna be Doki-san and Alamau helping one another with a crossfire, and they need to hold onto this position for as long as possible.
Oh, Alamau, the jiggle peek. Something that is practically a requirement mechanics for Rainbow Six. You got to have that nice little shoulder lean there. Get a little info on that, but even then, sometimes that can get punished, especially on land. Doki looking for it himself, but not able to find it. Trying to keep that movement speed up by ADSing when he swings, but Key just too damn good to be able to lob his head right off. Alamau's going to don the top white stairs to the pre-fire, though. Won't be able to find much, and he's going for more. Let's keep a barrier down, so he's got a little bit of cover for himself, but doesn't seem like too much is going to go his way. Virtue now flirting with death here, and he's actually going to meet it as Tashom will be able to find him inside of small tower. Now G2, very first time on defense, looking worse for wear. Trying to solve this puzzle now with 37 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of lack of patience there. Doki didn't have to swing. Alamau kind of sold Doki as well. Didn't help him on the wide stair because he actually fell back down and let Doki play alone upstairs. And now Virtue's bringing small towers. So if G2 waited 20, 30 seconds longer, the time right now would be really bad for GK. But they got those 2 kills. They got upstairs control. And now G2, they got to play retakes. They got to seek those engagements. Unu starts it off, finding 1. But GK, you're going main lobby. There's only 10 seconds left. Where are you going?
10 seconds remaining. Hashom, you got to get something done here. He'll find Alamau, but now they know he's inside of Shower. Benja gets 1, and this is the issue. You have to try and stop Benja and Uno here. At least Hashom's going to have the cross, but Benja, he's too damn good. I knew he'd check, but Key's back up. Oh, no! This is the most worrisome thing about that weapon. Oh, no, the Roni. It sells him out. Thing's got less bullets than the SMG-11, my friend.
It does. 16 bullets. That is 1 less than SMG-11. Lowest bullet count. Sure, high fire rate, good damage, headshot machine, but he couldn't cover his teammate, and therefore Uno died because of it. Disaster in the server for G2. Alamau sprinting down the shower hallway next to Hashom. He had no idea somebody was playing in that position, and G2 will lose that round. But to be fair, it never should have been theirs to begin with. It was them playing 3 versus 5, but GK really not managing the clock here, rotating to main lobby with 14 seconds left. They are so far from the bomb site itself. It is a miracle they're able to even plant in the first place.
Absolutely. I really want to back it up to kind of that interaction between Doki and Alamau on the stairs, because that's really where things started to fall apart for G2. In my personal opinion, it's mostly because they were a little, just the patience wasn't there. A little bit of an overswing. Alamau didn't really want to stick around for white stairs. It feels like if they just stick to the game plan there and, Doki allows them to try and push through on that cross, that's a big moment that could have won them around.
Yeah, I was going to say either Alamau falls back and says, Doki, hey, let's peel off. He drops the hatch. Alamau goes down the staircase. Or he says, Doki says, LMAO, hey, stay with me. I'm gonna go for a swing. You play together. But there was this big disconnect where one guy ran away, kind of scared, if you will, or tactically retreating, and Doki's like, I'm gonna white swing the door. It's like, guys, on the same page here, come on.
Exactly. That's where the communication sometimes can go awry. Even on one of the best teams in the entire world, Uno. That was actually Dose, by the way, but Uno.
I think he ran out of blue double door into construction. He's got 2 kills. Phenomenal stuff there. Like,
oh, wow, mid-round replay. I love you guys. Oh my God. Yo, production, pat on the head for that. That was amazing.
Oh, man. That is just disgusting. I mean, this like, you don't expect that as an attacker, right? That's your turf. That is your area. Uno says, you throw a flashbang, you're never going to see this coming. Wait, whoop. He loves making those plays. I mean, Uno originally, he was an Ashe main, back on the stream, back in, ends. He was the entry. He's had a lot of different roles, a lot of different jobs throughout his career, but on G2 with his current roster, he's also able to be more of himself. When he wants to get the freedom to go for those kind of plays, he can. He's no longer like on a leash like in the past, and Uno has a really smart mind for Siege. He knows those timings, and it showed off right there.
Yeah, you want to use everything inside of somebody's arsenal inside of Rainbow Six Siege. You don't want somebody to be a one-trick pony. You don't want to try and pigeonhole somebody into doing something. And that's exactly what G2 has done here. Everybody across the board, they get their moment in the sunlight, don't they? And it's beautiful to watch. Things like that where the whole team trusts Uno in that regard. A little bit of damage dealt to Noodle, but it's not going to do very much because it's obviously explosive. They go straight down. Nice trade there from LMAO. What a find. Seriously, he'll take down Benja. LMAO, do you want this? This feels like a ill-advised peek. Something that could knock them down into the 2 versus 2. He's going to pop the other Goyo. Those ones inside of Laundry, but obviously that canister is going to keep him at the gates for a while.
Yep, those Goyo canisters, that's a problem. Beast goes up, but Key, you can't really act upon this right now because the fire is still there for 20 seconds total timing. Uno, we said it earlier, has a good read for things. He's in a prime position here. He might get spotted out. If he does, he can just stick this corner because he is the anchor between the bomb site and his teammates as well as the opponents.
So fine there from Seriously. This 417, it's just so dastardly. Yeah, it's a headshot, but again, even with these DMRs, if you hit them in the body, they're losing practically half their HP every single time. Key, no more B's to his name. Trying to put him inside of the Nicolas Cage now. Oki has that pillar position locked up. LMAO, big fight here, and he's going to win it up against Key. He just has to play patient. We're in the same situation as Top White. LMAO, he's going to swing with the M590. And Nick, I saw your shoulder. I saw that. Hey, I'm in the same boat right now, man. They just need to play this cross, and Doki is going to get it done. I do like the fact that LMAO just in the last second there, though, did get that little just pre-fire swing as well. Yeah. That very, very well done. The first one.
Yeah, I'm like, if he dies there, he's looking at 1v1, he's pre-fireable. It's like, this is how it falls apart because a clutch often happens by your opponent giving you a little bit of space, making a small mistake. I like that they fixed the previous problems that they had.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you and I both saw the bridge that was coming, and we were like, oh no, please, not again. Oh man, we got to take an exit ramper on something here, but G2. Nice little find there, and Doki with some beautiful shots. Way to just consistently find the angle. That's what I love there. He sends those shots down range on the right side, immediately works his way to the left in case he wants to try and work his way back through Freezer. Ends up finding him there, keeping LMAO alive as long as possible. See those more aggressive tendencies once again too, but obviously able to keep this one well reined in. G2 on match point here as they've only lost 1 defensive round thus far.
I was gonna say, not a flawless, and I watched that Kitchen Bombs that has yet to have a single victory, so statistically, it's just a nightmare. You don't want to go there. That's your fault, your mistake. But they've learned since then. No more tertiary shenanigans. They're staying true to like the true bomb site rotation here. Basement, Kid Storms, tertiary, might be a loss, whatever. Rinse, repeat into victory, right? When you win 3 attacking rounds on the first half, as G2 did, you set yourself up for all you gotta do really is win the primary and secondary bomb site, and you will win 7-4, 7-5 based on the exact rotation. It's perfect, really.
Yeah, most definitely. A bit of a change up in strategy here for G2 as well. If y'all remember, LMAO did have that Echo did have the Gershmans the last time, and Doki. What did he? Was that double? Was that front double?
It might have been.
Oh my, and not only that, but it's a Show'em down as well.
Yeah,
I was trying to get at is we don't have the Ella here, so you don't have to worry about that shotgun or anything. The Mute's in now to try and delay a little bit of utility. Oh my,
no.
He's prone on the main stairs. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Geek. I'm gonna have to call you out for this one. We're not droning, we're not logic bombing, we're
I
just
was gonna
walking
say,
in.
if Dokkaebi makes that kind of play, surely you do the call first, right? Because you would hear Doki in that position, but instead, Hashom gets bumpy, glanced on the line, this run on Dokkaebi, those global gadgets not available for GK, and that's really what they want because you're basically playing 4v5 at this point.
Imagine if we used 100% of the brain. Just imagine what we could do with it, you know? Nice little shots here. Doki, we saw how disgusting he was in a similar position the last time. And I love this, Pengu. This is always a really difficult position to try and sweep out, especially with some barbed wire on the top of the stairs. People just don't really see through it that well. You can find some pretty cheeky kills, but obviously that barbed wire gone here. Try and step up to the plate. Does somebody want to try and take this gunfight? Nitro Cell out. Doki-san, he's going to go down to Key. Very well done with the AK in hand. Continue to add a few different aspects to this defensive setup. Like that little shot there from Almao, just to be able to see the legs of any player that steps up here. Those Bees might be able to work their way through, and they will. They discover him on the other end now, so they'll know that he's more than likely playing right around that reinforcement.
Yeah, those Bees are hard to deal with. Grim, a pretty bannable operator, very playable operator as well. Almao now in the most important position. Nades can't be cooked, but it might be enough to roll in, but no, it's not. Doesn't damage, does not clear the position. Almao stays alive, and he'll be a problem to deal with on this close wall of close to wall.
Selma out. Make this position a little bit more difficult for Benja, who has been kind of silent, but not because of his own fault. It's mostly because of Almao and the rest of his team murdering everyone. He's just had to kind of be patient. That's the beauty of Benja. If you'll notice, he is alive a lot of the time. In fact, he's got a 43% survival rating. And Caster's Curse right there, as I did look down at my stats, look up. Benja's dead. That happens. Almao, nice little find there, but a little bit too close to the sun there, my friend. Gonna end up going down. They found a little bit of space here, but these Bees are gonna keep these players back. Close shot, but oh no, a miscalculation out of Virtue. Key on a quad kill now. Nitro Cell out, and oh, it's gonna get him. There's no way, Uno. Is this how you close it down? One remaining. Noodle close. He's got the shotgun in hand. Noodle's gonna have to try and press this. Uno gets it done, and look at that smile. G2 take map 1 here on Oregon.
He had a 1 bullet, he went for it, he hit the shoulder, he was like, oh no. Secondary shotgun, not a great weapon, but you play those close corners, you force the positions, you make it happen. It wasn't a clean Oregon, it wasn't a close final round, but G2, they get their map pick as a victory for them.
Absolutely. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you look at this matchup, you know that Geeky are going to want to get scrappy, and I love that G2 matched that energy. Both of these teams trying to utilize things across the board, players, utility, whatever, to try and just get at each other's necks. And, I mean, what more can you want, especially out of a map of Oregon? I mean, sometimes Oregon can be so boring,
I was
but
gonna say,
this game, so much fun.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I don't mind Oregon as a general map, but whenever it gets, like, really basic, everyone's doing the same thing, hiding a bomb site, it's like, do something fun, please. Almost every single round, something odd happened, something funny happened. That's because both teams, they matched, they set each other's energy.
Yeah, it was beautiful, beautiful sight there. But hey, we're gonna throw you guys to a quick break, and when we're oh, my bad, actually, whoa, let me pump the brakes there. Yeah, I was getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah, my bad. We actually get to talk more about this map, which is exactly what I wanted to do because there are so many different things there that happen, especially with some of the micro plays. You and I talked about what happened on White Stairs, what happened inside of dorms, but there are some other things that happen as well. You know, G2's offensive strategy for the basement where they brought no hard breach. I mean, what did you think of that?
I mean, I want to talk about that round, to be honest with you. It's like, that was one of the rounds where, like, please don't do this ever again, but it was fun to see them lose that round, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I will say there's a couple of different other strategies that hopefully we can see brought over into the next map. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss you to a quick break, and we're back. We have map 2 on the docket.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. Right now. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We carry this right out of the bag. Right now. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, just watch how I move. Right now, right now, just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
G2 Esports secured their own map pick, but what a battle it was. It wasn't necessarily an easy one. GK really did put their backs against the wall.
You definitely see the look of victory on their faces as well after that final play. That was really impressive. That was fun to watch for sure. But I think, of course, they had to fight for it because it was a pretty close game after all. Multiple positive things from both sides. But once again, it just comes down to G2 having that really good structure, having those fundamentals very much worked it out for them.
Absolutely. After the game, they were kind of saying this might be the hardest game that we've played so far. And we talked about it a little beforehand. We were like, it's probably because you took GK to Oregon. I mean, the map is just such a linear map, and I think GK put up a good fight, but I think at the end of the day, the individuals from G2 really pulled through.
Yeah, as well, looking at the individual performances from both of these teams, it felt like for G2 side of things, it was genuinely much more of a team effort, whereas when it was from the side of GK, it was individual players stepping up to the plate, which is always what you want to see, but as you mentioned already, you can't rely on heroic plays only.
No, and especially not if the player that is stepping up is one of your main support players, right? Because Key does a lot of support stuff for GK. If he's the one that's top fragging, there's something going structurally wrong.
Yeah, and that's something that we would have to dig into a little bit because we have to go next onto their own map pick. And I think I want to start off with things that went right for GK because at the beginning, they looked so incredibly indestructible and then something didn't go right.
Absolutely, the strength of Oregon defense, but nonetheless, they also had an amazing opening kill start out. They had 6 opening kills, and it looked like every single time they were getting the opening kill, it wasn't really like they were playing bad. They were really tightening up and holding the proper angles. I think G2 just thrives in those man-down situations because they have a lot more room to play with and find those openings, find the equalization. And I mean, G2 in the clutch, whenever it comes to a 2v2 or a 1v1, I feel like more often than not, it's going in G2's favor.
They seem to have a lot of discipline in that regards as well, right? Whereas if you are in a man advantage position, for example, later on into the round, and we'll get to that later too, then they seem to have this good discipline. They're not overzealous, not trying to just go for the clip, go for the play, but make sure that they do eventually win out the round. And that, I think, mainly came down to the fact that GK sometimes were a bit slow on their attacks.
Absolutely. The biggest thing for G2 that they were talking about beforehand is leading up to this event, they really wanted to focus on that discipline whenever they're in man-down situations or man-up situations, not getting overzealous, really playing for the kills and trying to fatten their stats. It was really about just playing smart, and there was a lot of situations, especially on this map that's very linear, where you can get greedy and go for a lot of multi-kills, but they didn't. They really sat back, and they wanted to exploit GK and make them go for those executes, go for those plays, and expose, I guess, the young team that they have, the lack of structure that the team has, and that's what they were aiming for.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of multi-kills as well, particularly Uno having a highlight of his own in terms of like the performances that they've had from the side of G2. Incredible.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, this play, once again, as well, very impressive. There are also, that is maybe a thing as well, it seems like GK is letting G2 get away with this. Especially if you do have a man advantage, like you said, when they're getting opening kills, and you're on the attack, you want to make sure you establish that you keep that, and you do, well, then work further towards the side push. But if someone like Uno, for example, steps up massively and basically just picks your team apart like that, that is not good for your rank up, but also not good for your mental.
Absolutely. I mean, GK was only limiting one person to kind of isolate these areas, and if the fight doesn't go in your favor, I mean, Uno showed how explosive he was when you just allow him to be in these positions. So even though they were able to capitalize on big plays, GK was kind of allowing that.
Yeah, Map Vito showing once again that we're going to be heading into Chalet, and I want to use this as a pivoting point in terms of focusing on realistically going into that second map from the G2 side of things, and how realistic is it that Uno once again will have one of these lifetime performances where they'll be putting GK's backs against the wall all on his lonesome self?
There is a potential. I mean, if we look at the most recent result for G2, they played against Fearx on this map, and that was actually the map that was the closest for that game. It was a 7-5 for G2, so that to me says there are some kind of things exploited, I guess, from G2 that they did wrong on that map, that maybe if GK understand what's going on, that they can capitalize off of those mistakes that G2 made. But then for the side of G2, of course, there is that time ever since they played that game against Fearx to work on those mistakes that they were making.
Yeah, this is do or die for GK to secure some points onto their ladder. So let's head straight into game number 2 as we're ready for Chalet.
Yo, folks, welcome back to the casting desk. We are at a pretty fun Oregon, but now we're headed over to the snow-capped mountains of Chalet. Are you ready, Bengi?
I'm ready. I mean, the thing about this best of 3 is that you go from Oregon to Chalet to consulate, and all 3 maps play out very differently. Oregon, very basic, 1, 2, 3 close together. Chalet, mobile map control being spread out on a stand like mini execute. So what we just saw in Oregon, just forget all about that, and you gotta get into the Chalet mindset now if you are G2 and GK, because things will be a different approach for both the defense and the attack.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of the offense spreading things across the map with that quote-unquote split theory, because Chalet really forces that into your hand. I mean, a lot of the one front assaults on this map just do not work out well, so we'll more than likely see a lot of people just trying to set things up for themselves, kind of create that kill box that we talk about every once in a while, and get some active play going in there with a couple supporting angles. So Chalet, this is gonna be his 8th play here today, Nick. We don't know what's going on, obviously, over on Bravo with Border and Clubhouse, but if those haven't been played over there, then things are all tied up in between these 3 maps now. Chalet is currently trending defender-sided, which is kind of a rare side every once in a while for this map. 60% overall defensive win rate. The most won site, Kitchen Dining, at 67%.
Interesting.
Yes, definitely.
Alberta bans very much changed up because both Ying and Grim taken away from action, where they were both played previously in a couple of rounds, especially like Grim Operator, Fenrir. No big surprise here, same with Valkyrie. Most teams, you know, they have this tough decision of, do we want to deal with the Solus, the Asami, or the Fenrir? So like, you gotta make your choices. You be like, okay, we can only remove 1, and the other 3 will be open. So what would we like to fight against the most?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think everybody's got their opinions on the powerful defensive operators and who they like to play against the least. My personal opinion, Solus. I
agree.
I will ban Solus every single day of the week. I do not want you getting rid of my drones.
I was gonna say, I don't like the concept that an operator punishes you for playing the game in drone phase, where it's like, if I give you a pro tip, if the Solus is like being played, go on your phone for 20 seconds. Yeah. Because like, if you drone in the building, your drone will die, and that sucks, right? So park it outside where you spawn, pick it up when the round starts, and you have 2 drones. So I agree with you, I think Solus is not fun to play against, but Benji Master, he will say something like this: it's fun to play as Solus because you find 2 or 3 drones. Like right now, they found 3 drones immediately, bang, just like that. And now Ben's like, oh guys, they have no intel. You know, this area is clear, etc. Might find noodles as well.
Attackers are heading
out. Was it a floor below or above?
No. I thought he got a 4th there and X popped up, but the HUD fixed itself. So only 3 drones out right now, but still, that's a huge percentile. It's already 30% of the drones gone if you want to quick math it. So
yeah, I mean, what it means that now on the attack inside, you don't know what's going on inside the building. So now you gotta run to the building, get onto those balconies, and drone from your starting point, and just drone all the way through. It's a much slower process. Your drone might get caught, it might die, etc. You might miss drone something as well. So now GK's attack inside in the first round will just be a tad slower.
Yeah, more and more we'll see Solus, more than likely see things like Yana, things like Twitch, things like Brava. You might be like, Stokes, why Brava and Twitch? Well, they have 4 drones instead of 2, and that's the key thing. You know, you might get a couple destroyed, but you still have access to that info game. We know how important that is when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege.
Yep. Also, there are so many good default cameras on Chalet, so Bravo just gotta get to work and take those down, and not just deny G2 from having intel, but use an attack inside. You gain those default cameras on your side, so you get so much information, force defenders to shoot their own cameras, and progress a little bit quicker and a little bit more comfortably. And GK, they've been pretty passive so far, because when you do play something like Brava, you need to set up. You need to say, guys, give me like a minute here. I'm going to drone everything, hack everything, and now I have a 5th gun ready to help you. But they have gained, as mentioned, a bunch of different intel on the map. Yellow ping's going out, Breach getting through here, EMPs, exothermic charges, but newest operator here of Tuparu can deny and stall out this wall breach for as long as he wants to, because these last, 12 seconds each, and he has 3 of them.
Yep, and the other beauty of this is that, you know, Virtue, he can kind of just play a central position here and try and electrical out those if he wants to, but this is something that's really available to them right now. Doki's going to get down by Key here. Sirius will be able to take out Uno as well, so this is starting to look, G2 might be placed inside of the pot here in just a moment. Hooked up. Finally be able to get that wall open here as Key is trudging his way along. Finally be able to find that player in behind the piano. 2 versus 3 now, as much as all the way downstairs, and, well, Geeke, looking like you're around, unless Benja wants to do some crazy, crazy things here. He does have some prevention down low, and Trick's aware of that as they know that they have the Solus, but actually, obviously, the kitchen site, the one being actively played, as Ben just running back through. They got that top control, but they still have to try and place this case down inside of sight. Should have the crossfire here as Ben just trying to deal with these angles, but it's going to be a very hard fought at such low HP. And the timing will get him. Benja tries to sneak back through, but the impact eats the side of the door. Will kill himself in the process.
He hits them with the question mark in chat. He's like, what are you doing, Benja?
The mental warfare. No kill for you, Superman.
Superman, okay. The praise there from Dokkan seriously. Very nice indeed.
Very well done.
I mean, that round kind of fell apart of two things. I mean, Doki getting injured early on kind of sucks. Like, they lost the front side on piano. Uno then swung the door to try and help him, but because of the pre-placed drone inside of office, they just shut him through a barricade on the office door here. So things really quickly fell apart for G2. And despite getting an opening trade, again, they're just caught in the process.
And that's the dangerous thing about that top floor. You know, we kind of brought it up on the, you know, before we got into the map, but that's what you expect to see. You expect to see people kind of strung along that entire top area, especially on that balcony, keeping that active play for the window. Maybe somebody on master double as well every once in a while. While, you know, 2 to 3 people work things over on, you know, egos/double sides. So we'll have to see if G2 want to try and deal with that down the line. But as of right now, very, very well kept round there from DK, especially with that early, you know, damming of those drones.
Attackers are moving out to locate
One thing I do want to see
defuse
more of, and I'm glad that G2 now 2 rounds already they've shown it, is Tubo, the new operator on defense, because we haven't really seen as much of the operator as I thought we would see before the nerf came through. I was like, okay, every round of defense, Tubo. Hasn't been the case, and the few times we have seen him being played, like last round, like one of those canisters that will go out, and it won't really interact much with the round. It won't change the outcome of anything. So I'd love to see like a more like a kite bandit trick with the frozen walls, trying to deny some of the heartbeat, stall out for longer. Uno now getting active again, finding key. The story might off the round. That's a very important number because basement bomb site, you typically want 2 heart breachers. With one of those 2 being downed now, you might not get all the ones open that you mission.
Definitely. That was a big moment there for me that last round as well. I was very surprised that they were playing with Tuberau, but they didn't have Virtue with any Electroclaws in his pocket to try and prevent that. So definitely seemed like the obvious line there for them to try and solve that puzzle, but not in the cards, I guess. G2 now, though, well within the right to take this round as they've taken down Key, the hard breach, as well as Seriously, who's been one of their star players thus far at this event.
Now, I mean, every single attacker is outside the building. Half the round already burned past, and G2, you might think, just go on bomb side, hide away, and they have done it with 4 players, but Benjamaster on the Solus, still uptight, roaming inside of library, and it makes sense. He can see where the drones are coming from, he can go for those flank attempts, because that's what Solus is good for as well. Sure, find drones early, but also, you always know if a camera is watching you when you try and go for a late round flank. It's all barricaded.
People forget how annoying those things are.
Super annoying.
One of my favorite things to do, especially if somebody really likes playing Nook.
Yeah.
Just put barriers everywhere.
Every door. So you want to sneak up here and go for a flank? Nah.
I gotta smack it, buddy.
Yep. 2 or 3 times at least.
Give me that audio cue, you sneaky bastard. Let's show him. Get this door open, but obviously, as we were just talking about, the jig is up. They know what is going on this side of the map now. That's why they put that barricade there, so nobody can just adopt an angle for free and stand at the door. Noodle back on the Finka, his most played operator so far at this event. No nades anymore. Is he more than likely to try to use that to clear up bits of utility on the site? Show him aware that somebody could be trying to rotate through on the top floor. He sees that verticality, and as we know, Pangu, you don't just set up those things for no reason.
Nope, and it's the thing, like, walls are frozen, things are taking a long time, 1 more canister pocket of Virtue, only 1 way in, a small crouch hole on the breeze, they gotta go for it right now, 20 seconds, 5 guns waiting for them, and it's not gonna be pretty.
It's definitely not. That was, though, from Noodle. Drop in, and oh my, practical execution out of G2. It's all up to Noodle. He'll pick himself back up, but it's all for naught, as every single G2 member in the tri-state area shows up to take that man down.
That's when you roam. When you have someone, just one player staying on the roam game, you know how much of the map is clear and what isn't. So those flanks, they come in so quickly. You saw Benji and Doki saying 3, 2, 1, run into Piano from Fireplace and from Master Bedroom Hatch, just try and isolate that kill. And this was the opening kill for Uno. From kitchen to Master Bedroom window rappel, Benja hiding close in the window. Those are tough ways to die.
Yeah, that one's so very difficult. And again, those are the things that you just don't really think about, right? It's just somebody just sitting right in on the crease of the window right there. You're like, oh, I can just quickly do this and I'll toss the drone in from balcony. No, Benja thought so far ahead that he was already at the window. Ah, man. And then even past that, again, I love praising Benja for situations like this because it's just so well done. His survival rating at this event right now, before the last map as well, was already at 43%. And Nick, he also had a 1.0 KPR as well on top of that. So he's averaging a kill around. But his patience, every single time you see him in a position like this, he will do nothing but force you to waste time. He's like, you will come kill me. You will. I will force you to try and come into my realm, and then I'm going to beat you there.
So unfair, isn't it?
It's amazing. Just domain expansions on everybody.
There might be some domination this round because I see a Blitz, a Sense, a Capital, and a bar attack. This screams into the bar double window. You know, Sense get to smoke off the hatch. You know, fire somewhere in library, for example. Just try and get down that diffuser. That's a possibility.
Hey, your op's out.
Yeah.
Got a little Blitz action.
My favorite operator here, and he has pistol out to make less noise with the shield to try and hide this operator, but he's rotating. This could be maybe a Fireplace with the Sense gadget in towards the bomb side. This is not going to be as basic of an attack as we might be thinking at first. This could be lobby into side, complete chaos, everyone working together.
Oh yeah, especially with that positioning there from Noodle. I mean, unless for some odd reason he really wants to run downstairs, there's no reason for him to not try and influence things here on the bar.
Oh, he
I
missed.
absolutely love this. They need some help. There's the sledge, and he goes. Some assistance from main stairs, but he's already bullied his way in. Benj is going to find one on the back end, though. Noodle notices the entire site's clear, but it's just Noodle. There's no assistance here for this man. They see Blitz through the wall. Key, actually. Nice little fold here as he's going to be able to find things in from the kitchen hall, but Virtue's got the verticality. Oh, Geekay. It's going to the wayside in a way that they did not really suspect. I don't think that they expected everybody to kind of be out of the sight, be playing it from, objectively off-based angles, and just seeing the way of the sight and being able to find things and drop in from Virtue. And does it just start going for it on the side of the smoke? That's the real question here. They know that Hashom's outside. Well, Mai not able to find that. A hop out here and another. Oh, G2, I love it. There is no brake pedal in this car, just premium high-octane gas and an accelerator.
I love the execution potential there from GK, but there are so many things that weren't really hit. Like, no one's holding Fireplace staircase flank. The sledge missed the window with the first hammer swing, and they didn't know that hatches on the bomb site were opened up either. So there's so many gaps here, catching them by surprise. Plan goes down way too late in a less than ideal situation. The post plan isn't solid whatsoever. So what could have been beautiful really seemed like a last minute stitched together plan that wasn't really rehearsed all that much.
Yeah. I think the key part the key part for me there being that GK didn't really do their due diligence on their droning. They didn't discover what G2 was trying to do for their setup initially, and then try and do something off of that. They just went for their play.
Which all the side was like, we're just gonna rush it.
Yeah, exactly. They drone that out. Like, okay, well, we know there aren't people exactly in this area, but then the question begs, where is G2? And the answer to that is they're everywhere they need to be to shut down every single entry point from upstairs. Because it's so very pivotal to that site, Nick. You have to hold down library. If you don't, you lose the round.
You're kind of trolling if you're not, And to go back on your point about Benja, Danish players statistically in Siege. Not many.
Just because he's a Dane, that's it?
Not many of us, but oh my, have they performed, right? So there's been 4 Danish players in Pro League ever. Myself, 1 Invitationals and stuff, whatever. There's been Saronic, went to the Year 1 in Season 3 Pro League final against Tri-Canadian.
So biased.
With playing Dogs against CTM. And then there's been Benja Master, who's, he's like the GOAT, right? And then there was Thompson.
Oh my God.
Thompson, he was on Barrage and EUL. They went 0-10 for the season and he disappeared. So like, there's an outlier, of course. There's always an outlier. But statistically, while there are not many of us, the people who have gone to pro play, being from Denmark, they have performed at a ridiculous level.
Yeah.
Just a small, like, I'm Danish too,
Little support.
Yeah.
Little support.
Clap myself on the shoulder.
Always got to talk about Zoronic when you can too, because I mean,
He's an OG.
Yeah, an OG dude, and such a good guy as well. On top of that, so E1D out now. Kike trying to adopt a few angles here over on the Solarium side. They got Noodle in down low. He's gonna be rocking things out on the Yana. G2 not trying to jump into the thick of things yet, but as soon as I say that, of course, out of all people, right, it's got to be Doki trying to take a fight up against Trix, and he's going to lose that out.
Bomb located by attack.
It's a little bit more difficult for them now, especially after Hashom finds Alum out.
Yeah, it is not a great start on C4. Could be good, and it is. Uno lands it. That's going to help things equalize just a little bit with Key off the board. Sophia, that soft destruction will not be in play for this round, but G2 needs more than just a single kill. They're locked off pretty far back towards Piano, Master Bedroom, and all they need from GK is one guy on Big Master Bedroom Impel, and they cut off the bomb set in half.
Uno, he's being antsy about this because he doesn't know if he's holding that window. You always have to worry about this balcony play. The beauty of it is the person that has to play here has to worry about a lot of things, but he catches you off guard. Be able to find that key frag. Oh, tags him up. And, oh, this is gonna get really risky. Benja finds Hashom. Lots of damage now, bleeding onto G2. Rotation here from Noodle, but Virtue's actually gonna find seriously. Speaking of seriously, DK needs some serious help right now. They just cannot get this to crack. G2 constantly battering them back at the gates, and Noodle will go down. He's fully stunned inside of lobby. It's all up to Trix, and they probably know he's here because of that goo mine, and they do. He finds one through the wall, though. These players very low, but that mirror window is going to make things a little risky here for him, especially after these nades go off. But Uno with a beautiful line of sight. Well done from him as he will shut this down, and G2 stay on pace to take things on map 2.
Before this series started, I made like 3 kind of key words to describe G2 so far this side, despite only playing against NIP and Fearix. And my 3 words were dominant, clutch, and flexible. And so far, they have fulfilled all those 3 categories in the first map of Oregon and now here in Chalet, where that should not have been a G2 round victory, but then clutch comes into it, right? All of a sudden, it is a G2 victory. It's the same thing they did to NIP time and time again. When they look out, do not count them out because they find a way in so often.
Absolutely. And you know, honestly, I think what really assists them with this is that players across the board on G2 are so unbelievably knowledgeable of this game. They know the main lines that these teams want to take, and you can see that really influencing their play. They're constantly worrying about the most pivotal thing in the strategy that the offense is going for, and they're shutting it down over and over again, whether it be through actually killing the person, distracting them and wasting time, or using utility to its fullest. It doesn't really matter. G2 are consistently finding these moments to be able to work their way back into a map, and honestly, Kike, they get these advantages, Nick, but they don't really do anything with them. They kind of just sit there and go, okay, what's G2 gonna do next? Yeah. No, that's not what you need to consider.
What are you gonna
do next?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we talk about opening kill percentage. That's like one statistic, but then conversion to a round victory is another stat line. So you can kind of build upon it. Okay, GK, they get opening kill, they lose the round. That's not how it's supposed to go. If you cannot utilize the advantage that you're getting, then it's not really a true advantage. Yeah. And of course, experience comes into it. He said they're all knowledgeable from G2, been playing for a long time. GK, they're coming from MENA. They're just like the second major for them. They have not been around for as long of a time. And while they do have Noodle, from Europe, who can maybe share some of the knowledge from that region, they just need more time to gel together. And losing these kinds of rounds to a team like G2, that's not bad in the grand scheme of things.
It's really not. But hey, that's the difference between good and great teams right there.
Yeah.
You know, G2 in that scenario, they probably drop off of everything and go for a one-front assault over on like Office.
I was gonna say,
right?
I think you go together and just go for it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sure. When you got manpower, go 5 against 3, you might just win that. If you spread across the map, all you gotta lose are individual 50-50 gunfights. That's exactly what they did in that previous round. 2 people from G2 jumped out windows and they got 2 kills.
I just wanted to get a world champion to agree with me, so, you know. I saw that line, I was like, I'll take that one right there.
I'm smart too sometimes.
Every once in a while. Let's not sing those praises too high, okay? I like to give myself the benefit of the doubt so I can say some dumb things every once in a while and be like, hey guys, come on, I don't know everything. Trix, though, Be working things over on the Solarium side.
boy.
And, oh, Uno.
If only I could jump out the window.
Right. He's like, I'd even take going down. I don't really care.
I would take that.
You're telling me the thermite is repelled on this window right now? Let me at him. Oh, man. This top floor, once again, folks, back in the same boat. Geeky are going to attack this top floor. G2's entire strategy is going to be wasting some time, potentially keeping some verticality, especially here for Virtue. I think he just killed him through the Solarium stairs. Oh, yeah, they got some verticality up top right here. Disgusting stuff, making Trophy really difficult to play. They know that one's inside of Trophy still persisting, but not any longer. Key's down, and this round is already looking like it's G2's. Virtue has 3 kills. He's literally everywhere right now. A brick wall placed in front of Geeky.
That's ridiculous. All from one position as well. Just like verticality holding top floor, and he still's got a little bit of HP left to work with, but you see him, he's peeled off to a more passive position. He's done his job. He's achieved what he had to do in that round. There are still 4 other G2 members up and right at the end. Virtue swings it first, but the trade is immediately there from LMAO.
Oh, I love it. I love watching Clean Siege. It's just a thing of beauty. The checks and balances that G2 have implemented are, oh man, it's just so damn good. G2, Geeky, specifically Tricks right now, looking at that front double door, but I mean, let's not flirt with it too long, my friend. We all know the result of this one. Let's not try and kid ourselves. Lots of damage, and it's done. Love that G2, once identifying things, calming things out, somebody rotates across. That's some things you don't see every once in a while where the support's not there. It's like, oh, it's one guy, you got it.
Yeah.
No, that's how clutches happen, and we don't allow that.
Exactly. And when we talk about the best teams in the world, currently WCM, for example, it's like, okay, why are they so good? Well, for starters, it looks like they have no weaknesses, right? That's a big given. But then it's okay, their fundamentals are really good. What I mean by that is, when WCM, anybody goes into a gunfight, it's never one guy. There's always a body somewhere, swinging, jumping out, you know, getting that trade immediately. Right here, Virtue swings, but not because he's trolling, because LMAO is right behind the corner on the opposite side of that building, or the room rather, to get that kill if Virtue falls. Whereas if Virtue swung that without LMAO there, it's a bad play. Yeah, it's 5 versus 2 or whatever, but that's how you start losing those rounds that you should win, because you're throwing your life away.
Yep. And these are the FPS fundamentals.
Yes.
If you want to get good at FPSs, folks, I promise you, these are just the little things you want to add inside of your arsenal. It will make you a better player. It doesn't matter the FPS. It straight up doesn't.
Game.
And some of them, it even matters more. Halo, team shotting, that is the biggest thing ever because you're going to delete that person's health bar. Gunfights happen a lot longer than a game like Counter-Strike or like Rainbow Six Siege, you know what I mean? So put that feather in your cap. It will definitely assist in the long run. And if you can get some friends that will adhere to the same strategy, oh my God, you have something going for yourself.
You might actually have fun playing games you did that, you know? Playing with some friends, having a good time on the same page.
Most definitely. And then obviously you get to also do some fun stuff as well, especially in Siege. You can bring some wacky operator lineups or whatever. That used to be my favorite thing to do with my friends back in the day. Just see the different ways we could, you know, accomplish things on maps.
You might be thinking like, what is Noodle doing right now? Well, I'll tell you. He's waiting for an impact run out on that garage wall because it's pretty common. You see their Tricks is droning, and we know that Unu's been on Solis. He's been doing those things like C4ing people, taking care of them, etc. with the intel. They're like, okay, they might see he's droning, they might go for impact run out, and they're holding. So good discipline, good read here from GK, but it goes unpunished.
There is somebody in Big Garage as well.
There's LMAO with a shotgun, so he might go for it, but yeah, he's like, Oh, they have a drone as well.
Why the hell are you playing Smoke in Big Garage, LMAO? You can take anybody else.
There. I mean, they barricade the door. Last time that was clear because of it, so they're big branding, right? Last time, door barricade, equals clear. This time, someone's in there. Can't make that up.
It's so crazy. Just... I genuinely cannot believe it's like I'm gonna play Smoke in Big Garage. It's like one of those pieces of utility you really want later. But hey, I mean the other beauty of it. Wow.
On the barrier as well.
And that's the thing, right? Those DMRs on defense, they'll catch you off guard every once in a while once they work their way into the fold. You're used to getting tagged up by an MPX or something like that, and then that EBR hits you in the chest, and you're like, what the hell just happened?
My health bar.
Oh, wow, that Kiba barrier, Nick. That is disgusting inside of red. Uno's going to get key. And Geeky, the big issue right now is the patience is great, but G2 are just waiting for you to try and step up to the plate, and they are constantly knocking this thing out of the park. Noodle, nice little toss down range. He'll be able to take out Uno, but he's going to have to look like Shohei Ohtani here to try and assist with the rest of this.
I mean, there is one thing with GK here. 3 members of G2, 1 or 2 bullets, and they are down for the count. Downside is no hard breach, no easy way to the building, and now Noodle getting tagged up as well. GK got in some nasty shots here to be way into this round.
There's Barb on Blue too. Just everything that could go wrong or be in the way of Geeke. Well, it's been exactly that. G2 will lose a body though, but as we've noticed, things typically trending their way inside of these moments. Although Hisham trying to make his bet
Bomb
right now.
located by attackers. Attackers
Start hedging him at home. Who's got it here in the last 20 seconds? Alum out. He's worked his way over to the main hall. DK trying to address things by, I believe, trying to attempt to plant here inside of Snowmobile Garage. He's going to work his way down, but they've got some solid angles here. They'll be able to identify Noodle working his way in. If somebody makes it to that closet, this round is more than likely over, but they're not going to be capable of that. A smoke for Blue, and it looks like G2 wants to try and take this through retake. Noodle's going to get this plant. You know that they're both playing Big Garage. Ben just got Blue. The Nitro Cell timing doesn't work out. A little bit of damage dealt to Noodle, and Alamau, the team captain, has a moment in the sun, but flying a little bit too close. He'll burn up. Now, nice little round there to add to the back pocket here for Geeke, one that they desperately needed on this offense as well.
But that's what we talked about last time. We're like, oh, G2 are so good. You know, they're trading, they're together in the previous round, but then this one, they're all throwing their bodies together. It's a 5 versus 2 or a 4 versus 2. They should not lose out in that round. Oh, that is 30.
There's no way that Nuno also just like looked down to track it.
Yeah.
That is an insane idea to make sure you know that it's fully placed. He just matched the pace with his crosshair there.
Crazy.
Able to find that, man. But yeah, I'm in the exact same mind space as you on that.
Lost that. I mean, and I will say this as well, because we saw it. G2, nobody was holding default cams when Noodle and Ash was inside of lobby because he shot the fireplace default cam. If anybody was on that default cam from G2, they would be like, yo, this guy's rotating fireplace staircase with diffuser. He's gonna go down the staircase and plant exactly where he did. Alamau had a smoke grenade, Benji had a C4. If they had positioned themselves better and read the situation with the default cam, they could have shut down the plant easily and won the round. But no one's watching default cams.
No.
I checked it. Right after Noodle shut the camera, that's when 2 people from G2 went onto cams. But it's too late at that point. They had no idea what was happening for them. They assumed that cam was shut probably early in the round. So, yeah, very small mistakes, a little bit of laziness here.
Yep.
It's not okay. But GK, individually, did a great job winning those fights in that round.
Hey, it goes back to the fundamentals, my friends.
Yep.
We're always going to harp on those because they're important for a reason. You know, that right there could have been the round difference for G2. GK, an aggressive look off front, and Hisham, I love it. He knows that, I thought there was going to be swing there from Alamau, but his character model's twitching a bit as she did have that F2 ringing true. A lot of people are starting to adopt the F2 back over the 417.
It's time.
Yeah, right? Pretty interesting stuff. Oh, it's not going to be the B. It's going to be Gridlock. So we do obviously have Grim not available for this one, as Gehe did take him away. But they will at least be able to get that player outside of Library. And we've talked about how important this part of the map is for the site.
It's hard to clear it, even how to like enter and actually take control over it, especially a man down. For G2, they have this like 4-1 backstep right now, 3-1.
Oh,
What?
when you do that.
That's nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, why did you do that, right? Seriously, he swung it probably for info, really bad timing for him, but now you lose mezzanine control. Seriously, 1-7 so far here in Chalet, and he's a Sami. Those key barriers, if he had any in pocket, I didn't get to see it, not in play any longer. So library control very slowly falling apart here for GK.
Honestly, get a drone in here, it seems like it's already done, and yeah, it is. Virtue's got the crosshair. Nobody can really work their way up the blue stairs, and Alamau, he's already got the mezzanine library in full control now, and well, we saw Geeke get in similar positions throughout these 2 maps where they would try and throw things at the site or just start trying to traverse their way around and find kills. But G2, they're going to keep a couple active players, but a drone game still as well. Benja! Oh, Hisham, he's going to want that back so badly. If Benja is not a 3 armor, he does not survive that. It's the only way he gets through it, and he's got a triple kill now. Anytime Benja starts to pop off, and come hell or high water, it seems like a G2 round. Benja's gonna start this plant. They know the case is going down. Noodle's gonna attempt to stop it, but I highly doubt this isn't being covered. An impact out. Benja Actually, the only one remaining. Things happening so fast, it made my head spin. I thought we still had another G2 member up, but it's actually a 1 versus 1 here in between these two. No frag grenades or drone to try and assist. And you can see every single member of G2, Nick, is looking at Benja. There's no drone here. Alamau and Uno's going to move back over. Might be one maybe in the hallway or something like that. He's got to continue to try and bait this, but the issue is that Noodle can see him through the walls if he wants to stick this. They start using that utility. Going to try and actually just straight up kill him through, but that deployable shield might actually work back into G2's favor. Oh.
15 seconds left.
Back and forth we go, huh, my friend? He's got the hatch play now. He's going to get him right here. Very well done from Noodle. The patience play out of him. And Benja definitely not going to be happy with the rest of his squad on that one as, I mean, so insult and injury. He's still got 3 kills. Very unfortunate circumstances befalling G2.
Trix did hit some disgusting SMG11 shots though. When he got killed by Benja, he traded with the guy in Fireplace as well with a nasty flick one-tap essentially. So while Benja was the hero for G2 in the worst of ways, surviving this engagement which he had no business doing, completely absurd, right? Trix, however, right here, gets one snap. And this one, wait for it, gets that kill. Yeah, exactly. Right as Benja kills him. So that's the thing that I think that we both missed in the media there. That's why it was a 1v1, because Trix found those kills immediately out of nowhere. And then you're up against Solus 1v1 trying to plant. You can't.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where you're planting, how long you're into it. Benja, I was hoping for a brain play there where you drop the fuser on the ground to force him to swing you because it looks like you're actually planting. Didn't go for it. But either way, when you're 1 HP like that with Gridlock, probably not going to go out well for you.
That's a 200 IQ play right there, my friend. I love that. You've shown me 2 things so far this game. Number 1, the Blitz shield on the back. I don't play Blitz at all. I don't play shields.
Yeah.
So
makes less bonky noise.
Yeah, very smart. As well as that, I mean, obviously you can see the case, but never thought about that line to be able to use it in a situation like that. But, you know, when it's in a high, intense environment like this, sometimes those little moments can just escape you. So far here for G2, they haven't been able to get things rolling on the offensive side just yet. They are going to bring in quite a few pieces of info here. A lot of soft destruction as well in tow.
Yep, and just like when we saw Oregon, there is only one kind of worrying trend here. There's not a whole lot of heart-reaching capabilities for the side of G2. They have just... Benja is right now having a similar run as the last Invitationals of 23 when he was a champion, right, with his team.
I got him right here. I can tell you the stats.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, bring it up. Let's talk about it.
He was plus 87 at the last event.
That's pretty good, I think.
1.19, 70% cost, a 0.93 KPR. He's dead now after he got the double, but still, 32% survival rating. As of right now, again, before this series even happened, he had a 1.37. He was plus 18.
Yep. What that means in simple numbers, people that are not good at them, that is disgusting, you know, performance basically. And Benja in that round walks in library, gets a kill, walks down staircase, gets another kill, and sure he dies, but you're Jackal. You roam through the full map single-handedly. You did your job with your operator, and now G2 they got Ram, they got Buck, they still got 2 cannon openers and Uno that they can use for the hop reaching. They have everything that they want. So now Benja has to watch a drone, flicking between 2 different ones. Those are flank cams, and that is going to be the round secured if G2 can like close this out tightly.
Definitely. He's got so much timing for this as well.
Yep.
To get this move mine out of his foot. Gonna need some solid pressure out of the defense here, but the big issue right now is that they don't really have any true stoppage attempt here for utility. No Nitro Cell, they do have an impact, but that's not really gonna do much, minus a little bit of splash damage. Have a discovery moment here for Hisham. He's someone's inside of bar, but they have to do double coverage on this. Nice little find there for Hisham onto Alamau, but wow, Doki, heat of the moment, able to find him in a split second. Nice little rotation here from Noodle, but more than likely gonna be discovered here. He's flirting with death. Seems like they have a drone here as well. Yep, Benja, we know where that drone is now, don't we? Those shots coming through the kitchen wall as Benja is just constantly flicking back and forth through things. You can also see Alamau on one of these cameras as well. So Geeke, they're stuck to the site. There's not much more they can do. If they go for these rotations, they're more than likely just going to give up a body.
Yep, smokes, flash, and time to go. Uno will plant on the fuser, and the call just has to be there from Virtue and Doki.
No, this closet already covered via that hatch. They're not going to let him through here. That's going to go off without a hitch. Not really much to do either as well. There's just so many different angles to try and work your way back through. Uno, oh my. That second TCSG shot needed to land, but Uno, the proper wide swing there, just steps off the angle just to the side there, Pangy, just enough to give him a dirty look. G2 find their offensive round finally, after that last one was kind of a struggle.
So the one thing here, if G2 had not, I don't want to say thrown because it's like disrespectful to GK because they played well, but had they won that, the basement defense where they were 4 versus 2, and had they won that previous bar clutch from Benja where Trix doesn't land those nasty shots, that's game over.
Yep.
That's 7-2 for G2, but instead, because those rounds kind of slipped away from them, they're just looking at 5-3 right now. They still got 2 more rounds to go, and right now they gotta fight pretty hard to get there.
Yeah, most definitely. It's GK. I see it on their faces, but they've most definitely been having some active moments inside of the server that have been game-altering, especially for things like Hasham. One man that we really want to see, though, is most definitely Seriously right now. If Seriously can start to pop off just a little bit here, maybe get some more kills out of Key as well on top of that, we could really have a game going between these two.
That's the thing. If Seriously was having his usual performance, this would have been like an overtime Oregon, an overtime Chalet probably, or at least very, very close down to the wire, because this is a very much weakened GK. Seriously normally will not go negative. He goes equal or positive, finding clutches, finding big moments like he did previously, but right now, he is just nowhere to be seen in these rounds for his team. He dies early very often. He makes these kind of frustrating plays where he springs out a doorway where he has no business doing it, being, oh, I can take this risk, but when you're 1-8, you've taken those risks many times and it has not worked out. It's time to change something around. It's too much.
Yeah, it's just a very drastic difference from what we've seen from them throughout the rest of this tournament. You know, Seriously and Hasham both almost averaging a 1-point KPR at 0.9 for Hasham and a 0.94 for Seriously.
Exactly.
But they've been completely shut down for the most part here. Hasham, a little bit better, obviously, 7 and 6, but now they know where Key is. Key locked inside of this left-hand reinforcement here, but still have that man over on the Solarium stairs, making things a little bit more difficult for G2, muddying the water just a tiny bit.
Ooh. They had the drone, they got the intel, but Key will run away. He'll survive for this time. C4 went out earlier. Doki almost died himself. He's Twitch, so he can just spend more time on drones here, maybe flank watch, etc. His smokes, he's got diffuser. So Doki no longer an injured player for this round, most likely. Whereas the G2 gotta step up now. Probably Unu, Virtue, and Alamau. His bench is also in that drone duty on the Florist.
Most definitely. All these drones working their way in. And this is the key difference right here, folks. If you want something to just kind of bring home out of this round and tell the difference between these two on offense, look at G2's patience for this drone game.
Yep.
So Geeke with a lot of active angle play and that stuff. Yeah, that can work out for you, but having those dedicated droners, especially in the mid-round, it can make all the difference to your strategy for execution.
Yeah, change the pace, match it at the right time, and now Benja creeping up, looking for a free kill. Uno as well inside of Piano Hallway with the right time of distraction game here. Easily a free kill for Uno, possibly, if Benja can assist him.
I love how Benja's playing this as well, trying to bait that hop out, but could have that hop out from the bathroom window as well. Seriously has been a lot at the wall and hoping that it sticks. Noodle gonna go down, and Uno actually gonna be able to find one as Trick steps up inside a Piano. Hasham will be able to take down Benja, but G2, as of right now, at least have the man advantage. Still some solid areas of the map in control of Geeke, but the issue is now is that G2, they are just forcing them to bleed all of these angles, eating at Geeke, and that's what we talked about. Buzzword, split theory, there it is right there on full display. So many damn angles to worry about. You can't even breathe.
Yeah, that's the thing, and especially with Master Bedroom, that when the bombs at work, you'll be locked out really quickly, and that is split theory. G2, they start mostly on one side. There's like 4 people trying to clear out Key on the mirror inside a trophy. When Doki then got low in HP, they realized, hey, this is not worth fighting for. It's time to go from old style Siege, where we're all playing together, to play new style of Siege, aka split theory, and go everywhere across the map. And again, the small micro decision making, Uno holding the window jump out for Benja, Benja trying to bait it, Doki, who's 1 HP literally, was on big window repel, just holding really passive angles with the TMR. He got 3 kills, covered the jump out on Piano as well, and the cross with the entire bomb side. So really, there's a lot of thought here into where each player should be going based off their operator, how much health they have, and what they're really the strongest at.
Yeah, and that's what I love out of that you pointed out, is especially earlier in the round, Doki gets injured.
Yeah.
He runs back, starts droning things out, and gets on a supporting angle.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's one thing that confuses a lot of people when we talk about kind of this setup for the offensive side of things is like, okay, well, how do you dictate this? Well, you don't want Doki going in the building and taking a fight there. He's got too low HP, but he's got the 417 still, so he's great for angle holding, great for these moments where he can try and catch somebody off guard, because as we've been talking about constantly with these DMRs, you really only got to hit people twice, and they're probably on the ground.
That's exactly it. Now, GK mentioned earlier, they took one map off W7M. They are a little bit away from that right now against D2. It's match point for them, series point for D2, in fact, as the one Oregon previously. So, not quite the same result, but they are looking for something here.
Gotta use the vocabulary word I learned forever ago from Parker. It's the penultimate round that they just got there. G2 now need their last.
Sorry, Bleed beat W7M on the map.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I couldn't pull that one off the top of my head either. I didn't have the luxury of watching that one. Yeah, so no worries though. Noodle's gonna go down, and actually, that is a huge piece to this puzzle, Nick. Solis off the board.
Yeah, it's a huge opening kill. I mean, you want Solis for the late round, right? The flank, also Noodle got that 1v1 clutch in the plant situation, etc. So now that's gone. No active roaming with Intel. The series team's now 1-9, playing in a key position. He has to step up, but he dies immediately again. So does Keith.
The aggression from G2 at the right moment. Applying pressure.
It's over.
Suffocating the life out of Geeke. It's all up to Hashom, but they know where he is! Oh my! A double out of Hashom. Wait, let's not count him out of it just yet, but oh no! There's no way they keep giving it to him. Doki, thank you for shutting that down. That would have been one of the craziest giveaways I've ever seen in my entire life. But G2, they shut it down. They shut it down in 2-0 fashion.
Hashom really put him in the blender right there. Just press that button, go brrr. 4 people just hunting him down, while the 5th man is planting down the diffuser. Thank God that they closed it off, because that would have been an embarrassing round to lose.
Yeah, most definitely. But you can definitely say this, EK definitely have some very solid things going for themselves. I love their mechanics. They definitely have some solid strategy going into things right now. They just need to find when and how to push those buttons at the proper moments.
Yeah, I think mostly for them, it's the details, right? The blitz rush on bar that we saw, great concept, but in execution, in reality, not every single angle is really thought through 100%. So I like what they have to work with. Small improvements here and there. They can get a lot further than what they did right here.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll have to see how this will continue on for them. Maybe we can get some better games out of seriously, and just get a little bit of a better idea of strategy down the line. As again, G2, one of the best teams in the world right now, folks. And if there's somebody that you want to take a lesson from, it's probably them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been a while, but they are the defending champions right now for that hammer. So G2, they come alive at these kinds of events.
Yes, they most definitely do. All right, ladies and gents, that's going to do it for G2 and Geeke. We'll see you a little bit later on today, but we're going to toss you to a quick break.
Thank you so much, Pengu. And, whoa, I just blanked there. Sam, thank you so much for that. Congratulations to you guys as well on the win. Alamau, thank you for joining us on the desk for the interview. You're currently very much at the top of your group. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. We prepared a lot for this boot camp in Brazil for 10 days, and I feel we're really ready to play the playoffs.
Sounds really good. I mean, a main question that we had about the first map was that you guys banned Ashe, and we thought it was maybe because you wanted to play Mira, so you had to save for Miras, but then you didn't really play lots of Mira. Why was the Ashe ban specifically?
Just because Noodle is so good on Ashe, we just decided to ban Ashe because he's too good.
All right, fair enough. I mean, looking as well in terms of how GK has been performing as a whole, were you guys surprised or taken aback by how much they were pushing you guys?
No, we know like they like to play like this, like their playstyle is really aggressive, but I think we prepared really well for that, and I think we showed on Chalet that we were ready for their aggression.
So when it comes to having like a 10-day bootcamp here in Brazil, and you're now playing here in SI, you're through groups most likely because you've been doing so well. How much are you looking forward to that live crowd?
I mean, the live crowd is going to be amazing, but we still have to win at least like 2 games in the playoffs to make the big stage. I trust in my team. I think we're going to do it, and it's going to be amazing. I think I have my whole family coming from my city to here, and so it's going to be great.
That's very nice. You have DC coming up next as well. Do you think they can be a really good contender for you to make it difficult to make it towards that main stage, or are there any other teams that you're scared of?
Yeah, this is really good. I think with Nath, they've been really well. Like Nath used to help Eminem a lot of strats and Chaos, so I think, and he's playing individually very well as well. So I would put Nath as one of the best players in the tournament, and I think with this addition, they are really scary.
scary in terms of their adaptability, in terms of new strategies that they're bringing, in terms of them just playing together as a team? What is it exactly that you look at when you're looking at DZ and think, wow, I don't want to go up against that?
I think they're always very ready strategically because they have a Canadian and Nave now on the tactical part. I don't know how Mint helped them with that, but I know these guys are good for sure. And also, they always been good mechanically and skilled, so yeah, I think they're good.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. I think Doki had something to say to you, so I'm going to let you go off and have a conversation with him to see what that's about. We do appreciate it, and congratulations again. Thank you. In terms of how this map went, though, and 7-3, if that first mapper was a close call for the side of G2 GK, this one was an absolute tear from G2's side of things, and they really came out swinging. I mean, not to take anything away from GK, what we've seen from their players individually when it comes to their mechanics, they have so much, and also, they've played the most difficult teams in their group, okay? Copium. Okay, I gotta do that, okay, as a mena, like, it is what it is.
They can check that off now, of course, but you have to give credits to G2 for this very, very solid performance here. I think specifically on Chalet, something that they did very well was play that info game. I think they definitely looked at the game that GK played earlier against Dark Zero, where they saw they really utilized the information that they had very well. We saw G2 play lots of solos on their own defense, making sure that GK was kind of blind when they were going in for certain takes, but also on their own attacks. I felt like the majority of the times that I saw someone getting killed on the side of GK was when they had their backs facing the G2 opponent. They maybe weren't always aware, maybe weren't always having enough information to be able to deal with G2.
Absolutely. G2 is really trying to be dynamic on the way that they hunt roamers. They were always isolating one specific person. Unfortunately, it looked like Seriously was always on the other side of that roam hunt, but they did a great job at just hunting down that first guy, getting a pick, and then carrying them through the round, taking a little more time to get through the round win.
I guess we haven't really heard of personal space yet. But when it comes to the game and how it was executed, G2 are leaving in a very good mood. But I also want to highlight a little bit in terms of that celebration. I know this wasn't necessarily evident on the stream itself because obviously we're also looking at the cast. But in terms of the happiness level from G2, like, oh, yay. And then it was done.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. We were standing here, we didn't have the game on, and I didn't realize that the game was over.
Yeah, same.
That's how quiet it was in this room from both parties, really. I mean, it really seemed like GK were defeated in that regards. It's like there weren't even a single word. It's like, oh, nice try, guys. It felt very quiet, but for G2, I felt like, oh, just another one ticked off on the way to the second hammer.
G2O strikes again, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the level of confidence. In their minds, they played the hardest teams, and now when they go up against a significantly weaker team in their minds, they expect to come away with it. It's all about how clean the round counts go and how they use their ability and time and round.
Yeah, that also once again impacts their standings. A 21 round difference. Like, you cannot make this up. G2 has been performing phenomenally over the last couple of days. 12 points secured in the back, just ahead of DZ, who they're going to be going up against next because that will be their next opponent. GK with this, however, unfortunately does fall into 4th place, but they still have their Fear X and NIP matchup.
They do, but this is also looking really good for G2, right? Because we have the groups. Of course, you're trying to get out of groups, but if you do get first, you do get a massive advantage in that regards as well. And the way that G2 is currently setting up for that is they're looking really good for that first spot in groups.
Yeah, and also the G2 players individually have been doing incredible so far in this series and in SI in general. So let's have a look at the intel play of the game. Specifically from Uno, this man had a phenomenal performance on map 1, and then you go into map 2 and it's still there.
I mean, this is something we wanted to add earlier on as well, because prior in this same map, Uno already had a massive play we're really pulling the round back towards his way. And here as well, especially look at the round count at the top right.
I'm not looking, I'm closing my eyes, I don't want to see it.
This is to secure the map as well. You can literally see the celebrations after that. I feel like there were more celebrations after that than there were after they won the entire
that was heartbreaking.
series. Yeah, but it just shows the dominance and that these individually skilled players of the side of G2 really know how to step up.
Yeah, I think the whole point of G2's strategy was always to stall as much time and really force GK to go for those executes and leave Uno and Virtue in those positions to kind of clutch up, to put themselves in those positions. And Uno had a phenomenal game today, and he was the one to stand up specifically on G2, and he made it a lot easier for the rest of his team's plan structure to follow through and pretty much just be done exactly how they had it prepped.
And that's what makes G2 such a scary team, because they're a multi-threat team. It's not just one player continuously showing up. Like, anyone on their day can pop off and can have a phenomenal performance, and you don't know what you're gonna get. So it's a matter of getting onto the server and just praying and seeing what your luck will be. But that is us done for the first part of today. We're gonna be heading over to a break because we have the halftime show, and then we're gonna be back with a banger from Group C with W7M up against Virtus Pro.
I move, just watch how I move, move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab, right like I'm getting paid time and a half. Right now, we finally made it, I know that they hate it, we cat is right out of the bag. Right now, the timing is right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move, right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move, can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move, just watch how I move, move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Let's go. Timing is right now.
Welcome back to the halftime show. I've got two very interesting characters joining me right now. Laxing, always charming and handsome. And then we've got a real competitor, someone who knows it through and through, unlike Laxing. Halby from Wolves, how are you?
I'm pretty good. I mean, especially after a victory today. Top of our group, playoff confirmed. Top 3, I think, confirmed too. So
hey, pound that. Hey, pound that.
Is that 3 wins now on the trot?
3 wins, yeah. Only 1 map to go. Day off tomorrow, and then FaZe don't really know which day we are anymore, but Saturday, I think.
How are you feeling about that one?
The thing is, FaZe is a playstyle that we are very comfortable with and that we actually enjoy playing. So, you know, I assume we're going to have a lot of fun and it should be a good game.
It certainly should be. I'm looking forward to that one, that's for sure. But we are here for the halftime show, which means a little bit of shenanigans. We get to play. Is it Guess Who? Is that who am I? Sorry, the producers just said, I say Guess Who, it's Who Am I. It's kind of the same thing, I guess, in a way. I'm going to say it's you know, Who Am I? Cool enough. All right, so how this works is both of these players, technically players, they'll have a name in their ears spoken to them by the producer. It will be an operator. It is yes or no answers, okay? So the questions must be very basic. Am I a defender? Am I an attacker? All of those fun things, okay? So have both of you been given your operators?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Just because we're having fun here, Halby gets to start.
What the?
Yeah, no, I just don't like you. Halby, it's on you.
Are you a defender?
Yes. Okay. Are you a beautiful woman?
Yes.
Okay.
Define beautiful.
I mean, all the women in Siege are beautiful.
Okay, there you go. That's all I needed to know.
So, defense. Are you a trap operator?
Yes. Are you a defender?
No.
Okay.
Are you a woman?
No. Are you a French operator?
No.
Okay.
What's left? Okay. Men, trap. Is your gadget spiky?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you a hard breacher?
No.
I wonder what it could be. I wonder if it's over.
I'm just gonna let it
just go on.
You know, one more round.
Yeah, sure. Go.
Do you have a toothpick?
I do have a toothpick.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You're gonna have to take a stab in the dark.
Okay.
Shot in the dark.
Are you Ash?
No.
Would you like to take a guess as to who this could
I'll
possibly
try.
I wonder.
Are you Legion by any chance?
No. No, I am. I'm Legion.
That's a shock horror. Shock horror. He had you from the get-go.
Yeah, he did.
You weren't even close.
Well,
do you want to ask one more question, see if you can get even close to what it is?
Your IQ.
No.
God.
No. All right. No.
Who were you, Halby?
I was Ram.
Okay.
It's not a hard breacher, but a self breacher.
I feel like you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Were you ever gonna get there?
Honestly, I didn't even think of Ram. The next person that I was gonna say, like, I thought maybe you were gonna be a French operator, but maybe, I thought they were gonna throw that in for the loop, just kind of for fun. Didn't happen. But no, Ram was not gonna be the second person I was gonna guess.
No?
Legion was kind of easy.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, like the trap operator. Yeah.
Right.
What we're going to do, we're going to move away from the game for a second, just while we can, recompose ourselves. It's an intense battle. I understand that.
Oh, I was sweating.
Come on, man.
He had me. Like, I had to get it right.
He did have you from the get-go. I'm going to ask you some questions from the Twitch chat now. So, Halby,
to
kickstart, when you're losing a series, what do you say to inspire the boys?
Well, during the game, I can't really say anything because I'm not actually behind the guy. So
that's true.
It's kind of rough. I think the most important thing that I can do is just stay composed and just straight away move on and talk about the next map. Because that's basically the only thing I can do is like talk to them between maps. So it's just move on. What's the game plan for the next map? How they play? How we want to play? Things to be careful about. Things we might want to exploit. Common drone spot as a reminder and small stuff like that.
So you're trying to move away from it as quick as possible?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're in trouble and we lost a map, you don't want to like linger in the map.
Sure. You don't want to dwell on it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Speaking of dwelling, Lax, what's it like going from player to analyst?
It's amazing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, being in this environment, it makes me wish I was playing. But at the same time, it's nice just to be able to watch the games happen from a different perspective, because when I was playing, I was only focused on my one game. I wasn't watching everything as a whole, taking it all in. So in that aspect alone, it allows me to really just engulf myself into the thick of it of SI and not just focus on only myself, but literally focus on everybody.
It's quite nice.
Yeah.
Has it been difficult, though?
No, actually, the more difficult aspect of it is now I am paying attention to every single team. Whereas before I was only paying attention to the people that were in my bracket or the next person I'm playing, but now I literally have to pay attention to every single player, every single team. But I also do like that. It also allows me to learn more about different teams, learn more about different players. So in that aspect, I mean, it's a learning experience, but it's definitely easy coming from a player to be able to come on here and to be able to talk about the game now.
I would ask if it's exhausting, but you can kind of see it from your face.
Well, you know what's interesting? So from being a player, the 1 hour you play and competing just of yourself, like, you're exhausted the entire day. You don't want to do anything. And that's what's interesting about that with the analyst work and talent work is, you work an 8-10 hour day. That feels equivalent to the same workload of playing one pro league, 1 hour of a pro league match. It's insane to me.
I think that, like, the stress of just being in a game before watching and so on, I think it's enough to crush you. Shorter days, but I'm glad they're short.
Yeah,
for sure.
The emotions would run pretty high.
For sure.
I've never been a pro player, so I'm just gonna, go out there and say I imagine it's pretty difficult.
From time to time.
All right, back to the game now. You both have the new operators in your head.
Yes.
All right, since Halby won last time, he gets to go first.
All right. Are you an attacker?
No. Are you an attacker?
I am.
Okay.
Are you a man?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you a man?
I am.
Okay.
Are you... What did I say? A defense or I'll say it again. Are you an attacker? I just forgot.
No.
No, okay, defender. Good.
Okay.
Lock it in there.
I lost it wrong. You got to give him a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, lock it in.
It was too easy last time.
Do you have smokes in your utility? Or gadget?
Honestly, in your I don't remember. For like, they change so often sometimes.
That's true.
Do you want to ask another one?
I'll give you. I'll give another question.
I can ask another one.
Yeah, we'll give you another one.
Okay. Do you have a light machine gun as a primary?
No.
Okay.
You have a DMR as a primary?
No. Do you have a shotgun as a primary?
No.
Okay.
So are you a trap operator?
No. Do you have a shield?
No.
What the? Okay.
I'm an attacker.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's only worth shield.
You're really trying to narrow it down.
I guess a 3 shield, but you know, that's a long shot. Could have been good.
You know, there's Blackbeard, there's Monty, there's all sorts of people.
True, true. What's left? Do you have Intel gadget? Okay, no, I'll say visual Intel gadget.
Yes? No?
Yeah.
No.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. A main gadget, because there's bulletproof and so on. Just the main gadget. Is it like a visual Intel gadget? It's hard.
That's hard to. I'll just say yes, and then I'll give you the answer once we get to it.
Okay.
Do you have nades?
I think so. Like again, like the gadget.
Old change.
At some point, he had grenades. Yeah.
Okay. I
think I gave 2. I guess I gave 2 clues in that one.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
You definitely did.
Okay, so what's left? Intel visual, but not so much. Do you have? Do you have? How can I say that? How can I word that? You have clones?
No.
Okay.
Do you have Intel?
No. Not as a gadget, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he might have a drone in his pocket.
I thought I had something.
Okay.
Oh, now it's gone.
I'm going to give you each one more question.
Is your gadget destroying reinforced wall when it's deployed?
No. This has got to be a good one. Are you a soft breach?
Yes.
Well, now we have to guess.
So now we have to guess, right?
I feel like you don't have enough to. I feel like neither of you have any idea.
I thought I had it, and then with him saying he didn't have intel, like it completely threw me off.
So,
dude, this is.
Let me recap. Defenders.
Yeah. So many operators in Siege.
Not visual info, but not maybe, but yes, but maybe, but maybe not, but yes.
I'll say yes.
Okay.
From a visual.
Not a clone.
Not a clone.
That doesn't leave a lot of options. So, my long shot. With all the boys on defense, I'll say a new one that I think is useful now more than ever, especially with Grim. Vigil.
What the?
Wait, really?
Yes. Okay. Well, given everything that I listed out, and you said they used to have nades. And they're a soft breach?
No, you said a hard breach.
Oh, no, I said soft breach.
No, he said soft breach.
You said soft? Okay.
But
it's a hard. Sorry.
Hard breach. There you go. You get
hard breach. I messed that up.
And you don't have intel?
Well, I mean, there's a drone, but
yeah,
you count drone.
Technically, they all have.
Like, they all have drones.
Well, I'm saying like in terms of like utility, like that would give information.
It's a hard breach. Well, I mean, if a hard breach makes a hole, is it like intel?
Okay.
Yes, I guess.
Well, that's why I was confused because I said soft breach, so now it's hard breach. So like that.
Yeah.
Like.
You only got a handful left.
You got 4 chances. 1 out of 4.
Therm.
No.
You said he used to have nades. Therm used to have nades.
Who else used to have nades?
I made it hard for him because, like, the equipment, I
didn't play hard breach.
Completely forgot.
I was stuck on flank watch.
To be fair.
It was Nomad and Gridlock.
To be fair, he was banned today in our games. Maverick.
Oh, yeah. That would have been the second one.
He nearly got there.
Dude, this is, I was on flank watch.
Yeah.
I apologize, stream. I was in Siege for 9.5 years, going on 10, but I was on Nomad, so if you ask me Nomad kit, hey, I'd get that. Get that immediately. He got the Vigil one. Like, what made you even guess Vigil? Was it the visual?
Yeah, there's a lot of.
That's why it was hard because I wanted to say no, but I wanted to say yes. But like, if I said no, that would have completely would have went against your answer. So like, yes, just because obviously when you go use the gadget, you're.
I think like, especially with the recent defense operator, like not a trap operator doesn't leave a whole lot of operator.
Okay, let's get away from this game because I feel like we're getting caught up now. Poor Laxing, he's a very competitive player.
I didn't think he
was.
To
be fair, I kind of messed up the Maverick and equipment because we don't. It's been a while since I played him. Personally, I'm a sledge main.
It's 2-0, so it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. You're winning. I'm losing at the end of the day.
That's all that matters, isn't it? Are you used to that?
Losing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have wins under my belt, but I definitely have like more like third, fourth place finishes than I do first place finishes. No one remembers third, fourth place. I do, but nobody else does.
Yeah, no,
I do
fair.
too.
That's fair. Okay,
Type
we've
it.
got a couple more questions before we do anything else.
Sure.
We have a question. This one, I don't even know why I'm going to ask this. Howie, if you had to send someone to a 1v1 Jinxie tournament, who would it be?
A 1v1. We do a lot of 1v1 between us.
Yeah.
I think it'd be Mowgli.
Yeah.
Oh, Mowgli's.
After
Mowgli.
yesterday, my God.
Jinxie,
Yeah.
Jinxie would be flying back on that chair about 50 times over. For sure. 100%.
Can I just say, like, as a representative from OS, I really don't like Mowgli.
Right.
I really have no respect for Mowgli whatsoever.
Especially yesterday. A good.
I've lost all respect for Mowgli.
I don't know how Mowgli does it. Like I'll be watching him, and the next thing I know, like I blink and there's 3 kills on the board.
Well, it's a good game sense, especially in this meta where like it's very dynamic.
Yeah.
You need to make quick decision. I think he's able to do that, and sometimes he just sneaks in between.
Do you guys set him up for that success, or does he set himself up for that success?
Well, I think we set him up in a way that he plays position he's comfortable on. So if you repeat a lot of the position you play, well, at some point you have like almost all alternative of how the enemy can play it against you, and you start to maybe, I don't know, see the future a little bit. And
Yeah. And sometimes you can just go full John Wick and pull a pistol out and kill 2 OS players and just ruin our dreams.
That also works.
That's also fair. Helby, thank you very much for joining us on the halftime show. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Well, I mean, I'm glad we could offer 2-0 wins and be first of our group. So thank you for everyone who follows us and support us in the hard time and in the good time. And also, we have a skin that you might want to...
Finally!
And it comes from a coach.
I know
as well.
LMGs are not, trendy anymore, but it's still good. It's still good.
You got a 2-0 win up here too, as well. So you're 4-0 right now.
Yeah, you're
4-0.
cruising. You're absolutely
Hopefully
cruising.
at 2-0 the day after.
Yeah. Helby, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck against FaZe. When is it, tomorrow or the day after?
No, tomorrow's the day off.
Ah,
So
very nice.
We
We'll
get to
enjoy.
watch FaZe, relax.
Yeah, well, enjoy Brazil while you do it. All right, well, it is time for us to go to a break. When we come back, it will be our third matchup of the day, and it is penciled to be the match of the day. W7M take on VP.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, welcome back from what was an incredibly short break. It is now time for the second half of the show, and we've now got Jesse joining us. Jesse, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I know a bit of a step down from Helby, but I'm excited to join the desk and talk about this upcoming game for sure.
I'm still pained at that halftime show of losing the way that I did. Found out production gave the answer away.
Wow.
A little disappointed. I was trying hard.
You had to go drop the BTS, didn't you?
I did. I feel cheated.
You feel cheated
because there was no way he guessed Vigil.
No, there was absolutely. That's what sent me. I don't know if anyone could see it. I was dying laughing off to the side just because of the reaction. It was the reaction that got me. Of course, teams behind us: W7M and VP. They go head to head, top of Group C at the moment. Will it remain that way? God only knows, that is for damn sure. But both of these teams probably coming into this might well be the match of the day, and by all means it should be, Jesse.
Yeah, it really should. W7M, Virtus.pro, two teams that we expect to be towards the top of this group. Already VP have suffered a loss. It was a close game to Liquid. They definitely could have gone all the way there, but didn't quite grab the dub. W7M, kind of a different story. Technically undefeated, they're 2-0, but both games looking somewhat shaky.
I mean, I'm just happy for VP. Given the Atlanta performance and what they're doing here now, it's a huge step up for them. And I genuinely think that this is be another game for W7M that they're going to get tested. I mean, if you think about it, W7M has been getting tested this entire time.
Yeah.
So VP, this game in general, this is going to be another testament for both of these teams.
It certainly is, and we're speaking about them. So let's go ahead and start to dive into W7M.
My in-game name is Filipox. I'm from W7M, and I'm the IGL for the team. I feel amazing playing São Paulo. I think it's going to be like the biggest tournament in my life. It's a 6 invitation, it's already a big tournament. And playing São Paulo, I've never played in my country before, so I think it's going to be insane. I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think we're going to have great matches. Our first game is going to be against M80. It's always a great game against them. The last time we played, we lost. So I think we are going to get our revenge right now. We are here to win, but we are trying not to think that as much because we already got a lot of pressure because everyone's saying that we are the favorites for the tournament. So we are just doing our work as we always do and not thinking as much as in the finals. We are just going game by game. E aí, M80, vocês estão ligados que da última vez vocês deram sorte, né? Vocês ganharam lá na Arábia, dessa vez não vai ser dessa maneira. E o Bodega, pelo amor de Deus, né? Vocês sabem que você vai perder pra mim.
Well, I tell you right now, this roster has made waves throughout 2023, and now we're into a new year, Laxing. Does that mean new team?
Same team, different org after this, but no, these guys have stayed very consistent across the board. That is a phenomenal 5 roster that you could possibly play with. I mean, Filipox, a lot of you don't know, or maybe some of you do know, Filipox stopped me at a lot of my SI runs, so him to be on this team is no surprise to me in the way that he's performing and taking that IGL role and helping these guys keep pushing further into a possible SI championship.
Making a little selfish, does it make you feel a little better knowing that he's where he is now?
I mean, I'm just happy. You know, I'm happy to see where he's gone because he's a phenomenal player, and to now see him on the best team in the league right now, I love to see that. I love to see just players keep rapidly growing their success and making history.
Well, a phenomenal player on a phenomenal team. Jesse, are there any ways that you think you can kind of disrupt something like 7M's playstyle?
That's a great question. I think for W7M, what they're so good at doing is applying that pressure, right? They're really good at pressuring you, getting very aggressive, fighting you at all types of the map. They'll fight you in the early round, they'll fight you in the mid round, they'll fight you in the late round. But yesterday, we saw one particular player on Bleed really shut them down in those early hyper aggressions, and that was actually Mentalist. He did really good with the drones, and for all these 3 clips I want to show you, pay attention to the drones. You just saw one at his feet, immediately Herds gets cleaned up. That was on Clubhouse. They go then to map 2, and the drones are again strong. You see Mentalist finding players out. Herds, there's the drone, just caught him. Herds takes the gunfight, loses it again. Mentalist is there. And again, we're going to see the intel coming through time and time again with him going down. Now it's KZ on the roam, no longer Herds, but there are going to be drones that are around this map hunting him down, making sure that W7M don't get this pressure for free. In this third clip, KZ hits some nutty shots, and so it doesn't actually go the way of Bleed, but I think it still demonstrates that the intel is there, and this is what you have to do against W7M. Because they're always wanting to apply more pressure, because they're willing to swing you, even when they're in the 5v3, you need to be ready for it. You need to have those drones available, and I think for Virtus.pro, they're a team who need to be able to step that up, and I think looking at their playstyle, because they are a bit of a cautious team, they'll be able to have that same impact on the drones and the intel to shut down Herds, shut down KZ, like we saw a bit from Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And talking about VP, I was watching their game yesterday against M80, and that's actually what they did beautifully against M80 is they shut down that aggression that M80 typically shows up and brings. So if they can apply this going into W7M, and again, learn from that Atlanta of playing against all the Brazilian teams and W7M again, and just shutting down that aggression and forcing engagements in their favor, we're going to see VP on top.
We've been talking about him a lot. Now let's hone in a little bit closer on VP.
My name is Joystick, and I'm playing for Virtus.pro on Open Fire role. Our goal is to go here for the stage and show everyone what we can do as a team. Our group is Group C. We were playing versus Liquid, W7M, M80, and Bleed. Our first match will be versus Liquid. We have a lot of matches before. We didn't win them any time, so it will be a crazy matchup because they are Brazilian teams. We are a Europe team. We are playing so slow, they're playing so aggressive, so it will be some crazy stuff, different play styles, different countries. It will be amazing in my opinion. Hey Liquid, you know that we are never trash talking to the other teams, so just have fun, and I think we have a good match.
Well, it is time to focus on VP because this is a team that fully know what it's like to be in these positions and well and truly can do the damage, Jesse.
Certainly. I think Virtus.pro really have had a great tournament start off so far. Obviously lost that first BO3, but looked pretty strong. And against W7M, they're one of the more formidable teams. When we look back at Atlanta, Virtus.pro were the only team to maintain at least a 50% attacking win rate in their matches against W7M. Now, it was a small sample size. They only played 4 rounds attacking against the Brazilian squad. But still, every other opponent W7M faced in the tournament couldn't even hit that 50% mark. I think it's that slow, methodical, very cautious playstyle that VP bring to attack that does have an opportunity to shut down W7M. Now, their defenses in that W7M game, pretty poor. So when it comes to that second half, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but I do think for Virtus.pro, stylistically, they've got some ways that they can take advantage of W7M.
All right, well, it's time to start to paint the picture. Let's go to the vetoes and figure out where we're going for this best of 3, which we're assuming will go the distance. Chalet, Bank, Consulate, and Oregon banned out first here, Lax.
Interesting seeing Skyscraper. So I was actually just told from Helby when we first were talking about this. He said their Skyscraper, they actually take a lot of strats from. A lot of Wolves strats have came from VP setup. So VP, this is actually a shocker to me to see Skyscraper coming through with that on top of it. I mean, I genuinely think that they're prepared for this. They know what W7M might not like to do overall. But I mean, I think overall this actually is a surprise pick that's going to catch maybe W7 off a little bit. So going into that next map is... I'll leave that to Jesse.
I mean, this whole map ban phase, go back 3 months ago and say that VP are playing a BO3 where both Border and Skyscraper are in the hand. No. And that would be insane. You'd be laughed out of the room because this both used to be 2 permabans for Virtus.pro. It's very clear we have a brand new team coming through. I'll touch on Cafe quickly. W7M's best map by far. They love this map. 7-1 record this season. They're going to be very comfy when they go there. But all in all, the story of Virtus.pro's map pool this event has been extremely fun to watch so far. We saw Border get debuted on the first day of groups. Now we're going to get to see Skyscraper.
Well, you know what? We don't have to wait any longer. It is time to get underway with our first matchup. Skyscraper, W7M, Virtus.pro. And of course, to run you through all the action, Xenox and Dez.
Yeah, I can't lie. I was a little bit mesmerized there by Jesse's head. Looked like 3 little spider legs poking out to the side. Lovely work, though, gentlemen, of course, on the Des.
Trying to escape.
Exactly. We've got a big match here, Des, though. I mean, huge. W7M, VP, technically, as of right now, 1 and 2 in Group C as well. A group that is ultra stacked. I'm excited for this one, and we get to head to Skyscraper.
We do. This feels like a real, the kind of match you'd expect to see coming into late-stage playoffs, even like a quarter-final style fixture, right? There were doubts about VP coming into the competition, but Jesse was just talking about it on the desk there. They debuted Border yesterday. Skyscraper, they haven't played this since April last year, so they're really bringing out all the stops, all these hidden strats in a way, and it might be enough to topple the team that many are looking at and expecting to win here in Brazil after their success last year.
Only the 26 rounds played of Skyscraper so far, so not one of the more prominent maps, I guess, especially coming from the game that I did earlier, which was Chalet and Clubhouse, the 2 most prominent maps that we've got at the event so far. 69% defensive win rate here on Skyscraper, going with the theme here at 6 Invitational 2024, where it's all about defense. Who's starting there first? It's W7M.
I hate to say it, but Fresh is very right. He was saying when we were talking about defensive win rates a few days ago, he was like, historically we've seen 55, maybe high towards 60s. He thinks, I think we'll go towards 65 to 70. And I was like, that's a high number.
Yeah.
but it's pretty spot on. We've got a lot of maps in that kind of 65 to 70 range at the minute, which is alarming, but that's exactly how it stands. Bans flying on through. Grim, been a real staple for so many teams in their lineups in the attacking half throughout this tournament so far. And Ying, you caught it earlier on. Virtus Pro, a very prominent ban of theirs.
Yeah, it's also one from W7M, so they kind of like look at that as maybe a bit of a freebie. As Army does also get banned out by
wow, I didn't know we get
Virtus Pro
bans now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Solus is the last one. In fact, I would be surprised if it is not the last one, and it's actually Kaid. W7M typically ban out the Solus, and I think on a map like Skyscraper where you can get that information, I'm a little surprised to see it do come through at the hands of W7M. They get rid of the Kaid, so very curious to see how it plays out here as we get into this one. In terms of what's on the line, Des, first spot in this group. This could be the deciding match when it's all said and done.
That's exactly how it looks to me. These guys have both got one game left after today. We've got W7M coming up against their brethren in Team Liquid, and Virtus Pro come up against Bleed. By no means easy matchups, but if they really are going to be topping this group, whichever team wins today, you'd hope they go on to win the next. So for me, I'm with you. This feels like the game that determines who gets that instant spot buy-in to the quarterfinals in the upper bracket.
In terms of what, yeah, you get that. You just go straight to the quarterfinal. Not only that, you avoid the other first place teams in their respective groups until then the semi-finals as well. So certainly something that you would want to get if possible. Doesn't mean it's do or die in this particular match. Like you said, there's still another game after this for these two teams respectively, but still, you want to take that form, that good form as well, into the playoffs. Excited for this though. W7M, Virtus Pro, we kind of look at some of their recent matches. VP, of course, did lose out to Liquid 2-1, but bounced back against an M80 squad that is clearly getting beaten up in Group C.
They are, but they're really putting up a fight, aren't they? They've had some great games. The game against W7M was unbelievable, but still was the Latam team coming out on top. M80 probably feeling a lot like an APAC team, I'm afraid, here, whereas you get so close, but not quite far enough.
Well, you say that, an APAC team did take a map off of W7M in that 2-1 win for W7M over Bleed. As we get into this one, it is going to be Virtus Pro, though, trying to find an entry point here into Skyscraper. The Solus, as I mentioned, was not banned out by W7M. Immediately, Philippe Hox is straight on it, and it's going to be very influential.
What I love from this is immediately W7M have identified that the point of ingress is coming into this east side of the map, and you've got three players from W7M all playing around each other. The Solus downstairs, you've got the Legion and the Mute on the upstairs, and they're just playing as this little tight-knit triangle with the Solus really guiding the two above and trying to keep Virtus Pro at bay. When they're done around this area, they've got cover coming in around Shrine. It was Drum, but the Fenrir has just moved away from that point as well. Nice shot onto one, again keeping Virtus Pro on this side of the map. But just that team play where everyone is looking to work towards supporting this east side hold, and it's working, is really impressive to see.
Yeah, very extensive roam here from W7M to just push out to the south side of this map over towards Office and Exhibition. KZ, understanding there's one close by in terms of outside that position. A lot of balcony play right now from Virtus Pro. They're finding it a little bit difficult to get some map control here. They're not really able to get into these entry points. Such is the case with Skyscraper. It can be quite easy for the defenders to really maybe make these chokeholds, if you will, and it's going to be Herds that finds a second in this round already. Might be on for a third, indeed. An opportunity given into the quad from Herds. What a start. There's the flawless round. That was absolutely scintillating from W7M.
It was, and I was just watching the drone count being chewed down as well. I think they're down to 4 at the very end, and no one was inside the building. They managed to get the VIP wall opened up, and that was it. That was all VP managed to achieve in round 1. And again, I'll come back to that team play coming out of W7M. The Solus below for information. The two playing upstairs. They had a player eventually move off-site entirely. They completely abandoned the west side of the map and had one player in Shrine and one in Drum. They're just moving as a full unit here. It's like watching a formation in like a soccer match, all moving together, all with the same goal in mind.
Football, mate. Football.
I'll say soccer because lots of NA audience.
Okay.
Although it feels dirty saying it. I tell you what really made me laugh yesterday. Fun side story. Recently, Stokes has really got into soccer, football, and started supporting Liverpool, which is Tim's team.
Of course.
Yeah, which I'm sure you're very. So you support
Everton, mate. Oh,
yeah, I'm so sorry now.
If there's any Evertonians out there watching right now.
Stokes brings the real like American sports fan energy to football, where it's like I shout louder than you and therefore you're wrong. And I'm like, mate, we don't do this over here. And he's like, well, I do. And I'm just like, okay.
Oh, my God. Here we go.
Yeah, it's been a fun day.
Well, rough start, though, for Virtus Pro. Couldn't get inside of the building. Balcony was basically the only foothold they had. That was outside in the exterior. So clearly troubles, especially with the drone game and the Solus that's into effect. Philippe Hox played it last round. Now Hertz swaps onto it for this particular round. Again, it is a ban that W7M usually bring, but maybe feeling it's something they could abuse, especially starting on the defense and maybe opting, hey, let's just abuse it ourselves and try and get a really big lead that we can build on.
Similar style setup though for W7M, at least 4 players spawning off towards the northeast side, and looking to get themselves started on the balcony first and foremost. So display is going to be the main point of ingress, looking in towards the VIP wall once it gets opened up by Dan as well. The reason why you got the Zofia on side here with Always is to make sure it can't be bandit tricked on the other side. You open up the window below, blow the floor out, exactly as Always will demonstrate here, and this simply cannot be denied away. But just for good measure, he'll do it anyway.
Whopping 80% defensive win rate for Office the next edition. 3 of the rounds that, of course, that it's been played. Slightly small subset, but Pasha gets a nice opening kill on the breach there onto JV. Good start there for Virtus Pro. Still, though, similarities to the round prior where it's a lot of this balcony play. They're not really going for that kind of entry towards, say, the Tea Room Karaoke side and then sweeping across and trying to take these choke angle fights towards, say, the mezzanine drum. Instead, they're going very direct, playing off of the ROUs there from Joystick as he just throws them out. Maybe going for a bit of an early plant here, but denied by Nade.
It's the problem. You've got Philippox on side as well. He can deal with this. You're playing on the Warden with all these light screens going up. It's like a play park for the Warden at this point. They're shut down to 2, and that really was the Hail Mary from Virtus Pro. They put a lot of stock in that sense working out, and now they don't really have any operators, any utility to make and execute work. It's going to be hard to get anything done in these last 90 seconds against the 4 men alive on W7M.
Yeah, and they don't have kit control either for Virtus Pro. So for W7M, not only are they not displaced, they've still got sight, and they've also got good position in terms of that kit. Virtus Pro now also maybe going for a bit of a last rotate to try and get themselves entry into the map and then eventually push through those chokeholds of Drum, for example. So they've gone now towards that eastern side, the Tea Room Karaoke side, if you will. Pasha now makes his way through the hallway. He's going to have to deal with Philippox, and Philippox found a kill onto Dan at the same time as well. I think that might have been in towards Geisha. Either way, makes this task so much more difficult now for VP.
They're trying to pull themselves back together to push forward as a unit, but as you say, Philippox has already sliced that plan in half. They've got to clear entirely from west across the east inside 40 seconds, and it's simply not going to happen. You know, 1 4K in one round, a 3K in the next. W7M, they're having the run of things right now.
A little bit disappointing right now for VP, but it's, to me, also just so far Skyscraper being Skyscraper. Really difficult to enter. It's defensive-sided. We've seen that already at this tournament, up to 70% if you want to round it up. And obviously for a team in W7M that are already shaping up at 68% defensive win rate, it's going to be tough for VP. So they need to find opportunities early. I didn't actually necessarily hate the ROUs there from the sense to try and get a bit of side control, go in, maybe a bit of a fast plan, catch W7 off guard. Clearly didn't work, but they tried something, and as long as you're trying something, you might be able to pull it off every now and then.
Yeah, I missed exactly what happened to the light screen, whether it bounced off the corner of the wall and it took a further one thrown deeper to go all the way through to backside, but that one missing panel, that small gap that you saw them go charging through was far too easy for W7M, Nade in particular, to get the close down on. Untroubled so far in those first 2 rounds, it feels like. Some good ideas coming out of Virtus Pro. You're seeing this very kind of early, heavy hitting towards side that we've seen so many teams employing in the current meta at this competition, but it hasn't worked for them twice, and here there probably needs to be a bit of a change in tack. At least with the lineup they've got, things look to be slowing down. Looking at the Flores, for example, I'm thinking about the gridlock. Not exactly the kind of operators you see and say, oh, that suggests a really fast play coming up this round.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe seeing VP, though, go for a bit more of a map-wide take. Again, you're going into that Solus, though, and that can be very influential in shutting that down, especially when you want to drone forward to find these positions. If the Solus is in good positions to then deny those drones, that makes it very difficult to do that, hence why you might then go for a bit more of a direct approach. So it's the 3rd round, though. So far, all signs pointing to a W7M onslaught. VP are the ones that need to really pick up the pace here, and pace is something of an issue for them. Minute 30, of course, they've been quite slow. In fact, second last only the ever, well, poor D+, if you will. There's a lot of different words I could have used there. We'll just go with poor for now. They're a minute 36. So obviously VP, in terms of their pacing, is something that maybe they would look to improve on in this particular series.
Yeah, whereas at the other end of the spectrum, you've got, what, for W7M at 2nd, I think, fastest time to end.
4th fastest.
Incredibly quickly. I mean, sure enough, they're keeping it there at 54 seconds, making things move nice and quick. And once again, Virtus Pro are challenged. This is really where teams, you get to a spot where you isolate and identify there is a player completely by themselves, and some teams have been excellent. SSG jumps to mind here at finding a player and just collapsing with 3 or 4 players, guaranteeing at least a trade, but more often than not, you get away scot-free with a free kill, and you can press forward the numbers advantage. But here, they've let Herd slip the net, and that is unforgivable.
Sensational start from Hertz, though. 6-0 as he has started perfectly. Of course, had the quad in the opening round, has followed on with a couple of kills since then. Geisha is where they go, though, in terms of Virtus Pro to get a bit of that Vert up above in terms of kitchen and barbecue. Minute and 30 seconds remaining in the round. Philippox wanting to be aggressive at that hole. Pasha's able to get a drone through in past drums, so that's not bad. A little bit of information, but think might have actually just got misdroned. He then gets a kill. Pasha falls. That makes it 3 versus 5. Is the trade going to come through? Not necessarily straight away. The flash goes in, but it hadn't actually popped and always went a little too early there.
Great read from KZ, though. Sees the flash and just takes that chance to step across the right, gets a couple of shots in, and ultimately has done so much work there. Again, he slips the net, though. Finally, one comes back, but it's not from conventional means, it's from a Claymore. And yet again, we've got another multi-kill coming in here, Xenox. It's been 3 rounds, 3 different players, 3 multi-kills. Virtus Pro being bullied on their map pick.
Yeah, they really are. Glad you mentioned that too. In terms of the map pick itself, this is Virtus Pro's map pick. Shepard at least getting something here towards the end. 2 kills around that balcony position. Could make his way in towards Geisha if he wishes. With 30 seconds remaining, this is still a possibility as he does have kit. A couple of Roteros at this point though, too late into the round. He does throw out his final flash. Couldn't quite dislodge Hertz. He does make his way in towards Geisha. Good shot. That's the down. He'll know that too. Still needs to make the drop though, get in towards side.
Hasn't got the time to get away with it, sadly. I don't think he'll have to Hail Mary his way downstairs and either pray lucky that JV's held close. You can see him on the right-hand side. Of course, he doesn't know that. Shepard's got the right idea. JV's there for the step out, though, and gets a very close round that really shouldn't have gone that way with KZ's 3K in the middle.
I want to say a little bit better, mainly because of the effort we saw at the end there. But let's be also honest, the vast majority of that was still quite difficult for Virtus Pro in their attack. It was W7M. They were able to get the first couple of kills. What do they have? Like a 5-on-3 lead. They're winning the early contact fights. VP are struggling to get map control. They're certainly not able to hit site either. Yes, maybe W7M got a little overzealous towards the end, fed a few kills, but still, regardless, it's 3-0 and it's a VP timeout. So clearly, they're not too happy with the way things are transpiring at the moment.
It's essentially a guarantee that on your map pick, if you go down 3 rounds in a row, and truthfully, even on maps that aren't your pick, you'll tend to take this timeout after 3 rounds. It's that end of the first quarter. You've seen a 3-site rotation. You know what sites you're coming back to. And it's a good chance to kind of take a pause, break the momentum of the team that is running away with things, but also go over, okay then, we've seen those 3 sites. What has got to change here? What has been really biting us in the backside? And the difficult thing is, I think you've seen 3 very different rounds from W7M there. Round 1, looking back at it, it was that massive hold out towards Exhibition where VP couldn't even get inside the map. As it's then worn into things, they have got inside the map, but they've struggled to pinch it on individual players that are isolated, like KZ here. At the start of the round, it was Hertz in round 2 in a similar spot to getting multiple kills. Now it's KZ not being appropriately punished and getting his team 3 kills there.
You can see there, at that point, it was a 4 versus 1, and then they started to peek the window a little bit. Shepard on the balcony outside Geisha was able to get a couple of kills, brought it back, eventually got inside of the map, and actually then made it a 1 versus 1, so a decent effort.
Yeah.
But
I mean, he's
ultimately,
1v4, wasn't he, as well, right? Almost pulled that off.
Ultimately, though, comes to nothing. That's the name of the game here. We go back to T-Room and Karaoke, though, here into the 4th round. Last time out was that extensive hold over towards Office and Exhibition, denying any kind of take from the opposite side of the map. Do wonder then if VP might opt to switch it up, hit this a little bit more direct, maybe get a bit of vert control down below, push up backstairs. Either way, they do need to change it up.
Reading my mind there, Zen. I'm completely with you as well. I think going into side direct would be the play if you know they're stacking up hard towards this east side. Prepping here really for any kind of runouts or cheeky and early aggression. It's been a couple of those moments across the last few rounds. Just making sure with the EE1D coming out that nothing's going to bite them.
Well, the spawn doesn't really suggest, though, that they're going to be going for said direct unless they rotate later in the round. Right now, though, it is going to be Office and Exy.
As long as they're quick to make that decision in the mid-round, then it's going to be okay. I mean, here they are dedicating 4 players in towards taking this side of the map, as we've seen historically. I mean, there are that many players out here, but they're not all stacked up and trying to force their way in through display, for example. So a little bit different, but as I said before, they cannot let players like Hertz and KZ keep on slipping through the net. It's all good seeing them and saying, cool, we've got to isolate them now. You leave their entryway out completely clear. Let them get kills for free. That just cannot carry on.
Well, I think it's interesting for me as well. W7M, they're not getting too over-aggressive. We're not seeing like massive spawn peaks or run-outs or anything like that. I say that, Hertz is actually now down. He should be brought back up by Filipov. So from that drop, he's quite safe down below. That's okay. Might, though, for momentarily reasons, allow VP into the map on the upside portion of that side of the map. So they've got to take advantage of these little wins.
I think it was always getting the down on a very, very fine angle that he was holding. This one you can see right here. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer, which led to Kurds dropping away, which now means there's only 1 player on the upstairs around the Exhibition side. It's enough to make them wary, bearing in mind we're halfway through the round, and yet again, they aren't inside the building, and you've still got support from Dragon and Shrine coming in again, so there's still so many layers they need to unpeel here, and KZ's got a 2! It keeps on happening, and there is simply not a convincing enough response from Virtus Pro.
Hate to say
Make it a 3rd.
Hate to say it, But this is looking like an EU APAC team right now. Virtus Pro is slow on the entry, can't get map control, can't find kills. Losing these rounds so comfortably. But W7M, they're just not making really that many mistakes. 4 versus 1.
Oh,
KZ!
shot
through the walls,
come
shot through
on.
the heart. It's a slaughter here on Skyscraper right now. 4-0 to W7M.
The key word you used a couple of sentences ago for me was comfortable. Outside of coming down to that 1v1, that was a bit of a freakish moment because it was almost on a 4v1, essentially come back for the side of VP. I don't think W7M have really looked or felt threatened. The fact that KZ's stepping out as the sole man left on that top floor, because I even said, like, 2 players have dropped away. He's alone up here. They didn't seem to know that he was in that spot to make a swing happen. And bless always, he's tried his best. He swung onto the man about 2 or 3 seconds after his teammates have died and lost that 1 versus 1. Just the team a little bit out of sync here, missing some crucial parts in W7M's setup, being caught unawares, or simply just falling at the first hurdle, because yet again, they haven't got inside the building.
No, they haven't. It's been a struggle. One thing I'll say as well, again, VP's map pick, Skyscraper, they're not the worst attacking team at this event either, especially an event where attacking has been difficult. 42% attacking win rate is only 3% less than W7M. On a map too, where a tertiary site like Barbecue and Kitchen is only a 57% defensive win rate, that's where you've got to be getting these rounds. So when they did lose that and that 3rd round took the timeout, clearly they felt like one of their win conditions had already been lost. Now we go to, say, an offensive exhibition. It has a whopping 80% defensive win rate. This is going to be very difficult for VP to claw back the rounds now. They're kind of staring down the barrel of like a 5-1 half, which really sets W7 up because they're a team that certainly can attack and will find rounds on those tertiary sites.
I liked Virtus Pro's plan set up with the Sens last time around on this side, but they've gone for a very standard staple go for here. And rather than trying to push out towards the west side and sweep their way across like most teams would do, once again, they're trying to go direct to site. They seem to absolutely love this east side of Skyscraper and don't have a change plan button anywhere on their control panel.
Yeah. Where's the vert roams? Where's the push in slow?
You got a buff like underneath to be a good shout, for example.
Yeah.
Seen teams abusing that an awful lot this tournament, given there's no vertical frag nades anymore. The buck actually is way more powerful. And to give it to Pasha and to Joystick and to Shepard and to Always, they have now rotated over far towards the west side and left Dan on his lonesome, looking in towards the site itself.
Yeah, and in some ways, got to give the plaudits here to VP. They've switched it up a little bit. We're asking kind of where is this push from the more southeastern side? Well, here it comes, also with a little bit of that vert in terms of the roam. Herds is on the move, as he would be and should be on the Solus, and it's going to be good for one onto Always.
That's just, I mean, why is he going in ahead of the drone when the drone hasn't even confirmed the room is clear yet? It's a little bit early. And I was going to say, Pasha was sniffing around on the book inside a Barbecue. He's just walked straight into Herds as well, but this is the thing. You've got a man going in separate and being picked off because he's locked in the animation. Then a drone comes through. Then Pasha's there a few seconds later, and now Casey's almost shooting someone else in the back and finding Joystick for free anyway.
Poor execution.
It's just so
oh my God.
So much miscommunication, so broken in terms of how the team are approaching the round. And again, W7M don't feel challenged right now. They're just kind of waiting for them to come in the building and gunning them down as soon as they do.
Can we have another timeout? Like, can we just give them one more?
Did W7M donate theirs? Say, hey guys, I'll do you a favor. Let's call a tech timeout now, just for you, just for you.
Now, look, coming into this particular series, Des, I'm going to be honest, I felt really hyped. I felt like this should be a good game. I felt like, obviously, for Virtus Pro, they were competitive against Liquid. They got a map. They beat down M80. Obviously, they're second in the group right now. W7M, is there a sense of maybe vulnerability after they dropped the map to Bleed yesterday? All of those things made me feel like coming into today that we were going to get a decent match, but right now, 5-0 start. It's not so much the 5-0, it's the rounds themselves that have just been so utterly dominant.
I always say passion can get a bit passionate, and that's exactly what we saw there. Not happy, and I wouldn't be either when your team has got 5 kills across 5 rounds. Look down that leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen. 2 players on a donut, 2 with breadsticks, and Shepard with 3. And that was off the back of that almost 1v4 that he almost pulled off but didn't quite achieve. On the other side, no member of W7M has died more than once. You've got 2 players sat on 8 kills. Like, this has probably been the biggest gulf I think that we have seen in a game so far at this tournament. And it's terrifying again that it's Virtus Pro's map pick.
Final round of the half. Now, we'll add the caveat. They get around here, close it out, Barbecue and Kitchen, tertiary site, then suddenly things
This is disrespect now, because he knows they keep coming on the northeast side. And
good shot on the upside down repel.
We'll pay for it. I did think, okay, look, I get it, you're confident, but that's maybe a little bit too far.
And that's something that actually W7M haven't done a lot of in those opening 5 rounds. They didn't get too overzealous, they weren't getting too overly aggressive, they were holding good positions without taking that extra step that wasn't probably necessary. But as you said, I think Herd's probably just feeling like I'm on a bit of a heater. I'm the capcan. I put my EDDs down. I'll go for it.
Look at me. I'm the capcan now. Felt it like he could go for it, like he had the call. Simply didn't put it off, though. Anyway, 4 versus 5. This is the best chance that Virtus Pro are going to have to get something out of this half. I would say, but the last thing you want off the back of a 6-0 half is to see match point every single round as you load in. So here, getting even that one round of padding room just gives a little bit of hope that you have some semblance of control coming into the game still. Otherwise, I think this one's probably lights out very early on in the second half.
Yeah, and every chance if you do get this round that you two can kind of replicate what W7M have done on a map like Skyscraper in this tournament, go into the defense, you get a couple of rounds, you can really start to get cooking and feel a bit more comfortable inside of the server. So this is a massive round. Minute 40 here left remaining again for Virtus Pro. Typically slow in their approach, in their entry, but getting that earlier kill onto Hertz means they do have the numbers advantage. They can overload some of these positions.
And you can see in the outlines how spread out they are across the map as well. They're all over the shop. Yeah, I've got 2 or 3 players out towards the east, got one outside a balcony, one trying to face their way in towards window in Geisha as well. And W7M again, this little triangle set up essentially for Leapox on the downstairs. You've got JB, you've got KZ, trying to keep them at bay and keep them away. But there is always a player in W7M within a second or two ready to play for a trade. Doesn't help if you're dying from the outside of the map, mind you. Always getting himself on the board finally. 5v3. Have Virtus Pro done enough?
Yeah, certainly a lot better from that. Minute left. Don't count out W7M, though, the way that they've been playing, especially with KZ still inside of the server. 8-1. Been an absolute menace so far. Still 1 impact available as well for JP. I mentioned his name, though, and he's dead. So talk about a bit of a cast to curse, and that should now be the round for VP in a 5 versus 1. KZ, no.
A flawless round.
No montage plays there. No 1v5s. It is finally a round win, though, for VP.
I find it so funny when you see such disparity between the round before and that round. Like, absolute domination for 5 rounds in a row, and then get completely dominated in the next. And maybe a little bit of overconfidence. Herds we spoke about at the start. The man's on 8 kills. You're losing a big fragging player on your team. And then you've got players peeking onto the rappel and really feeling themselves like they can get those kills and completely understand after 5 rounds of outright domination. But it was a lot of kills from outside the building for Virtus Pro. And the thing that we've remarked on a couple of times from W7M is they barely let them inside the building, but as soon as Virtus Pro are in, they're gunning their players down. Here, I think, just going that step too far and paying the price. It does give them a little bit of breathing room, but now Virtus Pro have got to try and pull off a bit of a miracle to get several defensive rounds in a row to even things up here and potentially send it through to overtime. A win does feel a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and touching on a little bit of what you just said there in terms of like slow approach, but once they do get the entry, they get the kills. 52% in terms of entry percentage in success rate, which is above 50%, which is probably pretty good in terms of the way the tournament has been going. There's actually a lot of similarities to a team like D+ in that they're both very slow, but when they do get in, they're actually not that bad. So just pick up the pace a little bit, guys, okay? You don't have to overthink this. Don't overcomplicate it. You're like a good 30 seconds slower than the likes of W7M. So clearly, you want to emulate what the best are doing, pick up the pace a bit. That's your downfall right now. Either way, that's enough about VP's attack. Now we got to see them on the defense.
Yeah, and it feels like immediately their comp has gone towards defense mode. Try and lock them out as best they can, whether it's the laser gates, whether it's the Fenriers, whether it's the Legion goo mines, anything to slow down this W7M side, because as you remarked, with how fast they are on the entry, they like to hit you hard, they like to hit you fast.
It's an Aruni. Can I say laser gates?
Yeah, that was terrible.
Oh, sorry.
Laser gates!
I guess I've lost my pitch to replace it. Laser gates, Des! Laser gates!
Why has he suddenly lost his nuts? Why is he suddenly... What's going on?
I can't do it. I can't do it. No, sorry.
I had Guz try and say something earlier. I forget what it was. Oh, I tried to get him to rage at Bar and Cocktail on Cafe.
Oh, right.
It didn't work very well.
No.
Because Guz seems like the nicest guy in the world. He wouldn't rage.
He does not seem like the nicest guy in the world. Jesse is
lovely.
probably the nicest guy in the world.
Who is?
Jesse.
Jesse? Tell him he's wrong about his stats and you'll see the real side of Jesse.
Oh, the rage. All right, let's get into this one. 7th round to kickstart the second half. W7M. What have they got on the attack? Well, they go straight for that kind of sweep across style, straight over towards Officer Exhibition. Probably no too surprise here on a T-Room Karaoke side. It is defended. Pasha gets a freebie onto a Philippox caught off guard.
Yeah, making the same mistakes in a way that Virtus Pro did back in the first half here. Not got the drones in. Pasha manages to split the net on the Fenrir and pick someone off quite comfortably. It's being pressured, mind you. Herds is on the downstairs. JV's rounding on towards display. But Shepard elsewhere has found KZ. Are we really going to see a game of 2 halves here? Because it feels like it based on this round.
It's a large possibility when you go and look at the statistics. This is why you don't really count teams out anymore. Even at 5-1, it's just the current state of Siege. This is just really the reality of it. Don't look at that 5-1 scoreline and think, oh, W7 W7M's got this in the bag. Certainly in a good position if they can find some more kills, turn this round around. There's still 60 seconds time. That Goomine does not go where it probably wanted to by always, doesn't get into towards the staircase. Either way, just under 60 seconds left. Good information here as well from Nate. He does have the kit and might just get a bit of a freebie. No, the yellow thing is good, but it's old information. Misses that. The Skeleton Key doing some work, but not enough. And Shepard from above gets the kill, followed up elsewhere by Pasha. 3 versus 1 now. Virtus Pro looking a little bit better here on the defense.
A little bit of deja vu, actually. We've seen him in this spot before. I think it was Shepard pushing into this spot and managing to find himself a few kills. And here it's Nate to try and do the same, but no such joy. Very closey first round for Virtus Pro, and again suggests there may yet be much more to Skyscraper than we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the statement there, and the storyline developing a little bit here is that, okay, yeah, great start from W7M, and a lot of those rounds were, I would definitely say, quite one-sided in their approach. W7M looked extraordinarily strong, but VP have already shown in that particular round to start this second half that they've got the capabilities of doing something similar to replicate what we saw from W7M.
Alrighty, exhibition office we go into for our next side. Defensive side again, leaning in towards some of these slower operators. This time the Frost coming along as well. And I love how Fresh's bingo card. He had the one about Frost rework, still leads to defenders losing the round. I believe it was Grixer who got down and then got up and got a 3K off the back of it. It was pretty unbelievable. So keep a close eye on that one.
Are you implying Fresh is wrong?
Huh?
Are you implying Fresh is wrong?
No, he was very right. Oh, he was on his bingo card saying when this happens, and tick it off, and it happened.
Yeah.
And it was quite a beautiful thing to see.
You know what would be a beautiful thing to see, though, is a bit of a VP comeback and to probably quell any kind of nerves about getting absolutely smashed on their own map pick. We'll see if that does eventuate. One site down, another one to go over towards Office and Exhibition. This is the curiosity for me, though, in the way that W7 are going to approach it. Again, so there's no Kaid. It has been banned down. And on a site like this, in terms of that main wall breach towards Office, typically with those Electro Claws, you can at least be a little bit more difficult to open it up, but the Thatcher's available anyway. Ultimately means that, to me, this is something that, yeah, you can hit this in a direct approach.
Feels like a bit of a moot ban in a way, doesn't it? Because you have the Thatcher on side regardless.
That is true.
Let's see if they manage to get away with it, though, if that's the focus for them, if that's where they want to try and push their way through. Probably more to secure and guarantee they can get in through the single VIP wall. It's a big focus point for both teams on this map so far. They have the Sophia on the downstairs, which normally is enough, and it's always that case of just in case they have a bandit on side that we haven't seen, that we can still make this happen. Got in from below, got also the Thatcher EMP coming on top, and the Salm was going down to make sure things go through, but it won't be opened up entirely as Pasha gets there with the impact.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily awful either, though, for W7M. Still sightlines into VIP, so clearly they got to keep an eye on it. It's a bit of a threat. I think they're just happy to like open it up a little bit and then rotate over towards the Tea Room Karaoke side anyway, and that's kind of what they've been able to go and do.
There's a starting point. Unsurprisingly, it's a little bit slower this time around. A lot more resistance being shown by Virtus Pro just to keep walls closed, for example. Just mean that W7 will have to get a little bit more creative. Don't want to hard commit out towards this side of things. Right now, no one looking to get even in a fight. Virtus Pro actually holding quite firmly around the sites itself, and W7M slowly starting to enclose in. And there's the Frostbite that we spoke about. But due to the rework, he'll be able to get himself back on his feet and rejoin the action.
Just under...
Albeit very slow.
Yeah, very, very slowly. Minute 20 remaining, 5 versus 5. Certainly not one of the more faster-paced rounds. We've had quite a lot of early kills in these rounds of Skyscraper so far. Early contact fights pretty much being at the mercy of both teams. Dan still just kind of hiding behind this shield. More than comfortable as the eventual slow push from W7M is making its way across. Fleapox has finally got a bit of that Mez drums control. Dan, there's a man at your door and he's knocking. And then from the backside though, it's JV that comes in through the back door.
It's a little bit of a mistake to hold so tight there, but I think he was hoping with the player behind him on the dragon statue that he'd watch the shrine window. Clearly not the case. Always at least getting something back for his team, starting to march on board. Having a pretty good game himself, mind you, at 6 and 5. What more to do here? Good flank coming in from Joystick, gets rid of one, down to a 3v3.
Yeah, and just getting on the front foot a little bit here, Virtus Pro, especially on the defense. They're making some plays. Having gun barrel sticks out. 3v for KZ. Sorry, Joystick, but you were dead about 5 seconds ago.
Does he know? Player behind the bar. Yes, he does. KZ takes a few shots. As the Shepherd is still dug in tight. No shotgun out, ready at close range, because he's also got a contest with the one coming in long, but the joint swing coming in. Some good 2-3-man setups there out of W7M to put these gunfights in their favor, and they get the round over the finish line. Up to map point.
Yeah, and a very early attacking round there for W7M into just the second round, and on a site that is so strong defensively. And honestly, at the same time, I didn't think Virtus Pro were all that bad. They made good little counterpoints. They got counter-aggressive at certain points. When we saw that little swing back in towards Drum, get a kill over across the mezzanine, they were able to at least kind of keep W7M on their toes always. I really liked what he was able to do over towards the main stairs, to drop down eventually then with the impacts, but he ended up dying. So a case of just kind of not being able to overly execute perfectly. These are the little things as well. Gun barrel sticking out, freebie for KZ. Then they had the double swing here onto the bar player and Shepard. He couldn't really do anything. He stands up, he's dead. He hides, he's dead.
Yes, that's the problem, right? I mentioned it throughout. He had a few of these kind of joint moments of pushing in on players, and probably that first mistake that conceded Shrine Control was hanging so close to shield. I get why he did it. You're being pressed in, you want to make sure you tucked in safe, but you are instantly exposed to that Shrine window, and even the Dragon player wasn't in a spot to be able to properly help out there, it appears. So small things really punishing Virtus Pro in that last round, maybe oversticking to certain locations without a way of falling back. And that's the kind of thing that we praised Hertz for back in the first half. He'd get a kill and he'd fall back through a safe avenue before Virtus Pro closed the net around him. Whereas haven't really seen the same thing being done by Virtus Pro in that previous round. At least this could be the last round they're going into round 9.
I do like the fact that they're just going to go for the repeat anyway, because statistically it's far better than, say, a barbecue and kitchen, so there's no reason to really go over to the tertiary site if you
will have to play it eventually, mind you, right?
Well, you will have to play it eventually, but you would rather at least get there and get a couple extra rounds under your belt. And it is an opening kill, though, for Hertz. That is rapid in terms of the pace. Over towards Black Stairs now. Makes his way up. They've got themselves already decent amount of control here for Leapox. I think it's around the map as well, just outside on the balcony. Joystick did get one back. KZ by himself still, no real help here, but eventually a drone did come his way and made its way down the hallway. Still very fast-paced here.
Feels pretty classic, doesn't it? Rank Tash that. 20 seconds in, top Black Stairs, looking for a gunfight. Yep. We absolutely love to see it. However, he's also been taken out, so really the two big boys for W7M in this map, Hertz and KZ, not off to the strongest start in this second half, and both been neutered in this round. Only 3 remain.
Makes it a 3 versus 3 with 2 minutes remaining.
We've seen this a lot throughout the last few days, is the game gets brought down to like a 3v3, a 2v2, sometimes even a 4v4, and there's still like the majority of the round to play. Teams just go so fast to try and bypass the heavy defensive setups that we see with the meta of Azami, of Fenrir, of Solus, of whatever else you want to throw in the mix. Just so many operators at the moment that are very strong on the defensive side that it forces attackers to go aggressive and try and catch the defenders off guard, and leads to these much quieter skirmishes that take place for the rest of the round.
Drum is clear, has been live droned as well by JV, who I think maybe just spotted Joystick as well over towards Drag. A minute 20, so still a decent amount of time here in the 3 versus 3, which is no reason to be surprised as to why this has slowed down a little bit in that 3v3 environment. W7M have just kind of cooled it back a little bit, got onto the drone game, get a bit more information.
I think Joystick's made the right call to drop off the shield there as well. You look at that and think, well, there's less players available, they can't pinch you so easy, but it's exactly that why he's conscious, is he hasn't got no backup either as well. Pasha's got to watch downstairs. You want someone inside a site for when someone comes in through terrace, for example. So he hasn't got any real, support in sticking up on that shield. He can't fall back if someone's at Shrine window. He's just screwed, basically. So he'd rather play a little bit deeper in towards Dragon, hugging up against the terrace wall, and again play for that triangle that we saw coming out of W7M back in the first half. Stay close together. Look for those trades when it comes down to it for Leapox. Finding himself taken out by Pasha. A 3v2. Virtus Pro going good so far.
30 seconds remaining. Virtus Pro wanting to keep themselves alive here on Skyscraper. Nade looking to make entry. He's got JV close by as well. Together they can play off of each other in the 2 versus 3 environment. Who's going to make the first move? Though arguably VP don't have to. They can kind of hold these positions.
It's the patience, right? And that's what I'm enjoying seeing here. There's no panic about it. There's no desire and rush to close the round. Just take it one step at a time as they're coming through the bottleneck. Pasha onto a 3. Pasha for a 4. Great round, and it feels like a mirror of what we saw back in that first half, admittedly, with the slip-up in the previous round, but multi-kills galore coming in for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, a bit of a strange round, though, for me. I mean, it starts off with a bit of a bang, if you will, for, a little 2v2 action to begin with, then it becomes a 3v3 with 2 minutes to go. Ultimately, then the game is going to just naturally slow down, go into that drone game, try and clear out some of these positions, but it was the decision-making from VP. You mentioned it, come off that shield from Dragon, go back towards side, play off of each other. rather, if you stay solo Dragon there, no one can trade you if you do eventually then get swung on. So VP, I thought, played really well together towards the end, used the numbers advantage. They were able to have those crossfires. Much better from them. And we said before, you got to go to Barbecue and Kitchen. You do, but not right away, because guess what? T-Run Karaoke has unlocked once again and can just kind of keep VP ticking along.
How old are you, by the way?
25 in my heart. 30 though.
Oh, so I can't really, I was going to say, I forget which team I watched play this earlier on, but they chose not to go to Karaoke and Tea, and Barbecue and Kitchen was their preferred site. And I was going to blame not knowing which teams it was on old age, 31, but I'll be offending you at the same time because you are over the threshold.
5 seconds to go.
The threshold is 30.
Of 30, yeah.
You're over the
time, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't mind it though.
I'm all right, to be fair. I'm chill.
Yeah, exactly.
Life's cool. I'm here in Brazil talking about video games. Can't complain. This round, close eye on Felipox. Probably for obvious reasons, Blitz has really grown in the meta. Teams are trying to move faster on the attacking side. Who's very good at being oppressive and moving fast?
Yeah.
Well, it's the Blitz. And so what you're looking for here, I think, is W7M knowing they've got 3 opportunities to play and 3 sites they can rotate through. Karaoke and Tea, Barbecue and Kitchen, then back over towards Exhibition and Office. They can try a few, I won't say cheesy things, but they can try and go very, very fast. They can try and slow things down. That hasn't worked super well so far. So this could well catch VP off guard if they play it right.
Yeah, and it's very versatile for me as well in the way that you want to approach with the Blitz in terms of either site play, or if you are even going to go for a kind of site-wide sweep across, say, from Office and Exhibition, even if you've got a player, say, holding drum, if you send that Blitz in to just overload that position someone then plays off of him, you can probably win that battle in the little 2v1 mini environment that you would then create. But I think it's going to be fast here from Felipox, making his way over towards Black Stairs. There's one here already, though. Good flash, pulls out the pistol. Nicely done. It's a bit scrappy, though, right now. 3 versus 3, but look how low Hertz is.
Yeah, he really unlocks Hertz. Hertz is looking to be alive, to be fair. It was about 10 seconds prior that he took the shot, and then Felipox used that focus on him to move his way forwards, and they've got the control they want. They've got top flat. The Bucks survived to open things up. Everything is going according to plan. Good stuff.
Pasha's made his way back over. He was holding Dragon side, maybe anticipating a bit of pressure from VIP once that got opened up, but he has now been able to sort of make his way back a little bit towards the site. JV still down below. Good little angle. Good shot back, though, from Joystick. That felt like a critical moment.
It did. Otherwise, numbers are stacked the other way, right? Herds is, you can breathe on him and he'll die at this point. Smoke comes through and really all rides on Felipox working. So Magic is in for 1. Oh my God. Always has got himself another. He missed the man and gets shot. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Super unfortunate.
Looks like a ranked blitz moment, unfortunately. Just getting a bit stuck, not being able to catch the player and just standing there with your shield like, what do I do now?
Case of right idea, maybe the execution a little bit off there from W7M.
A little bit, yeah. I think as the numbers started falling apart as well, you know, really a lot of it hinged on that top black push coming in from Herds and from Felipox playing on the blitz. Outside of that, you have one player able to play elsewhere, which means they couldn't easily contend for other parts of the map. But it came down to little things like this, like charging through when you haven't even fully droned out drum, knowing whether or not a player is going to shoot you as you go in. Those are the kind of things that, although you look at the time and go, it's only 1 kill, those things fast accelerate into you missing crucial bits of utility, or a certain position isn't covered properly, and that can be what leads to the downfall of a round.
I also think they lost kit somewhere as well, and it needed to be retrieved. Didn't quite see, could be wrong in that, but the last 2 players alive for W7M did not have kit at the end of that game, so clearly couldn't even go for, say, a little plant and play and go and force VP into a retake scenario. We go to 4-6 in the scoreline. This is good for VP. Obviously, you don't want to get 7-2 or 7-1 or anything like that, and let's be real, remember, this game started as a 5-0 for W7M, and those were 5 very dominant rounds on the defensive skyscraper. Well, VP are clawing their way back. 2 more to go to send this one to overtime.
And they're onto that side that you said they were trying to avoid. Barbecue and Kitchen, obviously not going for the slightly crazier one out towards the bathroom side of the map.
Well, if they win this, this game is unlocked exponentially to go to OT.
I would anticipate we go to overtime at that point, because they'll go back towards Exhibition. They've already shown they can defend that incredibly well. This site is that big question mark though, right? Nothing crazy in terms of lineup coming out of W7M as well. No rush, no nutty kind of globals coming in outside of the decay. We've seen a lot of Lion, for example, across many of the games over the last couple of days. So it feels like a very standard round, and Virtus.pro seem to do pretty well with both styles, to be fair. They've dealt with the faster play. Admittedly, Felipox did give them a few headaches in the previous round, really breaking open backstairs on getting on top of the smoke, and that was quite easy. This round, though, with things looking a bit more standard, I think they'll feel a bit more at ease, a little more comforted, and able to work their way through. I always love seeing a castle on pretty much any site in the game as well, as it lets you transform the way a site gets played. I talk about them a lot. The architects, as Ubisoft call them, Mira, Castle, looking into his army as well, do change how sites get played with their gadgets.
If Virtus Pro win this round, there's a very high likelihood they can actually win the whole map, because they've also got defensive side in OT. So something to keep in mind there as well. They win this round, suddenly their probability of winning skyrockets.
And you would never guess that when in 5 rounds and they have 5 kills across the whole team, that you'd see a turnaround like this.
Still got to get the win though, still got to get the job done. It's still a 5 versus 5. Just over 90 seconds left. The opening kill though from Joystick onto Nate outside of the balcony. There goes the Thermite. Okay, job done anyway from him. They got a little pressure from KZ outside Geisha. There's one in there as well for VP. And KZ opting now to go onto the Repel. It's been much slower from W7M. It is the nature though of the map, but still a change up from their statistics earlier in this tournament. Herds through Drum, gets rid of default. Can he find anyone on the yellow ping? Yes, Joystick went for a wide swing through the doorway and he'll get punished.
Now they can try and force their way back in through Geisha. I think you've still got KZ and JV sat on that side of the map looking to make something happen. But really that means that things like Herds are the player to make an impact here as well, along with Philippox pushing their way in through Drum. That they're aware about the flank coming on through. Pasha might have them in the back here.
Yeah, I think he could here. Philippox, I don't think he's got anyone watching, and Pasha just puts one bullet into the back of his head. Philippox gone. He was holding a key angle as well, looking in towards where we see a couple of players as well defensively for VP. 4 versus 3, 40 seconds left. VP, the onus is on you now to close out this round, send us to Office and Exhibition, and maybe then to overtime. W7M, can they avoid that from happening?
Oh man, it's painful when you have to stand here and just beat to death the castle barricade as you watch the seconds ticking down at the top of your
Get a bit of help.
A 2-man job, why not? It goes through twice as quick, but Pasha is ready, and I imagine they haven't droned him out here as well. They're a bit light in information. A little 1P round gets warped, finds a second as well. Pasha's going nuclear this game, another multi-kill, up to 12 and 6, and KZ has got it all to do with 10 seconds. It's simply not going to happen, which means we're going to have to see all 12 to get the conclusion of what is turning into an incredible skyscraper game. Make it another 4K. Take a bow, my son.
The mental dexterity here from Virtus Pro is on display. From a 5-0 deficit, they've brought this one right back now to 6-5 into the 12th round. As you said, we need all 12. W7M will still have match point as they've had now for quite a few rounds. They just can't find a way to get the job done. They've been stalled out and they've been forced into a tactical timeout as they've got one last opportunity to close it out before an overtime in which they would be at a heavily significant disadvantage as VP would have 2 defensive rounds.
I think it's just balmy when I think about nearly every single game. I say there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, and you can see a 6-0. You can see it could have very easily been a 6-0, right? We saw the 5-1 and just thought, man, VP have not turned up. They've got like 5 kills between them. 3 of them were a potential 1v4 comeback that didn't materialize. It's just not looked good. And then you get into the second half, and admittedly in round 8, when they lost that round, I was like, okay, I think W7M take the next one, that's it, job done. But VP have just gone from strength to strength. They look really sure of themselves at this point. And as much as KZ and Herds had an incredible first half, both getting up towards double digits, or at least very close to in that first half, they've been almost silent in the second.
It was as well moments like that we saw from Pasha going for a massive flank coming on the backside of Drum, understanding you need to be active, proactive on the defense. It can't just be a case of set sight and that's going to get the job done. Even in this meta, you still need to be proactive, and that's what VP I think have done really, really well. 5-6 for W7M. Where has it kind of started to go wrong?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Everything's been going wrong, it feels, in the second half. However, we've seen some very impactful tactical timeouts throughout this tournament. What I'm looking at in this round is back to Exhibition Office. We saw the Kai band away, and I thought maybe, like you're seeing in this round, get someone playing the Bandit. The Tuberau and Bandit combo coming along here, unless they've spotted it out on the side of W7M, could be absolutely huge.
Well, I wonder if they have, because as you mentioned that, the 4 attacker repicks do come out, so they drop the double hard breach, they just go single now for Ace. Of course, Philippox can still open up some key positions, say like VIP, which probably could be dealt with. They've got no secondary EMPs though. They don't bring the Thatcher. Obviously the Bandit in terms of the 3 shockwave batteries, I don't know where Always is going to place all of them, but clearly on the main breach inside of Office is going to be the key area for both the Bandit and the Tuberau, maybe VIP as well. Still, for W7M, with the way they've changed this lineup, I'm very curious to see what they're going to do. If it's going to be a case of try and open something, then go for that massive rotate. We've already seen that so far in this half.
Well, it's going to be a similar story as both teams showing respect to each other with the Zofia being brought along just in case there is a bandit on side. I was curious trying to see if we could see if the bandit was hidden away from the drones, for example, so they didn't see always, but I imagine they did at some point or another. This wall should get opened up now. They've got that secondary hard bridge gadget with the Captain Tower, of course. We've also got Zofia playing on the downstairs, but it's Herds to fall. That is not the ideal start here.
It's basically double tricked at this point with the battery and all the Tuberau Zoto canister. I'm not sure exactly what happened to the Zoto canister, though, and it has actually been opened up. Not sure if this was a misplay from VP or a smart play from W7M. Either way, VIP has got an entry point, minute 50 seconds left, and it means that W7M can draw their attention elsewhere, but they have lost the buck, and I think that's quite significant in terms of the vert play down below.
The big danger of something like this is you should try and bolt through it. You're locked into that animation. You can just hold the angle as a defender a little bit further away on a pixel if you really want to, and it can do absolute wonders for you. Now I'm trying to get this wall opened up, and you're seeing the Tuberau really coming into effect here. Don't think they managed to get the bandit across to trick this one off, but at the very least it will slow them down. Half the round is gone. They get a critical kill onto Dan. That's the Warden offline, and now suddenly Nade, if he's got any smokes left in back pocket, which he's got one, that becomes very impactful as the Warden won't be around to counter it.
Speaking of one, that was the last Zoto canister from Pasha. No more for him, so he's going to be able to now push away from these walls, or at least watch them as main breach gets opened up towards Office. 60 seconds left. Job done in terms of the delay, I guess, if you will. W7M, they've got no sense of map control. They're not coming in from drum side. It's all about this main direct focus towards site.
They've opened up the doors, and now they've got to walk through them. And this is where both teams have fallen down, is when it actually comes to trying to make something happen inside the map. They barely set foot inside the map at all, let's not forget here. Gadgets are coming in, flashes are out as well, but Pasha, absolute demon, won't be stopped. Always into a second, and sure, there's two of them on the back of site. 3 players on Virtus Pro still stand, and I'll be feeling very, very scared right now as Nade and KZ, they may have got themselves in, but Joystick moves in, can't find his man, finally gets down. Nade's gonna complete, but the final kill is there. It's all they needed. Virtus Pro are sending us through to overtime.
Oh, and you can see what it means for them from a 5-0, and they've made it now 6-6.
Wow.
Huge turnaround for Virtus Pro. But how one-dimensional in the end from W7M. Again, where's the push from Drum? Where's the push from Drag? And nothing really coming. That makes it very easy for VP in terms of where they can train their eyes. It's all just sort of that one focus push. In the end, it was even a double push in towards Office. Makes it all too easy. And VP, to their credit, again proactive. Pasha's been insane.
He's been absolutely nuts. I mean, for me, I said it was a game of 2 halves, but those 2 halves are from the same hole. They looked exactly the same to me. I love the passion so much.
There's nothing like a comeback, though, isn't there?
There isn't.
There's nothing like
it gets the juices flowing, doesn't it?
Staring down the
good.
barrel. It was 5-0 to W7M, and it was a very clean 5-0.
But the reason why I say
7 now.
The 2 halves come from the same hole is because a lot of the rounds did feel very similar. It was quite one-sided. Again, we saw Virtus Pro basically running their head against a brick wall, trying to make the Northeast push work time and time and time again. W7M have just done exactly the same thing, and as you said earlier on, Virtus Pro start on the defense in overtime. This is looking ropey for W7M. They've got to pull out something special here, and for a second I thought it might be the Monty. In fact, they changed back onto it. I'm a little bit skeptical of Monty at this tournament. We haven't seen him to really be used to great effect. A couple of rounds, Arakazi, I think about in his game earlier on, made great use of it. But outside of that, I've not seen too many strong cases of Monty being the defining factor in a round win, and I'm just nervous for a team that benefits off getting really quick entries and moving at pace. Monty is the exact opposite of that.
I think a lot of pressure now on Herds playing that Ash in terms of the firepower brought to this round, because Nade and JV, they've got their jobs on the hard breach. KZ, of course, his job on the IQ to find that information to lead it. For the Montang, as you mentioned, does that then inadvertently slow them down? Could end up being a big win condition for them as well when it does come time to get towards site. Tia and Karaoke, and again, it can be quite versatile, similar to the Blitz. You can use them even still in that kind of sweep across, try and push through positions like Drum, then block out players. It's Pasha again, though. No surprises at all with the way that he has been playing in this match. Up to 15 kills. And again, it's that proactiveness. And I just said Herds was a key player. He's dead. He's gone.
it just feels really sloppy because think about like, I think that's even a couple of years ago on this map, and teams would always have someone on the rappel on that south bout supporting players that were looking to get a wall open or push down it in some way to stop that exact thing happening. And in absence of having a player sat there, well, what about a drone? Admittedly, it's easy to shoot out, but if it's gone, you know to be careful. And Pasha's ran out there, timed it very well, fair play to him, and has been given an absolute freebie. And it feels like both teams on their defensive halves are getting away with murder against the other side.
That is true.
Very
90
bizarre.
seconds remain. No herds, 5 versus 4. Pasha drops down into kitchen. He's got a bit of that vert play down on that first floor. What's the goal here with that Montaigne? You've brought it for a reason. Eventually does make its way through drum. No one there though to meet him. Pasha's down below. So Philippox gets the free entry, can go in towards Makeup, and Geisha is all there available as well for W7M. Virtus Pro though, they've got vert play. But it's JV that finally gets something maybe to unlock the round, and KZ, he goes to 15-2. Suddenly as well, now a 4 versus 3 with W7M. In a really good opportunity to potentially flip the script.
Pasha's on the other side of the map, by the way. Oh, I was going to say he was the one to watch out for. He could have been the backstab, but whether he was caught on that final drone in W7M's back pocket, I'm not sure. But it was enough. They've got rid of the main man on the other side. Dan and Joystick have got to go absolutely nuclear, and it's not going to happen. W7M breaking that curse open, winning an attacking round win. If they can get rid of Dan, he's found one more. He's found two. Surely he can't do it all the way.
There's a big bully in his face though with the shield and the Montaigne from Philippox. JV, he's got the gun in hand. Reinforced wall there to the left-hand side. Dan so low, trying to just shoot the elbow, but it's the shield and then the melee from Philippox. Match point once again for W7M, and they now go onto the defense. What a turnaround after the VP onslaught to bring this gang back, winning 6 of 7 rounds. W7M, they lost an opening player in Hertz, they lost a bit of their firepower, but in the end, the Montaigne, you could have maybe criticized it, but it became a big factor in that round.
It absolutely has. It's fair enough to start taking a list of the times we've seen Monty's be really big and impactful, because obviously he had the changes come in where it became a little bit easier to stagger. He wasn't quite a stalwart in the face of opposition anymore. It didn't take just an Oryx to be able to knock that shield out of the way. However, still having some impact, as we've just seen in that round there and a couple earlier on today. Good stuff. Still, as you also said, broken the curse, attacking round 1. I can just see a world now where Virtus Pro come in and do exactly the same thing back. Because they've had several rounds of defense now where they've sort of built that momentum where Pasha's firing on all cylinders, where the team's a little bit more warmed into this. It's impossible to predict, isn't it? Really hard. It feels like in the 2 halves you had some predictability across rounds, but in overtime, throw it against the wall, I ain't got a clue.
It has turned into a really fun game though, hasn't it? Because it started off looking like it was going to be a real letdown, a real disappointment, as much as W7M with Cookin looked great. The opening 5 rounds, I really expected this to be close, and it has finalized in that fashion. Who can take it out though at this point? Again, a reminder, this is VP's map pick, and if they do win this, they get to get back onto the defense and get a bit of a redemption round, if you will. I'd love to see all 15.
Oh, gimme all 45. I'll take 3 maps of 15, no problem. I've been dying for it. Me and Tim are always like, give. I'll take it with you happily, mate. I'm enjoying this. Looking at the lineup from VP, very different to everything we've seen come before. The Jackal, the Lion, the Decabi, the Roma Hunter trifecta. That's exactly what you want when you've had Turds and KZ just handing it to you consistently on the defensive side. So I think actually, although it's a cautious lineup from Virtus Pro, it's a very sensible one.
Yeah, love the Jackal here. Very curious to see how Joystick's going to be able to use that Inox scanner to just try and flush out key positions that W7M will be holding, find a couple of footprints. They've got some good offensive power as well with the Ash, the Lion, the Dockerby. Finally get that wall opened up. Okay, this is not too bad for Virtus Pro, though. Again, they were very slow when we think back to that very opening half 2 minutes. Bit of breach, trying to obviously go from this western side, sweep across from Office and Exhibition. The Pasha's down below, actually, in a good spot, too.
He's dying to get swung.
He could actually maybe catch them off guard, but the barbed wire does stop that from happening.
No Buck on side as well, which one worth noting. We saw a lot of Buck. Obviously, you've got shotguns in the back pocket of like Joystick, for example. You've got the breaching charges, breaching rounds.
Oh, he's stuck by the default here.
Lands in a spot, just turns away at the last second. But without that vertical control, I think actually it's not going to be too unsettling for W7M. They can sort of wait here and just see what it is that Virtus Pro want to do. So not playing into the Roma Hunter game that Virtus Pro brought along. They said, we ain't playing, guys. We're playing a different game. Come and join us when you're ready.
Unless you're KZ, he's actually the one that's getting a little bit of aggressive in terms of his positioning, go over towards VIP.
In those kind of moments, you just kind of like drop a brick and just think, whoa, that was quite
Good information, though, being discovered here by KZ. This is what you can gain from just lingering around. Barricades up, just to block any kind of sightlines. If someone does play there in the late stages of this round, 60 seconds remaining.
Time is the concern now. He's getting to the last 60. Herd starts things off at Shepherd to fall. Hard Breach are down. Really got to see something special come out of the final 4 here in the closing 50.
If not, Mind's being a bit abused there as well. Not a lot of vision. Always gets a nice kill onto Nate. Joystick making the push up back stairs. There's barbed wire, though, in the way. Hasn't quite been influential with that Inox scanner. Again, the F not Mind reveals his presence to him. Philippok's playing that position. There's only 40 seconds remaining, Des. 4 versus 4. Crucial round.
I just love Joystick to scan any kind of feat at this point. Like, it's information for your team. You've got all 3 in back pockets. D4! Alley-oop and over the top from downtown. Always falls a 4v3. It's looking a little bit ropey for VP. Another one comes out. They get a second one. It's a double dunk. They've got one more to finish off. It looks like it's going to be W7Ms. It may have been hard fought, but they've done enough to almost get us over the finish line. Pasha with 10 seconds, 10 HP, and a dream of 4 members of W7M to get through. It's simply not going to happen. Shot in the back, and W7M will take Skyscraper away from Virtus Pro.
Just the kind of game where we had a script, then we ripped it apart, and then we put it back together again, then we ripped it apart, and in the end, though, the original script of W7M, who started so strong, they have found a way to close it out, taking the map pick of Virtus Pro. They had that 5-0 start there. They looked absolutely clinical. Then VP were able to emulate what we saw in that first half. They were sensational on the defense, sent us to overtime. They had the double defense. They couldn't get the job done. 8-6 in the end. W7M started strong, finished strong.
That's what really matters most, right? Starting strong, finishing strong. Gave themselves a little bit of room for when things were slipping away from them. Have managed to hold on, but I'm just excited to see what happens on map 2, because at this point, God knows which way it goes.
Yeah, don't go too far. After the break, we head to Cafe.
We continue to say it every single series, but this one pretty much tops it off. You cannot count any team out on a defense, no matter what it looks like. 5-1 first half from W7M. They demolished VP. But then we go to overtime, Jesse. Overtime. I don't even know how that's possible. There's a big picture first, but how about we start first half?
Yeah, let's start with the first half and talk about kind of what went wrong, because I was very concerned for VP. I gave the highlight before the match started. I showed you how W7M played, and they played identical in this game to how they played yesterday. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be forward. They're going to want to fight you early. And I talked about how Bleed, they had a pretty good job of droning those players out, finding those frags early. VP couldn't do that. Every single round, time after time, they were running out of drones way before they got into those gunfights. They didn't have the pinching players. They couldn't cut people off when they were trying to go for those early round clears, and they struggled. We saw W7M demolishing because of that. Both KZ and Herds did what they did and found those early round frags, which set us up for a second half, which looked like it would have been over super quick.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the second half, what's interesting, what I love about Siege is both these teams play defense completely different. You have W7M that plays that aggressive defense. They're almost putting you on defense at that point. But VP, they play a defense where they are now forcing you into their gunfights, into their line of fire. You see teams that will typically hold Shrine, will hold Drum, but VP plays all the way in the back. They want to play in Geisha. They want to play all the way in the back of Gold and just have you come in and fight them, and we were seeing that a lot, and that was favoring them. So it just goes to show, sure, this is a defensive-sided half, clearly, but both teams played it very differently and executed their defenses perfectly.
Now, one of the things that stood out in the first half alone, let alone the second half, were how many multi-kills. There were 4 multi-kills in the opening 4 rounds, but it didn't stop there. There were 7 in total, just on my calculations, and I didn't get to watch every round in its fullest. There were 7 out of 14 rounds.
No, I mean, Herds, in the beginning, I mean, you were talking about they need to find a way to shut down Herds. The opening round, Herds gets a 4K. Then we go into the second round, Philly Pox with a 3K. Then we go into the third round. Herds, again, they're all collaborating, they're all working together, but then KZ ends up netting a 3K. Then it goes into a 4th round, and KZ gets a 4K. And it goes into what you were saying, that VP just didn't have the intel, or they didn't have the man. And that's what I was saying. I wasn't seeing the droning. I wasn't seeing the team play. I wasn't seeing the trade potential, which is why we saw those multi-kills.
But VP got a few multi-kills of their own, and particularly Pasha went absolutely insane. Twice he had 4Ks. I was sitting next to Pengu in the green room. I took off my headphones, I leaned over. That guy's on my fantasy team! Massive game from Pasha, specifically on that defense. Had a huge couple of rounds there, always going for those flanks, always trying to get aggressive. We saw him extending into office on that Fenrir, really got a ton of value, almost doing what W7M did against them at some parts of that game. Really impressive stuff coming through. Wasn't enough to bring them all the way, unfortunately, but still, you gotta talk about him having a huge game individually.
No, Pasha was absolutely having a dominant performance, and like you were saying, those flanks that he was hitting, I think he netted 3 of those flanks that was grabbing those kills. There was a round in round 13 where JV92 ends up shutting him out, but he initially led the game, getting that first round pick. And it's in that moment where you're playing those lurk flank roles, whatever that is, you have to know the right timing, and that's the hard part, is knowing the right time. You got to think, you've already had the success 2 to 3 times in a row. How can you play it differently? And in that round 13, like I said, he started it out perfectly, gets the free kill. I would have much rather have seen him play back on site with his team, even the man count, but he didn't. He tried to go for that flank yet again for the 4th time, and JV92 completely shut that down. And JV92 actually ended up getting a 3K that round in general to add to it. But yeah, I mean, in those moments, in those lurk rolls, you just got to know when the right timing is and just kind of play off of it, or you aren't flanking at all.
Do you think that just unraveled the game for them in overtime?
I definitely think it didn't put them in a great position, whereas if you're already in an even man count, stay that even man count, because then it just comes down to a trade game. But then once you lose that man count, if the next gunfight happens, you only got 1 chance for a trade potential.
Yeah, and unfortunately, look, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and you do have to move on. Speaking of moving on, it's time for Cafe. Let's talk about this map in particular, because we now move into territory away from Skyscraper that kind of confused us a little bit. Yep. Do we move to something a little bit more solid?
Much more solid, much more expected. This is a map that W7M will always pick if it's open for them. They have won Cafe more than any other map this season, holding a 7-1 record, only losing to FaZe Clan once in the BR6 Grand Finals. Wow. They feel very comfortable here. It is their favorite map, and it's going to be a tough one for Virtus Pro. Now, they do play it occasionally as well for VP as well. It's just their win rate isn't quite as good. 1-4 this season, losing twice in Atlanta to NIP and against BDS, which knocked them out in the major. So recent results aren't great. You go back farther, it doesn't get too much better for them. This will be a tough map. This will be a very tough map for Virtus Pro.
To add on to that, I mean, I am worried about VP coming here. You bringing up that NIP match, they were struggling with that aggression. Now, in terms of just the last map, how they were playing their defensive side, they were playing it, forcing W7M to come into their line of sight. Yeah. But with how Cafe works, it's very hard to make that happen. You almost have to be on that aggressive playstyle. So I really want to see VP not play that so passive-aggressive playstyle on defense and really bring what W7M has been bringing and stopping them on all fronts of trying to get in, because that's the correct way, in my opinion, of playing Cafe, especially the top floor, is if you can stop them from coming in every entry point, and you will make it 10 times harder than just playing it back and being shot back from a window or something like that.
Jess, I'm going to ask you this because Lax has just made that point. Is it going to be possible for VP to beat W7M on their own turf? And if we let's just hypothetically say they move into that kind of play style, do we see them potentially pushing us to border?
I think it's possible. I think it's in the cards, right? I mean, this is a map that I think it's a little bit harder to get as aggressive on early. I mean, you're gonna, if you're extending on the roam, you definitely can do that. And if the enemy team is trying to clear you out, you can do a lot of crazy things that we saw from W7M on the defense. But it's a little bit harder sometimes to go for as big of moves, just because you've got to go up those staircases, you've got to make those flanks. So I think that can be working in VP's favor a little bit. But I mean, it's going to be tough. Like this felt like a series where Virtus Pro had to win their own map pick. It's crazy we're talking about a series where VP have to win Skyscraper Border to take it home. But unfortunately, that's where they're at, and they lost map 1. So this will be tough.
Last chance for a prediction.
You know, just to go against it, I'm going to say VP runs away with this. They're going to figure out what they need to do from the last round. Hey, I counted them out the last game, and then they brought it back. You know, it came to small, minute things that completely overturned that game for W7M. I think that they can figure out what they need to do here, maybe play a little more aggressive. I think it is going to come down to who wins the attacking side.
Well, look, if VP do manage to do that, the unthinkable almost, they will force us into border, but we need to get this map underway. It's Cafe, and it is, of course, Des and Xenox to run you through the action.
Yeah, I agree with Laxing. I think it is going to probably come down to who can be a little bit more prominent on the attack in a meta that clearly has been very defensive-sided. You need to win those attacking rounds earlier, even better, then it relieves a bit of that pressure.
It's a scrappy one because we've seen very different flavors of Cafe over the last few days. The series earlier on, very attacker leaning. Previous games, extremely defender leaning. So there is the possibility that attack can go well on this map. It's just normally assumed to be unlikely. Knowing Virtus Pro, I think back of the VP Evolve from a couple of years ago, to be fair, not the best at attacking onto this map, but obviously the meta has changed. The team is now basically under a completely different group. Obviously most of the ex-Team Empire roster are now playing here with the addition of Pasha. So it can be a very different story. For me, it'll come down somewhat to the bans and how we see the first couple of rounds go. Very similar to on Skyscraper. It is always going to be a game of two halves, but I think the start of this one might be a little bit different. So I think W7M will go very aggressive on jump outs, on spawn peaks, on everything else, just trying to disrupt Virtus Pro early on.
And the similarities to Skyscraper already beckoning with a double Grim ban. So first on Skyscraper, now also here on Cafe. And again, also W7M will be starting on the defense too. So really, it's going to be that same kind of storyline first half in terms of W7M very likely to rack up a lot of round wins, get out to that 4 or 5-0 lead. You then, of course, can no longer in this meta then put a line through this game, because the VP are more than capable of replicating that on their own defense, as we evidently saw on Skyscraper. So far, really no surprise with these bans, Ying, Azami, and then the Fenrir. So I do like this so far from both of these two teams. We saw, of course, Grim did get banned out back on Skyscraper as well. I think he's quite prominent here on Cafe. We go again, says JV.
Yeah, again. Probably more referring to the Azami being banned away, I think. He just really wants to play it and isn't being given the chance to, because Virtus Pro are like, no, I don't think you will. Fenrir being taken away is a good one, though, because we saw that picked up a few times on the previous map as well. It's such a headache for a team that wants to move at pace, so it does unlock that a little bit more. And of course, the physical obstruction of Azami not being present is going to help, but it does mean you may well get tortured by things like the Solus if it comes down to it. Looking back at the kind of history of this map as well, VP played it 6 times last year, only won it once. Not exactly their most successful map pick. Obviously, we spoke about Border and Skyscraper being 2 maps that debuted here for the first time in over 9 months. But this one, I think, a little bit more evidence for W7M to go off of, and therefore I think they might have a bit of a smoother ride, at least to start things off.
Yeah, potentially the reason why W7M have gone ahead and picked this for their map pick, so it is, of course, W7M's pick. When we kind of look at Cafe so far at 6 Invitational, 24, 60 rounds played, 55 defensive win rate, but it's actually a stat that you probably, on surface paper, shouldn't really value because it's taking into account mining, which only has a 33% defensive win rate. Outside of that, though, 60, 60, and 67%. So I argue it's probably closer to that 60% defensive win rate, which again goes probably close to the vast majority of maps. Cafe has always been one that has played in that fashion. Rapid start, though, from Virtus Pro. I imagine W7M, you said they were going to get aggressive on the defense. Well, I think VP were ready for it.
They were. They've come in ready again. I've said this a few times over the tournament, but Brazilian Cafe is very aggressive. Nade's still giving it a go, even when they're down 2 members. Still wants to try and find something to even the odds out, but is given absolutely nothing. Dream start for VP, though. 30 seconds in, 2 players dead. Oh, certainly not going to scoff at that.
Yeah, certainly not, especially on a site that has a 67%. It is the site. Cocktail, W7M go aggressive early, get punished. Great start for Virtus Pro. If they can find an early attacking round, go 1-0 up on the attack in a series that, again, has already been super defensive-sided, boy, does that relieve a bit of that mental stress in the long run. It just means that, hey, we can release that pressure valve a little bit. We've already kind of got one. It means we've got plenty of rounds to find a second. I think 2 attacking rounds will be more than enough, really, in this half. Great start, and more importantly, they're not getting overzealous. They've got a 2-player lead, but it's all about going back to the system. Go to the checklist, play the drone game, clear out these areas. We've got a 5-on-3 advantage, but let's not sell it away.
That's not indeed. I love the setup that comes out on this site as well. Like, we haven't seen this in a long time. It's a very old school setup coming out from W7M. The castle and the Aruni combo, making it hard for you to destroy those castle barricades at range without first blowing up through the Aruni laser gate, as we'd say. Normally see a shield placed down on Pixel, for example, as well. Haven't seen that in this round because of the secondary gadget rotations that we saw come through for a number of operators across last year. But otherwise, things do look kind of normal and a bit old school, and Virtus Pro are like that. They're a team that likes the old school way of playing things quite a lot of the time. Being in a 5 versus 3, though, the last 90 seconds have passed, and I was going to say nothing has really happened. And then Pasha obviously shuts me up at the exact moment I open my gob and gets a kill to make it a 5v2 down to a 5v1. And Casey's just like, yeah, okay, this round's sort of a write-off.
Yeah, aggressive angle from Nade, basically just giving the balcony to get a better angle looking up towards top red. But alas, eventually does get taken down. 5 versus 1, as he said, means the likelihood for KZ is slim to none. And the none is indeed correct. Flawless start for Virtus Pro. What a response. And honestly, the fact they've gone and done it in the opening round, the fact they were also ready for the aggression from W7M means they've done their homework. More importantly as well, when you consider that in the overtime on Skyscraper, they had double defense, threw that away. Mentally, it's very easy to drop your heads a little bit and feel like, oh, we've dropped one, we've wasted one. It was our map pick. We had every chance to win it. The fact they've come out straight away, Cafe, first round, big win.
Massive win. Really off the back of those 2 early kills as well, which is why I think W7M won't feel too rattled. They'll kind of go, look, we tried to get a bit cheeky, we paid the price, let's replay the site. We can go for exactly the same lineup again, which is what we can see they're doing on our second monitor over here. I do not going to see a lot of aggression very quick here.
No, very curious to see what W7M do in terms of the response now in this second round, where I think that maybe they want to just reel it in just ever so slightly. Don't need to get too overzealous to begin these rounds. They've already shown enough on the Skyscraper map that they've got the ability to really control defensively. They repeat now for Cocktail. Again, I think they'll have that pretty much similar setup over towards the Gar shot, where you've got those cast barricades, the Rooney Sawyer gates, or as you guys like to say, that laser gates.
No one else can say it. It's a British thing.
Cannot say it.
British. What?
I can't say the laser.
I thought you were taking the piss out of the way that I said cannot, and I was like, have I said something wrong there?
Absolutely.
Can I not speak English? Where is Mr. Gus? Where's Mr. Laser Gates himself? Where's he gone? You've run away somewhere. We're not going to get a cameo to say it, teach you how to say it the right way, so we'll work through it together. Don't worry. It's like laser gate.
Laser gate.
So the way you say like laser is like A, but Tim says A. Rather than A.
Laser.
But laser gate.
Laser gate.
Bomb located by attackers.
Right.
Yeah. We'll keep working on that one. We'll keep working on that one as we go into the second round. W7M, of course, they've kind of reeled it in a little bit, haven't they? Where it's now probably not as much of that super aggressive jump out play or anything along those lines where they're trying to get in the face of Virtus Pro. Instead, they're more so just holding these kind of sight positions, especially around Pixel, top white. They've even got JV on the stairs itself, one as well over towards Plank. So, yeah, very much a bit more of a sort of bunkered in defense here from W7M.
Still, as I said, that same setup. They haven't gone aggressive. Things are looking okay, chill, at least for now. All good until the shooting starts, though. Halfway through the round, nothing has exploded off the back of it. The KB going to be somewhat limited with the mute on side as well, of course. Standing inside the radius of a mute jammer means that you don't get any phone calls, so you're safe from the KB noise at the very least. Doesn't mean that those charging at you as a result of those calls coming in won't be coming through the school though.
Got to recall, as we've kind of mentioned a couple of times back on Skyscraper as well, the slow kind of entry playstyle of Virtus Pro. Well, it's come to fruition a little bit here in this second round. Just over 60 seconds left. Still no real entry either. I think Joystick's just finally made his way in towards the Gar shop. They've had to deal with these Sawyer gates along with the castle barricades. Dan gets the opening kill, but the trade does come back at the very least quickly from KZ onto Pasha. Under 60 seconds now into the 4 versus 4. Looking to get a bit of that lounge control.
And this is really a critical part of it, getting inside a piano and at least using that as a basis to push through white, for example, and almost sideswipe the defenders that are holding much further out towards the east side is the critical part. But the way I always used to describe Cafe is you can imagine a diagonal line being drawn from bottom left to top right corner, and it just moves across with the attackers as they take more and more ground, and you sort of have to move everything. So now Joystick's able to step across and get this white control that I spoke about. That will let others on the top side of things going in towards Bar push across much easier because that threat of Joystick is always going to be there. Always into another, a 4v1. What a great start to Cafe for Virtus Pro, and it feels like we're going to have an attacker-leaning Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, let's calm the horses a little bit, because right now it just feels like Virtus Pro have found a couple of avenues, and I do wonder if we get attack in response, because it's a bit of a rough start defensively for W7M. The fact that they've given up 2 cocktail rounds, again, it is the best statistical defensive win rate site on this map at 67% so far throughout this tournament, and they've lost it both to start here for Virtus Pro.
Now, to be fair, I have called Fresh out on that. I think it's incorrect. Because me and Tim have cast it a lot, bar cocktail, and it's a 71 now. I think it's wrong. Because we've cast a hell of a lot of it. We saw 7 rounds of bar and cocktail and not a single defensive win in that time. Yeah.
So now you're saying Fresh is wrong?
I think Fresh is wrong. I've told him. I've called him out. Yeah, fair play though. I'll give a shout out to Fresh. He's obviously not working this week, but he's doing tons of stats for this, and he's being a real saviour. So God bless.
Either way, a massive start for Virtus Pro. 2-0 here on Cafe. The map pick of W7N. A response has clearly been in effect after they did lose out on Skyscraper when they stormed back. The 5-0 start in favor of W7M. VP brought it all the way back, sent us to overtime, only to fall short at the finish line to give W7M that first map, to give them their map. But now the response has come through. 2-0 start, most of those as well being on attack. 2-0. That is exactly the start they would have dreamt of in response to that opening map.
Oh, I've changed headsets now. It's the cable's like 5 times shorter. So I'm just like, I'm gonna like hug the box and be like, hello. Oh, brilliant. On we go, as you say. Sorry, as you were saying. That just really amused me. That's why it made me laugh so
much. The shortest cable that I've ever seen. I wish I could show everyone right now, but I don't even think you'd be able to put it behind you.
No, this one's going to have to stay in front. I'm breaking now. I'm doing a bit of a broadcast faux pas by having it in front of me when we come to the camera next time, but it'll be fun. We roll with it. We move onwards. You go, and the show must continue.
I mean, that's what VP's basically done in this game so far. They've moved forward.
I love your transitions. You love like just sweeping the conversation over. It's beautiful. It's like, speaking of smooth transitions.
Well, you're talking about moving on. Well,
yeah, literally.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they've clearly just left Skyscraper behind them. They haven't kept that focus on. I think, you know, it's been said, you really do need to just kind of let go those bad games, those bad rounds, those bad maps, move forward, new map, new focus, and VP have started really, really well. For W7M, I mean, they've obviously brought a little bit of aggression to begin in that opening round, but 2 kills through 2 rounds is a stark contrast to what we saw from them on Skyscraper.
Did. If they carry on at this rate as well, then it'll be a quick timeout coming in from W7M. As I said, normally if you see 3 rounds fall away from you, you have that timeout, you have the reset, you get to rethink things through. does carry on at this pace, I think W7M will want to break that momentum and have that conversation for a good 45 seconds.
The big thing for me, though, is again, as much as we want to give the plaudits to VP, it's that slow, steady play style. Maybe, though, especially in a map like Cafe, that could be a reason why it's a bit more prominent. Cafe at times can be quite slow going. It is a slower paced map. And so that actually might play into VP because, as we said earlier as well in the broadcast, when they do enter, they are very efficient. Over 50%. There's Joystick, opening kill. No response either from KZ. Eventually, though, looking to find that kill onto Joystick in shot. But guess what? Through the wall and through the heart. 4v3 again here for VP. W7M can just not find any kind of consistency on the defense.
They can't. No, it's really bizarre, isn't it? Across the two maps, the disparity that we're seeing, the difference in the teams, and literally changing a map has flipped things on its head. The attack are running right here, whereas on the previous map, it was all about the defense having an awful lot of fun. So up and down is the only way that I can describe it between the two of them. We've got to really see W7 get warming into it. Instead, I think we might see a timeout after this round. For now, though, Virtus.pro have got all their players all around Cigar. They're pushing forward this top floor together, and really the zone up here left to defend. The problem is they've got 30 seconds and still 3 players on the downstairs. The pace they now need to move at may force some errors out that may help W7M get this over the line.
Couple of smokes available through Dan on the Bravo to maybe just help out, block a few sidelines. Big kill onto Hertz, because I certainly would have still given W7M every chance on a 3 versus Thrawn nade. Waiting for that drop down, gets a view from above, always gets the kill, and we are seeing a very dominant Virtus.pro right now.
We are extremely dominant, and this is just building into an incredible series. Like, back at this point on the first map, we were like, oh, VP, they just haven't turned up. Like, you know, first game of the day, not quite in it, and they get back in the second half. Now they're running away with the start of the second. Darren, I'll say I'm at a point where I'm saying, please, W7M, let's see you wake up into this game as well. Let's not see you fall asleep by the wayside. Hopefully they can battle their way back in, but I will reserve comment or too much judgment until we get that second half, because again, things can transform massively.
It certainly can, but right now, the fact that VP's doing it on the attack means that I take this scoreline a little bit more seriously than, say, if it was a W7M defensive onslaught in a similar fashion to Skyscraper that we saw earlier in that opening map. So the fact that it's VP attack, now, mind you, Des, we've seen crazier things happen. You said it early, this could end up being an attacker-sided Cafe, which I think would be maybe the first attacker-sided game at this tournament if it does eventuate in that fashion.
It's building that way very quickly, isn't it? Yeah, here we go into the next round then. Got the Maestro coming on side again. I've remarked on this a few times today, but sometimes you've seen Warden drops away and the Maestro brought along kind of as a pseudo sort of Warden. It's not exactly the same. Obviously, it's a static gadget you can put down. It can give you a lot of information, but it's also the fact that it can see through smokes and through light screens and whatever else might get brought along. So handy for that purpose. And also, let's not forget, Alder, absolute beast.
Two-brow bought, though, which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
Very curious to
not
see
paired up with Electric, which is interesting, because you normally see that. So here it's a pure
I wonder if it's like a positional denial of, say, like a top red position, throw those Zoto canisters in around that area, maybe on the doorway, makes it difficult to push through, maybe in towards Cigar Shop, considering this again is Cocktail. I am absolutely curious to see how Nate is going to utilize those canisters. Onto the roof immediately for Virtus.pro, looking to find 4 attacking rounds in a row. That is the task at hand for them. They brought the Oscar as well. Let's see if that's going to be utilized, along with, again, the Bravo from Dan, who's been able to get 4 kills so far, and he's not the only one. Joystick also and always both have 4 to go alongside him, so a nice team performance so far from Virtus.pro in the attack of Cafe.
The Oscar on side is obviously the key thing you're looking at as the agent of chaos on the Virtus.pro side. Where they choose to employ it, where that shield goes down, everything will be based around this. Of course, diffuser in back pocket for Shepard as well. Again, it orchestrates everything. So follow the shield and you'll know what it is Virtus.pro are trying to achieve and where the focus will come in. I'll tell you what, if they win this round, Tim will be ecstatic. 3 more bar Cocktail losses, and that'll be in heaven. I think then we'll actually fall below like a 25% defensive win rate on this site, and surely at some point, teams will learn it's not the site to go to on this map.
Yeah, right now, W7M, though, not learning their lessons. They have gone for it one more time. If they lose it here, surely can't close out the half, looking to go back. Clutch Drone has been spotted, making its way in towards Piano. No one really there in response, though, to deal with said Clutch Drone, and there's no one actually holding Pixel. One in towards Washroom. 2 as well in towards Freezer. And Dan now makes his way in through Bar.
I spotted one. They know one's inside of Freeze. They know one, no doubt, is going to be in here behind Cocktail. Don't actually see, but they know from the shot. They know that the fact the gadget is there, someone is going to be playing in behind it. You've got to try and force the player out is now the difficulty. But down to the last 6, and they haven't made these players move too much, but at least on the top down, we can see this diagonal line being formed across the map here as well. W7M squeezed in towards the southeast corner. A C4 from below as they try and step their way through Piano. A good kill coming out for W7M.
Yeah, he was just holding down below for quite some time, at least the last 30 to 40 seconds. Here comes the talent shields here from Shepard to get that plant down and use that shield behind. If this sticks, it's going to be a very difficult round for W7M. They need the denial. Does not come through. There was a Nitrocell available from Nate, but nowhere to be seen. Stuck inside a freezer. They can play the Skylight if they want. They can play basically red. They can play second Balk. I mean, this is a really difficult scenario now for W7M. This is going to be so hard for them to win this round from here.
And they've let Shepard get onto the balcony as well and get a shield down. So he controls everything. There is nothing they can do. It's down and always causing all the chaos. Those 3 kills flurry through for them incredibly quickly. Looks to be a 4-0 deficit and 3 attempts at bar and cocktail. Every single one won by the attackers. Dan's on for a triple kill. He's 7-0 on the map. This is literally a mirror of what we saw in the first half of Skyscraper. What a series this is turning into.
W7M are human. They are prone to having these kind of errors. They lost to Bleed yesterday on a map, but right now they are looking like they're getting decimated. Virtus Pro looked at in total control, and it makes you kind of wonder, have we got the right map bands in the right order, in the right,
crazy,
in the right way?
it?
Because the fact that W7M have sent us the cafe, they just look completely impotent.
They do. And the timeout's coming now. I mean, I thought it would come in after last round, but they played the same site twice. I thought, maybe there's another site we can go to. No, they went back to bar and cocktail and lost it. So,
and what did they bring? They brought the tuber out. Did we even see the Zoto canisters? What was the effect of that? Instead, they're just sitting back. They allowed the entry in. The awesome win condition. There was no response, no Nitrocell thrown over to deal with that.
The only way I could see it really being used, and we've seen teams use it a couple of times so far in the competition, is around the bathroom wall, just to slow the opening of that wall down. But it was never a focus for Virtus Pro. That kind of like 45-degree like diagonal line that cuts through the map and moves across. As soon as they moved the front line far enough that they had control of bar, for example, and there was no massive threat coming from bathroom, they couldn't play inside of storage because of the piano control. It was so easy for the Ossa to get in and go, well, you guys have moved so far forward that I'm not under immediate threat here. It was just all too easy to step forward, get the diffuser down, and then even step back and get a second shield down that covered off towards New Balcony. I was just like, yeah, it looks too easy. And we said this about W7M on Skyscraper at the start. There was no real challenge coming in from Virtus Pro. They could barely get inside the building. Here, it just feels like W7M are offering almost no resistance. Ash is loving it. He's having a good time. May not be shining this map compared to the way he was in the previous one, but that's the beautiful thing about strong teams is they've got multiple players that can step up when you need them.
Out of the tactical timeout now from W7M, and they've given up finally on Bar Cocktail, and they'll go down towards Kitchen, Service and Cooking in the 5th round. 2 more rounds now to play out. It has been an onslaught from Virtus Pro, and I think Cafe actually suits their playstyle perfectly when you consider they're slow to enter, but when they do enter, they're successful. Cafe is a certain map that really does not play super fast all the time when it comes to these attacking teams. There's a lot of that kind of stall out. You got players that are trying to obviously deal with a lot of utility, clear out key positions, and as you said, that kind of diagonal sweep across, you're not always going to get that super fast play style that sort of other maps might present, say a Chalet or a Border, for example. So I think VP have got a good map here, despite the fact it was picked by W7M, and I think they might be setting up for a bakery attack, considering what I can see with Dan on the Brawler. They've also brought the Montang. The Ram is a very good option here as well on this particular site in terms of that vert pressure that you can get over towards, say, mining and train.
I really prefer bringing it something like a Sledge or a Buck for a few reasons. One, it just opens up so much the floor in a long straight line. You need those big long angles onto the downstairs to restrict the defenders properly. But it's also a really safe option. The risk of something like a Sledge is you have to be there for the floor to open. A C4 can be enough to take you out, and while Buck can be a little bit more secure, you're kind of stood there with your gun out. If they've got the right angle, you're being blown up. Whereas a Gadget running across the floor, okay, cool, you destroy that. So what? I've got more in back pocket that I can throw out once again. Just love Ram for the site.
Yep. Opening kill, of course, for VP again. Very successful. Microsoft from JV, though, not as successful. Actually, I think that might have hurt. Philippox has taken some damage anyway. Dokkaebi Logic Bomb goes out. Over 90 seconds left in the round. Good little clearer up above from Virtus Pro. Not overly focused on the site, at least not just yet. Really playing into this vert, especially even with the Montang from Shepard. Now over towards the hallway. He's got himself into an intriguing position where there's a gas babe in his face over towards Pixel, despite the fact this is Kitchen.
And it's just like, no problem, I'll open up a diversion. We'll just walk around. Redirected traffic on the motorway. Easy peasy. Shepard carries on on his march down white. Whenever I see this, by the way, I always think back to a really old G2 versus Na'Vi game where Pengu was playing on, I want to say, Monty, and it was Kendrew for Na'Vi at the time playing on the Clash, just slowing the Monty down the whole way down white stairs, and they ran the clock down to 30 seconds and managed to win as a result. This round is starting to feel a little bit slow in the same way. 60 seconds to go or so into a 4 versus 4, and Herds, an absolute titan, and they've shot the Monty in the back as well. This is more what you expect to see. Herds having such a great last map, really putting in a shift here for his team in this round, which means Virtus Pro might finally suffer a loss on Cafe.
Yeah, we'll see. Still a bit of time here. There was still one Boogie Auto Breacher available from Pasha. He opts to not use it. Does actually still have the diffuser in hand. Always makes his way down Brown. And Pasha does get a kill onto JV. Brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Hertz, does he finally make his move though? Pasha opens up the floorboard and there's a man down below in nade. Always is alive though for now in a 1v3, but he doesn't have kit. It's upstairs, it's on a second floor, and that's going to be the end of the round. Finally, W7M on the board.
What I look back at is on the previous map, it only took 1 round in that first half though for them to have a little bit of breathing room to completely turn things around, and that could be the round for W7M. They need to give them that breathing room going into the second half and turn things around. Again, at this point, it is so difficult to predict, but much better. Really Herds being the player there, I thought, that made that round for W7M, holding inside a reading. No real awareness it felt from VP that he was inside of there, because 3 players all pushed the exact same angle. There was no backstab coming in from Snowdoor. There was no use of the verticals to try and cut him off. He was very much unchallenged in there, which suggests they weren't aware he was a thing.
Well, I've just seen the site that's been locked in for our final round of this half. It's a bit of a surprising one. Spoiler, we're going to mining.
Yay! Why not?
Better though from W7M. In the Monte was okay, but obviously shot it back by JV. Just timing things over towards white stairs. Obviously trying to just push in towards reading. And
that was the last map, wasn't it? I think I saw him do that. I don't know if he might have just done it again. Every time he loses, maybe he feels he's got to hit his desk. I don't know.
I think it's just the same animation again.
You might start wondering at some point why his hand hurts if it carries on with round losses tallying up, but thankfully not too many having to be pounded into the desk at the moment because they are still very far in the lead. For W7M, I think it would feel like a bit of a smash and grab if they can get this round on the board as well. The 4-2 half, it still feels painful to lose 4 defensive rounds on Cafe, but you'll take it given how things have been going and given how dominant Virtus Pro were for those first few rounds. I think after 4 rounds have been concluded, there were only 5 kills on the side of W7M. That just gives you the idea of how strong they were for those first few.
Curious to see what W7M are going to be cooking here as we go to mining. Not really the conventional of sites when it comes to Cafe, and only brought out at times when teams have kind of workshopped something and they've got a bit of an idea. See with their lineup as well, bringing that Vigil. Herds up above, top floor, coming out of Cocktail, and he gets the kill onto Joystick. And that puts a bit of pressure now onto Virtus Pro. They've already lost 1. There goes your Ash. There goes a bit of entry power. And you've got to hunt down a Vigil. There's an Oryx as well. And for Leapbox, there's going to be a lot of map roam here from W7M.
And that's the problem. You can spend forever chasing him down if you're not careful. Again, I think when SSG played, we saw Forest on a Solus up here. Drew 2 minutes from their opponent, and they were chasing him down forever, and it was like, cool, you guys are aware that you've gone 1 for 1 and lost 2 minutes attacking into kitchen on the downstairs. It was horrific. And obviously this is a mining site, not having to go through all 3 floors of the map, but it's still going to be a bit of a headache as long as he's able to keep on roaming around.
Interesting to see Philippox there. Just thought about maybe going for a little swing outside Bakery, and that's where the Oryx is playing right now. Has finally moved off of that position. It is open for Virtus Pro if they want to opt to go in towards from that entrance. Minute and 30 seconds remaining. W7M with the advantage, looking to find their second round of the half, and doing so a little bit better here. They've got some good control. I like what they've brought here for the mining defense, where they're really opting for that full map-wide, all-floor kind of pressure. The Oryx down below at the very bottom, the Vigil up the top, and that makes it really difficult for VP.
And something I commended Herds for last map is knowing when to fall back as well. He's just dropped out of Cocktail as we hit the sort of 110 mark. Before that, it was taking out drones. It was just reminding them, hey, I am here. And look at the drone count in the top left corner of your screen. They've only got 2 left. And that was just to try and push their way to the top. And you can even see with the shots being fired round corners, they're not even fully convinced it was still clear at that point. So job done as far as W7M are concerned. Really good defense coming in here.
Just kind of feels like Virtus Pro's amazing attack in the opening 4 rounds has certainly stagnated here as we get to the close of this opening half. W7M have just found their big boy pants and started to put them on and start to get involved here on Cafe, and that's a dangerous sign, a dangerous game to be playing. If you're VP, 30 seconds left, it's going to be that sort of almost 20-second meta-style attack push in towards Mining. Good start though from Shepard, the trade immediately from Nade, and trades just about everywhere on the map. Of course, W7M, they've got the numbers, they'll happily play the trade game.
Ooh, the flick, and he misses. A little dodge down to the right from Hertz is enough. Shepard's got it all to do with 10 seconds though, and the problem is they're long gone. Nade's working his way up red here. Probably going to find himself taken out. Philippox has dropped as well. They know where the man is. In through the soft wall. Shepard pull. I mean, for a second, the fact that he shot back and got one, if Nade had fell as well, that would have been a real steal round coming out for VP.
So they get 2 to close the half out. Good for the momentum, great for the scoreboard as well. Does this end up being attacker-sided though, Des?
It's bonkers, isn't it, honestly? I think, like I said, after 5 kills across 4 rounds, that's a little bit of a stinger. And to now smash and grab 2 rounds is absolutely enormous. We've got Jesse to call in. Let's get him in, because I'm sure he's got his own thoughts.
I very much do, guys, and I wanted to come to you with a little bit of a prediction, because in that first map, we saw the second half come alive for Pasha. He popped off and carried VP with their momentum to bring that game all the way to overtime, and I think there's reason to believe he might pop off in the second half of this map as well. The last time that Virtus.pro played Cafe was against BDS at the Atlanta Major, and Pasha on their defensive half went a monster 9-3. He had an incredible half. In my opinion, it was his best performance throughout the Atlanta Major. He was getting aggressive, jumping out of windows. So I just want to give people a heads up. He may be doing that again on Cafe. So keep an eye on Pasha. It's already looking pretty good for Virtus.pro in that first half. But if there's anybody who's going to propel them to that final round, if there's anybody who's going to push them over the edge, I think it's going to be him.
Thank you so much, Jesse, for that little call in. Indeed, I agree with that. I think Pasha as well, when you kind of think back to Skyscraper, heavily influential.
He's done it once, why not again?
Yeah, why not again? And right now for Virtus.pro, it just comes down to defense. They go straight to Kitchen here to start for the 7th round, opening round of the second half of the W7M, of course, winning the last 2 rounds. Now onto the attack themselves. A nice little mix here on the attack. No hard breach, so you don't really need it anyway for this particular site. And they've got the secondaries if needed from the Capitao. And for Virtus.pro, it's just about, I think, trying to get the game back on their terms a little bit now.
I think Virtus.pro are just scared of Ace's wrath. They refuse to start on the top floor, whereas W7M, they haven't got the memo yet. 3 times, as we said, and 3 losses defending on it back in that first half. Everything changed when they started moving over to different sites. I don't imagine we'll see too much aggression out of Pasha in this round, at least. Most certainly not jump outs, given 1, they're playing on the downstairs, and 2, he's sat playing the mute. That C4 is incredibly powerful. He'll be looking skyward, given there's the Bok-on side. That's the main thing to keep your eye out for. Can they connect those C4s or the C4 onto the ideal target? Outside of that, a lot of this will come down to Shepard, I think, with those Yokais. Can he keep them alive with the IQ hunting them down?
I also want to say, who's going to stand up for the W7M in terms of the individual? Because right now as a team, they've actually all been at a very similar level, especially Herds and Nade. They got 4, everyone else got 2 to 3 anyway. But who's going to be maybe that Pasha, for example, that we saw in Skyscraper? Who's going to be able to take that step for W7M, find those critical entry kills, open things up for them? Right now, 90 seconds in, great information here from Shepard on that Yokai outside of Bakery. They barricade that back up. Herds is in some trouble here, and that Goo Mine, 1 more tick, he will go down and pulls it out just in time, but quite literally on 1 HP.
It's funny because I was going to turn around and be like, Herds is that guy. He's the one to drag them through. In the first encounter he gets into in the round, he's away on 2 HP. I can't remember if it was him back on Skyscraper, had the same thing coming into Top Black on 2 HP, but there's a couple of times in this series if it was him who's now in a spot to get very lucky and walk away with a fraction of HP to still play out the round.
60 seconds remaining. W7M looking to make it 3 rounds in a row. Virtus.pro just allowing their opponents back into this one. Certainly would be quite devastating if they can't capitalize on a 4-0 attacking start of Cafe. You certainly don't want to allow W7M to get a snip here. And it's Dan, not Pasha, who gets 2 big kills. KC swings VIP, gets Dan as well, shuts him down 3v3.
Thunderous on his swing round there as well. I love the sound of the Mark 14. It's one of my favorite guns to hear ripping across the map. Steps around, but joystick just a little too quick for KZ there. 2 left for W7M. Philippox is in sight. I don't think they know about this, but obviously he's in the spot to get a bit of work done. Completely unsupported, as between him and JV is always on a fraction of HP, about 8 to his name if he wins this 1 versus 1. In fact, he's pushed out of sight. How has Philippe Potts got away with this?
Didn't want to plant because they didn't have JV. He actually then goes and help him. There's that BBC, gets rid of it with a gone 6. Now plant goes down. JV now in a good position to play cover. Yokai gets shot out. That's why Philippe Potts didn't want to go too early. He allows it to get through. It bumps up, but no, too late. Doesn't matter. Joystick gets the kill anyway. Philippe Potts stays alive just barely. Needs to defend this plant for the next 40 seconds in a 1 versus 2.
How on earth have they nearly got away with this? The fact that Philippe Potts was here in the first place was criminal, and the fact they might still win is unbelievable. Hanging inside a freezer. He knows one's to his left, and the shot comes on through. Down he goes, he hits the deck. Shepard picking up on that one. 2 still left alive. Virtus Pro are going to move up to 5 and 2.
I thought they played that really well. JV and Philippe Potts didn't have the numbers. You obviously saw that Philippe Potts got into a good position on the bomb chassis, stepped onto that goo mine, probably anticipated that someone would come into his direction. No one came. No one was in a position to play off at that goo mine. But what ended up happening is JV got stuck, player inside a Whiskey. He was able to then help him out by pushing out rather than just going for the quick plant. Then they make it a 2v2. In the end, though, credit to VP, just able to keep the pressure on. Yokais weren't too effective. Plant goes down, but they won some big trades. 5-2 now for Virtus Pro.
Ooh. Well, this is getting a little bit saucy, isn't it? Up to 5 and 2. One more round and they guarantee overtime at the minimum. It was actually around this point before we were saying, it's a real tall hill for VP to climb in that first half. Woo! Bit of a doozy, but W7M should be marching the rest of this map, and always just hesitant of saying that now, given what we saw on the previous map. And this wasn't strictly a bad attack, admittedly, Philippe Potts. I don't know how on earth he managed to slip the net, but it was more of a, JV was like, okay, I'm stuck on Brown, I can't push forward. He's like, don't come to me, I'll come to you. He did a lot of work.
You could see in that highlight there, it might seem like, JV's not watching. He had no choice. He was trying to destroy those Yokais, but what's interesting, he's the second one, because he got the first one really quick, really clean, but the second one then came through, and he missed a couple of shots. Had he hit that straight away, first time, he can then turn his attention around to the hallway and actually make it a little bit more winnable. Instead, he misses. Yokai goes up. He's looking at the ceiling. Shot in the back of the head.
Scary, innit? Reading with Fireplace then for round 8. Again, reminder, Virtus Pro win this one. They go up to map point. A great spot to be in, and we do then get that border map that I'm not normally excited about border games, but I love to see border between these two because they've been on it with the fragging today. Pasha, KZ, and Herds especially have all shone at different times, and now it's Dan's time to shine.
I'm going early here, but there is a bingo for Des and Ace, third map OT. Does it count if it's menu?
If I call you Ace as a nickname, surely that counts. I didn't see in the TNCs anywhere that the person had to actually have a formal name of Ace.
Right. Let's see if we get there. Long way until that could be a potential reality as we head into this 8th round. Now, do you like flashes?
No. Well, they hurt my eyes.
Too bad. There's a lot of them right now for W7M.
I'm more concerned about the number of C4s coming into Virtus Pro, and the Valkyrie's there to feed the information across. I'll give it to W7M on their attack so far. They have brought the IQ every single round, showing respect to the Yokais, the Black Eyes. They're just very aware that that can really cause a headache. And if in case you do see things like the Solus being brought along, also IQ helps towards that. Whenever it's active, we'll be able to see the Solus, and it becomes a game of chasing cat and mouse in a way, the same way you used to see IQ and Pulse play the same dance before.
Ooh, good shot from Herds. A little slip in towards Bar. Gets the kill onto Joystick. I think he was a little bit caught off guard by Herds' position at Bar. Don't think he was expecting him to be that close. Nice entry kill, though, for W7M. And a big kill as well into a player who's been playing well in Joystick. No response here from Pasha. Jesse thought he was going to be the man for VP. So far, though, it does kind of feel like it's been others, especially Dan in that last round. Joystick at other points as well, but still a chance here from Pasha over towards Reading.
It was the right idea, I think, trying to stick with the C4 there. Maybe, that's painful. I'll say right idea maybe would have been to put it on the dead DKB's body, knowing that they'd be going for the phone for the hack, and well, not dead DKB, on the dead body, sorry, for the DKB to go and hack the phone afterwards. Blowing that up may have been the play, but one thing I'll come back to again, lack of drones for W7M, only 2 in the round. The Mute doing a lot of work here, and they picked up a lot of the intel game. Shepard might sting them with this one as well. Narrowly misses twice, misses a third. The back and forth dance by KZ with the fancy feet.
Oh, it's the Windy City that is calling in that moment. Difficult shots, difficult in terms of the pressure at the stakes as well over towards White Stairs, but the shots needed to land, and they certainly did not, Des. And guess what? The punishment comes through from W7M with the round win. Reading a fireplace unlocked and won, and so far again, for what's turned into a bit of a bizarre affair in a attacker-sided cafe is what we're kind of getting here. Much to probably the chagrin of everyone, because I'm not seeing a lot of love for this ultra-defensive-sided Siege meta right now. It's great to see some real hard-fought attacking round wins.
It is between two real titans of teams as well, right? Like W7M, World Global Seed #1, great success last year. The last dance for this roster as well. Let's not forget they said this was their last tournament under W7M. No doubt they'll go somewhere else afterwards, but it is a real big moment for them on home soil to go on and win this when Brazilian teams in Sao Paulo and Rio all those years ago fell to European teams in the grand final. They can really change it. But for Virtus Pro, I think who even some had a few doubts about coming into the competition so far have impressed, and they are keeping arguably the best team in the right now to account. They're really challenging them every step of the way. Thing is, round 9 for me is the pivotal round. Me and Tim talk about this a lot. If you see Virtus Pro win here, they've got a 3-round advantage. They're on map point. That is very hard to come back across 3 separate sites for W7M. If W7M win it, suddenly they're 1 round within striking distance, and it's like, well, can we keep up at that point? Absolutely you can. You're in striking distance. You spoke about flashes before. I just saw when the UI came up in the top right corner, how many flashes we now have in this round is ludicrous.
It's exactly how many we had in the last round as well.
Bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah, back-to-back 12 flashes available for W7M. Really bringing the utility.
If that's trying to bully the fact that we haven't seen much Warden out of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's also good because it helps out clear out these kind of positions, gets good angles, and I think right now for W7M, really just playing into sort of double down into the attack is just very sort of aggressive against the defense. Having so many flashes makes it even more annoying for VP. We go to mining again, by the way. We saw it in that earlier half by W7M, and they were very successful with that kind of multi-layered vert approach where they had the Oryx down below, they had the Vigil up above. Not quite the same setup for VP, but playing into that kind of Solus and Mozzie combo. We saw in the last round, the Mute was actually very effective. There was only like 1 drone left for W7M. Didn't matter though, and right now they've only already lost 4 with 2 minutes to go. But again, will it really matter? Right now, W7M just kind of look like they're hitting their shots again.
This is that most heavily defender-sided site on this map at 60%, but why let facts get in the way of a good story? Hey, the momentum, it feels, is starting to build back in W7M's favor. Taking it slowly here as well for the start of the round. We are halfway in, no early engagements coming out, still sweeping their way across the top floor. You can see Virtus Pro all scurrying around on that second floor like a rat's nest, really, waiting to see when the heavens open up, when W7M start thinking about that execute. And with Philippox, I imagine, joining them up on this 3rd floor soon, that should mean a lot of them floorboards getting ripped open.
Minute and 18 seconds here remaining, 5-3, as you said, very pivotal round. VP win it out, they get those 3 match points, something that mentally W7M will have to deal with in terms of the comeback and trying to send this one to overtime. W7M though, it's that kind of slow-paced start as well for a team that's the 4th fastest when it comes to entries and entry kills. They have certainly been slowed down like the map probably suggests would do. Philippox getting some information here from this new belt position. 50 seconds left, using that skeleton key to his advantage to open up some sightlines super far down, looking into ward mining. 40 seconds though, and again, still no real contact between either of these teams.
Not yet, which means a very explosive end, which we love to see. I love the chaos. Keep bringing it to me.
The timing.
The timing. That is a classic hashtag Siege timing moment. Looks away for a fraction of a second, and that's when Dan chooses to swing.
Holding. Oh, look away and dead. It happens to so many.
Infuriating, isn't it, at the best of times?
20 seconds remaining now. Nade just wants to step inside of mine and go for a plant. Where's the cover? JV made his way over towards red, now over towards pillar. No, Nade is going to get that plant down. Surely will be contested. Yes, his shot out. Joystick in a good position. They knew they'd go for that little window. And there's no time remaining. BP have found their way to 3 match points, looking to send us to a 3rd match.
Oh boy. I love how as we start shouting, I hear the next stream over start shouting as well.
Like,
rounds ending at the same time, it's great. Can't complain. But you are right, we said this earlier on as well. Now they've won that quite big pivotal round for them. A 3-round advantage. That at map point, Virtus Pro can take a leisurely stroll here. They've got 3 sites they can rotate through. All the sites we've just seen played out. They can afford to even mess it up a couple of times. They can afford to try something crazy like jump outs. We only really saw early round aggression in round 1. VP very quickly shut that conversation down as they got rid of 2 W7M players inside 30 seconds. I just feel for W7M, unless we see some real magic come through in these next 3 rounds, we are destined for map 3.
You know what's interesting? I look at the bans for W7M so far at SI, and Solus is one that banned out quite a lot. It's been prevalent, not just the Solus, but also a lot of this kind of drone denial. So clearly it's something they don't like to deal with, and it's clearly something over the last couple of rounds, you pointed it out, where a lot of their drones are just being flushed out super early in these rounds, denies them that kind of information. Yeah, they're bringing a lot of these flashes to kind of help them get back certain positions, but clearly right now I think VP has really played a good job in denying info.
I think when you've got a team like W7M, who if you cast your mind back to Skyscraper, we praised them for how good they were at finding an isolated member of Virtus Pro and having 3 or 4 players just crush them right. They were really good at that. That is still something you can do even without drones, but it is exponentially more risky. You don't know what angles are being held. And so it might be causing a little bit of hesitance on the side of W7M. They're second-guessing themselves. They're thinking, is this the right player, or is there a better one we can make here? And that indecisiveness can just open enough windows for Virtus Pro to capitalize. And I think for that reason, that seeing things like Solus, the Mute, the Mozzie is a really valuable tactic against a team like W7M that relies so heavily on kind of stacked odds with the information they collect.
At the halftime show, it was kind of about who's going to be the one to lead the way for VP. Jesse said Pasha, but right now it's been Dan. 11-4. He's certainly had some critical kills. He's been the one that's just kind of stepped up in terms of the individualism for VP, but really it's been a team effort, especially on the defense, looking to close this out, send us to border, which I'm going to be honest, I can't wait to get to border if we do. I think that's going to be so much fun between these two teams. So excited, and the fact that it would also be going into that third map where both teams took each other's map picks really speaks volumes here. And again, we go back to the very much pre-kind of match discussion around this. You win this game, your likelihood of topping this group increases exponentially. Not a guarantee, but you said it before, Des, there's only one more game for both of these two teams after this one.
And games that realistically is the top 2 teams in the group right now, and the level of performance we're seeing here, you'd expect them to go on and win. Crazy things happen. It is SI. We've seen some bonkers results so far. Crazier things have happened across many a tournament in Siege. Halfway through the round, no one has gone down. The last few rounds have had that little bit kind of nervous energy to them where both teams are kind of scared of making a misstep, and it has been a little bit slower. It has been more about the initial setup, but it all counts when it comes down to the execute. W7M still getting themselves set up, but I think in the next 20 to 30, you'll see this hit come through.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that for W7M, it's about just how much info can they get, deny some of this utility. 3 drones remaining walled in. We've been speaking about that information that they've had available. Jump outside, looking to reposition here for W7M. Virtus Pro, very much maybe moments away from sending us to border. Down white stairs comes KZ. He knows there's one inside of VIP. It's going to be a strong power play, looking to deny the hatch drop. Trades come through. Again, it's Dan, but Pasha 2 in the clutch. Outside gets that kill from Philippe though to get the trade. 3 versus 2, right down to the wire. 30 seconds left to Philippe and JV we go one more time.
Can they do it inside 30 seconds? Stacked up together at least. It's a small thing they've got going for them. And last time round, Philippe managed to snake his way in. But these Evil Eyes are not going to make it easy. Diffuser recovered, stepping their way through. They found a little bit of a gap here to get in, but these Evil Eyes are going to be so infuriating to deal with. And he's like, no, not looking. It's when you look at a cat and it turns its head away from you. JV's trying to get wherever he can, but honestly, it's infuriating. One goes down. We're going to map 3.
Frustration boiling over there inside of Kitchen. The temperature rises, and speaking about rising, PP rise to the very top with a 7-3 win. I'm almost speechless, Des. I cannot believe the turnaround after a bit of a heartbreak over on Skyscraper. What a reversal here on Cathay, taking the map pick away from W7M. It's a statement.
We spoke about this last night, about how this felt like a real Titanic matchup, and I was worried in the first half of Skyscraper one team hadn't turned up on the day. All we have seen since Skyscraper is both teams step it up in different ways.
They have.
W7M back on map 1. Overall started strong, ended strong. Here, I feel VP have had the run of this map from start to finish.
They certainly
really convincing.
Well, they had 4 attacking rounds to begin with. We were sitting here thinking, what is going on? Is this going to be attacker-sided? In some ways, a little bit. But I think when we saw the conclusion to this game, we saw enough to suggest it maybe wasn't all about the attacker-sided. It was mainly about VP.
It's just tantalizing prospect on Border. I can't wait. I'm honestly like, just get me into map 3 now. I'd love to. Absolutely love to.
When I saw this matchup and when I saw that we were going to be covering this, I was like, I really want this to be a banging game. And that's why at the beginning of Skyscraper, 5-0 W7M, I was like, oh no, it's super one-sided. It's going to be just all about W7M stomping. But what a turnaround from VP, even on that map, then also onto Cafe. It's been a huge performance from them to send us to Border. I can't wait to see the conclusion of this series because honestly, right now, if you ask me who's going to win it, I got no idea.
It's anyone's guess. Honestly, I need to go and cool down. We'll go to a break. When we come back, the desk have got you. See you for map 3 soon.
Underneath at the minute inside of storage. I think just, you know, again, looking for anybody getting in underneath, playing the book, anything like that, trying to open up. You know, there isn't a book on side, he won't know that, but we're sure he does have the Ash, so could do a little bit of vertical destruction and work from underneath, so Crypto is just going to try and prevent that.
Well, we had one pretty serious question going into this, and that is, what do VP have on Cafe? W7M roam and own Cafe, or at least have done up until now, Jesse.
Yeah, they're supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be the kings of this map, their best map statistically. And yet it crumbles, it falls apart. 7-1 record shattered to a 7-2. Really felt like W7M couldn't get going on that defense. Those first 4 rounds in a row, obviously massive for the scoreline of Virtus Pro, getting all of those right off the bat. Really felt to me like we didn't see W7M have anywhere near as much success on the roam game, right? On Skyscraper, what were they able to do? They were slippery. They were moving around. They were able to dodge the drones and find those picks. At this point, though, on this map, Virtus Pro had all the intel and they found all the frags.
And I think that's due to specifically how this map is played out. It's usually top down. You clear from the 3rd floor, get all the way down to the basement, or it's sometimes vice versa. You're coming up, getting all that down. So yeah, there really isn't a lot of room to be moving around, like you were saying, for W7M to make those lurk, slippery plays. Because if you aren't on one side of the map on that level, you're clearly only can be in one other place or on the next floor. So yeah, it definitely was gonna be harder for W7M to get that down. But I said it last game. This was going to come down to who was going to find their attack half best. And clearly, we saw VP put out a dominant performance, way better attacks in terms of just communication, droning, being in sync with each other, just having an overall general consensus of how they wanted to approach that site. And they looked far more comfortable going into this map.
And something we touched on in the first map, which I think has completely changed here, but just the start of the rounds for W7M, especially on their defense, they just looked so indomitable on Skyscraper, but here on Cafe, it really was just slipping away each and every time.
In the pregame of map 1, I said that, you know what, I think VP have that playstyle that can kind of stop the hyper aggression that we see from W7M. And I had some egg on my face after map 1 when that completely didn't happen. But this is where we saw that. And I think Gabe hit the nail on the head when we got to a map where Virtus Pro were just more comfortable. They knew the map, they knew the angles, and the angles were maybe a little bit more static, less fluid. They were able to do that perfectly, and that's going to be a real challenge for W7M when they make it to that 3rd map.
I mean, and that 3rd map, that's going to be, I mean, that's the decider of that. And going into that 3rd map too, I mean, VP looks extremely strong yesterday, having that 7-0 over M80. I mean, what do you do, like, if you're W7M?
We'll wait and see, won't we? That's the big thing. We're going to have to wait and see on that one. It's actually something I want to talk about very quickly before we move into the conversation of Border is, you know, whether defense is sound enough from VP. Obviously, I think you mentioned, you know, like it wasn't just one type of defense. They were chopping and changing. They were cutting between the two.
Yeah, and I think that's important, especially in this meta. You need to be able to adapt on that. You need to know when to be a little more passive, and you also know when to be and get aggressive, just like we saw Pasha doing for them in the last game. He was doing that aggressive roaming, going in on those flanks, and then even here they were playing a little stagnant, but then in some areas they would get aggressive and then immediately fall back and then play a very passive game and let W7M fall into their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, going over to Border, we've seen Virtus Pro play it 2 days in a row. This will be their 3rd, and it's a map that has had 2 very different faces. Day 1, 7-2 loss, rocked by Liquid, just couldn't get their feet underneath them. And then, yesterday, the exact same scoreline, the other direction, a 7-2 victory coming through from Virtus Pro. And so I really think you look at that game, the 2 players that stood out to me as having the biggest change and impact were Joystick and Shepard. Both of those players really found their footing the second time around. Felt like they were much better able to survive through the early round in the terms of Joystick and have that impact throughout the late round as well. So I'm looking at those 2 guys. I'm hoping we see that continuation from the second time they played this map. Because again, I mean, it's a map that we didn't expect VP to ever pick up. Now they've picked it up, and we'll see how their story continues on it.
Let me make a correction. I said 7-0 on Border. I was looking at 2-0 when I was saying 7-2. That's what I meant to say. But no, going into Border specifically, watching that M80 game, they were doing exactly what I was seeing here, or even during the Skyscraper defensive house. They were letting essentially M80 push in and just play those crossfires that were heavily favored into VP, and that's exactly how I think VP is going to try to play this. I don't think they're going to switch up anything they did from M80. I think they're going to play their game. They're going to force W7M into uncomfortable gunfights, uncomfortable positioning, and try to run away with it from there. But again, a lot of what it comes down to Border is power positions. Yeah, power positions in Dome, power positions in E-Box. Getting those points are going to be hard contested, and if you can't get in that, you're going to struggle.
Look, we saw it on Skyscraper a little bit, right? Teams struggling to get inside the map, struggling to clear out power positions. Is this something that might follow through to Border?
Yeah, I mean, this map is like a polar opposite from Cafe, right? The way that we saw Cafe go down, the way the Cafe runs as a map, is that there is simply going to be ages before you get into the building before those opening picks. Border, it's going to be right off the bat. You're fighting people as soon as you spawn into the building. So I really do think that this is going to be one where we can see a little bit more slipperiness coming through from W7M like we saw on Skyscraper. I also think they struggled to get those trades when they lost the opening pick on Cafe because it's such a big map. There's only so many people on whatever floor you're trying to roam clear. Now that we're on Border, everybody's like right there. Trades are going to be a lot easier to come by for the defense. So I think this is going to be more of a challenge coming through from Virtus Pro. But again, this is a map they've been working on. We know they've been putting in the time. So I hope they've got what it takes.
Well, an interesting stat going back from the first map to Skyscraper when we are talking about that aggressive playstyle from W7M and meeting them on that defensive side and playing that aggressive style. So in that game, there were 14 opening kills, and out of those 14 opening kills, 3 of those were traded. And a lot of those obviously were heavily went into W7M's favor, getting in malting in net. Oh my God. I can't talk. They were netting into multi-kills.
Bang, there we go.
We got there in the end. So W7M, I mean, you learned this from VP that they're going to play a little slower. So are you going to get aggressive now like you were in Skyscraper, or are you going to fall back a little bit and kind of play the game that that VP is now playing?
Well, that's actually leading into probably the final question that I have for Border is, you know, we saw quite a few times VP struggling to enter the building with the aggression that we were seeing. How do they go about mitigating this? How do they go about diminishing that risk?
If I'm in that situation, you make W7M make the wrong play, because if they're already meeting you with an aggressive playstyle, let them peek you. You get that kill, you go up man advantage and keep playing man advantage at that point.
100%. Hold your angles. Make sure that you're ready for the swings because they are going to come. It's W7M. They are very, very good at getting aggressive, so you've got to shut that down.
Certainly do. And it's time for us to shut up shop here on the desk. We're going to go across to Xenox and Dez to run you through the final map of Border.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we've been able to get here as well. What a pleasure. It's been so much fun working with you as well. Des, and with Ace as well. We've done a little switcherooning. Of course, Guz and Ace are over on that B stream at the moment. We've got the best game. Let's be honest. We go to Border. It's the third map. It's VE along with W7M, the champions, if you will. And it's a 50% prediction split right down the middle.
It is hard to call. We've seen strong maps from both teams. Skyscraper definitely a little bit more 50-50 on wager. Virtus Pro quite convincingly taking Cafe overall. When it comes into this map, there's still so much to sort of learn and figure out. Virtus Pro did not play this map in 2023 at all. It was a permaban. It was away from their map pool. They didn't even take a sniff at it. Whereas at this major so far, twice they've played it. This will be the third time. So clearly something they've brought into their map pool recently. Whereas on W7M's side, a 50% win rate on this map back in 2023. So not the hottest map, not terrible for them, but for a team in their form, maybe you'd expect a bit of a stronger showing here.
For the third time, W7M start defense. For the third time, W7M ban Grim. And for the third time, VP ban Ying.
I like to think there's a gentleman's agreement here. They're shaking hands before the game and said, right, you're banned that, we ban this. Yeah, cool. Nice. And then it gets all chaotic on the defensive side of bans because Virtus Pro keep on banning that Azami away, and JV92 isn't very happy about it.
We are one ban away from having basically the same 4 bans across all of the maps. It's the Valkyrie this time around, though, from WSN. They're a little bit more flexible with that final defensive ban.
Yeah, they are. So nothing too unexpected there. It's going to play out similar to the rest of the series with those operators being absent. On Cafe, we did see the Valk available and it was played an absolute metric ton is the only way I can describe it. The respect being shown through things like the IQ, at least from W7M, to make sure the Yokais, the Valk, wasn't able to be too effective. The Soul is being picked up here by Herd straight away, though, as we launch into, you guessed it, Armory Archives for our first site.
I do wonder if we might have only just had a bit of a one-off when it comes to attacking side at Siege. In saying that, I think Border statistically is one of the best, if not maybe the best, when it does come to attacking at this tournament thus far. I haven't got the numbers directly in front of me, but I do. That's the general feel when it comes to the maps. For me, I think it's Border.
Consulate is a little bit better by 2
How many maps have we seen at Consulate, though, in terms of this the sub-sample?
We've seen a few, I'm pretty sure. It's been played, what was it, 19 rounds, so yeah, a few times.
That's not a lot, actually.
I know, I haven't cast it yet.
Yeah, neither have I. I mean, well, if you compare it to the other maps, there were like 90 rounds played plus.
Yeah, others have been seen a lot more, but it has still been played, yes.
Yeah, like 97 rounds of Border, in fact.
Maybe that stat's going back to before the tournament, I don't know. We've seen a lot of maps, to be fair. It's, you know, we're on day 3 and we've gone through how many 8 best of 3s every day? You know, it does fly, and you do get a lot of playtime in. Herds! I mean, Herds is starting this map out the way that he started out Skyscraper, absolutely deleting Virtus Pro at the start.
Yeah, and probably need as well to do just that for W7M on the defense, because they were quite lackluster on Cafe to begin. Remember, VP winning the first 4 rounds. So obviously for W7M, needing to feel on board that they've got to get aggressive, try and deny these entry points, somewhat similar to what we saw maybe back on Skyscraper, defensively for W7M. A couple of words coming out in chat as well between the two teams off the back of that initial opening kill from Herds on to Always. Gets rid of the Dokkaebi too, so no logic bombs for the entry for VP, trying to play off of the Montaigne.
Although it's obviously a very different map, I think back to the shape where we had very aggressive holds coming onto this side of the map back on Skyscraper. Exhibition, for example, was really hard for VP to get any kind of control of, and it's looking to be a somewhat similar story. You've got KZ in and around waiting area, you've got Nade inside of office for Leapox on these stairs, just keeping Shepard outside of the map.
Just a little slowdown momentarily. Herds, of course, eventually losing his life in response to getting the opening kill. So 1-for-1. Makes it a 4 versus 4. We see the Blackbeard as well from Dan. Brings out the
they know
shield.
upstairs. Surely they know that it's there.
They do. There's the ping.
The thing is, they could pinch you from below, but you've got that support from KZ above waiting area as well, so it's not as simple as just pushing from below. Lol, it needs a little bit more to it than that. I just feel like they're not really being given the opportunity they need to get this round moving.
Final gas bait utilized there by Philippon, still with over 60 seconds remaining. No kill coming through there from Shepard. Sorry, from Dan. Dan unable to find that kill.
A little bit of chip, but not enough to see him completely finished off. And that wall reinforced off. That's a really good hold coming out from W7M. And again, I likened it back to Skyscraper. It does feel the same, although there's not been a massive swing of kills. They've wasted 2 minutes, gone 1-for-1. That was exactly what Herds achieved back at the start of Skyscraper.
I will say, though, it's still a 4 versus 4 here for VP. These are kind of the similarities to, say, a Cafe as well. So you can kind of look to the 2 maps that we've played thus far and maybe take elements of both of it here for both teams.
Blending it all together. Now, should be able to at least start trying to get something open here. As you hear the Uxkaras going through from Pasha. Last 30 seconds, though.
Confirm the
where
vert
mistakes
below.
start happening.
Yeah, confirm that vert below, then Shepard could maybe go for the backwards plant here on the Montaigne. That's clearly their win condition. That's
so
what they
low,
want to achieve. Holding the angle now is going to be Pasha on the Havana. 20 seconds remaining. Shepard will eventually look to try and turn around. Pasha's going to be the one that will play behind him. And Shepard is not being contested here. Surely they're going to try and deny this.
Nade from below, though. He's underneath with the shotgun. He can blast out the floor. He can
Where's
stop
the
this
vert
going
below?
through. They've got to move and do something. They've gone for the back corner instead, actually. And Nade's not in a spot to be able to deal with this right now. They're letting him get away with it. As they found the back, no, they haven't. Pasha does manage to stick it. For Leapox falls, and it feels really like they've got away with a bit of murder there. As C4 comes on through, it should be enough. Joystick's got around in here and do something. They're getting the disable going on through. He's found one for himself. He's got to go fast, but it's not going to be fast enough. A crucial shot coming in from KZ and W7M. Claw back round 1.
There's so much to probably go over in terms of that round. One, of course, the fact that there was no contest down below from VP. That was the biggest issue. That's why they couldn't go for the plant in the doorway behind the Montaigne. They did a nice job of pivoting to the corner. I thought that was really smart. You know what the issue with that, though, is it's a lot more difficult to then rub back out. And you also then can't play the doorway and play the balcony. So clearly, yes, nice pivot, but it really wasn't what they wanted. So they needed to try and get someone down below, clear out the vert, get control. I thought they were going to necessarily do that. They didn't. They get punished for it. Even despite that, still got the plant down. Still a very fun, lively round, but it is W7M on the board to begin.
They really struggled to get that downstairs controller thing because obviously they never really had control of office. There was this like 2-minute battle around east stairs that just kept on working against them. Really smart from W7M. I'll hand it to them, really. They were the ones that wasted all that time at the start at the cost of Herds' life. They got the 1-for-1. Certainly no complaints. And the Virtus Pro, maybe there has to be that willingness to pivot away that little bit quicker or accept that you are playing a very high-risk, high-reward game style.
It's so difficult to probably ascertain as to what is required here on Border. You know, when you kind of think about typically, is it attack, is it defense, how many rounds, 4, 5, what's required? Honestly, at this point, I kind of just want to take Border 1 round at a time, and I think that's the way the teams need to take it too. We don't know if it's going to be strong for attack, is it going to be strong for defense? We've already seen some crazy things happen in this series, especially with VP winning 4 attacking rounds in a row to kickstart Cafe. Anything can happen now in this series. Great start for W7M, good little bounce back as well after dropping another map. Of course, they dropped a map yesterday to Bleed. These guys are champions. They are amazing, but clearly they're not infallible.
No. And that's the thing, I think, at this competition, with very few exceptions, no one is infallible. Obviously, some have struggled more than most, looking mainly at the Korean teams when I say that. But even Bliss, who I know you're absolutely torn up by, have put on really good performances time and time again, but just can't quite get over the finish line. But if nothing else, it shows there are very, very few freebies in this competition.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. No freebie in this series either. Both teams trying to fight for top spot in this group, for Group C, a group that many looked at initially as the group of death when it looked at the stacked names of rosters of teams. Joystick trying to get a bit of top east stairs control here for Virtus Pro. Getting inside of buildings has probably been one of their weaknesses a little bit so far in this series. Once they do get in and get into good positions, though, they've been very strong.
They look a little bit hesitant at points, I think, as well, and I don't blame them, really. You can't always get enough information on W7M. They punish you when you do try and step in. They got, gunned down so many times back on Sky, just trying to step in through a window, for example. Some great double kills coming out of Herds, multi-kills from KZ, time and time again. So it feels like that is going to cause some hesitancy, completely understandably so.
Under a minute and a half remaining, still 5 versus 5, no contact made between either of the teams. W7M have shown aggressiveness though on the defensive border to begin, although only into the second round. And Joystick's through break now and gets an air jab over towards top metal. Always does maybe get into a bit of a fracas, but nothing to really come from it once again. Getting to that 60-second mark now still. And I think the longer this goes on, W7M will be happy.
Just looking at the spread of players from W7M, they're all very tightly grouped together with the exception of one player on the downstairs. Nice C4 attempt coming out of Nate. Not going to find anyone, but they are quite tightly grouped all around Fountain, all around site. No one's really playing off it anymore. No one's getting caught out by Virtus Pro. Instead, you're letting them run the clock down, and here, Pasha needs to get this kill. A good flash coming on through, but shoots him in the side of the head before he can even start a march on forward. Not so ideal. And Pasha's going to got to deal with 2 angles here. They do find one. Philippots gets rid of Pasha, though, straight into a 4 versus 3, and it looks like it might be enough to hold on. However, a 3v3 with 25 to go.
Oh, good shot. Always in Dan at the same time. What a flip from 4-3 to 3-2, just like that. 15 seconds remaining. Time's still a big factor here. Shepard with the diffuser. Someone to keep an eye on, though, but they get another kill to JV. Through the wall, through the heart, and VP get a round as we go 1 round at a time. It's now 1-1.
I was a bit nervous coming to that point when it was, 25 seconds left on the clock, still massive numbers advantage. W7M are dug in around site. They've got the ability to play these trades off each other, but Virtus Pro just brute force it through. And that's why this has become such an unpredictable game now. Every single map has had its different kind of unique parts about it, the play styles, the way the teams have taken rounds out from each other. So hard to predict. It's beautiful stuff to watch again.
Yeah, as I said, to kind of kickstart that round, take this 1 round at a time. Let's not look too far to the future. And just like that, with 1 round in to go, since saying that, VP bounced back. And it's a sort of little 50-50 kind of moment there, middle portion of that round, because at one point, W7M maybe started to look like they were going to ward off the attack. 30 seconds there. After that kill, it's a 4-on-3, but then bang, straight away, always Dan line up. They get 2 in quick succession. That then means they can overload site, get the plant down. They didn't even really need it in the end, got the kills. Really nicely done from Virtus Pro, and it continues with this storyline that, sure, slow to begin, slow to get into the building. Once they do, they're very deadly.
It's almost like the insurance policy of, of always dropping down to take the player that was below, because we caught him. We said there's 1 player downstairs here, everyone else is sat on site upstairs, and just in case there was potentially a C4 to come singing at them, a shotgun to blast the floor open as though they're going in for a plant in case they couldn't get everyone on top floor. They've just made sure they've thought everything through and learned from the mistake in round 1 where they had no pressure downstairs. So really good adaptation between round 1 and round 2 from Virtus Pro.
I also feel like, when you say no pressure, I'm going to say this might be strange to hear. I don't feel like there's much pressure inside of the server right now either. I mean, because you could, argue that there's a lot of pressure, but right now both teams, I think, have shown enough, and you go back to the predictions of 50% each, it's not like either team is like super expected to be the team to probably get over the top. It really does feel like a genuine 50-50, and you just got to win every little battle, every little moment. JV gets an early kill for W7M, and that gives them the advantage. And for Pasha, who's been a name we've kind of thrown around, he keeps slamming that desk while he's 0-3.
That poor desk.
Or that poor hand.
It's not going to be having a good time. Either way, his team, again, this is where it comes down to that team element. Not every single player is going to be firing on all cylinders in every single game, and there are some maps they just won't fly on the way they do on others. As Walter, yes, he had a brilliant map back on Sky. Last map, it was the Dan show. Someone else might be the hero stepping into this one for Virtus Pro, but equally, the same thing can be said about W7M.
Can they get inside of the building, though? Shepard droning through break. Okay, they can get in towards security, make their way, sweep across, clear that vert. Herds, though, on the Solar. Someone that needs to be, of course, taken down over towards Armory. Finally now in towards security off that live drone, getting into the building. But it is indeed said Solus of Herds does eventually get that kill onto Always. So yes, they got in towards security, live drone that, but they had no intel in terms of Armory. And that's their downfall when they finally did enter the map. KZ loses his life elsewhere. Again, similar to the last round, it's a 4-on-3. Anything can happen from here. In this series, nothing would surprise me anymore.
Well, Epox was hanging around on these stairs for the longest time, almost ready to poke his head above the parapet and see what was going on upstairs. I think it's now dropped away as they're aware that this top floor has largely been taken over by Virtus Pro. Herds really, for me, could be that X factor. He's upstairs, inside of Armory Archives. If he moves across that top floor smartly enough, a lot of damage could be done to Virtus Pro. They've got no drones ready to track him either, but the air jabs are down.
Getting killed from dead.
Speaking of his dead, so don't mind.
3 versus 3, 45 seconds. Talk about another fanatical finish here between these two teams, and yet another round where it's really difficult to supersede who's going to be able to get this one, who will take the advantage. I don't even know if this map's going to be attack or defense if decided. It's really hard to predict. 30 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Who have you got, Des?
Oh, man, this risky drop, I don't know. If they have the angle, if Nade's got this long shot straight through into bathroom, maybe, but Shepard's not been tagged out there. He's got down safely. They've got the cover for him. They're stepping their way forward. Will they find the man? Can they get it in time as well? No, they cannot. Diffuser is down. A kill back, one for either side, 2v2.
Yeah, plant down though. So retake scenario here for W7M. What have they got to be able to do it? No impacts available for Nate. Couple of good ones, but probably not going to do much. They do need to go for the retake up above in terms of the vert. Joystick half health. A shot though. Headshot from Nate onto Joystick. It's a very low HP dead. He is susceptible here. Body shot will do the job, and indeed it will. Wow, W7M in the retake, despite the plant going down successfully from Virtus Pro. W7M, they know that they have to go above, have to retake. They do so against two players that are very low on health. And again, it's another close round here on Border.
Just being in that situation as Dan as well, when you're kind of exposed and the player you're trying to fight against is just dancing in and out, just jiggle peeking in and out of the doorway, and you're like, okay, take your shot, mate. Come on, stop making me look like a mug now. And eventually, Nate just steps out, takes it, gets the kill. Two kills in quick succession. Really good post-plant being played out by W7M. But key thing across this, the thing, some close rounds starting to form on Border. It's not quite as dominant as we saw across the halves in the last two maps.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, and I agree wholeheartedly, because you look back to Skyscraper, and it was largely dominant from W7M. Cafe then the same, but for Virtus Pro. We go to Border, and it's kind of like the combination of the first two maps that we've had, and now we're getting these kind of 50-50 rounds. It's scrappy, it's 3v3s and 2v2s and post-plant retakes. It's really what you want to see, though, and both teams so far are coming to the table very much evenly. 2-1 scoreline for W7M, but as we said, they look a little bit susceptible at times. And we head over to Armory and Archives here for the fourth round.
Doing that, Fenrir coming back on side once again. Always see it as the sort of anti-rush operator. You charge forward, you get yourself blinded, and guess what? Pretty much guaranteed to be dead. That Blackbeard last one was employed in tandem with the Monty as well to take East stairs, and that was more so Dan wasn't going to get suddenly swung on a headshot while he was laid down at the top of the north stairs. The Monty pushed in through south door, and they had that kind of crossfire set up, but the big problem was they had no way to unseat the smoke that was playing on actual East stairs itself, and that was what wasted 2 minutes of time and ultimately led to Virtus Pro losing the round. Obviously no Monty to play behind here, so a little bit of a different game plan coming out. But Dan, I'm sure, looking to have a big impact. He did well last map. He's doing well this map so far. Could be the X factor that they need. And sure enough, almost finds Hertz as he gets a little bit cheeky.
Cracking the shield of the ballistic shield for dead. And one thing that's also back here is the 12 flashes that are available. We saw that back on Cafe. So again, flashes galore for VP at hand. Hertz has been very aggressive. I think he continues to just about do so. Found the kill onto Joystick. Crack. There goes the ballistic shield.
He's had his chances. That's it. Got to be able to win these ones now, pretty much straight up. So W7M dug in, only 60 seconds in, let's not forget here as well, but they do look dug in, they look comfortable for now. Still got most of the players playing very tight around each other again, looking for those trades, able to respond to new information and new threats very quickly. Even Philippox has backed out to the rest of the team from East Stairs quite quickly here. So Virtus Pro have got the run of the map if they want it. got to be mindful that you don't see Philippox retake lost ground.
Yeah, Herd still inside of security. KZ over towards that fountain area as well. Philippox top east. They've got so much of this map control right now, W7M, considering the amount of time remaining. VP, though, have rotated over towards the north side, trying to get themselves inside of the map. Still on that balcony, though, a lot of them, all four stacked together. Herd's making the run across now inside of security, starting to send a bit of pressure here on that side. Big stack from VP. Another gas bait from Philippox, defending this top east stairs position, doing so successfully. He keeps looking down towards Passport, but everyone's coming from the same direction of VP.
It's exactly that. You know, so many times he's played in this spot throughout the first 3 rounds, now doing it in the 4th, and they've not really had anyone come and threaten him from below. Philippox also getting always. This is proving to be a real nightmare for Virtus Pro. East stairs looking like a massive fortress for W7M so far. And there he goes again.
2 versus 3. Pasha at least with a bit of this east stairs control. Still some time. But once again, W7M, they've got the numbers. This is probably one thing that started to become a little bit of a trend here. I think so far on board at W7M, and just constantly that one extra player up.
That's the problem. They just keep on happily whittling down these trades. This 1-for-1 great shot coming out of Pasha. His first 2 kills of the map, both coming in this round. Very quiet for our first 3.
Reloading.
But we'll forgive him as long as he continues to shine into this round and beyond.
Bit of a drone.
Running into office as well. We got a little bit stuck up here last time around. It's where W7M managed to clean things up. But the push comes on through. Looking in towards Archives. Right place, right sort of time. There's one tucked in around the corner, but they're waiting for the peak to come on through, and no one's daring to swing. Pasha, you've got to make a move. Plant going down. We'll be able to find one, but the explosive comes in. The C4 over the top. And JV with the closeout. Really good patience being shown by W7M.
Well, Pasha makes the right play because he doesn't want to overswing. He's just playing Guardian to allow the plant to go down behind him anyway. But the Nitrocell comes through to not only kill him, but also open up a good sight line to be able to deny said plant anyway. But it's like a game of chess in that little moment. Who's going to swing? And I think whoever did swing would have made the mistake. In the end, no one does, and it's the Nitrocell from JV that opens things up by getting that kill, and then the sightline as well towards the planter. Really solid round from W7M, but again for VP, the round prior was a 3v3. This was a 2v2. The round prior they got the plant down. This one they almost did. Like, these are close rounds.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, it feels much different to the previous maps, and yes, W7M are up 3-1. That ultimately is what matters most. It's the score at the top of your screen. Virtus Pro are starting to fall behind, but it is close. I do agree with you.
So 3-1, W7M just able to edge ahead here on border. It's been a fascinating series.
How many times have we seen this actually so far this one? I don't think much.
10 seconds left.
We've seen it 4 times in total across a possible 97 rounds.
5 seconds.
Very low pick rate. We are getting it here. 50% win rate as well. Won twice, lost twice so far.
Attackers must locate
Time to tip the scales one way or another with the conclusion of round 5.
Don't mind the ram here either with the Boogie Auto breaches towards the security position. Open up those floorboards, get that vert control. Clearly, though, an area that W7M are going to want to defend pretty vigorously. They brought the castle barricade as well, like the mirror here too from Nade. W7M. Again, don't quite know what the pass mark really will be. Could end up being defender-sided, so really hard to gauge that. But right now, just take it one round at a time. They're doing that, and they've got themselves a decent lead.
Yeah, depending on their read of this, and I'm seeing Always currently running around the north side of the building over towards Archives. They can start up in Armory Archives, sweep their way across to West Main, unseat Nade and the mirror window, which then opens up security a lot more. The fear now being that Nade can quite happily sit as the mirror on West Main wall, open up security wall from the other side of the crossing, and just protect all of security behind the safety of a mirror window. So there's a few steps that Virtus Pro need to go through first before they can even start thinking about the site. And as we've seen a couple of times, when W7M put a problem before them they can't easily deal with, like the hold around East Stairs back in round 1, it does come to bite Virtus Pro, and W7M tend to come out on top. It could be 4-1 unless they find a way to get through this problem pretty quickly.
Kind of just mention the fact that there's only 3 drones remaining right now for Virtus Pro, and they're going to need these drones too if they want to kind of flush out this position towards security, towards armory as well. So they're not going to be able to have too much information to take these positions.
We love
Solus, they keep losing these drones, and yeah, don't we just love Solus?
That's the main reason why it's so sparse as well. Now they're going actually rather than going via West Main, trying to go via Fountain through 90, and then into the top floor there, into security, to try and unsettle JV, who's currently playing up. He is sat up just right on top of a hatch, though, so could drop away at a moment's notice. However, look at the clock. Nearly 2 minutes gone just to try and deal with this first problem.
Shots come through. KZ loses a lot of his life, and then eventually all of it to Dan. Opening kill for VP. Been a bit of a rarity over the last couple of rounds to close out this first half, but finally with a chance with 60 seconds left, they are the ones with that advantage. Still haven't cleared out security just yet, though. Still also being held by JV.
Gotta get moving here. He's still dancing around. We saw this out of KZ and Herds back on Skyscraper as well, knowing when to back away. Will he overstay his welcome? Will he get punished for it? Time will tell. At this point, that was what they needed. Nade being unseated makes security a lot more dangerous. Yes, there is a trade, but JV has no option but to drop away as his backline support has been removed. So a little bit of a weird way of going about it. They kind of reverse things a little bit, but they've got what they need. Dan into another kill. 2 left for W7M.
Yeah, able to play off of his own boogie auto breacher there as he's finally been able to get that security control. He can finally get these auto breachers going to open up these floorboards, and how quick you can play off of them. Clearly on display right there in the end. Shepard to close it out. 1 round at a time, but this one goes to VP. That's 2-3, 1 round to go at the half.
Real kicker for Nade. I think if he'd stayed alive behind the safety of the mirror window and the reinforcement instead of being a little bit exposed, he stays alive there. They can't push onto West Main and into security from the top side, and JV can probably hold his position another 10, 15 seconds. And at that point, I think Virtus.pro have left themselves with far too much to do with too little time. It was played very well up until that one pivotal moment, and I've joked a few times about the whole like dominoes meme, like you knock over a small domino and before you know it, the round is being lost or the series is being lost or whatever it might be. That was that moment in that round.
I mean, at times, this game is just a game of moments, isn't it? And especially in a series like this, going into the third map, 1 round at a time, territory, really difficult to sort of predict where things will go into that second half. So curious. And we head to Bathroom and Towers to close it out here in the 6th round for W7M's defense.
Right, well, last time it was a very off-site defense for W7M. They had 3 players left, if you recall, and it was Nade who was sat out towards Vent's workshop side that ultimately had quite a commanding angle across the plant that did eventually go down for Shepard. The vertical control came through. Just lots of moving parts in that round as well, but you tended to see them staying off the site. So Virtus.pro will have some idea about what to expect. How it plays out, though, anybody's guess, as I keep on saying. It really is a battle of equals in this series.
Yeah, Virtus.pro also, that last round again, touched on it. There wasn't really that many drones left for that initial push over towards security, so they were able to do that without a lot of that information being readily available. And again, it's kind of happening here too. This time, though, no soul is being brought by W7M, but still 3 drones have been shot out very early on. Clearly not make or break, though, for Virtus.pro on the attack. And this one should be pretty simplistic in terms of, again, trying to just get that vert control. There's a drone through Pasha now in towards security. They want to take that, sweep across.
Seen a lot of mute throughout this series and really across a lot of the tournament, but not in this round. So the KB here, even more efficient, more useful than you might otherwise be. And even in the case where the mute is on side, still very scary, as of course Roamers can't carry around a mute jammer with them. They will still get sniffed out. But here, every time that call comes through, all 5 players will be pinged. Cameras will not be available. They'll have to get themselves out of danger and back towards site.
I love the positioning though right now, at least for Virtus.pro, really putting that pressure on at W7M. They haven't got any kind of East airs control. Would like to see them try and eventually go for that and try and clear out, say, a Philippox on that smoke, who's really trying to deny, especially towards top waiting, but still trying to get some shots in from this kind of break position. It's JV though, who gets a kill onto Always and really
finally
solid advantage though. Then Dan gets the trade, and that actually does open up that East edge position now for Virtus.pro, but they can't compound on it because Hertz gets a huge kill onto Dan. Is another trade going to come through? No, JV doubles down, gets rid of Pasha, and a dominant way to close the half for W7M.
Keep on speaking about that East airs and Philippox. He got the one, got taken out, and they say, well, we really want East airs. Retake it, and everything just falls apart there in the backline because it's such a commanding spot to be in. Like we said earlier on, you just get that long angle straight through the map. And for me, the beautiful thing about Border is basically you can shoot from side to side, top to bottom, corner to corner. There's softballs everywhere.
You know who else is beautiful? It's Jesse, and he's got a little bit of information for us.
Oh, you're far too kind. Thank you very much. Listen, my last prediction didn't exactly hit the mark, so I'd like to try again. I think we saw yesterday W7M play border against Bleed, and they won 3 out of 4 attacking halves. They won a Monsi push direct onto Ventilation. They won an Osa push direct onto Archives, and they won a push with Grim direct onto Armory. Those direct style of pushes are things that we may be seeing again from W7M, and if they do come out, Virtus Pro need to be sure they're not caught off guard by them. Because it happened yesterday, because they saw a lot of success with that, Virtus Pro should be ready, but it's also a style of push that W7M are extremely proficient at. So it's going to be a tough job, but I do think Virtus Pro, if they're ready for it, might have a good chance of shutting it down.
Thank you so much, Jesse, and very much curious to now see what this second half is going to bring for us. Virtus Pro onto the defense. Will this end up being defender-sided border? Wouldn't be a shock if that does happen with the way the tournament has been playing out.
Yeah.
W7M, though, they look like they're just starting to get that mojo going here, and that's danger signs for VP.
Series feels very much back to front, doesn't it, with an attacker-sided Cafe, a defender-sided border, at least with how things currently stack up, but the second half will tell all. As Jesse said, direct towards site, the sort of thing you lean into when you have a Monty on side. They did change away from that last second, so it might be a change in tack here coming through at the last moment. The beauty being that, as said, they've seen Virtus Pro play this map twice since this tournament has started. That's not a lot of time for VP to change up their strat, so that information is fresh. They can look at how they're set up on certain sites. They can bring along counters to it. So W7M have done their diligence and done their homework. This could be a pretty smooth sailing over towards that 7-round win and get the series 2-1.
Yeah, I'm not going to be looking too far ahead with the way the series has played out. 1 round at a time still for me. Absolutely not going anything more than that. KZ, little shoulder peek. Looking for the entry in. No one's watching, though. He can just sneak straight on in as we begin the second half. Really difficult to kind of ascertain who's going to have the advantage here. It's not quite KZ. Yeah, he got some damage in, but it's Joystick. He's the one who gets the open kill onto Hertz. Hertz had a very decent first half. Gone early on the IQ, as Joystick is able to just dance his way around security on the Oryx. A little mad dash, and he's still in there. Hasn't been displaced at all or dislodged, especially though with that skeleton key. It's deadly from below. Finally gets taken out, and it's a 4 versus 4.
Collecting skeletons with said skeleton key as well. 1 for 1. It's so often been the way these rounds play out. You see one team get one, it leads into the other on the other side, and then all kinds of madness ensues, as you're seeing here. An advantage taken momentarily by Virtus Pro in a 4 versus 2. Down now to a 3, and you're into that kind of second life of the round, where it's now a 3 versus 2.
How many times did we see it in the first half? These 3v3s, these 2v2s, these little post plants, and these little plant opportunities. We're going to see it once again. 60 seconds remain, 3 versus 2, but it's W7M this time now on the back foot. Lesser in terms of players, although not for longer. Nade gets a big kill. On to Pasha, still can't get involved the way he would like. 3 and 7. Nade's not done though. 2 in quick succession, and there goes that advantage, but now switched over to W7M. Dan, he's been the man though.
He has at 9 and 4, but he's up against Nade, who equally is absolutely flying on the other side. Deletes his rival. KZ still standing. You don't want to be writing him off anytime soon. In comes the step, and Dan wins out a 1v2.
Oh, he is the man, Des.
He is. Dan the Destroyer sounds a little bit more dangerous, though.
Dan the man sounds
Dan
like
the man's
just
like
an
really
average
cheesy.
office worker.
It's the kind of thing I'd say like high school, man. Dan, you the man. No, Dan the Destroyer's a bit more dangerous.
Well, Dan gets the clutch 1 versus 2, 3, 4.
It's how Nade turns around a 2v3 and then Dan's like, nah, 1v2.
Nah, not happening.
It's let his teammates die so he can look even better.
Oh, and you just breathe momentarily for what's turning into one of the games of the tournament so far with the way that we've kind of gone. Not too many 2-1s, a couple here and there, but certainly 2 real juggernauts going back and forth is certainly a different level. Does this one have OT written all over it in the third map? Here is the replays of the round, and Dan started things off as well to give them that advantage, an advantage that they then lost, but then one that he was able to clutch up anyway in the 1v2.
I do love the passion for Pasha. I'm rating it.
It's either wild scream in celebration or slam desk. No in between.
Yeah, there's passion on both sides of the spectrum. Yeah, I'm definitely on board with that. Alrighty, that gap has just shrunk down to 1 round. 4-3 to W7M. Virtus Pro for a good start in this half. And look at what KZ's bringing to the party.
Yeah, can play off of the smokes from himself along with the Dockerbee of Nate. So there's a couple of smokes that KZ can utilize. In terms of the glance pick, of course.
Promise you need that angle. So if Virtus Pro don't entertain it and don't play the game, then it's great. Consideration being there's no Warden on side here. Even a Maestro against halfway house towards it. They've got no easy way to deal with what'll be going on through that smoke. The positive, though, of course, is having the Solus. If you're going in for a plant through the cover of smoke, for example, then Solus should be able to help you out with that. Oh, first one down. More challenging towards West Main here than anything else, but no one is there. And surely you'd think an Execute will come in off the back of this, but nope, absolutely nothing. The diffuser is down outside the northwest part of the map. Not quite sure what the game plan is there, guys.
Well, they have lost in.
Oh, they've also lost the glass.
And the glass. A big part.
Party tricks are, that's it, it's over.
A big part of what they probably wanted to do in this round now has been eliminated.
It's another 1-for-1 again. It just happens every single round.
This will probably end up in the 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds left. We've seen the script. It's been leaked. And a 40.
Yeah, the problem with that was they were so focused on trying to get the top floor control. Obviously, the diffuser going down inside of Workshop Vents wasn't really the focus at that point. But that meant Virtus Pro could turn all attention towards the incoming aggression, and they've answered it pretty well.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Joystick, though, gives Virtus Pro the advantage here in the 8th round with under 90 seconds remaining in the 4 versus 3. Push forward from Herds. Felipox there as well in support, but they've lost JV. He wasn't part of the party. Struck down on his venturing forwardness into the map. It's been all VP on the forward front here in a 3 versus 1. Felipox has lost his friends. He's lost his companions. One he can still bring back up, though, in Herds, and a lot of time still left.
Not so much anymore. An easy closeout for Virtus Pro, though. It feels weird to have so many rounds. Like previous majors, for example, you come to a point where it's like, oh, only 10 seconds left, they've got to make something happen. Whereas here, so often you look at the clock as it's coming down to a final couple of gunfights, and it's like there's still half the round left. It's crazy.
4-4 the scoreline here. Bathroom and Towers is where we're looking to be heading for round number 9. Who takes the lead? Who gets that sort of break point?
Speak about round 9 a lot. Here it's not so big a detail. Normally it's at 5 and 3 that you start looking and saying, okay, is it 3 match points to fight through, or does the gap close to 1? Here they're dead even though at 4 and 4. So not quite as impactful. Still every man's opportunity to take this game. Of course, recent history, the last couple of rounds have gone the way of Virtus Pro quite convincingly. W7M have probably got to get something figured out in this round. Otherwise, I expect attack timeout to come in as they try and draw up some new plans.
So a big opportunity here for Virtus Pro. Of course, they lost their opening best-of-3 series to Team Liquid. They lost that one 2-1. They were able to bounce back against M80, albeit though M80 haven't looked all that impressive so far here at SI. They also lost to W7M. Very comfortable in both of those series.
5 seconds.
W7M proved yesterday that they are not infallible. Dropped a map to Bleed, dropped a map now to VP, and on the verge of maybe dropping another one here if they don't win on border. Into the 9th round we go, all tied up 4-4.
That's which way it goes.
I got no idea. I legitimately at this point could not tell you who I'm even thinking. You could argue maybe VP, the fact they're on defense, the fact they've won the last couple of rounds. I think they're looking quite passionate. But W7M, just their skill, you cannot disregard that. And the fact that I don't think mentally they'd be too affected by this either.
The change of plan is the Monty. We spoke about Monty a lot in this series. We'll see how things play out. Last time when Virtus Pro were playing it back in the first half, they really got stuck around East Stairs. The blessing here being that there is no one on Virtus Pro currently defending those East Stairs. It doesn't take a couple of shots to come through though to force Joystick at least to back away momentarily. He's ready to challenge onto the Monty here. I can't imagine he's going to go running out and try and knock him down, given there are 3 or 4 players on the side of W7M, all hell-bent on taking this side of the map. Gets down, and the finish! How has he got away with that scot-free?
Yeah, crazy. Can't get away with his life. The logic bombs did go out early, so at least got some kind of value there on the dock. Could be over towards top waiting. Comes through as always. Able to shoot out some of these Salmas. Gumon thrown out, minute 40. Yeah, Nate's got a good position top east, but more needs to be done here from W7M. And they've lost Herds as well.
Oh, my finger.
Good shot from Pasha. So far, it does maybe just feel like Virtus Pro could be finding the momentum. Nice little swing, though,
Behind
from JV with the Montang. Shot in the back, shot in the heart here. JV to fall. Top East is in control, and the game might just be in control for Virtus Pro. So they go to 5-4.
It's scary how much we're seeing deja vu and things repeat themselves. Like, think about when BP got stuck on these stairs and couldn't get rid of the 2 or 3 players that were hovering around just in long hallway or just inside of the waiting room balcony. It was hard to move forward. And really here, you've had one player, the Oryx, Joystick, keeping them at bay. And even when he's taken out, who comes up the stairs? Guess who? It's Shepard with a shotgun. We saw a very similar play come out when Philippox died on these stairs for W7M. We had to forget which player it was, came up behind them and cleaned house off the back of it. History is repeating itself, but it's Virtus Pro with 3 rounds back-to-back. Understandably, W7M, they want to break the momentum, have that conversation, because they have to find a way through, and it's starting to look like that door is closing.
It was a 3-1 lead for W7M. 4 of the last 5 rounds now have been won by Virtus Pro. They've clearly got the momentum going towards the back end of Border, and this tactical timeout from W7M could not come at a better time for them to just kind of talk things over, try and maybe halt this momentum that VP have built up. They've looked quite clinical on the defense. They're not really making too many mistakes, not allowing too many entry points either for W7M. I don't really think that Montang did a whole lot either. Yes, it kind of got some positioning towards top east, but that's all it could realistically do. They lost too many players elsewhere. When you then lose that and you have the Montang, you don't have the firepower, and I think they have opted to maybe kind of move away from it. And yeah, this was a big little swing from Joystick. Again, because it's the Montang on the other side, on the top east exit, there's no shots really to come through. So he can't quite get as punished as if it was someone else with a gun ready to go. Big moment here. VP take the lead.
Really got to see teams figure out a new way of cracking East stairs, I think, because it's just been an absolute battleground between these two teams time and time again. No one quite having the dream answer to get through it. Stepping away from the Monty, though, still sticking with the theme of shields. We've got the Oslo coming along in this round for Nade, which normally suggests that you're going to see a push coming through Archives. Get control of that northeast side of the map, control office, and plant just inside of sight. Let's not forget, though, that Nade, back on the other side of things, was the difference maker playing on the view. So Shepard could yet be that guy. He could be him to get below and stop a play like that coming on through.
So big games have big moments. What will be the next one? Who can stamp their mark? That's the question here into the 10th round at 5-4. It's not quite that 5-3 where you get the 3 match points, but it's a similar effect. If VP get this round, 2 match points staring down the barrel in terms of a serious loss for W7M early on here at SI24. Nade sets up one of these Talon shields, another one to come through on the back to protect himself. Claymore's there as well. So he can pretty much just sit pretty now. He's quite safe at this point.
Oh, you missed the impact, bro. Not quite the dream from always, just being a little bit too quick to pull himself back there. Didn't want to find himself gunned down. And that window is closed now because Philippox, as you can see to the right-hand side of your screen, is playing on the window, will not be able to pull that off again. Those shields will stay intact.
Stay clear of the blast!
Oh, Pasha, how is he still alive? Slimmest of margins.
He's taking a leaf out of Hertz's book. I think I'm walking away on 2 HP.
On a big operator too in the ward, and you can kind of think about what he can do in the late game. Has a Nitrocell as well.
Capitao as well.
Capitao.
That's where the Warden's really coming to his own. Once the shooting starts, like this actually, as folks come through maybe afterwards, that's when you'll start to see things really come to light. Nade starting his march on force. They got good cover, but 2 kills come the way of Virtus Pro incredibly quickly, which means that plant is not going to go down, and someone's got to step into Nade's grave. No shield to march on forward with, no protection anymore. This is looking ropey for W7M.
Philippox does step in there, grabs that diffuser, tries to play the same position. Hertz just can't get involved. Bot metal, no one there to be found. Bit of barbed wire. Opts to now go for a rotate. 60 seconds. Still that time. Goes back to what you were saying earlier, where it's like we see these kind of trades come out. A lot has happened, but there's still a lot of time here. Philippox just holds the angle, probably waiting for the reinforcements.
He's got no cover coming in on the window of Archives. He's instead going his way all the way at West Main, and Joystick making his way across, almost getting tagged down, but not quite. Has managed to rejoin his team. Philippox and the team, they've got to find a kill or something here. Herds on the backstab, disrupted by the Fenrir. It's looking messy, but they've got to force some gunfights. Shepard's not going to let it happen, just like Nade was the hero last time. Shepard is here. JB92, the last one left standing against 2 members of VP with 30 seconds to play.
Yep. Not a lot of time, not a lot of health, not a lot of chances here. Shepard with a shotgun up close. He's running out. It's the headshot, and Pasha realizing that they've got 2 opportunities to take the series away from W7M.
We knew it would be a good game coming in today, and it has done nothing but deliver time and time again. That deja vu again. The mute player with a shotgun. Admittedly, on different floors, but both having massive impacts. Nade with a drop down, forcing a replant when they were on the defense. This time round, Shepard believed that was 3 kills playing in that position. And W7M looking a little bit forlorn here, a little bit short on ideas, not quite sure how to get through VP, who, again, did not play Border in 2023. This is a new map. They have rolled out. They've played it twice so far. W7M had time to come up with ideas, but even they can't get through it. You might just be seeing a new juggernaut of Border rolling out into the server.
They've just looked so switched on in a lot of areas. Didn't really panic when those talent shields go down. Impact didn't hit, and you kind of think, oh, that's not ideal. But then they wait. They know that also wants to push forward, get that shield inside. So then you wait, then you nitro cell, then you get the kill. So it's those little moments where they don't panic, they don't rush, they keep their positions, keep their cool in their decision making has been absolutely paramount from VP on both attack and also on defense. And right now I'm kind of questioning W7M. They've just looked very stalled out, very difficult to get inside of the map, not getting a lot of map control, really kind of too one-dimensional. A lot of their focus in that last round was around that Ossa. Once that failed, and the fact that we saw Philippox then try and double down in that push, they didn't really have much else.
Whew. Well, VP have done it. 4 rounds on the bounce. We've got to see magic from W7M in these next 2 rounds. The best they can get is overtime. They can't even just completely close out the map in regulation.
Oh no.
And that was a little bit blind, but the trade state there. Shock horror, it's 4v4. Wow.
The JV's been good, 12-8. Standing up in a very heated match with a lot on the line here. Again, we kind of think about, could this be top spot in the groups? Could this be a trip to the quarterfinals? Both of these teams only play once more throughout the group stage, so not many more chances to try and claim that top spot. Makes that path so much easier. Oh, the push in.
A matter of pixels.
Shepard. Oh, no! JV just wins out on the barest of margins. There's how, and then the third in the round from JV. Giving hope and a lifeline for W7M. Surely the round to be won with only Dan. Yes, he's been great. He's been simply marvelous, but still in a 1v4. Surely he wouldn't be able to get it done from here. I can't imagine.
JV does go down, but it's Philippox with the 2K to close as well. Oh. Tell me you don't want to lose without telling me you don't want to lose.
JV doesn't want to lose.
3 kills, just marches his way forward, and admittedly a little bit unfortunate on Shepard's side, I think, to not get the kill at close range. But JV does enough to keep his team in it one more round, and we've got that overtime on map 3 that we dreamed of.
6-5 scoreline. 1 match point averted there for W7M, but 1 more still to go. Could this be heartbreak? So close to maybe sending this one to overtime. Where does it come from, though? It comes from JV. That's probably not a surprise. Going into that round at 11 full white, essentially, and was able to then just keep going.
Mate.
Ears are ringing, eyes are blind, it doesn't matter. There's a 3K from JV.
He probably had about a second of visibility across 5 seconds there. He got flashed twice. Bearing in mind, that's by his own team. And still manages to know exactly where to turn, when he's going to get pushed, deals with it expertly. No doubt with a bit of guidance from his team as well, some info being fed back and forth, but he's the one ultimately who pressed the left mouse button. He's the one who found the heads of Virtus Pro. And now they're staring at a potential overtime if it goes this way. Incredible. Do you know who starts on what side in overtime?
I can get you that information if you would really like, but I feel like it's going to... I feel like I might jinx it, though. How many times have we done that as casters? We're like, you know what, let's go and have a look.
Let's be excited. Let's have a look. Don't put your phone down. Don't look.
Okay, I won't.
Let's have a nice surprise.
I could get the info.
Let's treat ourselves.
And you know what? If we do go to overtime, I will then get you that info. I mean, we'll know anyway. But
what if we don't go to overtime? We find out anyway.
I don't know.
Because that's what what-ifs there. Let's wait until we get there. It could be a little reward if we get through 12.
One thing I know, though, is this has been arguably one of the better games of the tournament so far.
I agree.
It's been a very short-lived tournament, 3 days in, but still, it's been absolutely sensational when you kind of look at really the entire series holistically, both stealing each other's map picks, both looking sometimes down and out and question marks, and then both finding the ability to resurrect themselves and look sensational.
I really enjoyed SSG Wolves on day 1. That was a 3-mapper as well.
Yes, that was good.
The last map was a little bit anticlimactic. It was a 7-2. The map was definitely, or the series was definitely more scrappy than this has been. This just feels like, again, a real battle of titans, of real equals. Yes, it's looked a little bit messy, but we've had a new meta. There's lots of things to learn. There's lots of pace, which means lots of room for mistakes to come through. But it makes for actually really exciting watching. And here, every shot is going to count. As we've said, this really is the battle for top spot unless one of these two teams mess up in the next couple of days and don't take games that they're expected to take.
So Vent Workshop here, minute 40, all that yapping, and we've already got down to 90 seconds left. A bit of a slow burning push here from W7M. No surprise to throw the way things have gone here for Border JV. No! Well, the hero from the last round now has been thwarted. Pasha, hello, welcome. Talk about a moment to stand up and have an impact there with a massive kill onto a massive player. The Ash is gone. It's advantage VP here on match point round.
3 of VP again, just setting up this triangle to try and protect West Main as best they can. KZ, you can see underneath here as well, trying to unsettle the man playing on half. All right idea. He's got the man there, but can he find him with that skeleton key? Claim another victim. No, it won't. But W7M are down to 3.
Pasha through the wall. Nate survives, just barely. Slim margins here. Big moments. Pasha prone, and he hits the head of KZ. It's starting to fall apart for W7M. That dream of OT in the 3rd map doesn't look like it will be the reality, unfortunately, Des. Unless something crazy were to develop with Philippox, the entry's good. He gets a kill. That's one on the board. Shepherd's low. Red ping. Information here. F not mine. How annoying. No vision. He gets thwarted. Dan with a double kill. He's been sensational. 15 kills for him. Down to Nate. He cannot survive. And Virtus Pro say, we are here to ruin the party. Your last dance doesn't really matter to us. They take down W7M. The champions might just about lose that top spot.
Means a lot to Pasha. We've seen it from round 1 all the way through. Massive result for Virtus Pro, and again, Hampton as well coming into the competition. I was really nervous that we wouldn't see a strong Virtus Pro, but they have been phenomenal throughout so far, and it's theirs for the taking now. They jump ahead. In fact, I think they sit on the same points now I think about it. 3 points for a win. They'll be, yeah, same points. Both tied on 8 points, I want to say. So now actually this head-to-head result, plus the results of the next couple of days, they drop a single map, for example, the other team, the door opens and they can jump through. It's still anyone's race to the finish, but Virtus Pro do have the edge ever so slightly.
Yeah, don't have that full confirmation yet. We'll get it soon enough. But I mean, coming into this game, both teams had a 2-0. Both teams had a 2-1. This one goes to 2-1. So it's been a little bit back and forth throughout really all of their matches so far at SI24. What a sensational game, though, for Virtus Pro to close it out 7-5. They do not send us to overtime. They do get the job done. And for W7M, after dropping a map to bleed, now also losing this particular game, not the best of 2 days for them.
Not quite for the team that everyone's seen down as being eventual winners of the whole competition, right? But it just sets things up in a really interesting way. Like, I don't normally like seeing repeats of games that you have in groups. You like to see different teams playing each other. But for me, that's the kind of game that I'd love to see again in playoffs.
You know one thing I loved? I loved our little cast together. It was sensational. Des, lovely working with you. Over to the desk.
Thank you very much for that, gentlemen. You did it justice, the justice that this game needed. We got Joystick joining us from Virtus Pro.
Hello, guys.
What a game that was. How does it feel to beat the world champions?
Honestly, it's always insane to play versus Brazilian teams because, like, in Europe, almost no one playing like this play style. So it's so hard for us to play versus this play style every time. So especially when we play versus Brazilians, as we played versus Liquid, it was so hard for us. We need to a lot of preparation for them, but you can't prepare because they just randomly picking aggressively, and it's so hard to control. So it's an insane matchup.
I have a question. So Skyscraper, when you guys first started Attack, they met you guys with pure aggression, were shutting you guys down. I was worried going into this border that they would be the exact same thing. What did you guys do anything differently, or did you just keep the strats the exact same?
Actually not. We were talking after the Skyscraper was going wrong, and we just understand that we just don't kill people. They every time picking, and we just can't kill people. We every time open dances and something like this. So we just understand that we need to I don't know, slow down a little bit, just stay outside the map, doing nothing, and maybe they will pick and we can find open frags. We don't need to do anything for that.
That's exactly what me and Jesse were saying. The one way to counter that playstyle was to just wait for them to peak. No, I love to hear that.
So you said that you struggle against the Brazilians. Coming into this game, did you change anything about the way that you performed? You just came into this knowing what you wanted?
We never change anything versus other teams because we focus on our strats and something like this, so we can change little things. Some I don't know. We picked more operators for control, roam and something like this. So because they are more aggressive, but in total we don't do it.
Well, I noticed your guys' playstyle and Border specifically, what you guys did to M80 is practically what you displayed here against W7M. Your guys' crossfires and setups, you guys are almost forcing W7M into an unwinnable position, or at least a lot of trade potential on your guys' end.
Yeah, because Border is like small map, you can control almost all the map without any like special utilities.
Yeah.
So you just need to really playing good with your teammates, like callouts, crossfires. If someone comes from the like other places, you need to go fast, rotate fast, and just help your team, and that's how Border works, I think.
Absolutely.
Now, you've got one more game left. It's against Bleed. How do you feel going into that game?
I think we are feeling good right now, but we have a lot of struggle. I don't know how it works, but we can perform good versus good teams. But you know, when like level little bit down. I don't know how to explain it in English,
Just
but
like,
that's right.
Like,
that's right.
We can struggle a lot. I don't know how it works, but it's worked like that for us. But we need again like more prepare, and we can't underestimate the Bleed guys because they're playing really good right now.
Absolutely.
They won Oregon. Yesterday versus W7M.
And that's one of your guys' favorite maps.
And they're coming up against Liquid after this, so it's going to be an interesting one. Joystick, would you like to say anything to the audience before we let you go?
Of course, guys. Thank you a lot for the messages, for your support. Like, we see it. Everyone, thank you. I don't know what to say anymore.
Skin.
Yeah, of course. Buy skins, guys. Never forget.
They're going to start giving you a commission for that, Lex. I'll tell you what, Joystick, thank you very much for joining us,
guys.
mate. Congratulations on a big win.
Thanks.
All right, so this now moving forward, they take equal top spot with W7M in terms of points. Now, obviously, where it goes from there, Liquid still have to play. However, the round distribution works. I haven't had a look yet, but obviously 8 points for both of those teams.
I mean, I just want to say I am super proud of VP and them coming into this tournament. They look like a completely different team from what we've seen in Atlanta. I mean, this last match in general, I mean, it was just so back and forth. And one thing I really noticed is both teams going into this last map really respected each other. They really were adopting each other's playstyles at any given moment of playing super aggressive or playing really passive, playing the trade game, playing just a really good game of Siege overall.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of had W7M as winning every game that they come through. They are going to be the favorites, but for Virtus.pro to come through, play a great game of Siege against W7M, come out on top, they absolutely deserve this win. Really impressive stuff coming through from them. I mentioned at the start of this, there's a difference between the two borders that we saw from Virtus.pro on day 1 and day 2 were Joystick and Shepard, and I think both of those players really stepped up in the second half on defense here against W7M. We saw Joystick in these great power positions, whether that was East Stairs holding it down, whether that was in security getting cheeky little kills. It didn't seem to matter. He was always performing and standing up for the team. And then Shepard had some huge moments on defense, obviously flanking up East Stairs to support Joystick when he was going down there being pushed by the Monty. Nobody saw that coming. This is the play right there.
Right now.
Fake of the devil. And then using his Nitro Cell to deny the OSA plant on Archives a couple rounds later. He was so impactful coming through from Virtus.pro. So both those players stepped up big time, and that's what you've got to do when you're going against the best in the world.
I also haven't even seen W7M slow down the way that they did in that border game. I have yet to see them play like that, and that fact that VP forced them into that position is crazy to me.
Well, I mean, that's just what happens when you are at that level. You force them to respect you, right? And, you know, you can see what it means on the faces of Virtus.pro. I mean, Pasha's probably the easiest person to showcase in that moment. So loud, so vocal throughout. I actually want to ask you a question, Lex.
Yeah.
So many moments came down to 2v3, so many close, late rounds. What do you think attests to that?
The communication entirely. I mean, that's the best case scenario, is that you're in a trade potential that way of playing the trade game, whether you're up or whether you're lower. It's just communicating with your teammates, whether you're up in the man advantage or you're in the disadvantage. It's making sure that you can at least get someone to make it somewhat easier, because if that communication isn't there, it doesn't matter if you're in a 2v1, you're in a 1v3, like 3v3, whatever. Like, if the communication and the teamwork isn't there, it doesn't really matter. But both teams did play these 2v3s very well and executed it perfectly in terms of communication.
I'm going to ask you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Is there a hallmark of this game? Is there a note to leave on for what was really a very, very tight and close series?
I think the note to leave on, at least from a broader viewer perspective, is just that these are two of the best teams at the entire tournament. It's very likely that we see these two teams, if they happen to find each other, meeting again in the upper bracket somewhere later on in the tournament. You're going to see both these squads go far. W7M, we knew that from the first time that we saw them in the server. But for Virtus.pro, it was a huge question mark coming in. Would they stand up? They've yet to make it in front of a live audience. I think here in Sao Paulo is where they're going to do that.
I think they got a good run, and they've been putting in the work and the effort, and it shows. And I mean, I thought maybe they were going to change stuff, but they said they haven't changed anything. They're just focusing on what they need to do in order to win, and it's working. So I mean, I guess don't fix what's not broken.
Look, that's some critical insight that we get there from
Definitely.
Joystick. You know, finding out that they're not wavering. Doesn't matter who they verse. They come up against W7M.
Yeah,
especially given the meta too.
Right, and I mean, they're not changing like on a fundamental like what they're doing day to day or like even round to round, but they are like clearly changing and improving their overall strategy. They've added 2 brand new maps to their map pool. Borders looking better and better every single time they play it. Skyscraper. You know what? Their defenses were really, really good. They
Good
nailed the
takeaway,
defenses on
For
Skyscraper. So I'm glad we are seeing an evolution of VP because this is a team that we talk about for ages and ages of being the exact same squad time and time again. They're slow, they're methodical, they play a very small map pool. It seems like that is starting to change, if nothing else. We're seeing more maps get worked into the pool for Virtus Pro, and that makes me really excited.
There were a lot of nail-biting moments in this.
Yeah, I mean, one more thing I want to say that I
please.
love that Joystick said is when he did say that they aren't switching anything, they're just changing small details. That's so important even for the community to take in here, is that just bringing a different operator or moving someone into a different position completely throw off the entire team setup and how they want to approach something just by adding something that's so minor of just an operator or just a completely different position. And Joystick said it themselves, they aren't switching a whole lot. So if it's just bringing a different operator, moving someone around, it does make a drastic impact in the overall performance.
All right, well, it's time to have a look at the intel play of the game. A lot of nail-biting moments coming out of this series.
I knew it was going to
in particular. But I mean, how do you how else do you kickstart a series?
Well, I mean, you have to kickstart it like this, especially when Jesse was talking up. How do you shut down Herds? And then you get into the first game of the match, and you have Herds playing like this, making that 4K look easy, swinging out. Like I said, W7M plays defense like they're the attacking team. Like, you almost think like is the bomb outside at that point with the way W7M plays, and Herds just displayed it right there, just swinging out, getting a 4K like it's nothing.
I mean, that's what it looks like, right? Is when you're that good, you make it look like nothing. But we still have, of course, one game left. Let's go and have a look, at the schedule for how things have wrapped up so far. Fury and Scars are still playing their matchup 1 apiece. The Battle of APAC is still on. But of course, actually, you know what, Jesse? Is there any game in particular that shocked you? Is there anything that's disappointed you? It kind of looks like most things have gone exactly the way we needed to, maybe outside of just the Virtus Pro W7M game.
Yeah, I mean, the match that we just watched has to be the biggest shock. Anytime W7M loses, it's going to be a shock. I think in terms of disappointments, I am still looking at Bleed. I hate to mention it, but O2 again, I mean, they've really been struggling so far. And the thing, if you watch that game, is they're all such close matches. Bliss have been playing really well against the opponents that they've come up against.
Yeah.
But thus far, I mean, they've yet to really find a win. So still looking for them to get out of their group.
Yeah, that one hits home for me. Well, you're just going to bring it up, don't you?
Quite literally. I'm sorry.
You're going to ruin my day. Was there anything for you, Lax? Any note to make before we move on?
I mean, it's just been a good few days of Siege, to be completely honest. Like, sure, you see the 2-0s on the board, but actually watching back those games, you see how you see how close and intense those games really are.
Yep.
So I definitely recommend, if you didn't catch some of those games, to go back and either in the Bravo stream or the Rainbow Six stream and rewatch those and really see how those games panned out.
Close and intense. Could that be the title of our next series? Bleed. They take on Liquid. It's coming up after this.
When I was 14, 15, I used to watch the original D2 Dynasty play at the Invitational, and I could always envision myself playing here, but I never thought I would actually make it.
I feel so excited because this is my first SI and I want to improve myself, not just playing good this tournament. I want to win the SI.
It's my first time playing at the Invitational and there's not really any expectations on us. So we're just going to have fun, play free and see what happens.
You know, coming to our side personally, it doesn't really feel real. You know, you're playing this game at home, but then you're here competing against the best.
제가 이 인비테이션을 처음 오게 돼서 기분은 되게 좋은데 옛날부터 이제 어릴 때부터 이제 게임을 하면서 그 게임의 이제 최고 대회, 이제 최고의 대회를 한번 나가고 싶었는데 그 대회를 나가서 지금 너무 떨리고 기분이 좋고 솔직히 잘할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 되게 굳세게 지금 각오를 하고 대회에 임하려고 하고 있습니다.
The Penta with EG in the grand final. Yeah, I think that's my first watching SI. I feel like just wow, you know.
Being in Sao Paulo is really amazing, especially for Rainbow Six. The community here is so supportive.
I want to see the crowd. I think will be so crazy.
Ça a toujours été iconique d'être au Six Invitational. Mais là, en plus que c'est au Brésil, ben, c'est nouveau, ça donne envie d'aller chercher le trophée, quoi.
Of course, I hope one day I would come and somehow I'm here.
I'm feeling ready to compete and you know, win this thing.
I'm Lycris, playing for Fury. My role is to play a hard vision on attack, and on defense, I try to play any ops that can make it rotate inside. Coming to SI, of course, it's like nervous and excited at the same time. I don't think much about like how we face our opponent in our group. I believe we all coach have like high chance to going to the next phase because we are not in the group of death. We're playing against Falcon on the first day. We never played with them before, but just from looking at them, they're like dangerous team, I think. We didn't think much about it. We just practice and play our games, focus on each match. So I would say we didn't prepare anything special for all the team. We just prepare the same for every team on each match. Hey Falcon, see you there. Let's have some fun.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it. We caddies right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink out of vision your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo, e eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar. Não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí pros seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows, and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous soutenez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนยังไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومع أن نشكل عائلة رينبو سيكس سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos, somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم. أريغاتو غوزايماس.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome back. It is now the final match of the night here. Day 3 of SI. We're already flying through it, but we've got two teams coming up. And I feel like this is a pretty big game in the context of this group, especially, you know, for a team like Bleed to try and grab some points. 8 point, they've already done it. But can they do it again? Can they get more than a point this time? Can they potentially...
They need it.
Can they get a series? Yeah. That's the big question.
I mean, both these teams so far have yet to win, have yet to play more than one series. This is both of their second game only. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they line up with one another. We've seen very little compared to the teams that we saw just previously. So that'll be the matchup to look for.
I mean, I think they've both been tested pretty heavily too, though. Bleed playing W7M, Liquid playing VP that just beat W7M. So even in their first matches, they've definitely both been tested to the limits in that regard. But now coming together, I mean, I just want to see how this pans out.
Yeah, do you want to know what I find most interesting, actually? It's just like kind of talking to the players either on the desk or just in passing. Bleed is actually a team on their radar. It's actually like a team that people are saying you can't underestimate.
Oh, I mean,
look, it's always talked about, right? You can't underestimate anything.
Well, you look in Atlanta. I mean, I think a lot of people were sleeping on Bleed that they weren't going to do anything, and they were pushing a lot of teams to the limit and coming out victorious, obviously coming short to Dark Zero. But, I mean, I didn't expect Bleed to do as well they were going to do, and then they became a fan favorite very quickly.
Yeah, and look, sometimes that's all you need is to start to steamroll a little bit. Let's go ahead and do a bit of a deep dive on Bleed, the team that, for me, I think might be APAC's best hope.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be as well, assuming they can see all their players showing up. Currently, we got Reaps missing a little bit here, and the game that we saw from them just yesterday wasn't a great showcase of all their players playing to their highest level. We saw Mentalist playing out of his mind, great droning mental coming through, playing mental, yes, playing fantastically. But the guy that everybody talks about on this team has to be Reaps, and I just didn't see that much coming out from him. It felt like he wasn't valuing his life when they last played yesterday. It felt like he was always dying early. He did get double spawn peaked on one of the rounds on Clubhouse, back-to-back, which is unfortunate. But I think there's no player maybe in this tournament, I don't have the stats for this, feels like there's no other player that spends that long just dead and on cams, because he was dying very, very early, and if he can stay alive a little bit longer, like maybe he can in this series, then he can have insane impact, because mechanically, he is nuts.
Absolutely. I mean, if I came back, I'd take that record for sure. Absolutely. I almost forgot how to play at this point. But let's not forget about Julio, though, their coach. He's the only SI champion in here currently. So with the backing from him, being able to also help this team understand Liquid better, because Julio has tons of history with Liquid. So you only got to think about how much is he going to provide for this team, especially going into this game, of being able to get everyone set up, of knowing what Liquid does, how they want to play the game, just the fluidity of how the map is going to run. Like, that's got to be important coming into this.
Oh, yeah.
Look, we've broken down a little bit about Bleed, but now it's time to hear from them themselves.
Hi, I'm Turd. I play for Bleed Esports, and I play the flex/lurk position. In Stage 1, we actually missed the major. It was a heartbreaking defeat against Fury. We took the 5 months off season to really get on the grind and focus up. In Stage 2, we ended up qualifying for the Atlanta Major. We had a Cinderella run, and we qualified for the 6th Invitational. Playing at the Invitational is like a dream come true for a lot of ranked players myself. Our preparation is going well. We had a 10-day bootcamp here in Sao Paulo. We got a lot of scrim experience, and we're ready for the challenge ahead. So we're in Group C, the so-called Group of Death, with W7M, Liquid, M80, and Virtus Pro. The team I'm most looking forward to versing is W7M because there's no expectations on us, and if we win, then it'll be huge for us and APAC as a whole. JV92, get ready to learn Chinese.
Oh, that's so...
Oh, my God.
That is so entertaining. I tell you what, Turd's got a big mouth. We can say that. That bloke can turn it up.
Oh, I love him. I love Turd.
Oh, man.
He's an interesting one.
Oh.
Look, if anything's going to go wrong for Bleed here, where do you potentially see it happening?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because when they are on attack, Bleed, and what we saw yesterday in their match, when they lose that opening pick on attack, they really, really struggled. In fact, they didn't win a single round yesterday when they lost the opening pick on attack. They had a 0% recovery on the offensive half. So that's one area, and if, again, we're talking about, Reaps getting double spawn peaks, there is some correlation between these points. Like, we are seeing Bleed lose a lot of bodies very early, it feels like, and it's specifically on one of those halves, there's been zero ability to reconvert that, to turn the round around after it starts off poorly. So that's what I'm hoping we can see change around a bit today.
And it was their first game, too. So you got to think that they're going to learn from it. They had that day to, kind of just realize what they need to do. Even in the W7M game, we're seeing a little more trade potential going on. Maybe it's still not as much where we need to see it, but you can only hope now going into this that we will see more of that.
Yeah.
Because it's going to need to be there. And like you were saying, like losing out on that man advantage is so detrimental to your setup, because now that's someone you need to fill, that's someone you need to rotate around. But if you can trade it, then you're just as equal as the other team. Now they're trying to move someone around, you're moving someone around, and then you just got to keep playing that man advantage. And if they can't do that, 100% that's where they're going to be struggling.
Yeah, now we have heard from Turd, from...
Ready to speak Chinese.
What a name. What a name. We've heard the smack talk from them, but now it's time to hear from Liquid.
My name is Paulo, I play for Team Liquid, and I'm currently doing Flex. I'm really excited to play the Six Invitational. Like all the journey, everything is for this moment. We are playing against the best. We are the best. I'm in my hometown. Everyone's excited, and playing in the front of the crowd is screaming for us. We did it a couple of times, and there's no other feeling, especially here in Brazil. Like people go mad. It's really insane. Our group is really difficult. We have like lots and lots of good things, and let's say it's a great test to start the tournament, because if we go through, there's nothing that we can be scared, you know. Virtus Pro, we have, as I said, a history against them, and it's a good history, so we hope we beat them. Aí, Joystick, te pegar, hein, mano, você tá em casa.
All right, so this is a pretty terrifying matchup in Prospect. There's a lot of things that could go right. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. Do you potentially see something? I'll just ask you the same question I asked about Bleed. Do you potentially see issues that might arise here for Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem with Liquid coming into this event was going to be their map pool, right? They have a very weak map pool coming through, and in this series, it's most likely that they're going to have to play one of Cafe, Oregon, Skyscraper. These are three maps that they have not played well on so far throughout the year. We've seen Bleed really dominate on them, so it's going to be tough for them.
I mean, you might not have the strongest map pool, but look at how we saw VP. If they can just play their game on those maps, maybe not the strongest maps, but as long as they can play a game that if works in their system, you can still make it work. But I do want to talk about a player specifically, Resets. Playing behind people like Palu and Nesk and being able to outperform them, that's got to feel good. I mean, if I was on that team and you're going against two juggernauts like that are on your team and outperforming them, that's got to put some more back spirit and morale in terms of everybody on that team.
You can almost say it might reset them for us. Right, let's go ahead and jump into the map, Vito, nice and quickly and figure out where we're going to be headed for this matchup in particular. Do you have an inkling?
I'm expecting the Chalet pick maybe coming through from Team Liquid, and depending on what they don't ban, so we've seen Cafe and Skyscraper ban, so Oregon would make the most sense from Bleed. As I said, they kind of have to play one of those. Oregon's been very good for them. We'll find out.
I mean, I was going to say Oregon.
There it is. Yeah.
That was kind of obvious.
Shut up.
Bleed have never lost Oregon. Through team history, through 5 plays, they've never lost that map. And while 4 of those matches were against low-level regional opponents, they beat W7M yesterday, 7-5 on that map. So they're obviously feeling comfortable on it. Nighthaven Labs will touch on quickly. Team Liquid, they've never won it themselves. They played it once in the LCQ against Los to make it to Atlanta, and they lost in overtime.
That ban pool really confused me, especially seeing the Nighthaven, like you were just saying, especially in terms of their attacking power not being so strong and letting that slip through the cracks right there. So we're definitely going to have to see the performance from Liquid going into that. Oregon, again, was a no-brainer for both of us. I think that's a very dominant map for Bleed. It's also a very default map, that being Liquid, being in the game for as long, it's not anything that's going to surprise you. When it comes to Oregon, it's just figuring out of how you're going to take the entry points, take the engagements, do the trade game, and then come out on top of that series. Then Chalet. Chalet is going to be an interesting one. I think that's ultimately going to come down again, down to the attacks from both teams. But if Liquid, again, if they can't figure out their attacks in these first 2 maps, getting into that last map might not look like it.
Look, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered from here on out. But of course, we don't have to wait any longer. It's time to go to Labs.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I bet you did not expect this, because I surely did not. Hi, I'm Stokes with an empty chair, because Intero is fashionably late. I'm going to be setting things up for this map all alone, by myself. So we'll see how good of a bang-up job I can do. Well, first things first here, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, Liquid. They've been looking pretty good so far this event, specifically our main man Resets. He's had an amazing cost. He actually has the #1 cost of this entire event right now at 86%. Also, just to notice, Lagonis is also tied for 3rd in plants with 5. So, as we hop in here, it's going to be Liquid versus Bleed, folks, on Nighthaven Labs. Liquid leading the social queue here with 73%. So you guys at home think Liquid are going to take this, and why wouldn't they? You know what I mean? So, as we're jumping into this now, let's see what happens on Nighthaven Labs. Yeah, why not? Bring it on in. They'll never guess. We have a special guest, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I'll fill in.
Ah, come on down, Emmy.
I think I'll sit down here, for someone's seat has been left very empty. Who needs notes? Bleed versus Liquid.
Exactly, Bleed versus Liquid. We're gonna get Doki off the board here. I really like this, just because it's a big map. Logic bombs are very good at clearing things out. These globals have been constantly used time and time again, and arguably Doki, the better at one of the two, just really what you're looking for in the moment. Nomad going to be the follow-up ban, and then Fenrir for Liquids.
Now, Liquid, obviously, I've been able to cast one of their games slightly earlier on in this week. I've been able to see how they've brought some of their game so far, and I think the worrying thing currently for me is not just as the specifics of them bringing the heat and the passion, but the region as a whole. I'm not gonna set off Brazil. I'm not gonna set off them because we still have them as the favorites. But after the back of what happened to WSM earlier, after the back of seeing NIP's tournament, there must be so much pressure. FaZe as well, not quite getting the win out here for Liquid. Sorry, I've just seen Bleed's mascot for the first time. Do we have a name for him?
I don't think that we do. Don't, but I'm sure that social media will get that one.
There's the standard mascot.
Joel, I believe, is the official name, right?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I am curious to see if we have any friends for Joel that show up during the tournament.
That could be an interesting one if somebody bought some more fish from Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah. I love how they keep getting more and more. How did they get a mannequin?
I genuinely don't know because I saw the tweet from Mentalist getting the fish over here in his luggage, and it looked like the most terrible thing to try and pack.
I mean, that is just a little bit of insanity. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of the single sort of point I was making beforehand was looking towards obviously the pressure that comes through and the pressure that starts to build itself into this game. Liquid, can they set themselves up against Bleed, who have built their own pressures and built their own ideals against this otherwise? Starting on their defense, Labs, again, a map we haven't seen a huge amount. I think I've seen 2 plays of it across the tournament so far. We've had bucket and buckets full 4 plays. I guess I can't watch every game.
Of course. That's the one hard thing about group stage for us is we don't get to see the other games we're not casting while we're working, right? So this is gonna be the 5th play here. Right now, 55% defensive overall win rate.
Your husband has shown up.
Oh, man.
I'll pass it over.
I like to look at him more as like an uncle. But not the uncle that you like, the one that you just deal with. You know what I mean, Emmy? She can't hear me anymore.
The beauty of your blood sugar crash.
You poor man. How you feeling, buddy? Are you okay?
Better.
Okay, good.
Still
Well,
not
he's
perfect,
alive.
but better. We will improve.
There we go.
We will improve.
Indeed. All right, well, we're on to Nighthaven Labs, my friend. We got Oregon after this, and then Chalet if we do make it there. Liquid got rid of Nomad. As well as we got Dokkaebi off on the offensive side. We also don't have Fenrir here as well, but we do have access to a lot of other broken defensive operators. So we'll see exactly what they want to try and bring in here. Get done. We already have the Solus out for Aspie. So we'll see if he can try and deal some solid damage to this drone game, which he already has with 5 of those off the board. Minute 40 here.
Sorry, I'm drinking a non-specific energy drink.
Got to make sure we get those blood sugars back up here so he can thrive and survive, folks. He can do his absolute best here. But taking a best turd. Oh my! I take a turd on Nesk. He's gone. We'll have to see what Liquid can do with the remaining last minute 20 here.
Yeah, I mean, immediate thoughts on these operator bans. I like the removal of the nuisance bans. I'm sure you already talked about it here, as now Hoven is gunned down by resets. A map like Nighthaven Labs is very similar to anything else that has closer quarters, especially when you look at an operator like Fenrir or Valkyrie. You could set those up in the nooks and the crannies that were spoken about earlier by Lynx and I on the match that I think you were casting at the same time, so you probably weren't listening to it, but that is A-okay. So I like the removal of the nuisance ops, but obviously Tubaru is an operator that I'm going to look at because when we've casted Nighthaven Labs so far through SI, we've seen the effect that he can have, especially on that basement bomb site.
Oh.
Not present here, though.
No, most definitely not. The recoil working back or angle working back in for the defense, be able to discover that out. Only 30 seconds remaining. I mean, Liquid, they've at least gotten to muster this into a 3 versus 3, but it's going to require some heavy lifting to be able to get this to go off over here. Alu trying to spray things down with the F2. Again, that just starting to make its comeback here at SI. A lot of people favoring that 417 recently, but now Lagonas thinks he may have found a spot to plant, but does he know about the man behind the desk? That's the real question. Reese with one turd with the other, and it's all down to Palu, but he can't get it done and Bleed with the very first round.
Yeah, I mean, Nighthaven Labs is a map that we saw over the first 2 days was relatively balanced in terms of operator win rates, but those are stats that have not been updated up to this point. So I'd be curious as to see where we are at in terms of overall win rates for the attackers and defenders. It's been talked about ad nauseum that, you know, these we're right now in a very defender-sided meta, more so than usual. But a map like Nighthaven Labs strikes me as being relatively quite defender-sided, just innately.
Most definitely. I got the stats here for you, my friend, so I'll bring them up right now. We got 2 other maps that are less defender-sided. Consoles actually are least defender-sided at 53%. Cafe following that up with 54. Nighthaven Labs sitting at 55. Overall average right now, sitting right about 60% defensive win rate. What's going on?
So I just think it's funny that Consulate is 53%, Cafe is 54%, Nighthaven is 55, and Chalet is 55. It's like 53, 54, 55, 55. But no, I mean, honestly, given what we've seen from the operators that are available, 55% for Nighthaven Labs isn't really like overwhelmingly defender-sided. That's effectively a coin flip map. And when you compare it to things like, at the time, at the end of yesterday, we had both Cafe and Clubhouse sitting at 60+% in terms of defender win rate. That's far more dominant. 45 to 55 suggests that you can get away with a 3-3 and it's not abnormal at all. It's not like Bleed has the advantage of starting on defense here, so we're expecting a 4-2 or even, honestly, a 5-1 half of the time. This could be relatively even. So if Bleed can add another round or 2 to start off 2 or 3 rounds up over Liquid, I honestly think that might be a challenge for Liquid to overcome that in the long run, especially given, and I hate to bring this up, the mental issues that Liquid has had before, tilting when things don't go their way against adversaries that they think they should beat. And I bet you anything, Liquid probably thinks they should beat Bleed.
Most definitely. See that angle working in here for Liquid. And I'm in agreement with you as well. Something that we've seen play with them in the past, and this might start building up on their pressure on that mental side of things, like Parker was talking about. Wolves is going to get taken down by that verticality out of Bleed. And so far, so good for Bleed. They've been able to keep Liquid at the gates, constantly sending them reeling in some of these fights. Nest looking for a little something over here on this side, but not able to find too much. He'll dip back into the conference room, just try and play these angles. You can see Bleed, once again, just trying to play this space actively, making sure that they don't have to worry too much about things later on down the line. Don't want to give Liquid too much space, especially on this top floor, especially this room that Nest is walking into now. Very important for the bomb site. That's kind of a one-man show right now, but now he turns around. You have a couple other people in the area to try and assist him.
The resets will just wait out the remainder of this adrenal surge. The life persists for them. I like the staying power that Finka obviously provides on some of these chippier maps. And with a Legion on the board and a smoke in play, obviously Finka can get you back up when you have these little skirmishes. Now, it can't keep you alive when Reaps does stuff like that, because chip damage is chip damage, but a headshot is an instant death. Sorry, it is.
It's a little different. Definitely need that noggin, as Lagonis will find one as well. That's going to be the first kill onto Bleed. Liquid doing their damnedest to try and fight their way onto site, but this utility setup for Bleed has been going swimmingly thus far. Smoke's bound from Mentalist, gonna toss the last one in there, and Hoven still has that last Nitro cell. That's gonna be the key benefactor here for them. If they can try and stop the plant, or at least stop the timer for right now, and get them into a crunch time scenario, they could end up ending this in a pretty explosive payload.
Lagonis has that diffuser and needs to walk in. It only has 30 seconds to do so, and you need cleanup on the remaining players that are stopping you from doing that. Hoven goes down, leaving just Aspie and Mentalist, and there's no smokes remaining, no impacts from Aspie, no Nitro cells. So basically you have to go in and you have to take these engagements as they find themselves vulnerable, and Mentalist can pull it off. He had a life gain yesterday. He'll need to be huge now as he's the last one standing. Engaged with Palu. The time almost runs out, but Mentalist gets the kill anyway, and Bleed starts off strong with 2 rounds in a row.
Very well done. If that percentage says anything about the defensive win rate, at least, this is looking very, very good for Bleed. As Parker was talking about earlier on, pretty much an even map, especially in this meta of all things where, you know, you look over towards more defensive maps like Clubhouse. 75% defensive win rate right now with the same operators in the pool. 55 for Nighthaven does not look all that bad now, does it? Now Liquid still forced to try and solve this puzzle from the offensive side of things, and they've not been able to get the ball rolling. I've really enjoyed Bleed's setup with their utility, as well as their identification of where Liquid wants to try and push in through the map. Some early picks in the first round definitely made things a little bit easier when they're playing that basement site. But this upstairs area, a mixture of kills as well as utility to keep Liquid at the gates and force them down into this 1v1 scenario. And that was handled very, very well, especially this M590 here. Did risk a little bit there with Palu on the swing, but nevertheless, still 2 rounds going the way of the defense.
Why does it seem like Bleed as a team is just constantly so surprised when they win rounds, by the way? I mean, obviously, as a team, you do not have the same prestige that a team like Liquid does, naturally, but you're here. I mean, this is 2 events in a row now where you have shown up and you have proven that you are one of the top 20 teams in the world. You got the fish buff. Stop being shocked when you win. Stop expressing like exasperation when you win and be like, I can't believe we did that. It's like when the dog invariably catches the car. It's like, I didn't know I was going to catch one. Well, guess what, Bleed? You've caught it. You're here. You won 2 rounds against Liquid on their own Mac. Keep it up.
Absolutely. Maybe one of those things where it's, you know, take it too seriously. Might start losing a little magic that you have by just playing around with the boys, you know what I mean? So it's gonna be something for Bleed, as we know they're a good bout of, or rather good group of memers. Let me put it that way. Asphy's gonna be playing things out over here on Vending. It's gonna be Paulu actually to lead us off this time. Liquid with a positive note in round 3.
Yeah, getting Mentalist off of the board after the game he had yesterday and the game that he's capable of. Now, obviously, he's one of the older, more experienced players on Bleed. You don't necessarily expect him to be the one that does as well as somebody like, say, Reaps or, say, Turdsta does. He's more support-oriented, but if he's playing off-site on Alibi, then either things on Bleed have slightly changed up or Mentalist is feeling himself, and Bleed thinks that they have better success with him playing on that role. Obviously, losing him early on is not great from a gun perspective, but you still have those Alibi clones up. And I know that people might think it's a bit silly, but if you were to punch a barricade and you see somebody there, whether it's a clone or a person, you're going to shoot it. Reaps answers back by taking Volps about 35 seconds after this ensuing fight happens. So that's good, and the Bravo drones obviously are off of the board, but Volps hasn't really been much of a factor on the scoreboard so far.
No, most definitely not. Stun's going out as well as a plant going down for Lagonis here. Have a little overwatch from the defense, but they don't know where this plant is, and it's going to go off without a hitch. Luckily enough, Nest creates enough space to make it where this case can find a home. A 3 versus 3 now as Resets takes that one on the top floor, trying to make sure they can't play through that verticality. With 30 seconds remaining, Bleed have got to hop onto this. Reaps is going to be the first one to attempt. Resets hops in up top, but now he's got the verticality as well. A beautiful angle as Resets takes the top floor, and Liquid find their first round.
Relatively dominant round from Liquid too, right? I mean, you get the early pick, and the one thing I liked about it was that Liquid immediately used that advantage that they have in terms of numbers. They hop onto drones, they get map control quickly, they keep going. Yeah, they get picked off when Volps jumps in, but I mean, like I said, Volps hasn't been a huge factor. You hope at that point, now halfway through the round, that the clutch drones have been able to take some of the gadgetry away. Obviously, the value of Brava that you get is based upon what your opponent brings. If you don't have a lot of gadgets on the board, for example, you can't take over Smoke. He doesn't really bring anything to the table. You can't take over a black mirror from Mirror for crying out loud. So you're hoping that the value comes from whoever's there. You still have the lineup right now on defense. You're not really going to waste a Brava drone to take out a Legion Mine. You're not going to be able to do anything against the Pulse. So losing Volps early obviously sucks from a gun perspective. But then the rest of the team takes upstairs map control. Bleed doesn't have the ability nor numbers to take back the top floor. And as such, what ends up happening? They get the plant down, they take the post plant, and there's nothing they can do to stop Resets in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say, just from my perspective, a couple of oversights there from Bleed as well, and just the positional, you know, awareness of some of these operators. You really feel like maybe Pulse or Sola should be downstairs in this position to try and stop this, because when you're playing that bomb site, Parker, it does not require a lot of map control to get a plant off. I mean, they just got control of the top security area with a couple of breaches, let Resets play around that, and then hopped in the window and let Nest make a bunch of noise while the case goes down. That was literally it.
Yeah.
So you're really hoping that maybe Bleed can try and move some stuff around, and yes, indeed, my friend, we do have a cloud.
Sam, do you hear the starting gun? Because it sounds like we're about to be in the midst of the races. They've opened up a breach. They've got smokes ready. The Candelas are ready to go. A Blitz is about to dive into the fray. The bomb site is within reach. And as we said, we're off the races! But you get blown up. Volps 0-4 to start things off. The Blitz gambit does not work, but maybe it was a fake, as Lagonis is getting the diffuser down and doesn't just try. He actually pulls it off with a sliver of HP left.
Lagonis immediately hit the deck, and why wouldn't you? Might be able to find one here. A lot of damage onto Asphy, but he's got to worry about this pre-fire now. They might even toss an impact over there, but actually, second glance, they don't even have another one inside of their back pocket. So Lagonis, he's going to be able to just sit here, but no, that foot finally brings itself out from behind the little metal barricade there. Paulu has that top floor presence to try and lock it up, but Those Kiva barriers will lock that down. Nesk with a nice shot of his own, able to try and attempt for another one here. All three of these players trying to swing through, but resets and Nesk. They put him to the sword. It's a triple kill. It's all up to Turd to try and get this done now. Nesk with the bailiff, or rather, the bearing in hand. He'll swing it. He won't get the kill, but that's still a round for Liquid.
I started to sweat when Nesk was in that position, but I honestly think the Kiva barrier actually worked against Bleed in that spot. You basically made it so you only had a small window to swing the glass. That's not what you want. Glass doesn't have the ability to spray like a normal assault rifle. So if you have this small angle to peek from, and you stack up to peek it, guess what? Glass is going to take that opportunity to punish you every single time. If you leave that breach wide open, then see, look at the angle that they have right now to play off of. And they're going to basically plug that in a moment, which gives Nest an advantageous position. The Kiva barrier unfortunately misses. Now, if you throw in a second to completely cut off vision, then yes, I think that's a great idea. But a single barrier thrown out by Bleed actively works against them. And frankly, the issue was the rush from Liquid not being stopped in its tracks. I get that. But in the post-plant, you got to ensure that you have everything in your advantage to take the fight. 5 seconds to go.
Most definitely. Yeah, that perspective, not something you want to give up to Glass. You can practically see your entire bottom half before you even get to try and take a gunfight with him. And you do not want to be giving up that info to somebody that can take you down in practically 2 shots. 5 versus 5 now, and it's tied up between these two. And for all intents and purposes, Parker, this is looking like it's going to stay true to its defensive win rate so far, which is, again, just completely blowing my mind with how things have been going so far at SI. I mean, our defensive win rates have been through the roof. Wow. So, some good camera work here from Palu. Gonna steal a couple of defaults for himself, just make it to where this portion of the map is a little bit more playable for Liquid.
I like that it's off too. And I mean, if you're Liquid, you're kind of kicking yourself after those first 2 rounds, because I think that they were somewhat winnable for this squad. You can't get back around, you've lost, but the best thing that you can do is just ensure that it doesn't happen again and that your focus is set on the next round. This is something that I think a lot of teams overlook. They get tilted from a round being lost that they shouldn't have lost, and instead of focusing up and saying, okay, let's not have this happen again, you just kind of go forward with that bitterness and that chip on your shoulder, and it doesn't ultimately fuel your play at all. It actively works against you.
Absolutely. Something you really have to concern yourself with. That mental game and making sure you got your head in the right place. Same as your heart, man. Everything just needs to be smooth flowing machine. Volps will take down Oven as he puts his head in a place that it does not belong. He's going to lose it because of it. Nice stun out on the top floor, but not really going to assist much. Just checking for some things. Going to try and this wall open on the far end. No real opportunity for them to try and stop this. Impact out, though, will definitely assist. And that's going to break up 2 of those Selma charges. So very well done from Bleed on the counter.
It opens up a small window, but that's really all you can get. When you factor in that, you know, you only have those 3 Selmas available, which essentially creates the 6 windows, because each Selma creates 2 different vantage points. You can vault through a single Selma depending on where it gets thrown, or you can crouch walk through it as well. If you're only getting that small little opening, which basically is the same size as that ejected mirror window right there, all you can really do is use it as a kill hole, which, don't get me wrong, the pressure that it puts on a certain part of the map can be quite large, but this is limited value for Liquid, and they obviously wanted to open it up. So now you have to turn your sights elsewhere. The Monty is going to breathe down the neck of Mentalist as they just wait out this toxic gas, which he can continue to throw. He'll get swung on from the left. I don't know if Mentalist has that idea. He's an experienced player. He should have known this was coming.
Yeah. Monty is seldom alone in these situations, especially with so many bodies up for Liquid. It just seemed like a very drastic call there for Mentalist. Now Reeves, oh wow, what a shot from him, but he's immediately gunned down from Garage. They've got the full pinch going on right now. And Aspie, he's gonna try and do his damnedest to batter them back, but Liquid, they're looking too solid in this scenario. Resets goes down, and Palu won't even let him die to the impact. He's too damn slick, as he'll take down the last Bleed player.
So 3 relatively dominant rounds in a row from Liquid on attack. Now again, let's go back to that win rate that we talked about. 55% for the defenders, 45% for the attackers on Nighthaven. However, 3 in a row looking the way that Liquid just played is something that those stats don't really speak to, right? We can look at it and say, okay, the defense are winning these rounds, etc. And when this game ends, if Liquid ends up winning 4 rounds on attack, people are going to be rather dumbfounded. But even if Bleed prevails in this round to tie it up and then send us to the second half, Liquid looked much better in these 3 rounds than I thought Bleed did in the first 2. So a round victory is not the same as every round victory. And if Liquid is capable of bulldozing Bleed as they have through these 3 rounds, then I'm a little bit worried if I'm Bleed. And obviously they're not as worried as I am. They haven't called a timeout, which I think is kind of smart. You're not going to call it and talk about a single defense. You're going to wait and see if things go from bad to worse when you swap to attack. But given the fact that this is Liquid's map, and given those numbers, I would not be surprised for Liquid to show the same amount of skill on defense as they are on attack. And that's a worrisome situation for Bleed to find themselves in.
Yeah, most definitely. For those first 2 Bleed rounds, it really felt like it was kind of a discovery time for Liquid to see how Bleed ticks. And once they discovered the way that they wanted to go about things, the whole game has looked different.
I like the amount of drones that we've seen from Liquid too. There's something that we've kind of criticized about teams is that if you don't use your own drones, which of course you get 10 of, 2 each, you've got Twitch as an option, you've got Rogero drones from Flores as an option, and now you've got Brava too. There's no shortage of intel that you can bring in terms of gadgetry from these operators. Teams tend to forego that. Flores' pick rate has gone down quite a lot, I find. But Twitch has still been a mainstay for some of these regions. Now, obviously losing Palu, who might not be a drone, but the Gemini clone from Yana can gain you some pretty good information, is going to hurt what intel Liquid can gather.
I'm sweating bullets right now, Parker.
That was a risky engagement that very much could have blown up in the face of Bleed, but the keeper barrier actually helps them in that instance.
Did you ever feel 40,000 people clench all at once? Because that's what just happened right there.
I'm still clenched. You know how they create diamonds? Pressure, baby.
Pressure, baby. And that's what Bleed is trying to apply right now is they might have their diamond moment. 5 versus 2. All up to resets and Lagonis here. Resets, how's that 417? So we've just been seeing constant back and forth as to what primary we're bringing here.
No way.
Reeps gets him with the Deeg of all things. Oh, does he get 2? Oh, he does! And it's a flawless round. Cut it right down the middle, baby. 50-50.
The Deeg 2-piece to seal that first half. And wow, it was Liquid who was screaming and cheering, now looking quite unhappy after that round. Strategy-wise, it wasn't great. Their entry was quite weak. They didn't drone, which obviously I was just praising them for bringing extra drones. They don't drone. They lose Palu right off.
Yeah, don't use the Gemini either. Palu just like walks in lackadaisically.
And dies, exactly. And then you don't really quite recover if you're Liquid. 2 swift picks by a team that is known to bring the fight to you, as you can see there.
Crazy.
Reeps was allowed to play upstairs on Rafters so well because the fight down below from resets doesn't suit him. He's in a bad angle. It's a disadvantageous fight for you to play down below. So Reeps doesn't need to sweat it. He's really safe in his spot up on Rafters, or catwalk as some people call it. So even if you do push him from the door, which is what we saw, that allows Reeps to take individual 1v1s. There's no try to get up the stairs to pressure Reeps because you don't know if there's somebody else playing up there on that catwalk. Ultimately, doesn't work out. We have a rehost, by the way.
Yes, indeed we do. Gonna take a little bit of time here, but we will hop back in very, very soon, folks. So hopefully it's something that's very easily solvable. But yeah, I mean, especially for that garage position, catwalk is so pivotal to hold on to. And the longer that you can delay, because usually it's inevitable that you're gonna die there because teams really, really want that. But Reeps, he did the most with it. I really appreciate him, especially Parker, taking that fight on the door, just, you know, pre-firing things, seeing what was going on out there, but to step up to the plate again and go for that kill, and not only that, successfully gathering it as well, changed the entire pace of that defensive round.
No, absolutely. But this is where you reset, right? You've got the side swap coming in.
Oh, Joel!
You just got fish.
That thing has been around the world, folks. It's been on, what, 3 or 4 separate continents now? Because they probably flew through Europe to get home the last time. So.
I'd have to imagine. But then, of course, you get into that thing where, you know, people talk about, oh, the countries I've been to. And it's like, if you have a connection in a country but you don't leave the airport, have you technically been to that country?
No.
Right? So if they're flying back to Singapore and they fly from Atlanta, depending on the flight path, I have to imagine their flight path probably took them west. I would imagine like you'd go from Atlanta to LA and then LA somewhere.
Probably so, yeah.
I've never flown to Singapore, to be honest, so I don't really know. The only time I've ever actually been to Asia was when you and I went to Japan for the Tokonami finals, and I literally flew over the world. I flew from Canada, literally over the North Pole, and then down into Hong Kong. So for me, I don't know. I can't speak from experience either way. It has obviously been all over the world. Things like $20 too, which is the funniest part. I think somebody went to the Bass Pro Shops in Atlanta when we were there, and it was like $24.99.
You heard that we actually forced that Bass Pro Shop out of stock on that fish, right? Like they were completely sold out by the end of that event.
I saw a couple of them in the audience in Atlanta, but also I can't imagine how many you would just have.
Right.
If I was a Bass Pro Shops manager, which I'm not, but let me put on my manager hat for a second.
Please do.
I would probably stock 2 to 3 of them because I don't expect any sane human to buy that. I just don't know why you would spend your money on it.
It's massive.
It's humongous. People don't really realize, when they say the thing, there's always a bigger fish. No, it's the biggest fish plushie that you can get from Bass Pro Shops.
Joel is the biggest plushie.
Not sponsored, by the way.
Oh, most definitely not.
But I don't know what the issue is here right now. There seems to be some problem, I'm imagining, with Liquid, as they are not in the lobby at the moment. It's just Bleed who's in there. So we are waiting to hear. One of the things is the teams can talk and chat, but not officially. There's no official communication that can be done. This was a rule that was imposed a while ago because, what's to stop a team from having a rehost than using that to strategize? There's a reason why you have in-game timeouts. And as you can see, the teams are kind of joking around, but there's admins over their shoulders. There's no strategizing that's going to be done between these squads. So they're basically just waiting at this point. Now,
I can't. Every time I see it, it's just, who the hell did that? Who got these guys a mannequin? In Brazil, what connection do you have to somebody in Brazil to get you a damn mannequin, dude? Oh my gosh. Especially during Carnival.
Yeah, I have no.
Every shop around here was closed.
I have no idea. I couldn't even begin to tell you. But obviously, these teams are just going to sit and wait at this point. What more can you do? But I find that these breaks can kind of cut in 2 ways. Teams will tell you, number one, if you feel like you've got momentum, if you feel like your opponents are tilted and angry, and then you go to a prolonged break like this, it's going to give your opponent some time to kind of wake up and, not be as mad and kind of recenter themselves. And then it effectively ends up being like a clean slate almost. But on the same time, the same saying, if you're really, really angry, it's very easy for you to dwell on that. And if you're one of those teams that's like, let's just move on, it can be tough to move on when you're sitting here. Paulo doesn't look particularly excited to be waiting all of this time. It's very easy for you to just sit there and dwell on it and think about it too. Yeah, so
absolutely, especially for some of these teams, they've been waiting all day to play these games, right? Strategizing, getting warmed up in some scrims and things along those lines, so they've been biting or chopping at the bit all day to get into this lobby and get some action. Both these teams obviously been popping off in their own regard, which has been so much fun to watch, but definitely have to worry about that energy basis. A lot of different teams do a lot of different things. The one that I always go back to is Iconic, because whenever something like this happens to him, he's just sitting there in the chair, eyes closed, just relax. Yep. Just relax, take your breath. You don't have to worry about things too much. Stress about things once you guys get back into the lobby, which, fingers crossed, we have things going right now, folks, so we'll see how this goes. We're not going to put it onto your screen yet until we have confirmed that this lobby is going to work.
Don't know how effective the listen-ins would be here right now, unless you, the audience, speaks Portuguese. We're in!
Let's go!
I don't know if the noise gate picks up our clapping or not.
I think it does, because I was clapping on B-Stream yesterday, or the day before, rather, and I could definitely hear it later on when I saw a clip on social media, and I was like, oops, that's on me.
Well, let me tell you, I sit where you currently are for most casts when I'm in mid, right? And then you are on the other side of that relatively thin partition.
5 seconds.
That stands no chance against your shepherd. And there are times where Nick and I will be casting, and we're trying to be semi-soft-spoken because it's not a particularly crucial part of the round. And all I hear is just this explosion of you from the other side. And I can't remember what I said on the stream. It was something quite innocuous. It was like, I wonder if you can hear him, and then I just hear production come in and it's like, yeah, we can hear him. We can hear him clear as day.
Hey, listen, guys. All I'm gonna say is, you know I'm coming when you hire me, okay? I'm a lethal weapon when it comes to volume, all right?
And it's like, let's take Carter, who's one of the loudest people in a social setting.
True.
And then you, who's one of the loudest casters. And what if we put them together? What would happen there?
Utter chaos. And that is actually what ensues when we cast. Yeah, 100%. 100%. About a minute into round 7 now, but we haven't really had much to touch on, folks. It's really just been a natural strategy that we usually see on this top floor. We've got the mirror implemented. That way they can't use exothermics the way that they want to. We've been seeing this used a little bit more often now, Parker, where they'll pop that just to get some impacts out, or maybe do something along those lines to be able to slow down this hard breach.
Yeah. It's a nice nitro cell waiting, primed and ready. They'll lose what I imagine are the bandit batteries on that wall. And Lagonis is waiting for the call or waiting for the sound. There it goes. Oh, the ejected mirror window is a perfect throw for Lagonis to thread the needle and kill Reaps, the main hard breach in Thermite. Still have the insurance policy of the ace with those Selmas. So you've still got some hard breach, but not anymore because both your hard breachers just died to an nitro cell.
Bleed does not really know what they want right now. It's like a teenage relationship. Figure things out here between these two. Got you with that one.
That's a good one.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
No, that one's getting jotted down.
5 versus 3 now, but I mean, this is well within Liquid's right to take this, especially with that clash up that can slow down.
I was just going to say, the one operator that we haven't really touched upon is a clash. Like, what tools do you have to deal with this at the moment? You can flash her, yes, you can buck beneath her, but all the bees are going to do is tell them where she is. The Rotero drones are too slow, and the explosion is not going to do much to her. So Volps is just going to continue to stay on the shield operator. I do think it's a bit interesting that it's Volps on the operator after he had a little bit of some struggles. A little bit of struggles in that first half. Turks going to die, and Liquid's lead will grow in terms of numbers with just a little bit under 30 seconds to go. Paulu's just making every single shot work. And now Hoven's position has been given away. Yeah, throwing EMP. No. This is called the bikini body.
Oh no.
Yes, it's where you throw the shield on your back, and then you spin around and gun them down. Flawlessly done. As Lagonis gets the kill after the bait from Volps, distracts Hoven. Lead for Liquid.
Volps almost had it there. Almost had that bikini body-esque play, but actually going to be the MP from the back line there that takes him down. Liquid on a warpath right now. They've only dropped 1 round in the last 4. This defense already starting to find some building blocks to put together. Bleed, not really having a solid idea about how they wanted to go about that. The big play here, this lineup from Lagonis. You definitely know that wasn't something that was just thrown together in the moment. They had practiced this for some time to make sure that nitro cell would land correctly through that open mirror. And Bleed caught completely off guard from that. Kind of stunted in the moment, keeping them not to what they were doing. And unfortunately enough, the other nitro cell as well picking up the ace, meaning Liquid didn't even have to take a gunfight to kill 2 people at the very beginning of the round.
Yeah. Well, let's look at this lineup from Liquid at the moment. You've got a Legion, you've got Nazami, you've got a Mirror, and you've got a Solus, and you're not going to have any fun if you're Bleed whatsoever here. These are, if I was playing ranked right now and I saw this, I would probably just leave the lobby at this point.
5 seconds to go.
In all reality, these are all the tools that you need to pull off a successful downstairs defense. The only caveat to that is if they thwart it with a rush. Now, Bleed is going to bring a Glaz out, just as we saw Liquid do the same thing in the previous half. I don't expect Bleed's tempo will be as quick because the big issue with Bleed is that they don't have that early initiator to close the gap and get in your face. That's what the Blitz was good for when Liquid decided, hey, let's open the wall up and let's go for broke. In fact, at this point in time in the round, which is 30 seconds in, I felt that Liquid were a lot closer to achieving their goal of planting the diffuser Bleed are dotting their I's and crossing their T's.
Ooh.
They're droning, they're waiting. They've got extra intel from not just the regular drones, but also the Twitch drones, and then a Yana on the board in case they need help with information.
I'm really not a fan of this, Parky, because if they play into this top floor, they have to deal with a lot of Liquid players, and specifically, they have to deal with Nesk, which he is on that Kiba wielder, so we'll be able to continually put up those barriers, making things a little bit difficult, but it's a split job right now between these two, so they actually had those two up top, and now Mentalist is going to try his best, lock things up on the site for them. Oh, what a find! Right on the edge of the smoke. He didn't step up properly into it, folks, and Resets could actually see him right there on the edge, and the entire strategy's out the window.
Well, now Turks does equalize the numbers at least by getting rid of the Mira. So that is, what, a Nitro cell down for the count. They fire back by getting rid of Resets. Reaps is finding tons of avenues into the site, but it's only good for one kill. All the while this is happening, Aspie getting the plant down, he loses Hoven, which means Turtsa is the only one to guard it. And he makes this shot look relatively easy. It's all on the shoulders of Turtsa now, as Nest will throw out the very final Kiba barrier and possibly plug away back to the diffuser. Bleed will struggle now with just a single player up. Palu and Nesk are at full HP, and having to stare down both Palu and Nesk together in a post plant is a terrifying situation. But Turnsta is making magic happen right now. He'll run scared and hit a goo mine. Palu on the ascent, wrapping around. He might not have the information. Turnsta has the Black Mirror working against him, but Palu's about to run out of time. You still need to get on the diffuser, and he won't be able to do it. Excellently done by Turnsta, and Bleed will simply wait out the timer, irrespective of Palu engaging or not. A masterclass from Turnsta and how to play safe, waste time, and take a favorable engagement and avoid the ones that don't work for you.
Yeah. Good hammer and anvil move there from Bleed as they had the two players over there playing the breach, but they had three on the back end to try and influence the fights if things went wrong, Parker. That's the one thing that we didn't get to see as they moved in. Turd and the rest of these guys are pushing in via tank and exosuit, and they're able to find these angles that Liquid really aren't considering because, well, they just went for a strategy very similar, and practically everybody was sitting outside of that breach. They catch Liquid completely off guard, and Turd with a great moment there inside of that 1 versus 2. Was able to make some magic happen up against possibly the best duo in Siege history.
Yeah, I was going to say, having to stare down Nesk or Palu in a 1v1 alone is usually a frightening situation for a lot of people. Not like any of these players are shaking in their boots, but you know how good Palu is. You know how good Nesk is. And while Nesk maybe has slightly lost a step compared to where he's been in the past, he's still a huge threat. So having both of them hunt you down is frightening, frankly. But I will say, Palu and Nesk were kind of in between a rock and a hard place, stuck in the same part of the map, in roughly the same position, and they were worried about the timing, so they decided, let's do an exploratory bit over here. Maybe we'll find somebody. Unfortunately, Nesk finds Turnsta in the wrong way, and then Turnsta just gets out of there. Honestly, gotta give him credit. Turnsta is a young player with not a lot of international experience, but if one thing that we've seen from this Bleed team carries over to SI, it's that they are fearless. And fear was not a factor whatsoever for Bleed in this round.
No, and honestly, this kind of goes back to the kind of meme mentality they were talking about earlier. You know, they're not taking life too seriously. Some of these teams, you walk past them, and you're like, oh, you chop the air with a knife, right? It's like, maybe you guys need a little bit more bleed in you. Reaps is going to get this hatch. And just to touch on this, folks, because I know we probably got a couple new people around. The reason we saw him hop out and get that is because you can't find him. There's no way, even if you take a 3-speed, to get an angle on that position before he gets that hatch sealed and back in. A lot of people checked this out initially when this map came out, and that's why pros have been doing it ever since.
Yeah, you're sheltered from all of the spawn points, so you can run out, get it, get back in the building, and it provides huge value for you. Unless you're strapped, depending on what bomb set you're playing on, of course, but unless you're strapped for reinforcements, there's really no reason not to do it. You don't lose anything from trying. Now, Reaps is all gone in this round. The rehost eliminated all the scores, but Reaps had either almost broken double digits, I think he was at 9 kills at the end of the first half, or had just broken double digits. Now with a single kill, we are certain he's in that territory, and has looked like the biggest threat for Bleed so far. Losing him, but also losing the destruction that comes with the buck is huge. Also, he'd only been able to get off one of those can openers, which means that the only hard breach you have is the ace of Aspie. Hoven is above and terrorizing these Liquid players, and they still have information on the side of Bleed on the Liquid players, as you can see those yellow pings going off down below. They might be able to find one, as there go the boogie drones opening things up, and Mentalist goes fishing to find anybody from Liquid.
This is just worrisome, honestly, for both sides. If Bleed gets a nice pick here, this is more than likely going to be the round going their way, because this kitchen site, it's so hard to try and retake, Parker, especially when you have all that verticality upstairs. They do have a couple of nitro cells, or actually just one on their person, as Volps does have that, so they do have some counterattacks still in their back pocket, but Bleed has got to hightail it in here. Volps with another nice find onto Hoven. Aspie working his way up the hallway, but they found him in a swing here from the Legion. Resets very well done. Still have a few bodies to deal with, though, and it's going to go all down to Turd. We saw how good he was in the last round, but that position, well, it's not going to bode well for him. Liquid, a beautiful one there inside of Kitchen, of all places.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised at how Bleed is handling these attacks. They seem like a team of individuals rather than maybe a more cohesive group around them. And I mean, it's okay if you're gonna play hero plays, and it's okay if you're gonna be individuals, but when you're going up against a team on their map, I think that maybe a bit more teamwork would go an awful long way. Now, there's a couple reasons why they might not be battling all together and droning each other in so effectively and getting trades. It could be an unfamiliarity with the map. Maybe you're not particularly comfortable on the map, so you figure if we take our own engagements, we can win those. Well, if you're not familiar with the map, you're gonna lose out because you don't know the map well enough. Alternatively, it actually could be the opposite. Maybe you're really confident on the map, and so much so that you say, I can win these engagements, I know where Liquid is, I know where they're gonna sit, I can do this. Either way, it's clearly not working for them. Julio calling a timeout for Bleed, maybe to settle them down, and I haven't hated the operator lineups. I haven't hated the overall strategy for them, and honestly, their gun skill has been quite good. But if you can work as a team, drone each other in, not have reaps, blind peek and engagement on his own, and die early, I think your chances are going to go up drastically.
Yeah, they need that team play back, and you could definitely see it kind of get exploited inside of that last round, because they did the initial steps of the strategy, right? They get the top floor control, they expose all the angles inside of conference, but once they don't discover any Liquid players, like, oh, okay, what do we do now?
Yeah.
And they really just don't move. And that's what locks them up. They were frozen in time there for a split second. And it's really just because these early punishments, you know, Bleed's kind of working their way around the map slowly, crouch walking through things, and it seems like every single time they just get inside of the realm of Liquid, they're immediately battered at the door.
Yeah. Previous round, if you saw what the Ram drones were doing, the boogies, was tossed out upstairs in that conference room, starting to tear away at the floors so that there could be some kind of vertical presence from Bleed and looking down. But I don't know if people noticed, there was 3 players from Bleed up there. At that point, there was only 4 Bleed players still alive.
Yep.
3 of you are in a relatively important, but still ultimately inconsequential part of the map. Not necessarily wasting time, but you certainly don't need 3 players up there. So what happens? They all separate, and that's when they start getting picked off one by one by one. So you play together when you really shouldn't be, and then you split up when you really shouldn't, and either or, you ultimately misplay it on both counts, and you lose the round. Now,
EMP's out.
they get this open.
Side. You always got to worry about those Selmas with those impacts, right? Had a good timing though, so you don't have to worry too much about it.
We'll immediately get plugged by the Kiba barriers. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen any Tubaru. He, as an operator, is quite strong on this map. So much so, and I don't know if it's just because it's the newest map, but I always kind of chuckle when I don't see a Tubaru on this map, because I think this was the map that the operator was actually shown off on.
Yeah.
Those exterior walls, especially down in the basement, are so critical to hold. And I think the teams just kind of make a calculation that we can do it without him. Obviously, 2 days ago, I think it was GK was running him quite consistently. It was Noodle on this map. So obviously it happens, but Liquid are happy with this lineup. They don't need to bring him. That's okay. You forfeit a bit of the top floor. You've also lost Volps. Mentalist dies to reset, so now is on a single point of HP, and then immediately smokes the door. Will go prone with a shotgun. I don't like Hoven engaging here, but that was a hipfire one tap because resets was on a single point of HP, for those of you wondering at home. Just a little over a minute left, Sam, and Bleeder doubled up on Liquid. It's very much looking like we're going to need all 12 rounds with how these teams are playing.
Definitely. Unless Palu, you bad man.
Yeah, I mean, you got Palu still on the board. Lagonas has had some issues on the team in terms of getting kills, and frankly, in terms of the scoreboard, has been one of the weaker players for Liquid over the last year. But Palu's a monster. Oh no.
Perfect timing. Very well done, Lagonas. No drone over on this staircase either? What are we doing, boys?
Yeah, I don't know why. For whatever reason, Fish was just completely absent from their intel. And, I mean, there's only one drone left for Bleed. That's probably why. Liquid has been far more adept at killing drones.
It's no Solus, though. It's just like...
Yeah. It's this is the thing, and we've seen this actually a lot. Teams are not running like Mutant Mozzie, and still information is not in their disposal. It's all up to Lagonas now, Sam, with 15 seconds remaining. He'll creep around the pre-fire, and he has a good idea. He chunks Turdsta, but just simply not enough. He did actually less than Turdsta's HP with that TCSG. It's far from the gun it used to be, where it would hit your toe and take 67 HP away. Either or. Every single attacking team seems to confront this issue where they are, I don't want to say wasting drones, but I have never really noticed how few drones attackers end up having halfway through the round as I have at this event.
Yeah.
It always seems like teams still have 4, 5, or 6 drones, and we're criticizing them for having too many drones and too little intel. Now it's the opposite. Why are you losing drones so early? There's no mutes, there's no Mozzies. Where are these drones going at this point, especially with Solus not being played as well?
Yeah, exactly. And especially with those kind of positions, you know, that's a very pivotal stairwell. You kind of just expect some info game to be there. But nevertheless, you know, Bleed had enough in the tank to be able to take a few body shots from Liquid and still get things figured out.
That's a dirty shot.
And, I mean, just Turt's just so nasty, dude. He, like, constantly, across these last 2 events, he has impressed me time and time again with his resiliency. But not only that, Parker, his patience. He doesn't get overzealous about situations. Yeah. He will sit right at home plate and be like, just pitch it right over, man. I promise you I'll knock this out of the park.
And again, that goes back to what I said back in, like, I think it was like the second round. It's like, stop acting like you're surprised that you won a round. Like, you've got great players on your team. Both Turdsta and Reaps are exceptionally talented players, at least mechanically. I can't speak to their overall understanding of the game or their game sense because I'm not on that team, but they win their duels and they can stack up against the best of the best across pretty much every region. So if you can show that level of confidence as we saw in the previous round and just win your ones, you're going to go really far. No way Aspie survives that. He does, though. Nitro Cell tossed out, and Aspie can continue to soldier on. Just a tiny scratch, nothing major.
Probably just one little pellet out of that thing. And honestly, pretty impressive that Liquid have these amount of lineups for Nitro Cells here. And speaking of lineups, don't really need this one. This is more free form based off the info there from the cardiac sensor. Goodbye, sir. And that's what we were talking about earlier, when Bleed had a Pulse as well as a Solus up, and not a single person was playing the basement for that, for, you know, where the site was there. Because that entire area is all soft. You can just blow it up. But, yeah, I mean, just really interesting moment from that earlier bit. But now Hubbin down. And of all people as well, it's the IQ that gets taken out by the Pulse.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just teams maybe still kind of scrambling to adapt to a pretty drastic change in the meta. And I mean, there hasn't been any tier 1 competition for almost 3 months at this point, right? So teams are only relying on scrims, and various regions will tell you that the scrim quality they have is not always great. NA in particular has been complaining a lot about scrim quality over the last couple months with teams taking time off. And I mean, teams are not even having a roster. Like, how is OXG scrimming? They don't have a full roster at the moment, right? Oh my. We'll pick right back up in just a second because Liquid is about to flawlessly go to match point here with Volps killing literally everybody he can find, and Aspie, who is actually the one who very narrowly survived a Nitro Cell earlier, ends up being the last body to get buried by Liquid in that round. Now, hold on a second, Sam. Let me regain my thoughts here because Liquid was very impolite. We've seen over the last couple days pretty basic mistakes committed by teams. For example, flashbangs being tossed out, and a Warden who has the ability ready for those smart glasses, not using them. We've seen teams struggle with walls despite having EMPs and opt not to use them. We've seen teams use hard breach gadget on soft walls and hatches when they've got soft destruction to do that. And I don't know if teams are just ill prepared or if there's a lot of pressure on some of these squads as they wear off that rust and shake off that rust at this level. But when you're committing very basic mistakes, it's so hard to come back from that because your teammates are obviously going to be mad about it. So you look at things like not droning or using your drones improperly, and I wonder if that culprit is just ring rust, frankly, for some of these teams. He was terrible on attack, and then Volps just turns it on for defense and is on defense so far has been probably the most impactful player on Liquid, despite not having the most kills on his team.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been pretty impressive. But they've needed someone to try and battle back up against Bleed. Palu obviously been doing a big job, 7-2. He's matching Tur's energy, and that's what you really want to see. But Volps is the one that's pushing it over the edge right now. Palu being able to match Tur means that Volps, he's even getting more done on top of that, right? So very well done for them as Liquid starting to put things together. Angelo's going to work his way down low here, more than likely looking to put a torch line into this wall. We do have some secondary hard breach here for Aspie as well, so pay attention to where that Grim is going to go. Might try and get those hatches worked on or something along those lines.
Just a little bit of art on the wall. It's playtime for Bleed as they draw a sad face and then immediately run away. Let's take a look at it.
It's a
not quite a sad face yet.
Upside down L.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think those are glyphs that are being drawn in. It's like in Pokemon when you go down and you see like the unknowns and the different shapes and you're like, I wonder what that means. Who knows?
And then yeah, 10-year-old Sam was lost for words. I was like, I don't even know.
I had to relearn the alphabet in Pokemon. I didn't realize it would be an educational game. It was edutainment. I was educated and entertained. Either way, Bleed has taken their time out, and they have seemingly regained some composure. We praised Mentalist early on in the first couple rounds, and he has been relatively absent. So now he's just on these hard support roles to help the team through utility because his effectiveness in terms of fights have been poor. But really, most of Bleed has been bad. Aspie's 1-5. Reaps is 1-4. That's especially bad for a player in his position. It's do or die. If you have a stinker of a round from these players, it's game over. You move on to the second map of Oregon, which obviously Bleed picked, but you don't really, I think, go with your head held high. I honestly think Bleed can push this to overtime.
Most definitely.
They have a minute to prove that, Sam.
Yes, they do. Pretty scary too, because honestly, Oregon, is it even something, it's kind of like Clubhouse right now, is it even something worth picking up against an opponent that can play it well, right? Because then they get to choose the side, and you can just choose the favorable side.
Yeah.
It's a little risky, but obviously these teams, they've been scrimming these maps a heck of a lot, and these offensive sets are going to be more paramount to their success down the line. So we'll see if Bleed, with that in mind, can get that done right now and force us to overtime. They are trying to force things through Exos too, but this should have been identified very early on, and Lagonis,
look down,
with the EDDs, takes out Aspie.
That kill was about 2.5 minutes in the making. And it's a hard lesson to learn. I'm assuming they've probably droned out the captain. They must know. Lagonis obviously goes from high to low very quickly. Volps has now been down. The guns from Bleed are finding their way. Hoven's been dropped 2. And secured the kill is Palu. Reset's getting on the board. More damage is being done. Mentalist firing away. Turds is done. There goes the case, and it's almost a flawless round. A huge finish by Reset. Sam, as Liquid survive a bit of a scare, but ultimately prevail on Nighthaven Labs.
Very well done from Liquid, and honestly, just at least with the overall strategy here, a cut above of Bleed. A lot of different layers there that I was really hoping that we would see from Bleed. Some things like that downstairs presence that exploded the man inside of barrels, and a few of the different clears that we saw them using on their offenses that we didn't really get to see out of Bleed. But we do have another map still after this one. It's going to be a pretty fun one as well, as Oregon has actually been a pretty good time so far, at least for me, Casting. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying it. I'm sorry I was a little bit late to the party here, and I appreciate you covering for me as I battle chronic illness. But the battle is not just for me, it's also for Liquid and Bleed, and we still got at least one more map to go. We'll be right back.
Well, I'm sure it would have been a lot closer than Liquid would have liked it. It comes down to the wire, but unfortunately Bleed can't get it done. Does that send warning bells for the Liquid camp?
I don't think so. I think both teams have the same amount of respect for each other as they should. Both teams were going literally slugging it back and forth, and that they both had an equal amount of opening kills, both on their defensive halves. So in that regard, I mean, I think both teams are eager, they're warmed up, they're solid, they're ready to go into the second map. But I mean, yeah, the first map was just a slugfest, back and forth.
Extremely back and forth. I mean, we saw Bleed open it with 2 big rounds, and I like what Sam said on the cast. You know, it felt like Liquid were maybe taking a couple of rounds to like figure out their opponent, understand what style of game was about to be played, and then they won back-to-back attacking rounds. They really did kind of pull that one back. We ended a 3-3 half, and then the defensive side from Liquid, really good. I really like some of the cool stuff we saw, like the C4 lineups, that first defensive half from Lagonis, and then there was another one from the Mirror that went into Electrical. Just perfect. Yes, it was Palu.
And they got rid of their hard breachers.
Yeah, both hard breaching in 2 lineups. Like, I don't know. There was some really cool stuff coming out from both these teams, but Liquid just a little bit better today.
Now, something that I think we can all agree was, look, I enjoyed watching it. Did it play out the way they might have wanted to? I don't know. The smoke plays.
Yeah, so we saw both teams attempt a basement push with the smokes, and maybe we'll get into that a little bit later. The way that
we almost did it. We almost knocked it out.
They were pretty good. I like the recovery is all I'll say about that. But in terms of the overall stats too, I mean, what's really impressive to me is just how even we're seeing things across from Team Liquid. You were saying just yourself, Laxing, that it's not just the Paulo and Nesk show anymore.
No, Resets has, like I said yesterday, he was popping off. And then even today, just watching him, he's their hard breach or their secondary hard breach, their support player. And he's the one taking the opening engagements. He's the one that's going in there, getting the kills. It kind of reminds me of Fultz back there in stage 1 where he was the hard breacher, he was the support player, but he was the running into the building, getting all the kills for his team. And yeah, I mean, Resets is just an absolute animal. So maybe we're forgetting about Nesk and Palu necessarily, and it's about resets.
Now, there was one player that we highlighted, or maybe we didn't even highlight it. I think we might have spoken off camera, and we didn't get a chance to talk about him on camera, but Reaps.
Yeah, well, we talked about Reaps having a bit of a poor performance yesterday. He was the lowest.
Stop gassing up the home.
But Reaps particularly had a pretty bad day yesterday. He was the lowest fragger on all of Bleed when they played their last match against W7M. And so I was concerned about that. I wanted to see him pop back up. He really did. Turd had some fantastic moments as well. But we got to see Reaps really thrive. I thought he was getting aggressive. He was finding those opening picks. I think the biggest problem, again, from yesterday from Reaps was him just going down early way too often. With him being a little bit more reserved, and I think having a bit of a bigger map to run around on, he really did find a lot of those moments to explode, and that was huge for him and his team.
And to say, just to keep it short and sweet, you're only as good as your last game.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true. And I mean, if that's something to go off, we've got 4 players that are going to pop off coming into the next game. But look, it may or may not happen. How did you read like the play styles went? Did you feel like they were contrasting? Did they kind of
I think
blend?
they were evenly matched. I think Bleed made just a few more errors than what Liquid may have made, especially on round 4, I believe, when Lagonis pushed in with the Monty and Mental had the shotgun. What stressed me out in that situation is Mentalist was focused on the Monty, knowing that it was pushing him not unextended from the shield, knowing that if Monty's pushing up, you can only assume either someone's coming from his left to refrag that, and because Mentalist was focused on the Monty, they get a free kill, and guess who it was? Resets. We saw it in that round right there. I'm pretty sure that was the round. Then Resets goes in to get a double kill, another triple kill, ends the round. It's just little plays like that, little small, minute details of just paying attention to a shield and not just looking to the left that gets you a free kill can ultimately cost you a round.
Now, Jesse.
Yes,
the smoke play. Let's talk about it, shall we?
The smoke plays in the basement. Both teams attempted for basement rushes in the with the smokes and with the glass, and both of them started off really poorly. We've got some highlights for you to showcase exactly what happened. The first time we saw it from Liquid, and immediately, oopsie to C4. Immediately it failed. It didn't go their direction. But then there was the recovery. They got the plant down because Lagonis was second in with the fuse kit, put that on the ground, and Nesk had some of the sickest cover on the glass, holding the angle, playing perfectly, conserving his ammo when he needs to close that out.
That Azami was such a... Like, I think the Azami tried to get it on the other side to cover him off instead of... Yeah.
Then we saw Resets from inside of Nano be able to shut down the glass play. Boop! Finds the glass right at the start of that push before they can even get the smokes down to get that plant. But what happens instead? We see Turd and we see Reaps collapsing in onto Nano. Turd gets the frag onto Lagonis to trade that out. We're going to get to watch also a frag coming through from Reaps in the kill feed. There it is. And while there is a trade onto Reaps, Turds holds on to this and he's able to survive inside of Exo, inside of Nano, eventually killing Nest in this one little cross and then avoiding Palu in some fantastic passive play. Palu takes a bit of damage, doesn't follow up that kill onto Turd, and then it's completely lost, does not have the time to find the frag. Turd wins it on time. So both teams go for this very fast kind of direct execute with the smoke push. Both teams failed initially and both teams recovered.
Guess we could call that segment Smokes and Mirrors.
I mean, I didn't even realize that Cade had, the same vision that
Warden has.
That Warden has. Yeah, I was impressed with that smoke.
Yeah, that was pretty gnarly. It was a little bit unlucky. But, of course, we are moving on to another map right now. That map being Oregon. How do we feel going into this one? Do we think Bleed have enough? You said that you expected Bleed to pick this Laxing.
Yes.
Does that mean they're going to be able to do it against Liquid?
It was the map that they took against W7M, won it 7-5. And again, it is a very default map. You can play aggressive on it, you can play passive on it, you can kind of control the pace when you are on defense for this map. So for Bleed to be coming here again, it's no surprise to me. I think, again, both teams, it's a very default map. It's going to be simple, but I think Bleed has what it takes to really push it to the limit, just like they did with W7M, and close it out. But that comes off the backing of being able to trade off your teammates and not letting teams taking control of certain power positions.
Yeah, it's a map that both teams are comfortable on. Obviously, Bleed, they've never lost this map, but even Team Liquid, back in stage 1, they won this map 6 times in a single stage. They haven't won it since, but still, it's a map that's very default. They're going to be familiar with it. I don't think they're going to have any problems here either.
Let's hope not. That's for damn sure. Let's hope we don't have any problems either as we throw it across to the greatest solo commentator in the world, Stokes.
He's not by himself this time. We are A-okay.
Oh, thank God.
And you were saying at the time, you're like, no worries, buddy. I would have done the same for you. And it's like, I wouldn't have actually. And I would have made everybody know that it was entirely your fault. So
he did say that.
That's how it works. That's how it works. I am not as nice as Sam is. However, Jesse talked about the stats on Oregon, Sam. Oregon. This is a relatively comfortable map for pretty much every team, but even then, while it might be comfortable, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the best. But does Oregon buck the trend that we see of being a defender stronghold, or is Oregon yet another defender-sided map?
Well, my friend, let me tell you, it most definitely is. It's in the top 3, actually. I'll give you the full list because I know some of y'all really appreciate that. Clubhouse is number 1, obviously. 8 plays, 74% defensive overall win rate. Absolutely insane. Skyscraper with 4 plays has a 70%. And then Oregon, this will be its 7th play, but through 6, 63% defensive win rate. Now, here is the funny thing. We still haven't gotten a successful kitchen dining defense, but when have those ever happened? We've tried those 3 times, G2 being one of the people that tried it. Still didn't work.
Operator bands coming in an Amaru band. Amaru or Amaru, depending on where you come from. You're going to pronounce your name very differently. That's an intriguing one. This is an operator that has a bunch of different applications. So number 1, the single most common way that you see an Amaru played is slingshotting up to T3, which is the top of tower. But a lot of teams that we've witnessed so far at this event don't really hold tower the way that they used to. So now when you see an Amaru on this map, it's slingshotting up into a position where you can potentially go into kids' dorms, or you can do games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the dorms one is right there. Yeah, that was the main line that I was thinking of, because that's what we've been seeing a lot at this event. We've been seeing them abuse that dorms hatch when it's not reinforced, and if it is, maybe they shift that over to the window play instead, just because she's a very explosive operator. She's somebody that if you are not concerned with her in that split second when you hear that Gara hook go off, you're probably dead. It's a very worrisome case, but one that neither one of these teams is going to have to worry about. That's just the respect that Liquid has for that. They want to make sure that Bleed doesn't have an option to try and catch them off guard with that Amaru Gara hook. But even past that, leading back into what Parker said, this might open up the gate to play T3 in a different way as well.
But unsurprisingly, the first bomb site that we're going to see is laundry and supply down below.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Exactly.
5 seconds to insertion.
Setup is still going on. Blue has been a very interesting part of this map so far because we actually haven't seen that much of an emphasis on the elbow/blue/tarps portion of this map. The focus has largely been on clearing Freezer and then attacking from Laundry stairs. Pillar hasn't been as important as usual. Blue hasn't necessarily been as important as usual.
This is what we have been seeing, though. This deployable shield has been, popping up around these Oregon maps so far. So, in fact, Parker, I would say that they've taken the elbow strategy and they've just shifted it up about 10 feet. That's what they've done. There's a couple ADSs there in place. Maybe they have one of those fear gases right above just to give Volps a little bit of positional advantage if somebody does want to swing. But this is a really power position that a lot of teams have been adopting into their defense, making it really difficult for the offense to try and get a foothold on construction in the same way that they used to. Now a bleed out and about on the map. They're going to start clearing things out. It looks like they want to go for the full clear here, at least for Reap's sake. He's going to start working his way across from the cafe side of things. Still have a few bodies here on the front end as well, as they will attempt to clear up things and at least get these hatches under control. Shouldn't be too difficult either, as there's not a lot of bodies around for Liquid. They're going to turtle up on the bottom floor, and, well, why wouldn't you? Very well done.
Bye-bye, X-Kairos. Might be within reach of Lagonis. Nothing worse than throwing an Electric Claw on a part of the map where you think you can reach it, but it is just like maddeningly and like an inch too high.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think this one will go off.
Very well done. And honestly, surprised that we haven't been seeing a lot of Tubarão in these positions with these hatches.
Yeah, I mean, I heard an awful lot before we got to this event that he's very omnipresent. You know, he's very oppressive to play against, that teams are using him quite effectively, and that with him in the game, it's impossible to get these walls, so on and so forth. But
I was in that boat as well, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if you coming into this matchup, just from scrim reports I heard and from talking to certain teams, it seemed like we were going to see him in every single round, greatly influencing every single part of the map. But that's been very far from the truth. He's been banned a couple times, but not as much as I thought, and played far less than I expected.
It's really interesting as well. I don't know if it's a comfortability thing or exactly what it is, but I mean, we don't scrim, do we? So we don't exactly know what people's mindset is about this character right now, and exactly what's, you know, left out in the
I mean, that's certainly a way to trade.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Got me off guard there. You can see my brain lagging a little bit on what the heck was going on. And, well, Palu is going to be able to find Reeves. That position over there inside of Freezer now dwindling as they're only onto Laundry, as well as Reeves, that's a rather turd upstairs. Hubbin's going to try and do his best to work his way in. Does have Case in hand. Has to try and find a home for this, but he's going to find Volps instead. Still has to try and implement this somehow. Mental's going to try and hold the cross. They do still have to try and get something going here. They'll be able to take down Nesk, and now there's no way that this is going to be able to happen. Yep, Hubbin discovered by Nesk. That's a double for him, and a beautiful round for Liquid on the basement.
Yeah, great start for Liquid here, and something that actually one of the observers just messaged me on, and this is credit to Easy. There was a set of Hibana charges that went on to Freezer, but then they used a breach, and the explosion from the breach destroyed the X-Kairos pellets. So you basically just screwed yourself over. Your own breach destroyed your hard breach, meaning you now can't gain the access to the certain part of the map that you needed. Shout out to our observers for catching that and relaying that to us, because it's something that we didn't see, but that's the beauty of having multiple observers, especially talented observers at this event, which Easy is, of course. He's one of the best. That said,
he paid you, didn't he?
He did. He just Venmoed me $20.
Oh, man. Such an easy thing to do. Round 2, though, on the docket. And a pretty interesting one to start things off. Saw some hatch play there, especially with the Electro Claw shuffle that was able to at least slow things up just for the moment. But, I mean, the star of the show was really Liquid being able to discover those 2 big kills initially that put Bleed onto the back foot. It made it a one-front assault. They had to try and take things in from Laundry, and that was really about it. Yeah, they kind of get creative in the heat of the moment and are able to find a few pretty creative kills. But did it really matter at the end of the day? No, it did not.
Zami has just been such a force to be reckoned with. By the way, Nesk, 4 kills to start off these 2 rounds, and we still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in round number 2. That's quite impressive on his end.
He's always impressive.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I do think that Nesk is getting to the point in his career where there are younger players that are able to match where he's at right now. But I think people forget just how good Nesk was. He's been in conversation for one of the best players to ever touch this game for the better part of almost a decade at this point. Like, we've been talking about this since 2016, early 2016. I mean, you don't want to be making mistakes like that, but he's kind of in a tough spot.
There's no way.
No.
Please, please.
No! He hit the deagle, though.
Oh, my.
It takes both Reaps and Turdsta to get Nesk out of that position in armor, just to show you how much of a beast he can be. But with that, Turdsta has taken full control of Armory, though Volps will soften him up with an impact and some bullets from the P90 before all of Liquid retreat from that position, which means Trophy and Bedroom should be theirs for the taking. Hoven will waste no time to get the Monty into Bedroom.
Not a bad strategy in the slightest. Waste a good amount of time, but now this Monty in play. It's a little bit more difficult here for Liquid, especially because they don't really have a delay op implemented here. They have some nitro cells and some other things that could potentially run amok for the Monty, specifically those frost mats if he steps the wrong way. But past that, they're going to try and deal with him head on, and that's exactly what you don't want to do with Monty. Lead does still have quite a few bodies around as well, so Hoven's probably going to be at the heart of this play. Minute remaining now, Case going to be on Mentalist, as they're looking to more than likely implement a games room plan here.
Reaps is low on HP. The one thing that the defense lacks is plant denial. All they have is a single nitro cell. There's no echo, there's no maestro, there's no smoke. There's nothing that could potentially thwart you when you get in. And the lack of smoke is actually a huge hindrance to Liquid with the lineup that Bleed has. Mentalist is going to attempt the plant, likely protected. There's a nitro cell to go out, it does not connect. They've sealed off the wall at top white, by the way, which allows Mentalist to plant for free. And now Liquid will walk on up as they get continuously picked apart. I gotta say, I didn't notice if there was a rotate on the top of white. It looked like it was fully reinforced.
It was. And
puzzling.
There's a reason why you're leading into this, and it's because that is never reinforced.
No.
Ever. Yeah. Ever in a million years is that reinforced. And it's because of that exact scenario, Parker. Bleed noticed that that panel was there, and they planted on it. The usual spot that you plant in games, guys, is right across the foosball table from where he was. And nobody there. All because of that reinforcement. He would have been stopping his tracks if that were the case, but unfortunately enough for them, certainly not. And Nesk with a nice little kill there, at least initially to lead it off, but it was definitely the Bleed show as Liquid was leading all over the place inside of round two. It's going to be a round going both of their ways through these first two. Round three now on the docket. And Liquid, we're revisiting, Parker. I told you earlier, Nick and I casted the G2 game that took place on this, and they were feeling themselves on Kitchen Dining as well. But do you see this stat right here? There's a reason that's still 0. It's because they lost.
Kitchen Dining has been played 3 times as of the start of this match. It's never been won by the defense.
No.
So you go to this bomb site, and Liquid are going to try to be the first team, based on these stats, to pull this off.
Just such an awkward site. And the reason that it's awkward is because Cafe is so easily influenced by the offense, especially if they're able to get small tower control. And that's really what we're going to be looking at for Liquid. What do they do with small tower? If they don't have a proper answer for this, this is more than likely the entry point for Bleed. But also, this site has a lot of different ways you can break it down. If you really want to, you can get creative and go through meeting as well, influence the back end of Kitchen, try and use that opposite door there. And then if you really want to try and spice things up on top of that, just throw a couple bodies over through Z, and you got a full strategy going on right then and there.
I'm seeing an awful lot of Grim lately for a number of reasons. Number one, Grim's buffs. 5 sets of Bs. Not necessarily for anti-flank anymore, but excellent to lob into these bomb sites and make it very challenging for the defenders to move through. Additionally, secondary hard breach. And then the Commando, a gun that Lynx and I talked about earlier today.
Love it.
It is statistically one of the best guns in the game, pound for pound, at the moment. Largely just because all of its contemporaries have been nerfed. So you're left with the Commando still standing. And it was something we talked about when why you would bring an IQ or why you'd bring a Grim. If you don't necessarily, if you don't necessarily need the gadget from IQ, just bring the Grim. He can do the job instead. Volps the first kill, Nesk dies. Both teams losing 1 apiece, and there go the bees upstairs. as Reaps is in pursuit of one of these defenders, but Liquid is very wisely fallen off. The problem is that with half of the round to go, you have given Bleed entire control of the top floor.
With a buck as well.
Yep.
That's very, very scary. Looks like Bleed are going to go for things from the meeting side. As we discussed, you usually look for this side or you look for small tower, but I'm going to choose the former. Mentalist, at least be able to get that wall open. They're waiting for Reap's influence here. They want to get this skeleton key to try and rip up as many angles as possible, but he's not really tearing into that floor just yet. So maybe Reap's having a different mindset about this as well. Looking to see if Liquid want to try to swing into anything, but not right now. They've actually worked themselves off to these auxiliary spaces to try and make sure that once that kitchen execute does come through, they have these angles in from the west to work up top towards the east and assist them that way. Oh, Volps. It's on that full rotation.
Yeah, Resets has the Solus in a very crucial spot right now. The Mentalist has found a way in. Well, Resets understand this. Palu,
oh my God,
gets it because nobody's watching security. Every single remaining player of Bleed seems to have their attention on the top floor. Nobody is watching. Oh, as Palu hits Reaps with the fadeaway and now drops into the basement. Aspie picking up that diffuser will have to plant just as Hoven did in the previous round, all on his own. He won't get to that. And as far as I'm aware, that's the first successful defense of the kitchen and dining bomb site.
And with that, there is only one site that has not been won inside of the competitive map pool. Take a guess, Parker. What is it?
I'm going to go and say it's probably Border Customs.
Oh, that's a good one. But no, it's Teller Archives on Bank. Oh. Only has 1 play, 0 wins.
I casted that.
There it is.
I did cast it.
There it is. But
unbelievable.
Hey, not a bad site either, but sometimes things just don't work out. Speaking of not working out, that was a huge blunder there. That split position exposed. And not only that, I mean, it's Mira of all people on the rotation. We know you hear her coming up that staircase, okay? So a little bit of an oversight there from Bleed, and Liquid get things done. I really appreciate them kind of giving Bleed the space to mess up right there. Not overswinging, just keeping their guns hot and alive and making sure that once things did start to break down later on into the round, they had the things implemented necessary to try and get that round to go off without a hitch, especially those rotations, obviously, of all things.
Well, I mean, Liquid getting 2 rounds so far. If you consider that this map was picked by Bleed, if Liquid can run up the score on the second half, huge gust of wind that'll be at their back when they swap sides. But we say that most of the momentum, if not all of the momentum that happens in this game, is solely in your head. The only real momentum I think teams can muster up is based on the site rotation, right? You can gain momentum by winning a bad site, quote unquote, for your side and then snowballing it forward. For example, on a map like, let's just spitball here. Let's say like Oregon, just a random map. Certainly not the one we're playing right now, just Oregon, okay, right, Sam? Follow me. Laundry supply and dorms are usually won by the defenders, and then you lose your tertiary bomb site on defense. That's either your meeting kitchen or kitchen dining. If you as a defender can win kitchen and dining or meeting and kitchen, you're in great shape. And now you have good momentum because presumably you'll go to one of those other 2 bomb sites where you are presumed to win. That's momentum. Other than that, it's all in your head. Liquid are a momentum-based team. You can see that when they lose, they can tilt more than other teams. That's the passion that makes Liquid a great team, can actively work against them. Liquid running up the score early on, it's exactly what they want, and it's what Bleed doesn't want.
Most definitely. Mentalist going to be able to get that hatch here for main. Does look like something has already been done here inside of meeting as well. Yeah, hatch is open, but you can see that E-Box has been reinforced for the boiler side. That's going to allow Nest to try and swing in to assist. I do believe Volps, indeed. Yep, yes. And it's going to be the smoke there playing inside of construction. So if anything goes down, they have a lot of different checks and balances implemented in this area to make it really hard for Bleed to try and work their way through construction. But as you can tell, that isn't exactly the game plan for them right now. As of right now, they're at least looking to freeze their in laundry to try and get this sealed up. Reaps is going to be able to identify a few things going on over on the construction side of things, and he's going to lose that Twitch drone practically instantaneously as he tries to work it around Volps.
Yeah, a lot of good information, though, gleaned from those drones. Not a ton remaining at this point for Bleed, but you're hitting the final minute. You're not exactly going to be going on to drones quite reliably. One thing that is a surprise is that even though things have seemingly slowed down across the board in Rainbow Six, is that all 10 players are still alive with 40 seconds to go. That is a bit of a rarity. It means things are going to get really messy, but it also bodes well for the defenders. They've got goo mines that they can toss out. 2 Kiba barriers for Palu. There's smokes from Volks. Aspie almost dying, but will now follow up on that information taken from the Bees. Most of Liquid have fallen back. 3 players from Bleed at the bottom of Laundry Stairs is not necessarily a good spot for them to be in. Resets will be the first one to tackle this. Swinging up, and Bleed wins the opening engagement. And suddenly their chance of winning the round is huge. Hoven getting the diffuser down, almost past the timer. Lagonis around the corner and will stop him. And with over half of the lobby still alive, Liquid will prevail on a messy set of engagements for both teams.
Bleed needed that kill so badly on that cross. If they get him, Parker, that plant more than likely goes down, and Bleed are in the driver's seat for round 4, but obviously all for naught. They fight so hard, tooth and nail, to try and get some semblance of force built up for Freezer and Laundry, but it all falls to the wayside because one Liquid player makes a mad dash into the closet and takes down the planner. Very well done from Liquid. A great identification of the situation and knowing, well, if we don't do anything now, this round is more than likely lost.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's tough to bail yourself out of that position. And I mean, this is what I said about getting momentum, right? Liquid won that tertiary bomb site in the previous round. A bomb site that, prior to that, did not have a single win for the defenders, albeit with a relatively small pick rate.
For a reason.
For good reason. I mean, there's a reason why nobody goes to these bomb sites in comparison. You know, you look at the numbers, there's been 64, prior to this game, there's been 64 rounds played on Oregon, and only 3 of those have been played on Kitchen Dining. So it is just, it's not in vogue, if we want to say that. It's not hot right now, Sam. But, so Liquid wins that, and now you get to go to 2 bomb sites in a row where statistically, you absolutely should win. Laundry Supply Room has been won 67% of the time it's been played. Kids Dorms, 67% of the time it's been played. So Liquid should have some momentum based solely on the way that this map plays out. And the best thing is that if you're a fan of Liquid, they've won 3 of the 4 rounds. They're doing quite well, given the way that Oregon goes. Obviously, they have to go on to attack later. That's where we're going to see the real test of Bleed. Can they prevent Liquid from continuing what they've done on defense on attack?
All starts now. Got a few bodies here right outside of Master. Also a couple over inside of Attic, I do believe.
So hold on a second. Nest dies early. That's bad, especially on a zombie. Less than a minute in, losing your zombie, that means you're going to be down 2 Kiba barriers, give or take. And that's not including the fact that Nest might have died with some in pocket. Because the way that Liquid's been deploying the Azami is you keep them for either the post plant or when you know where they're coming from, you toss them out. High likelihood Nest was only able to get 1 or 2 Kiba barriers off. Very low value for that operator. But the one thing that Liquid has changed up here, Sam, is they've left the wall at top of White soft. They haven't created a rotate, but they've structured it so that if you have impact, you can open it up. And they've got 1 impact in the pocket of this Solus. Now that we're getting to the halfway point, Palu's just opened up with a shotgun. So excellent change from Liquid.
Oh, Palu.
That could have been so nasty.
That would have been absolutely disgusting. And he was in the right zip code, but just couldn't find the home, could he? Volps. This might be the move right here. Oh, Grim! Oh my God, Aspie! What a shot! That transfer was disgusting. Liquid to the sword. 3 of them down. Reaps the only body for Bleed. Now, 4 versus 2 here in the dying moments. You have Lagonis and Resets still, but Resets has not been hot to trot so far here on Oregon.
Excellent
Attackers have located a
Thank you. I
bomb.
really appreciate that. Resets. Let's have a nice angle here, Parker. If you can get this man inside of Attic, this is most definitely doable. Aspie a little lower on HP, but he finds him. Aspie soul searching. He's found what he wanted, and it's the kill. Lagonis, plant now going down, but what a find from Turd. And what else do you expect out of Turd? The guy is electric in these moments.
Turdsta was a single bullet away from dying, though. But yeah, I mean, we're obviously on the player cams right now, but this is one of those instances where I so wish that you'd been able to see that replay, because it was an unbelievable shot. He just leaned 1 or 2 bullets, immediately leaned back, had all the confidence in the world that he was going to pull off that kill, and he gets the job done. So Dorms is definitely not Liquid's site. As I pointed out, It's a 67% win rate over the 21 times it's been played. Yeah, Nest dying to a random barricade spray is not good. And Aspie was prepared for that.
That's just
almost like there's premonitions here that Bleed has about the location. There you go. There's the replay. A beautiful shot by Turtsta. But the fact that Liquid is able to pull off a win on Kitchen and Dining, but then lose Dorms twice, when it has one of the highest win rates of any site that's been played more than a handful of times.
Let's just not talk about Clubhouse. It just breaks the whole spectrum.
Yes. But if you look at all the sites that have been played so far on all of these maps, and you look at the sites that have been played in terms of attackers, defenders, it's a very, very friendly bomb site to the defenders, and Liquid just can't figure it out. Obviously losing Ness right at the beginning, like I said. Very poor usage of Azami if she's dying in the first minute, because you're dying with most of those Kiva barriers, if not all of those Kiva barriers in your back pocket. At that point, it doesn't matter what operator you pick, it's suboptimal, but obviously a lot of pressure on the shoulders to use the Azami correctly because of how impactful that operator can be.
Volps.
When you look at a bomb site like Dorms, by the way, you're already, as an attacker, confronting a lot of hard walls that you can't blow open or shoot through. Add a couple Kiva barriers to the mix, and it's a total mess. Because if you don't bring explosives, you're so screwed with being able to take map control and engage against your opponents.
Absolutely. Makes life a lot harder, especially with your drone game, because there's just such a laundry list of tasks to do. You know what I mean? So you're trying to discover things, you're trying to see what walls you need to get, and also at the end of the day, you still got to set up and execute too. So make sure you are in good timing. Gonna have Lagonas all the way up top. This is something that we didn't see in the last couple of strategies, as they will be occupying T3, and it's starting to bubble to the surface as to why that Amaru ban came through.
This is a huge investment, by the way, as there's like this, almost like a house of mirrors being set up there. As you don't really know where the target is going to be, you're just going to have to pick, is it door number 1, 2, 3, or 4? 4 of the Kiva barriers used on T3. Makes me look a bit foolish. Mentalist is just going to go on in. Lagonas wins that fight. He's jumped on and then fucked from above. Really good coordination here. Reef tears right through Volps and Lagonas.
Went back to back, and he lost them both.
We call it the twofer.
0-2 on the jump shot there. Unfortunate. The first one, I would say, a little bit more of a layup as well, and just was not able to shut it down with that beautiful shot out of the ground. Nesk, though, power position here, very pivotal. He's able to get any bodies at all. This is going to be a very big moment. Her with the pre-fire there, I feel like he almost could have gotten more done if he just crept up, but more than likely not aware of the situation that was in front of him. 40 seconds remaining, though. Bleed starting to build things up for a stage plant here. Palu does have a few targets in the area. We still have a Bleed player all the way over on the cafe side, too. Palu, that 6th sense. Hovens coming through. Who's going to win out this gunfight? The barrel! Oh my God, Palu! One shot, a TCSG to the face.
And with 20 seconds left, they've also got diffuser control. So not necessarily as important that they get the kills here, Sam, but they had the objective within their claws. Now, at that point, all Bleed can do...
Was that Case on the guy that came in the master balcony?
That's what I said.
You're
they had objective upstairs. So Case was inside a trophy with 25 seconds to go.
No, Bleed, we can't be doing that. Why is our Case all the way in Narnia? That is, you can't do that. The whole setup is to try and put that on stage, and you're all the way across the map. That's a country mile in Rainbow Six Siege terms. Absolutely insane, and something that you do not expect out of a professional roster like this. You expect the communication to be a little bit higher, but I digress. Bleed are going to lose that round because of it. It's a 4-2 split in favor of Liquid.
You talking about spray transfers, by the way. Immediately getting the Buck skeleton key kill and then pivoting, that's excellent. Nesk was just ready and prepared for this. 7 kills. Old Nesk is back, by the way.
This man is in his 30s. He is a father with a beautiful wife. I mean, what else can you ask of the guy? Amazing player. Like, dude, he's just thriving. In my lane, moisturized, doing his best.
Flourishing.
Flourishing. Yes, indeed.
Attackers are moving
4-2
out
here
to
for
locate a
Liquid
bomb and
now as
defuse
they're
it.
looking to try and get things going on this side of things now. You know, the offense is not really coming together for Bleed, but we can't say the same about Liquid just yet. We'll just be kicking things off. Do you have the Roteros in here? Like, do we have the Grim working his way back in as well? The other thing, actually, that I want to touch on with Grim really quickly that they also added to him, those plumes are much bigger than when they came out on release. And that definitely assists a lot with keeping a few things locked up that you really couldn't before. It was just a little bit more difficult to get those things on the exact target that you wanted. But don't worry, Daddy Ubisoft fixed that up for us.
These are rad angles. You remember back in the day, you used to be able to shoot through those small bullet holes. Now you have to make your own. Volp's eliminating Turdsta early on. That's the Warden down. Warden is such a critical operator, by the way, in the later portion of a laundry supply defense that losing Turdsta so early on means any obscurement that's thrown out by Liquid cannot really be battled. You see, there's absolutely no Womai. There's no Jaeger on the left side. So who's going to eat the flashbangs? Basically nobody at this point. There's 9 flashbangs on the side of Liquid, and there's no Warden remaining to deal with them. Terrible for Bleed. That's so bad. Of all the operators to lose, Azami is pretty bad as well. So is the Smoke. But man, you keep a Warden by pillar, quarterback your defense. In case there's any smokes or flashbangs, you're in a strong spot. They're not going to have that.
Yeah, interesting assault.
No,
bonus. He's going for the exothermic drop. Oh no!
He bottles it though. Completely bottled it.
Doesn't get the damage that he wants, but Liquid, they come out on top of the heap anyways, Parker. What is happening? God! That was all a distraction method. They have players in from Laundry and Freezer, and they get full control of the site.
Just walk through. Was it a 3-piece from Nesk as well?
Oh my goodness gracious. It's because we were talking about how he was slowing down a little bit. We're like, he's getting a little bit older now. He heard us. He most definitely heard us. 9 kills for him as he's keeping up with these younger guys over on Bleed.
We said, yo, Nesk is not as good as he used to be, dude. And then Nesk is like, hold my every clip I've ever had of Laundry Supply Room, including probably the best clutch that has always circulated with him on Valkyrie.
The Black Dragon clip, right?
Yeah, way back when he was playing on Laundry Supply Room from like, that clip, by the way, is 7+. That's almost an 8-year-old clip.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy to think that.
So insane, right?
Yeah.
We've been around for a while now.
A child who was born the day that clip happened is now in grade 3.
Stop it. Don't do that to me, dude. Come on. I already have enough issue knowing that I started playing this game in beta the senior year of high school, and I'm now 27.
Oh, Sam, you're not a beta.
Sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes I feel beta. But then I wake up, I look myself in the mirror, I'm like, you're an alpha.
That's correct.
Sometimes
are you on that Sigma grind?
I'm trying to get there.
Yeah,
I'm trying to take some notes out of Laxing's book, but he just never lets me see it.
You think Laxing is a Sigma?
I've heard. That's what Fox says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Fox, of course, is the ultimate judge.
He is.
If Davide says it, he has no reason to not believe it.
The ultimate vibe check. That's what Fox is.
Nesk didn't get a 3K. It ended up being a 2-piece, but
you wanted it to be a 3K so bad.
I mean, I so badly do. I have a soft spot for Nesk, and I mean, hey, I'm gonna be a biased caster for a second here. I'm not just talking in general. I think one of the best things that could happen for the history of this esport is Team Liquid winning a 6 Invitational. Now,
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
They have only won a single international event, and that was Atlantic City way back.
2018?
2018. Yep. It was in spring 2018. Yeah, it's stuff like OGA Pit or whatever the hell else they won. It doesn't count. Nobody cares about that.
No.
Well, it's okay. Goodbye, Aspie.
Aspie's going to take a quick dirt nap. He'll be back, hopefully, in round 9 to readdress the situation that just befalled him.
Yeah. But it's not even just about wanting Nesk to do well. I mean, at the end of the day, I cast every match, Sam, like, for the storyline and for the match. It is, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
We casted Liquid losing together in Jönköping.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I've casted Liquid losing more than any team winning, basically.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, Liquid winning SI in Brazil would be probably one of the best storylines that you could write. Like, it all comes together. So
I got goosebumps right now just thinking about it.
Yeah. My greatest regret as a caster, and I don't regret it because it's not like I had a choice here. The one thing that I wish I'd done is I wish I casted Liquid winning Atlantic City. But obviously, wasn't really possible.
Yeah.
So
we did have that opportunity in Yongshiping, but BDS, they were just
they had another
too
idea.
strong. Yeah, they were too strong. Even that
you called
last...
them a tour de force, Sam. I believe that was. I believe those were the words you used.
Yes.
And I think it was very correct. I think it was very apt.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I kind of melted our brains on that one, trying to figure things out. But I will say this: BDS really screwed up our last call because they just bowled over Liquid in that last round. And I was like, dude, I've never done a final call like this. Come on, give me a break. Reaps and Turd, they're gonna find two.
It looked like, for a moment at least, this round was not over, but very close to being over yet again, as Liquid sunk their claws into the ripe underbelly of Bleed, but now Bleed has fought back. They've equalized the numbers with just a minute to go. No Finka remaining, so all damage that's been done to Liquid cannot be changed away. Flashbangs raining out. 2 flashbangs left, but you've got to use them effectively for the next 45 seconds.
Most definitely. Volps, he's actually going to work his way into Laundry, a trade here between these two. Volps, a huge moment for him, but the pre-fire, it goes so awry and it gives Turd all the information in the world. That's disgusting. A quad for Turd? What is this on the basement?
Well, Liquid had an opportunity to push into match point and will obviously fall short. Bleed took their timeout. The Gambit paid off. And Liquid pushed one by one here. This was one of the rare rounds we've seen in a Team Liquid where they didn't really work as a unit. Yeah, Nesk, we get it. I'd be frustrated there too. But if you're going to allow these players on Bleed to punish you individually, they're going to take it every single time. And Bleed answers the way that Liquid assessed this bomb site and did so marvelously. Now, they go upstairs. This is a bomb site that Liquid has had trouble on so far. And I don't mean to say this in the sense that Bleed haven't been good on it, but both the Liquid defenses on this bomb site were downright bad for Liquid. Obviously, a bad team is not going to capitalize off of that. Bleed, with the way that they took map control over towards Master and then pushed through Closet, the way they were able to assess that games was completely free for the taking, right into Liquid's defense and cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Now Liquid need to figure out this site on the other side. How are they going to approach it? Well, they seem to think that the answer is an operator who is often banned and has been seldom played. It's the Ying of resets. So, alongside the Ying, you also bring a Gridlock. Where do you use those track stairs? Toss them over towards White Stairs, clear out security, take control of White Stairs. You get Ying on big window. You buck down below dorms, and then you start to have the remaining focus of your team go towards Master. Now you might notice that the only hard breach on the side of Liquid are those 2 can openers in the hands of resets. So his main job is probably going to be open up closet wall, get out of bedroom, get to big window. But you gotta live. And Bleed is fishing for opening picks right now through these open windows. And if they can get the Ying, hard-pressed to imagine Liquid winning this round if Ying dies early.
Yeah, most definitely. Honestly, it's seeming, though, like they want to potentially get to... Well, it's a good thing that's implemented now, resets, isn't it? Yeah. Otherwise, somebody would have to try and run all the way across the map to come get you. But I'm very low HP, and also Nest not on Finka right now. Yep, for a split second, huh?
Volps, if you'd opened that up, it was all but over. You'll get droned in and assess if somebody's there on the other side. I don't think Volps has a good position on this. I think genuinely he loses this fight unless Nest can come to help him.
Oh my God!
I called it. I called it. There was no way he was winning that fight.
You didn't think it was going down that way, though.
I didn't know he would smoke him. He got sent to the Shadow Realm. But I knew that Reaps was going to win the gunfight because Reaps knew that they had meeting control. And it was just, again, a bit of sloppiness from Liquid on their drones. Their drones weren't in place fast enough. And you know that they're going to take meeting control. You stick somebody in that position. It was well read by Bleed. And it works. Reaps is a good player. He's going to be able to do that to you. And he's leading the way on his team right now with 11 kills. No surprise there.
Looking very comfortable in the pocket right now. We'll be able to trade him out, but resets with a lot of damage dealt to him. Liquid on low time, and as Parker touched on earlier in the round, this is more than likely attempting to finish and probably a dorms / big window attack here Probably not going for games, but as soon as I say that, we get a better look of where these offensive players are, and they've actually shifted gears over to Masters. So I'm going to take back what I said, because we might actually end up ending in a game's offense here. You can see Palu underneath as well, looking over for white stairs, or a few of those angles that are starting to build up. But unfortunately enough, they don't have access to Volps anymore. That would have been the big piece to the puzzle there, as that skeleton key would rip back all of that flooring, making it really difficult for Bleed to try and exist inside.
So I think there's a big problem that Liquid had with their droning on this round, is that they didn't drone out that attic was half open. So Resets gets it open, but honestly, bigger problems strategy-wise that we can touch on, because now the plan is going down. Turrets does equalize the numbers. Resets is going to get collapsed on. Where is Lagonis to stop this? Immediately on the diffuser, Lagonis needs to get in there. You got to go, Lagonis. You got to go, Lagonis. He's on the diffuser, Lagonis. What the hell are you doing, Liquid? You made so many mistakes that round. One of the most embarrassing rounds from Liquid I have seen in a long, long, long time. Missteps every single part of that round. You don't drone out T3. You send the Ying up there because you want to open attic wall, but half of it's already opened up. You don't expect a Frostbat up there, so next thing you know, the Ying is reduced to essentially rubble. You want to clear out meeting and go to kitchen, so you put somebody in meeting, but then you don't drone it, which allows Bleed to reposition. And when you do finally open it up, Bleed knows you've got map control, so you lose one of your best things for that bomb site, and you've lost vertical control. You don't have a buck below to put pressure on you. You decide to take control of games, but you have no vision on it, and the only guy watching it is 800 yards away, currently playing on Chalet. What is going on with Liquid in that round? All I can think about is that the pressure of Liquid in this particular matchup has got to them. They immediately slapped the timeout button, and they certainly need to fix something, because that round was downright embarrassing.
Yeah, that's just one of those scenarios where you really can't make excuses. It's just we need to wake up, guys. That is something that you cannot have go awry. He's stuck to that case, and the best part about the case inside of Siege is when they stick it, there's a huge buzzing noise. So you know what's going on. You more than likely know when they hop off, too. I think that the only thing that could have potentially been messing with him there, Parker, is the audio on the Bs.
That's what I have to imagine. I mean, you probably don't hear it also when you're going through a plant getting down and you're getting pressured. As you saw, there was fighting on white stairs, there's fighting over towards Trophy, and you're in attic. There's probably a lot of team comms that are also blocking you from hearing it. But mother of God, you want to be one of the best teams in the world, you got to be better than that round, period.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're going to hold them to. I mean, Liquid has been a roster that has constantly been on the precipice of major success. And I mean, like Parker said earlier, for them to lift a hammer here, they're going to need rounds like that to never exist ever again. That's not something that you want on the main stage. That's not something that you want inside of a grand final. That's something that Liquid really hope to sweep under the rug and will hopefully fade off into existence with this event later on in history. Now, you have the Monty in play. Liquid going back to their basics to make sure that this round does not go awry.
No, I mean, you can't get much worse than that. It's an old saying, you can't jump out of a basement window. And in this particular instance, you quite literally can't, because the bomb site is downstairs. But you just, like, I'm hard-pressed to figure out a way that Liquid does worse than that. Now, the good news is that statistically, they're probably going to shake it off and do well. They've got the timeout. Teams tend to do really well in the immediate aftermath of a timeout. But holy smokes. You've had 2 opportunities to go on to match point. Not just map point, match point. And you built up this nice nest egg, but you're squandering it at this point. So hopefully the timeout works. Hopefully they settle themselves down, because Liquid are better than those last 2 rounds.
Yeah. Yep. Not something that you want to happen to you. Not something we expect to happen to Liquid, really. But yet here we are. Bleed applying the proper amount of pressure, especially from Reeps' sake. I mean, my God, 11 kills for him. Turd has also been able to find a lot of moments that have been highlighted throughout Oregon. Not only Oregon, but also Nighthaven Labs as well. Bonus, Nitro Cell in front of him. That splash damage still gonna do a decent bit. Half HP gone. Do still have another explosive as well. He has a mute jammer on the other side. It will be. A Puppets and EMP out will assist. As Volps will be able to at least get this single panel open as they're looking for this meeting plant.
This is a bad angle for Volps to take, and I'm glad that he doesn't engage in it, because small things like that, you can ego peek those angles against worse opponents, but time and time again, Bleed have proven over the last 3 days that they are the real deal. If Liquid have not discovered that by now, then they deserve to lose, ultimately. Palu lurks down below now with 45 seconds left. The jig will be up as to where he is at. There goes Hoven, finished off.
Oh?
Stage control is now seemingly in Liquid, but they haven't droned out tower. And Aspie is able to pick off Palu. All the while, Resets dies elsewhere. Volps has been down, so it's just Nesk and Lagonis. Lagonis with the shield on his back, has Diffuser down,
Nice.
beautiful shot by Nesk. The F90 is a terrific weapon, but now Lagonis can sit here in the doorway and is impervious to damage. The problem is, you have to get Nesk onto this, and there's 3 players from Bleed, 2 players from Bleed rather, that are looking in that direction. It's Reaps and Lagonis in a 1v1, and the Monty's gonna play keep away. Reaps hopping on, the shield walking up, and it's over. I don't need to say anything that the gentle bonk of the shield says. And it's match point for Liquid, but still, it's a scare. It's a big scare for fans of Liquid.
That's, again, it's just one of those moments where you really expect them to have already checked things out simply because of what is happening in the strategy. And no one thought to drone T2 a big tower. That is something that you cannot overlook in big situations. Because what happens when that player is Doki? What happens when that player is some roamer that is just truly disgusting and will end an entire round just because you gave them a moment? That's the things you have to worry about, especially the deeper and deeper that you get in this tournament. And no knock against Bleed on that either. I mean, they've had some huge moments on the roam as well, but obviously Liquid still able to get things done inside of that round. And it's really been the Nesk show here, as we have had some other, pivotal moments for these players such as Palu and Lagonis, but Nesk 12-6 right now, 2.0 KD here on Oregon.
Back to the basement. Bleed will go after holding the main floor. For those of you, by the way, that heard when I said downstairs in the previous one, I was referring to downstairs from dorms, upstairs. I didn't mean basement, but sometimes I need to be clear with my words. So it's a basement defense now for Bleed with the matchup on the line. These groups are all so tight that Bleed needs every point they can get. And honestly, they've been gifted a couple rounds here from Liquid. So even though you are not out of this map yet, I would still be frustrated because Liquid have had 2 chances to send this away now. Or rather, 2 chances to get to a 6th round in which they would have sent it away. And it's been squandered.
Yeah.
So if you're Bleed, with the way that they've played on defense so far, and I don't mean this disparagingly, but if you're Bleed, you kind of need a helping hand from Liquid to win the next 2 rounds to go to OT. If Liquid play like they played on dorms 2 rounds ago, yeah, Bleed's gonna be able to skate on towards OT. But if Liquid play up to their level, it's gonna be just a straight shootout. And it might be really tough for Bleed to stay in this. All told, whether they win or lose this map, there will be teams who are gonna study this and see that Bleed has some very obvious issues with this map. And you can exploit those.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. There's a few gaps in Bleed's overall game plan that are pretty exploitable. But the main thing about this roster that makes them a force to be reckoned with is that they will just have these star-screaming moments where they will just blow you out of the water in gunfights, and all of a sudden there's nobody to fight back. That's really what we've seen out of Bleed in these hot to trot moments. We'll see if they can potentially get things going on for themselves yet again here. I know. It was loading up, and I was
the first time. The second time I was like, that's good. But I mean,
that's a fair mark.
When they are hot to trot, but I mean, you also got the trot in there because Liquid is a horse and to trot. It's genius, really.
But you say it for Bleed, and it's like, come on, buddy, come on. Minute remaining here now, though. It's Liquid sitting at the gates here, construction side. Do have that hatch open as well. It's going to be Volps that tries to influence Elbow. With these flashes, as a Cadella will roll in, he sets that up to blind him immediately. Does seem like we have somebody playing over on the far side as well. What a shot from Volps. Resets will go down, though, so it's going to maintain the 4 versus 4. Nesk works his way in, trying to assist with this player over on the boiler side. Nesk will get 1. Mentalist, though, will finally add to the heap. He's kind of been quiet throughout this game. That'll be his 4th kill. It's up to Palu and Nesk, and we have sung their praises from the rooftops for years, and this could be another moment in their discography.
I mean, but if you look at it, you still got the Warden up, and that's the greater issue for me, is that Turtsta playing safer minutes this time is in a great spot. Palu has some deficiencies on Freezer. Nest gets down. No way for him to get back up, and Palu and Hoven will find themselves in a 1v1 with 10 seconds remaining. Palu on the hunt, but has given his position away by pulling trigger a little bit early, and will now get swung on by Hoven. I said they needed a helping hand, and they got it. Why? Because you didn't drone out Blue and you didn't drone out Pillar. They knew somebody was by Pillar. What happens? You shoot the bees in case somebody's playing on Blue. That's a good step. You toss 2 Candelas through Blue towards Yellow. Or towards Elbow. That's another good step. However, you don't capitalize off of it. If the whole point of throwing the Candelas is to paralyze somebody sitting on Elbow, then you need to immediately respond to that by taking map control in Blue or backstairs, put pressure on Pillar where you knew the Azami was playing, which is what happened, but then you don't have anybody to clear out Elbow. So what happens? He throws the 2 Candelas and he thinks Elbow's clear, he runs in and he gets killed. Why? Because you didn't actually do it. And what happened was, Bleed rotates out of Elbow and sends the Warden of Turtsta in there, so the next round of Candelas are there. And Reap stays on this position, who gets 2 kills from the doorway looking into Blue because you didn't Candela that off. Again, are you not droning it? Why are you wasting utility without following up on it? It is so frustrating to watch a team as good as Liquid make these boneheaded mistakes. And Bleed must be very happy that they're making it, because this is 3 rounds by my count that Bleed have picked up on defense that realistically Liquid had all of the tools to put together a win, but it blew up. So now it's down to 1 more round. Liquid have 1 last attempt. If they bottle this, it's overtime. And God help you if you're Liquid, looking at these rounds, knowing that you had the right to win this game, you didn't succeed. Now you need to go into OT. Bleed will have all that mental momentum. And honestly, at that point, I have next to no faith that Liquid's going to be able to pull it off. And map 3 at that point is almost a certainty. Liquid obviously like flashbangs. They're bringing, everybody's got flashbangs except for the EMPs in the hands of Nook. So if you're Warden, Turtsta, make sure you're using those glasses optimally, because none of you are going to be able to see a damn thing.
A bombardment is quickly approaching, as there is 12 flash grenades in total available to them. Nesk, I think this is going to be a very, very quick play, but no, Turd kills Volps immediately. He kills 2, Parker. Oh my God. How has this happened?
I'm gonna lose
he
my
has
mind.
1 HP. Nest kills Hoven, but Hoven really hasn't been here this whole game. Yeah, he won the clutch the last round, but that was his most pivotal moment. Oh my.
There are times when teams win rounds, and there are times when teams lose rounds. And I think that often we can get caught up in how poorly a team does, because it's really obvious, it's very easy. But I mean it when I say this. Liquid is throwing these rounds in the garbage, and I don't know what is going on with them. There is just, I don't know if they're choking, or I don't know if they've got too much confidence, but they are making mistakes that are uncharacteristic of this team, and it is really harming them. Again, huge kudos to Bleed for being able to capitalize off of it. But if I was a Liquid fan right now, I would look like Ace of Pyrite, because I'd have torn all my hair out.
I'm right there with you, my friend.
It's good that Nesk is still in it. And honestly, Nesk has been the only good player for Liquid over the last 5 rounds. So at least he is still up. Also, you got the closet partially opened. So if you can pick off Turtsta, Mentalist and Reaps are all that stand between you. Reaps has been excellent, and they should be seriously worried about him, especially the way that these 2 SAS operators of Smoke and Mute are played on this bomb site. SMG-11 to take care of White Stairs, Shotgun to take care of everything else. But you gotta get through Turtsta. You cannot allow somebody on 1 HP to continue punishing you. Mentalist getting in on the fun, Reaps now here as well, and we are almost certainly going to overtime. All Lagonas has is the shotgun. He gets trapped on the door. He thinks he can move through it. He gets caught on the door frame. Small stuff like this adds up. And now we go to OT. If I was, you know, when Bleed, all the way back, let's go back. Let's get into a time machine.
Okay.
Let's go back to the 2nd round of Nighthaven Labs.
All right.
This was by my count. How long ago was that? That was about 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. And I said, Bleed needs to stop looking so surprised when they win rounds. They should look surprised right now because they have 4 rounds that they shouldn't have really won because Liquid makes a whole bunch of mistakes and then Liquid sit there and go, what's happening? I have high expectations for both of these teams, but watching a team like Liquid make these mistakes baffles me.
Honestly, I'm just gonna toss this on the heap, and then we'll move on to the next thing for OT. But whoever's idea was to try and shoot the feet of the guy while your entire body is also through that barricade, what are we doing? Like that is just asking to get shot and killed, and Turd just delivered immediately. You don't have a suppressor, you don't have anything. He can see the bullet trails hitting him in the legs, guys. Okay, he's not stupid. He's gonna hit that shot because it's Turdsta. I promise. You guys are giving him way too much rope. It's not even like they're giving him an inch either. It's quite the issue right now. But Bleed, oh man, the other thing too, Parker, look at this. Bleed have OT defensive side.
Yep.
So they're gonna get 2 rounds of this, folks, in case you guys are a little bit newer to Siege Esports. It's a best of 3 rounds inside of group stage here, so it'll switch back and forth every single time. Bleed will go to offense after this one, and then back to defense for the very last.
I have no dog in this fight. I really like the players on Bleed. I think the underdog story that Bleed put together in Atlanta was excellent. I think it's one of the best stories we've had in probably about a year and a half.
Yeah, and Reeves is looking crazy. 17, 8, and 6 right now.
I love, and honestly, this going to map 3 is excellent. I just wanted to go to map 3 because it deserves to go to map 3. I don't want it to go to map 3 because one team seemingly unlearning how to play Rainbow Six Siege the more this match goes on.
You go get the card again and you just all of a sudden become a Karen. Like, what happens with that?
I know. I'm yelling at the store manager. I'd like to talk to the head of Team Liquid at the moment. Excuse me. I want a refund. I don't care which team wins this, but it's just, I have high expectations for both of these squads, and I genuinely have not seen a team lose the plot like we are seeing from Liquid in a long time. And I know that it might come across as bias. I can promise you, I do not give a damn if Liquid wins or loses, but they gotta be better than they're playing. Again, it's gonna fall a lot on the shoulders of the star players of Liquid. Palu has disappeared. Nesk is still showing up.
It's resets, my friend. Resets through this tournament so far before this game. He had a 1.28. He was the top player on this team. He's 3-9.
And I mean, we talked about it on Night Haven Labs. You know, Lagonis is usually the player who doesn't show up. The rest of the team is quite strong. And again, you need to use your utility properly. The Ying dying early is terrible from a utility perspective because where are you going to apply those Candelas? Where are they going to go on this take? Turdsta's going to thwart you now because he's going to be able to withstand the 3 flashbangs from Hibana, the 3 flashbangs from Palu. I love the Flores drone. I really, really do. I love that you can bring Flores and cut through the utility. Flores is one of the strongest operators on this map and is one of the strongest operators on this bomb site that you could possibly bring. Liquid is once again bringing the right tools. The setup from Bleed is just very standard at this point. So Liquid should know that. All 4 of the players remaining on Bleed, sitting inside the site. They're stacked up by Freezer, they're stacked up in hallway. There's nobody right now that's holding pillar. And Bleed have very smartly turned their focus to the bottom of Laundry stairs. Look at this Freezer hold. Liquid is just gonna walk right into it. Nest the only kill, it's all up to Palu in a 1v3. Liquid have not droned this out, and suddenly, Bleed have read the attack, they know where it's coming from, they don't need to expend resources elsewhere, and that wasn't even a bad round from Liquid. That was an excellent round from Bleed, they deserve that win, and now they sit on match point.
Oh, Liquid, all the sirens going off right now in their faces, you can see it. Every single one of these players wondering where things have gone wrong, scrabbling to try and find an answer. And the worst part about it, Parker, they've already used their timeout. Yep. There's no stopping this train.
You're in free fall at this point. Oh, sorry, I should have said derailed. I
set you up so well.
I screwed it up. Oh, my God. I pulled a Liquid.
Well, you better pull a solid.
That was a great round from Bleed. I mean, they set up their defense amazingly. They knew that Liquid was coming through Freezer and Laundry, but this is so many ways that we now see this Oregon play out, right? Blue has not really been as huge of a focus, and after Liquid's last attempt on downstairs Laundry supply in this basement, you recall the deficiencies that they had clearing out Elbow and taking care of Pillar means that Liquid say, let's turn our focus elsewhere. Let's go to Freezer. Let's go to Laundry. But then you bring a Flores, which leads me to believe you have the tools to tackle elbow. Flores is one of the best operators, if not the best operator, to clear out utility and elbow.
Especially if it's not set up correctly. You know, they don't have a mute jammer on the shield or something like that. It's done.
Bleed, in all defense of Bleed, they've been setting up that elbow site perfectly outside of Laundry Supply. The way they use the Kiba barriers on the E-Box door, the way they use Kiba barriers to keep their pillar players safe, the way that they have somebody who's not the Warden originally playing on elbow and then cycling that out is masterful from Bleed. But again, it's not impossible to cut through. And then you make big mistakes, some even small mistakes. You make big mistakes like Liquid has, and next thing you know, you're left scratching your head going, well, what did we do wrong? Well, you bring the tools to attack elbow and do exactly what you've done before, flash out elbow, take care of blue, take care of pillar with the Flores, but then you decide to go through freezer and laundry. You don't drone half of it out, and instead of having to cover 4 different angles, Bleed just needs to look in freezer and then you need to look at bottom of laundry. And honestly, kudos to Bleed for that. They absolutely deserve that round.
Unnecessary risk from Liquid leading to Bleed punishing them every step of the way. And Resets still not being able to find himself here on Oregon. He's 3-10 right now. A nice discovery there from Turd as he will bring one of those Rotero drones down the bottom of Freezer stairs and discover 2 people down low. See if Liquid can potentially try and get a pick early. That's what they were looking for there. Seeing somebody want to try and flirt with death on the Freezer stairs. Nice EMPs out. They'll throw those right here inside of Z because they do go through walls, obviously. It's going to be able to allow them to get that hatch. Mentalist already set that one off, and the main hatch here inside of meeting already dealt with. We have another EMP. We do. We're just going to have to hightail it over here through Z. We'll solve that puzzle.
There you go. They'll get it open. If you remember one of the last times that Bleed decided to do this, they blew up their own X-Kairos over towards Freezer with that breach charge. So that's a big mistake from Bleed, but at the time, it certainly didn't seem like that huge of an issue. Again, a Flores will be brought out to clear out some of these barbed wire, some of the utility that's downstairs.
Oh.
I mean, you get out of it, but it takes a little bit of time, and then it gets jammed as well. Excellent counter to the Flores with the mute jammers.
Absolutely. Something you always have to be concerned about when you worry about this basement from the offensive perspective is where those mute jammers are going to be. Like we touched on before, you can have them inside of elbow or up on that shield that we see starting to get played a lot more often in construction, trying to hold things down, make sure those Rotero drones can't have any influence over that pivotal position. Reeves going to move his way in through Freezer. Good read on this situation. These bees are eating up a lot of info, but it's going to be Neskapalu that gets some big kills, and oh, the perspective works out so well in the Kiba barrier. 2 big kills inside of Freezer. It's all down to Hubbin, but I highly doubt he gets too far down the line. He works his way in, and he gets discovered by the Fearnox, and well done as Liquid will pick up their defensive round in the basement. But now it's 7-7. It takes all 15 here on Oregon, and Liquid have to get it done from the offensive side.
Yeah, I mean, relatively undisciplined round from Bleed, but they were getting thwarted by those mute jammers. You know, you have a seeking. Let me try again. Hold on a second. You have a sinking suspicion. Is that better?
Yes.
I nailed it this time. High five. No, come retrieve this death dog. You have a sinking suspicion that somebody is going to be playing by Freezer, which is exactly where they are. The Kiba barrier gives it away. And something that we talk about is phantom pressure, which is kind of this nebulous term, which means a lot of things. But when you see a Kiba barrier position there as you do, you expect that somebody's going to be actively holding it.
Yeah.
If you can't drone it out, you need to approach it as if somebody is. So if Liquid is not actively defending it, you have to anticipate that somebody is there.
Yes.
Bleed, I don't think, paid it the respect it deserved, and they tried to double swing it, expecting that if somebody is there, we need to take advantage of the fact that the cross through that opening on Freezer wall in the laundry was not being held. Let's try to get past it quickly. If there's somebody there, the 2 of us can fight it. The Kiba barrier really worked to Liquid's advantage. That was a great round from Liquid. A little bit of sloppiness from Bleed on their drone work, but again, big problem. They couldn't get through the drones. So unfortunately, Bleed is starved for information. They try to face check it. You can't really face check Liquid. They're going to punish you, especially if they've tailored that bomb site with the Kiba barriers to their specifics and their desires, which is exactly the case. Now, very final round. Liquid have yet another opportunity to send this one away 2-0. And there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, I have to imagine. This is the bomb site where I would argue everything fell apart for Team Liquid. So if they can regain that composure and keep comms clear, work together, and not lose somebody early, while most importantly, using their utility properly I think this is an easily winnable round. Nesk is on Ying. I wonder if he deliberately took it because he wasn't confident in the way that the Ying was used before. But Liquid are so quick here. They're going on in.
No!
Reaps is down below and he makes them pay. He suspects somebody will push him security, but nobody does, and that will give pause to Liquid. They've lost Nesk. The Candelas are out. I liked what Liquid was trying to do, but it is answered back by Bleed, and there was no due diligence done. You're supposed to drone out security in the prep phase, but I don't think they got that far. And it's very likely that Reaps is sitting on mute jammers as well, so you're not gonna know he's there. Excellently played by Bleed, and they completely deflate Liquid very early.
Look at how Liquid are trying to deal with this right now. Do they have the answer for this? Reeves fully blind, but they don't want to try and push through. He has a couple shots, but Reeves will finally be able to take him down. Does deal a lot of damage to him, though. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here. Palu and Resets, both on the bottom half of their HP bar as well.
Big expenditure of time and big expenditure as well of utility just to clear out security. Now, the whole point of security, the way they hold it, is to stop a big window take. So you gamble on that. If this is going to be a take through trophy where you take control of armory and stuff like that, then Reeves is going to swing up white stairs. But he's bought his team a lot of breathing room. And with the Candelas off the board, Bleed are in such a favorable position. They also pick off Volps. So now Bleed, with 45 seconds left, just needs to find the remainder of Palu and the remainder of Resets, which ultimately comes down to a single bullet. Palu equalizes. It's a 3v3. And not to write off Liquid, but Bleed have also taken some damage. Turdsta, a third of his HP gone. Hoven, down below half HP. This is anybody's game, quite literally. As this round determines, does Bleed go out? Hoven will swing on over, Aspie takes it, Turdsta propels Bleed to map number 3. Elatement and excitement sweeping across the APAC team as they humble Liquid on Oregon.
A map where Liquid started off on the defensive side. One of the most successful defensive maps at this event right now. And Liquid, of all people, cannot put it together. It's not something that we really expect. But I can tell you this, with Nesk especially, dropping 19 kills, that's a self-implosion of Liquid. There's no ifs, and, or buts about that. There was so many moments where they could have shut the door on Bleed and said, this is a 2-0, we're taking it here on Oregon. And now, well, we have Chalet up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the casting desk. It's these two beautiful people that you know. One of us a little bit prettier than the other. It's Parker.
You know what? I have one word to describe those executes from Team Liquid.
What's that? You wore that on purpose, didn't you? You were gonna make a bit out of this at one moment in time today. Well, don't trust them, folks. I'm telling you.
See, I needed a little bit of help, and Liquid just so much provided that. However, we now have one more map to go, and who prevails? Bleed should be happy with that performance, but Liquid need to mentally reset. What's gonna happen? Is Bleed gonna surprise us, or is Liquid gonna regain their form? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Well, Bleed have almost done the unthinkable. They've brought it back on Oregon. They've sent us to Chalet. They're one map away from causing one of the biggest upsets we've had so far.
You thought it was overlaxing.
To be fair, I put my notes down. I said, all right, we're going home. I was wrong. We're going to another round. Well, another game.
Yeah. Well.
We should have known better. Bleed don't lose Oregon. They don't lose it in their regional leagues. They don't lose it to W7M. They're not going to lose it to Liquid. 15 rounds it took this time, but they managed to pull through. They lost the opening half, going down 4-2 at the split, made the comeback happen, made the OT happen. Really well done by Bleed, and I think they're starting to believe in themselves maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some given rounds. For sure, that we saw. I think, you know, don't throw me under the bus. I think we all made a few comments like, oh, okay, that didn't happen. But no, I mean,
now you're throwing us under the bus.
Absolutely, we're all a one-man team here.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, Bleed has a lot to, you know, they showed up. They did what they needed to do to bring it back, bring it to round 15, and close it out beautifully. I mean, Turdsta, I said Turdsta. Turd just was going absolutely nuke right there, and then same with, oh my God, Reaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, they both, in that defensive half, were completely, like, the two powerhouses of those rounds and just completely solidifying those defenses for them.
What's crazy was first half, even Bleed were showing up. There were a couple of really close rounds that kind of came down to ones, like all over the shop.
Ness must have heard me talking crap.
Yeah, man. He was like, hey,
I shouldn't have said
hey, I'm sitting resets down and I'm going to come back into this. That's a scoreline and a half. But Jesse, this kind of sets us up for an interesting Chalet, I feel.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're starting to see everybody fire on all cylinders. Yeah. We got Nest showing up 19, Reaps with 18.
He must have heard you talking.
He must have. I mean, we talked about how Reaps, start of the day, wasn't really performing yesterday. By God, is he today. But Chalet is going to be a really fun map because it's one that both these teams really are strong on. I think that Oregon, definitely a map that we thought would favor Bleed. Nighthaven, definitely a map that we thought would favor Liquid. Yeah. Now we're going into such an even playing field. But, I mean, the way that these teams played through on Oregon was really, really impressive. I'm glad you mentioned as well that Bleed also had some good moments on attack, because while they did lose the split 4-2, there were some insane flicks. Aspie stopping the flank, we're gonna see in a bit in round number 5, was absolutely incredible. And yeah, just watching some of these gunfights were really, really sick.
I mean, again, talking about Liquid here, I mean, they were so close to closing this out, and there was just these rounds, these gut-wrenching rounds. The Lagonis round, his teammate got shot in the head. Mentalist immediately stuck the plant, and Lagonis didn't know what to do. And then even into the last round, I mean, you gotta feel bad for Liquid, because like from a player point of view, it sucks to be in that position because it's those small things that ruin the game, that ruin the round, the important rounds for that matter.
It's really hard to sit back and rewatch some of these, because there were a lot of moments where Liquid could have closed this out. And I know, I'm sure Parker and Stokes probably had their bit to say in some of those rounds as well. But truthfully, this could have been done and dusted. But that's the resilience of an APAC team when they're firing.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw on that defensive half, I think, for Bleed coming through was just really solid gunfights, sitting in a corner, or sitting in sight, sitting in a power position, finding those players who are coming after you, and abusing sometimes when Liquid maybe weren't watching the right angle, maybe weren't being as clean as they needed to, right? Getting those advantages onto them. So, I mean, huge credit to Bleed on this game.
Well, you're going to need to be clean and concise going into this next game. There's no room for error. This is it. This is the points. I mean, Bleed need the points. Liquid need the points. You need to be clean here. And like you said, it's an even playing field. I couldn't tell you who I think is going to win this next game or who's going to pull out ahead. Both teams are firing on all cylinders. I mean, Nest dropping 19.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm not even saying anything at this point because I feel like then I'm putting bad vibes on Bleed at that point.
Look, he might be dropping 19, but he also dropped into a window in the last round.
I mean, you should. Yeah. Well, yeah. That last round. I mean, looking back here, you have Reaps below, and I don't know if they drone this or not, but you can't just assume that you can go for this for free because it's slim pickings for Reaps. Like, if Nest stays alive there, whether he throws the flashbangs below to blind Reap and then can continue into kids, that round could have looked completely different, but that's the thing with Siege. Like, these are the small details that completely ruin a round, ruin your entire take. that you need to be cognizant of and be totally aware of and not let that happen.
In stage 2, Liquid had a 27% attacking win rate. Today, they were very sloppy. They again struggled with the same problems that we've been seeing from them, so I've still yet to see this problem really be answered for Team Liquid. They're going to get one more opportunity, and, you know, for their credit, this is a relatively attacker-sided map, so I'm hoping we see some good pushes coming out from Liquid, but they've got to be cleaner than what we saw right on that last 100%.
Well, this could be their first L for Liquid. This could be massive for Bleed. But of course, we've got a lot to get through. It's Chalet, Stokes, and Parker to run you through the action.
So we have mentally reset. The hope is as well that Liquid and Bleed have too. We are on Chalet as our third map. We will go somewhere quite different from here, which is hot Sao Paulo, to cold France. Now, we talked about win rates on various maps, and I asked you back when we went to Oregon, is it defender-sided? So I'll ask you the same question, Sam. Is Chalet defender-sided, and if so, by how much?
Well, actually, it's one of our lesser defender-sided maps, but with the current meta, it is still defender-sided. It's going to be 55% overall. The most winningest site, Parker, is actually Kitchen Dining, followed up by Bar Gaming. Wine Cellar Snowmobile, which used to be one of those sites sitting on the top of the heap on this map, is actually the least one site here, with the third most plays at 25, 44% defensive win rate, but Master Office honestly isn't much better at a 45% defensive win rate. This is something that Liquid is going to have to consider as they move the bomb site around the map, as obviously they will be starting things out on defense. I'm really loving the bans that we're already seeing work their way in here, Parker. We've got the Grim off the board for Liquid. That is a huge thing to take away, especially when you're starting on the defensive side of the coin. We've seen these bees constantly be a nuisance for pivotal positions around many a map, but this one has some of the biggest ones. The one that always bubbles up to the surface being Library.
Yeah. Grim's pick rate has soared ever since the changes, and I think there's a couple things into it. Number one, Grim has been steadily buffed since debuting as an operator. Grim was in a very bad place, for those that don't know, and was basically not being picked in pro play, wasn't being picked in ranked, wasn't even being picked in casual, among the lowest pick rate of any operator in the game. And that's because, in all fairness, Grim was a very weak operator when he debuted.
You're telling me even the normies weren't picking Grim? That's crazy.
I don't like to refer to a good deal of our audience as normies.
Well, the people that play not ranked and, you know, just are here for the heck of
Sane
it.
people, I like to refer to them as.
You are 100%
non-masochist.
correct. You're talking about the average everyday Joe that actually appreciates their mental health.
I call them being happy enjoyers. They enjoy being happy and not subject themselves
yes.
to wins of ranked, of any video game, not even just Rainbow Six.
Very true.
If you care for your mental health, do not play competitive video games.
Yeah, don't be a masochist like Parker and I, because we do terrible things to ourselves for ranked.
However, Grim obviously steady buff rate. Commando's a great weapon. Brings secondary hard breach. Lots of utility. You got 5 of those pods that shoot out the bees. They work excellently to push defenders back. You can isolate roamers. You can work them in a post plant. There's a lot of flexibility there on that operator. So removing Grim, I like that very much. And obviously Grim was an operator that's been used by a lot of teams, but Liquid assessed that we don't want to deal with the Grim. The Grim is being used too much by Bleed. Let's see what they can trot out instead. Now, the thing is that all 5 of the operators being run by Bleed are operators that they've already played so far today. And so none of them are really uncomfortable picks. And in fact, all 5 of them work very well on every single bomb site here on Chalet. First bomb site is going to be Bar Gaming on that middle floor. So you bring the Flores, that'll help you clear out the top floor. For vertical presence, you've also got the Buck to help you with that. And Liquid are getting back closer to the bomb site, but I don't think they're aware of how close the Buck of Reaps has already been able to get to the bomb site.
Do they have a sneaking suspicion about this? Obviously, they don't really have any presence over on the north side of the map, so this is something that they're hopefully aware of, that is a gap in their defense. No, Reap's actually going to take down Nesk, and he takes a gunfight, but Paulu's going to be able to take down Mentalist downstairs. Nobody really concerned with anybody roaming down low, and that's an immediate punishment. Volps will follow that up. A nice little find here to start things off on Chalet. Nice little switch up of fate from what we were seeing over on Oregon, so a breath of fresh air here for Liquid as these defenses starting to come back to bear. Reap's very low on HP as well after that initial volley and that duel that we saw with Nesk. But now Volps can just hightail it back to site. They've already gotten their job done for the most part on this top floor. Reaps really doesn't have anything to say about this game. If he breathes wrong, then somebody more than likely kills him. And Aspie and Turd, well, still a lot to do on this top floor. Got to get these hatches dealt with. And honestly, Parker, they're probably not looking for a plant until around like 25, 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Liquid didn't put more of an investment in library upstairs. I mean, obviously, it's a stylistic choice. You want to run a Wamai, you can keep an observation blocker in the corner. Oftentimes, it necessitates a Capitao to flush you out of that one library corner. But Liquid have instead given a lot of this away for free. And I think their extension is over just simply on the main floor. You saw early on in the round that Paulu was playing by library stairs. Maybe he was going to go up and potentially contest it. But I mean, you're a Solus. You don't want to be engaged in an early duel unless you know for a fact that you can come away from it. You talked about the final 20 seconds being the timer for this plant. This is this is a relatively good drop. That is a terrible shot by Volps. Aspie punishing him for that. And now Paulu is getting chased out of the same position. Lagonis to the rescue. Prevent them from getting the diffuser for 2 seconds, and you can hang on. Liquid will do just that. I gotta say, a sloppy round from Liquid. Maybe they haven't been able to shake off those vibes from the previous map of Oregon, but they ultimately come out ahead. And a win is a win. Bleed won 4 rounds of the previous map.
A win is a win.
Bleed's going to look at those 4 rounds of the previous map. Maybe charitably we'll say 3 rounds that Liquid gifted them. And they're not going to complain and say, yeah, we didn't deserve them. They're going to say, yeah, we won them. But in this particular instance, this was still kind of a scary round from Liquid. And strategy-wise, I struggled to see what Liquid was doing in that round unless they were banking on the fact that Bleed would take a long time to drone and then would be slow to get the diffuser down, which ultimately is what ended up happening.
Pretty interesting, not really playing anybody inside of library. I'm definitely in agreement with you on that, but I think that they had the proper things implemented on that top floor to give them a hard time. They had that mirror window there. Volps also, showing presence there on mezzanine. So you have to worry too much about things unless things obviously went awry very quickly for him. Then everything is more than likely all for now. They get the hatch control. They rip up the floorboards. Everybody's forced to play inside of bar stock / bar. You try and take some fights over there. Maybe apply some presence over inside a fireplace if you really want to, and then go about things that way. But honestly, like the big thing there for me, Parker, was just the very obvious communication error that happened with that plant, where Liquid just really didn't have anybody home to try and shut things down until the 11th hour, where it was literally moments away from getting planted, where Bleed should have never had a snowball's chance in hell in getting that case down.
Yeah, Aspie should have died, and that really should have been the end of the round. You can maybe keep some upstairs control, but that's it, Now, quick to get open the garage panel for Aspie, but it will be frozen by the Zoto canister thrown out by Tubarão.
You saw just 2 there and one just hit the door?
I only saw the one.
He's out of them now, so I do believe he ended up making an error there, man. Liquid just cannot buy a clean round, can they?
I mean, it was also, what was it, the laundry supply round, literally right after that fateful dorms attack where they threw the Candela off the wrong beam or whatever, and it didn't go properly. And it's just like, how do you miss that? Like, just those small little mistakes add up so quickly. And if you're gambling on buying your team as much time by keeping a breach closed, and you miss your Electroclaw or you misuse one of those Zoto canisters, that's potentially like 20 to 30 seconds that you've now just conceded that you were originally going to have safe. No longer safe because of the fact that your opponents can get in quicker. In this case, the Zoto canisters are there to delay time.
Well, the entirety of Bleed, minus I believe 1 character. Well, Reaps obviously working his way in from that far door there for Trench. But it was only Mentalist that was inside there for a split second. But they've been able to find a gap here, get that wall open, take down Volps. And once again, Volps, we're playing the Warden. Let's slow it down just a tad bit. We got some smokes and other things that can be implemented. And Liquid, they're throwing themselves to the wolves right now. That's 2 kills that just shouldn't go down the way that they have. They're trying to stunt them here right at the doorstep, but there's really nothing to be done here. I mean, we still have some utility to try and back this up a bit, at least with, for Paulu's sake, but they're just getting eaten alive. And Bleed literally haven't moved minus that drop, and they're going to get that kill. Is this a flawless round? It might well be. No, it won't, as Paulu will finally kill somebody with that M590. But, I mean, Liquid look exacerbated right now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would be very frustrated if I was Liquid. I mean, stats-wise, this is a coin flip map. right? 55% in favor of the defense means that it's one of the friendlier maps to the attackers, but it still favors your side. And obviously, it's very heavily dependent on which bomb site you go to. Now, that Wine and Snowmobile bomb site is actually favored for the attackers, so it's not weird to see Bleed play so well there. What is weird is to see Liquid take 3 isolated gunfights and miss it. To see Nesk have a standing target in front of him, moving at slow speed and missing most of his shots. That's the weird stuff. But Bleed moved quickly to get open that garage door panel. That's a good start. Some teams will wait until the very end, but if there's a Tubarão in there, you can't afford to wait till the end. So now we've seen teams react by getting open that garage panel quicker. They immediately pivot over towards Wine and Trench. Reaps gets the pick by Trench. That's huge. You've now got map control of basically the exterior of the bomb site. And as long as one player of Bleed makes sure that you're not getting flanked or even plays above, you are in such a strong position to open up the rest of that bomb site, use whatever utility you have to flash or drone your way in, and then locate these last players and gun them down. Obviously, it's nice that you win your gunfights, which is what Bleed did, but strategy-wise, that execute from Bleed was relatively good, just as it was a little bit in the first round, even if it was slow. I don't really hate what I'm seeing from these teams so far through these 2 rounds, and honestly, but the way those first 2 rounds went, I'll give a small edge to Bleed, but I do think we're gonna go deep into this match.
I totally agree with you. I think it was just a little bit of a miscalculation as to how Bleed were holding things down on that site, and Liquid got immediately stunted. And I mean, once you lose 3 bodies, what else are you really gonna do, right? Have to try and throw it at the wall and hope that it sticks, but Bleed battering and bruising Liquid up. Now that first round in their pocket. But doesn't mean that Liquid can't try and bring things back. Some interesting stuff working its way in. We got the castle barricade here that you saw earlier getting prepped. For some of our newer fans, we'll walk you through that one real quick. He's just smacking it a handful of times. They changed it a little while ago, so I think I have the number wrong. I want to say it's 9, so you smack it 8 times, but either way, I digress. He's prepping that to make sure that he only has to hit it 1 time, and it will open up for him, making it a little bit easier to try and rotate off if they end up trying to attack from a different area. But instead, oh no. Things are going to go a little wrong in 2 different ways. Number 1 for Bleed with losing Mentalist, obviously, but also that castle barricade getting blown up, as they did have the supporting angle there, but just not have the shots to be able to land.
Bleed's got plenty of time to get some drones in as well and figure out where the last of these players are, and they're not going to be thwarted by anything that could stop the drones. There's no Mute or Mozzie present. They don't have to worry about a Vigil being on the board or anything that could potentially hunt them down, like a Solus. Even though Solus is actually available. We saw one in the very first round here.
Nice.
So, multi-layer execute from Bleed, and honestly, I don't hate what Bleed is trying to do. They thought they had Nesk. They flush him out. The problem is you flush him out right into the waiting arms of Hoven, who's not prepared for the engagement. They thought they would be able to trap Nesk and, like a frightened animal, collapse upon him. Instead, he was swinging out of the cage, and he's in such a favorable position right now. So if you're Bleed, at this point, with a Hibana and Capitao on the board, all you can really do is reposition. You got Capitao on Repel, but you're vulnerable. The Hibana can't really do too much, because if you start to open up the site, they're going to know where you're coming from, and everybody from Liquid is going to turn their attention in that direction. So what is Turd still going to do? He's going to sit outside and just buy time for his team. This round is effectively over. He doesn't even expose himself to Volps at all. Look at how long Volps has been outside. Bleed tried admirably, but Liquid was undeniably the better team in this round. And it was Bleed's inability to deal with Nesk and Bathroom that ultimately became their undoing. And unlike the previous round, Nesk didn't miss.
Most definitely. When his number was called this time around, he was more than good for it. Burns that guy alive on the Bathroom window and immediately turns it back for the double kill later on from a very similar position. Just shifted over to the Bathroom door instead. Liquid 2 rounds on this defense so far. A great find there from Volps. We didn't get to see that one earlier in the round, but nevertheless, beauty, as he did use that impact to its fullest advantage to get rid of that air jab. Just because you set those things up on doors, folks, does not mean that that thing is sealed off for the rest of the round. You really have to concern yourself with a lot of different things, especially when those sound cues start popping through. 35 seconds remain in the prep phase here as we'll be shifting gears for Liquid. They're going to head back over to Bar and Gaming and try and get things figured out over here. No Mira this time around, though, Parker, so they're more than likely going to be playing this top floor a little differently, and also an operator that we've kind of seen go to the wayside in recent history because he lost that 1.5. Oryx is going to be here as well.
Yeah, this was an operator that we saw a couple times from Virtus Pro. They really do like the operator. And I mean, if you're going to play that hit and run style, Oryx is the best operator to do that. I know people kind of roll their eyes whenever I say this with Nick, but he's the fastest operator in the game. And there's good reason for that. He can tear through the walls. There's a lot of hatches. You can hit a quick shot, jump through lobby, get downstairs, and you got hatches to get your way right back up. Obviously, this counts that Liquid's not going to reinforce all of the hatches, which it doesn't look like they have done. You've got that one library hatch open. You've got the frost in the corner. And it really comes down to how you want to deploy it. I'm a fan of the way that Liquid is approaching this library hold because they're actually putting bodies up there now. They've opted against the Solus on this bomb site. Instead, they're going to go with operators that can slow you down and deny you information. The Mute's on the board. The Frost is on the board. You've got an Oryx who will require consistent droning, and here's why. Volps has made his way over towards Trophy. You're not expecting somebody to come and hop in through that window and immediately come face-to-face with the Oryx in Kitchen. And what does he do? He immediately repositions. So he's been able to get away, and now Bleed has to go back onto drones. Excellent start for Liquid.
Such a miscalculation there from Bleed. Not a single other person in the tri-state area to try and help this guy. This goes down. Very unfortunate for Reaps as well, as he was on a heater on that last map, but now he'll be sitting on the bench here for round 4. Has 2 kills to his name, though, so nothing to shake a stick at. He's been able to equalize here. Turd going to continue his business as he's got that Rotero drone in hand, looking to try and get things dealt with. One on the stairwell, but Rotero drone going to go down 2. Halfway through the round already, and Bleed doing their best to try and get things secured on this top floor. They've got Mentalist working in through piano, and then Hoven as well in tow. He's over on double and should be trying to assist with this. They have to worry about Nesk as well as Lagonis. And not only that, they also have Palu over here on the blue stairs. So this entire defensive setup on the top floor still intact and more than healthy to battle back against the onslaught from Bleed that should be boiling over here at a moment's notice.
A lot of calm right now. Losing Reaps early is obviously a huge issue. Paul Liu is a monster and finds 2 picks in very quick succession. Hoven on low HP, Turdsta still upright. No utility from either of them outside of 2 flashbangs. No gadgets that can be used. So this is just going to be a straight slugfest onto 5 players from Liquid. Liquid's been holding quite steady. That's a hell of a shot from Volps. From Mudroom, Turdsta gets 1, but these are probably unimpactful kills. And I say probably because there's still 30 seconds left, Sam. But Turdsta's trapped. Dead. Nesk gets the kill. I don't know what Resets said in chat, and I'm not going to say it out loud. I can't imagine there's anything bad because he knows that he's on camera, but Liquid are obviously relieved. And despite that scare in round number 1 and then losing round number 2, this has been a mighty nice bounce back from Liquid.
Yeah, most definitely. These last 2 rounds especially, they've looked a lot more like themselves. Palu and Nesk especially getting some really big moments there. And I like that Volps has kind of righted his wrongs too. There's been so many moments throughout this series so far where if Volps was able to hit those critical moments in stride, then this series is probably already over. But now, I mean, in the 11th hour, it's okay. He's here, he's ready to play, and they're making the most of the situation that has befallen them. Lagonis and Resets, not exactly the most active on the board as of right now, but they're accomplishing a lot of other things that we just haven't been seen to come to fruition in the last couple of moments. So now Bleed here with the timeout. Going to try and discuss things on their end of the sites and see if these offenses can try and at least get something going here. That last round especially, Reaps going down so unbelievably early, and he's usually the catalyst for Bleed to get a lot of things accomplished, especially early on into their rounds.
Yeah, obviously a worrying sign that Bleed has decided to use their timeout when, if you really think about it, you are playing on the supposed worst side. You've still won a round. You came really close to winning the first round. This could realistically, yeah.
Palu also transferred for 2 kills there as well.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I was that good at video games in my 30s. I really hope.
Yeah. But, I mean, the fact that Bleed has called a timeout this early on suggests that they see something that they really don't like here. You almost win round number 1. You win round number 2. This could be a 2-2 game. Yes, the last 2 rounds were so obviously Liquid's. They were very dominant. But to call your timeout when you are on what is supposedly the tougher side suggests to me they had higher faith in their team than this point. Because if it were up to me, you look at it and it's like, okay, we lose 4-2 in the first half to Liquid. That's not normal for Chalet, but it's acceptable. If something goes bad on the second half, then we can do it. Because obviously, if we're not winning our defenses, there's a huge problem.
Maybe something that Bleed is going to concern themselves with is this round right here, paramount to their success. It is a requirement for them to get at least, at a bare minimum, Parker, one more offensive round. If this is a 5-1 split going the way of Liquid, I mean, all of the alarms, every siren you know, more than likely going off there. So Reaps works his way in here for the Bar Games side, gets his way back into Bar stock. Nobody really in the area that he's going to have to concern himself with all that much. Liquid playing things a little closer to the chest. He does have Volps over here on the blue stairs, so if he chooses that path, then more than likely we'll run into a combatant. But as of right now, things have been smooth sailing. Volps is going to head downstairs, though. Potential flank coming through, but no, he's going to immediately run over towards West Main more than likely. We can just wait downstairs until another flank opportunity arises.
Well, Reeves had those first 2 picks in round number 1, if I recall, and since then he's been very, very quiet. On his first death in the previous round, which is unideal with the position that he plays. If a Thermite dies first, it's really bad. Really, really bad. If some of your mid-flex players die first, it's bad, but if you have your main point of entry going negative on that, then obviously that's terrible. And Reeps almost gets Volps on that crossover. Now he'll have to deal with the keep of barriers towards Office as he's given his position away. Nesk is very safe behind it. And unless there's an explosive that can be used to deal with it, Nesk will survive for a little while longer. Spending another keep of barrier and now pushing out. That other wall in the Office will go off. Or might even be below. I actually think Mentalist used that on the kitchen wall, Sam.
Yes, he most definitely did, opening things up for dining and seeing if they can potentially get a plan. And now Bleed, oh my, 3 big kills. Not a single answer from Liquid. It's down to Lagonis and resets. 45 seconds remaining, and what a shot from Turd, as he'll be able to take out resets. It's not just Lagonis. Does have a Nitro cell, knows that one is up top, but everything's been implemented now from Bleed in a flawless round because of it. Masterfully done, especially with the respect on the top floor that they gave to the setup. They wanted to make sure that they crossed their T's and dotted their I's, not allowing Liquid a single opportunity to bring themselves back into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say something that might seem a little controversial here, but they were really good at avoiding Liquid. And I mean, there are times where when you want to enter the map, you want to take engagements because you feel that it's favorable due to the fact that you have utility at your disposal. And there are times where you don't want to take those engagements because you have a greater goal, whether it be to get the diffuser in, whether it be to get another pick that maybe isn't a roamer, or even leave the roamers and make them have to come back to the site. But Bleed drones out Liquid, knows where they are, takes the fights that they know they can win. And in terms of confidence, that really did seem like one of the most confident rounds from Bleed on entry in a long time. And it pays off. I mean, obviously a flawless round is something you're always going to be happy with, but it was very methodical the way Bleed was able to weave around Liquid, ignore them until Liquid needed to move themselves, and then follow up with kills.
Yeah. Totally agree with you. And, you know, with that in mind, that's why I really love just the slow cadence that they decided to adopt as soon as they noticed what Nesk had going on inside the office. They're like, whoa, this is a little bit too much for right now. And if we misstep here, this is more than likely the round. So let's readdress this and see what's going on, and then we'll take a step forward. And it works masterfully for Bleed. I mean, that right there is more than likely just the coaching ability of Julio really showing its face. I mean, when you have a hammer in your cabinet, there's a reason.
Yeah. And Julio's been across multiple regions now. Obviously, he's the coach of APAC. He coached Europe. He played in LATAM. I think the only region he hasn't, major region, of course, and I apologize here because I still think in the old sense of the 4 regions. I think the only region of the big ones that we tend to watch is NA, right? He hasn't gone to Middle East, North Africa yet, of course. And I mean, he's technically been in South America, but he didn't coach a LATAM team. Though, if you want to be pedantic, he coached a LATAM team when it was called LATAM, and now it's called Brazil. So I mean, hey, whatever.
Yeah.
But we change words. That's fine. Julio obviously brings a ton of leadership to this team, and we talked about in Atlanta how Mentalist brought leadership to this team as well. Obviously, He first with that Aerowolf team, and then of course going on to Fnatic. He's been around the block
Aerowolf, oh
for
my
ages.
gosh.
In goes Mentalist. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. And he happens to be holding a diffuser. Oh my, the devil works in mysterious ways. Excellent coverage on the window from Aspie. Mentalist dies, but the job he needed to do is done. Unfortunately for Bleed, you are down in numbers at this point. Hoven knows there's somebody downstairs. He gets siege timing so hard, Sam. And now there's 30 seconds left for Bleed to just wait this out.
Well, it was a dirty deed, but it looks like it's been done dirt cheap, Parker. Bleed have been completely screwed over here. They get the case down. Reaps is the only one alive, and they don't even have him inside a kitchen. That right there is a complete oversight. Little suspect on that one right there, but I do believe that he was trying to play the repel instead and just realized that if he swings that window by himself, he's more than likely just going to die instantaneously. But you really want that verticality there. There's soft destruction available to you. You know, if he's already in that situation downstairs in kitchen, then maybe that round goes a little bit differently. But I digress. Bleed 2 rounds on their offensive side. Liquid now shoe on the other foot as they will be taking a hold of the reins on this end of things. Very well set up on that defense, I must say.
Yeah. I really do wish I could speak Portuguese. I don't know exactly what is being said in the chat. Apparently, Bora Men means like let's go, like men, like as in like let's hurry up or something like that. Or maybe it's a rallying call for his team. I'm not sure. First half, obviously, going in. And the scoreline tells you exactly what you need to see is Liquid had some really good looks, as did Bleed. Both teams should have something to be proud of in that particular round, but what a retake it was from Liquid. They've basically forfeited the site. Liquid's done this time and time again. Obviously the one that I think jumps out the most. They won Atlantic City by knocking off G2 on border, at least in that one map, by a retake on that Vents Workshop bomb site.
And you can't even say it was a different G, like a bad G2 either. It was Fabian's G2, which, you know, if you let him argue it, he would say is the best G2 ever. So,
I mean, Liquid was great in Atlantic City. People will say that they're fraudsters because they abused Ying and Lion, and do they not realize that every other team can do that as well?
Thank you.
I mean, if you are a fan, and I have a note for everybody here, if you say that Liquid only won Atlantic City because they abused Lion and Ying, you are like offensively ignorant of the fact that every other team can do the exact same thing. What is stopping other teams from using Lion and Ying exactly the same way? Because you can argue that during the Mute Mozzie meta, teams could abuse Mute and Mozzie, and that's the only reason why SSG won. You could turn around and say that the only reason why certain teams won is because Kaid and Goyo were good at a period of time. Cope and seethe all you want. So, in this particular instance, what Liquid does is invite Bleed into the bomb site and then tear through them on the retake. And it was great. It worked out. You have to have a lot of faith in your team in the retake. And I don't think Bleed was anticipating how swiftly Liquid would strike back right after that diffuser got planted.
yeah, most definitely. Give me a lot of flashbacks to CG Esports right there, Parker. Especially the TCSG brothers with ninjas in pajamas leading the way on that. Not a single person even considered that gun before that tournament. They just started bodying everybody. Oh my goodness. Double kill there from Turd, and this round is already done. Bleed, is it going to be a flawless round to kick things off on the offensive side of things? It won't, but Reeves is going to quickly nip that in the bud, as they'll only be able to get one. Round 7 goes the way of Bleed.
that was sojover.com.
You looked at your notes for 2 seconds, and the round was already over.
I literally started to take notes on the site rotations, and then I looked up and the round was gone. So, excellent. But honestly, this is what I said back in round number 2, right? I honestly think these teams are going to be incredibly evenly matched. And I know it's groups, and we're supposed to kind of treat group stages as, you know, the appetizer to the next course. Because they're groups. These are always high-stakes matches at the Six Invitational. But the stakes should rise as we go on. Both of these teams are competing like this is a grand final. And I'm loving the fact that we are having an APAC team actually show up right now.
Yeah.
No slander to the rest of the team, but the region has had a very tough 3 days. And I think there's loads of potential in APAC, but Bleed right now are unquestionably, in my mind, the best APAC team. I like what they're doing. I like their adaptations. I like how thorough they are. And that was a very methodical round for them. They've closed the gap within one, and it's going to be a seesaw. We're going to go up and down between attacks and defense. It's a 55 win rate for defenders, 45% win rate for the attackers. That means that almost every round is going to come down to a coin flip. And I feel like overtime is already a requirement for this matchup. It's a very different look from Oregon as well, where Bleed were okay, but Liquid was dreadful in that second half. Here we have both teams playing quite well, frankly.
I can tell you this. If I saw Paulu and Nesk 3-4 years ago with a Twitch and an Ashe, I would just get off the game immediately. I'd be like, all right, well, that round's yours, and so's probably the game. So Paulu's going to work his way in downstairs. This also might just be a mark of Liquid getting fed up with the situation and being like, okay, if Bleed wants to fight, we know how to do that too, and we're ready for it. So we'll see what Liquid can produce as... And I mean this wholeheartedly. They've basically reset themselves back to the most basic Liquid I could possibly think. If I made a lineup for Liquid, it would be this operator lineup. You got great drone work, especially coming in from resets and Lagonas as well. You got those Roteros, as well as the Bravo drones working their way in. And those things are so dang good in the current meta. You can get rid of defaults. You can get rid of anything electronic on the defense. It's just a beautiful sight. Paulu's going to step up to the plate, though. He's going to walk his way in as that had gotten stolen. That's why it faded away for a second. Nesk works his way in on the back end. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Paulu has security over bar. Get a drone in there, and the plant now starts going down. That mirror window, though, it's been shattered, so he can't see through that. He's going to have to concern himself with it. And Bleed didn't have that hatch control either, so all of this is just extremely worrisome.
So Bleed basically vacated the site as well, hoping to go and re-engage in a post plan. One player from Bleed is almost certainly going to go up to Library and go out for a jump out to try and stop these outside players. And it's prepped and ready, but Liquid knows this. They've got 2 players outside. You have to bait one of them in right now. They've got the attention of Nesk. Lagonas cannot keep his eyes off of the diffuser. Nesk, a bit of sloppiness. Reaps is sitting on the diffuser. Nesk is last alive. I don't think he's going to get there in time. Bleed played that perfectly in the post plant. It looked like they had completely conceded the site and done so improperly. But the way that they were able to toil on that Library balcony, weaving around as Nesk could not get an angle from the position he's at, because the moment Nesk steps back to get a better angle, he now exposes himself to the window inside of games. So he can't take that engagement, which means that the 2 players there, Reaps, whether he's on the diffuser or not, can then turn around, take out Lagonas, leaving Nesk all alone, whose focus is on the defender above him. You don't win that fight, you got to pick your poison. Do you go after the diffuser knowing that somebody's going to be watching it, or do you go after the player who's above you who'll be able to kill you from that angle? Excellently done from Bleed. And like I said, this Chalet is in very stark contrast to what we saw on Oregon. These 2 teams are genuinely competing well. Lagonas goes for the swing because it's the right move to make, but Turds outduels him because he's letting Reap sit on the diffuser. All the while, you've also got the player from Bleed above on the Library balcony, which Nesk knew was coming.
Yeah.
But just because you know it's going to happen doesn't mean you can stop it. And now we got a tie game.
Once again, Liquid, a couple of things bubbling up that you don't really expect to be happening. And the big moment right now for me, Parker, has got to be resets. He's 0-5 through 8 rounds thus far. And not only that, he's the #1 player statistically right now for Liquid. And this has been across 2 maps that we've basically not seen him at all. I mean, I think he had over 10 deaths in the last map too. So between these 2, he's like 3-15, which is just not something you see out of resets. In fact, I can't even name a series where I've seen him completely ghost like this. So Liquid definitely hoping that resets can get something going for himself. A drone out here into Master to do some discovery work. We'll find a few Kiba barriers awaiting and hopefully maybe a gap in the defense that he can try and abuse. Does he have some angles to worry about over on the Solarium side here too. But a great moment here for Liquid to try and figure out exactly what Bleed is doing with this defensive setup.
Liquid's entry can be so formidable, Sam, but I'm just not sure of how they're going to approach this site. They've got Library, which isn't being held, which is not unusual. Some teams like to hold Library across multiple bomb sites because you know how impactful it can be. But right now, I think your bigger focus for Liquid is take charge of Solarium. Lagonas is heading in that direction, and ensure that nobody can get your cross. Reed's taking down Nesk. It's also Volps, and suddenly we're coming to blows. Last round, half the killing was done at the half round mark. We're just over halfway, and there's only 4 people remaining.
Well, it's a 2 versus 2. Reset seemingly aware that Mentalist is in the area. Nobody wanting to move an inch, though. So we hear that subtle ping of the bomb chassis. You can practically hear a pin drop between these two right now.
I'm almost certain Mentalist can hear the movement from the Zofia, by the way, but just doesn't care because his focus is over towards Library. Liquid reduced to just Palu, the diffuser, is not within their grasp, but Palu almost pulls it off. But the vet of Mentalist able to shut him down. And now it's Bleed's map to lose. They take the lead.
If you can't tell from that face right there, ladies and gentlemen, Bleed Not are only in the lead, but they're winning the battle on multiple fronts. The game battle. I thought you were going to pop for that. I'm sorry. It hasn't been around for a while. I know.
Game battles?
Oh. But
I'm sorry,
also,
I don't pop for competing platforms.
but also the mental battle. The mental warfare in between these two has been very successful. Bleed has been able to stay in high hopes. And it's hilarious as well, Parker, because we talked about this at the very beginning, how Bleed, even in bad moments, can figure things out for themselves. They don't have to concern themselves with these rounds that go bad. There's like, oh, well, water off the back. Everything is A-okay. We're just going to continue trying to figure out these issues going forward and seeing how we can potentially get some rounds off of Liquid. And it's gotten them this far. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you understand how big of a deal this is, that Bleed has the opportunity in a best of 3 to beat Liquid. Especially with them, get this, picking Oregon as the second map and allowing Liquid to pick the side and still beating them there in a crazy defensive meta.
No, I think Bleed is the real deal, and I think anybody's fooling themselves if they're not paying attention to what we're witnessing from Bleed, because as much as I don't want people listening to our cast on Oregon, or maybe me in particular.
You are a hater.
And I am not. I'm actually not. I always come in and I'm always hopeful for a good matchup.
Player hater of the year, Parker.
I always approach it in a way that I want the teams to do well, and I have a lot of love for players on both of these squads. But the way that Liquid played on Oregon was egregiously bad, and I don't want people thinking that there's any kind of bias here from you or I, because there isn't. There's no bias at all. We're seeing now a much better matchup, and I don't want to take anything away from Bleed, because I'd absolutely hate it if a team that's only played, a dozen international events at this point, a dozen international matches at this point, thinks that I'm punching down on them. Because the fact of the matter is that Bleed in Atlanta was a top 8 team. Bleed are now showing that they are, at worst, a top 16 team here, and they're bringing the heat. They get the first pick against Ness, gets traded back right away. But Bleed really did the bare minimum on Oregon. They didn't need to. They allowed Liquid to make those mistakes, and they didn't even need to capitalize over them because Liquid tripped over themselves to make sure that Bleed was winning those rounds. Now here on Chalet, we're seeing the opposite. On Chalet, we are seeing both teams make small mistakes, but ultimately, they're both playing up to the potential that I think they have. Liquid are making more mistakes than Bleed, but Bleed is still capitalizing on them. And the mistakes that Bleed are making, Liquid is capitalizing on. So you have to highlight that, as we are. And Bleed are the real deal. There's a very, very real possibility that Bleed wins this map without going to overtime right now, given the score.
I mean, if this does go off without a hitch, what a story for Mentalist, right? I mean, this guy has been through it in Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, Parker, you and I have been casting this guy for over 5+ years, all the way back when he was playing on Fnatic, which we haven't seen in, 4 years? Truly insane that this man has been able to work his way back into not only a team that's here at an international stage, but damn, making it happen up against some of the best Siege players in the whole world.
Yeah, victory here for Bleed all but assures that they're going to make it out of the group. I mean, obviously it's possible if they don't, but I like Bleed's chances if they prevail. And this is a tough group, but you got to get through Chalet first. And if you got Reaps on the board, there's always a chance. He manages to gun down Volps. Nesk is having a quiet Chalet, which is not good right now for Liquid. But again, the player you don't want to highlight is Resets. 1 in 6. I don't know if it's utilization. I don't know what it is, but this is a poor go for him. Oh, it's all up to Palu now, Sam, with 30 seconds remaining. He equalizes. It's him versus Mentalist. Can Mentalist clutch another round? Palu chasing his way down the stairs. I love that he goes on to drone here. You've got some time to figure this out. The case is on the ground. Have one of your teammates sit on it. You know he's in wine. He just evades your gaze playing behind the Kiba barrier. So Palu will creep up. The Kaid gets away, and it's a game of duck right now. It's a game of keep away. Palu up to the TCS. The Mentalist wins it. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
A stunning end to the round, and now it's bleed on series point.
I can't believe it. Palu is even shocked there. He tried to do absolutely everything he could. He tried to put him in the spin cycle right there, Parker, but Mentalist head in the game on his shoulders tight, and Palu, oh man, you can see it in his face, ladies and gentlemen. That is one that he is most desperately going to want back, but the future is now, my friend. Bleed, they sit on the precipice of being able to take a best of 3 off of one of the best teams we've ever seen produced out of Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, when you talk to the teams, have FaZe, W7M, and Liquid likely doing well here. I mean, and I'm not talking about just casual observers. Talking to the teams themselves, they seem to think that these teams are going to go far. Obviously, FaZe had their struggles yesterday. It happens. You bounce back, right? W7M didn't look like a perfect team in their matchup against M80, and they certainly didn't against VP today, but you bounce back. Now Liquid is being shown as mere mortals against Bleed. I mean, if you talk to Liquid after the match, they're not going to focus on Shelly. They're probably going to focus on Oregon. Maybe they do focus on Shelly just because it was the best of 3, but you're kidding yourself if you think that this wasn't Liquid's matchup to 2-0, because it was, and I hate to harp on the point, but this very easily could have been finished on Oregon if Liquid hadn't committed a series of unfortunate events. So here we are, very fateful round. Bleed could potentially be 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from, I don't want to say an upset because they're here for a reason, but even to the final map, Community had Liquid in the lead.
Thank you. I was going to say, and it wasn't even a close margin either. It was like 80, 75%.
I think the last map closed down to like 60-30 or 50-30 or 50-40 or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it was closer, but you take an average poll of the teams as well, Bleed will surprise you. And they've certainly been surprising so far here. Liquid have potentially one more chance. They've got a guaranteed 2 more shots to throw this to OT, but they're not winning in regulation. And it's going to be made harder. They lose Nesk. They trade back on the Hoven. There goes Volps. Reaps is still very much in it, playing by piano. It's a masterful stroke as now Resets looks for kill number 2. He gets it. Continues onwards towards Kitchen. Utility still in the hands with those EE1Ds, and Resets will use 1. But he dies to Reaps. 3 kills for Reaps. Littering the ground with the goo mines as he scampers off. We're at the halfway point of the round, and it's just Palu. And mind you, he's not there either. A 4K from Reaps, and Liquid bleeds.
Not a single text in the chat. Liquid are completely shattered after this best of 3. Oh my goodness gracious. Not something that I expected when I sat in this chair, especially out of Resets. Just the mental math here, Parker. I mean, I do believe that he had like 5 kills across these last 2 maps.
Brutal for a player of his skill.
18 deaths. 18. You don't expect that out of Resets. He was the top of the Liquid roster before they came into the series, and Bleed completely shut him down. Reaps especially making this roster uncomfortable. And you can say the same thing about Turdsta. Truly incredible stuff. I mean, you look at each one of these players, we saw some highlight moments out of them, but we look at Liquid, we look at their play inside of this series, and they're kind of looking like a shell of themselves right now. So we're really hoping that there is some potential for them to try and retool some things down the line and potentially learn something from this big loss to Bleed.
I mean, not all hope is lost. There's still a really strong chance that Liquid makes it out of the groups, makes it to next week where they'll continue to fight for a spot in the playoffs, in the main stage. And honestly, seeing Liquid on the stage in Brazil is something that you gotta cheer for if you're a fan of Rainbow Six Esports. But the story that Bleed is writing is in many ways just as good. This is an upstart team that is just continuing to improve and continuing to impress. And if I'm Bleed, I am absolutely stoked with that result.
I hate this guy. And that's where we're going to throw it to the desk because Jenny or Manic, I don't know who it is, much better than this dude. Go. Get away from me.
Yeah, you had a 50% chance to get it right and you got it wrong. But do you want to know who got it right? This man on the end here. I'm going to half claim you as part of OS, whether you like it or not.
Fair enough.
Third, what a performance, my friend. How does it feel, the energy? How does it feel to beat such a massive team on such a big stage?
It feels surreal, man. Like, beating the fraud allegations for one is awesome. Finally had a good game, and against Liquid of all teams. Like, these guys are incredible, and I mean, they're going to make it out of groups anyway, so no worries.
Turd, there's something that Intero said when he was casting that I thought was fitting. It feels like every time you win a round, we go to your player cams and your whole team is just shocked. You're bewildered that you've beaten Liquid or W7M or whoever you might be going up against. What's the mentality like on Bleed? Do you think that's accurate?
We're in Group C, the group of death, so we're just trying to have as much fun as possible. Any round we win is like an extra, you know? Any round we win is just, wow, we got so lucky.
Wow, sometimes that's all you need to pick up the wins. And I mean, so far now, you've had 2 brilliant Oregons in a row. You beat W7M on it yesterday. You've beaten Liquid today. You're undefeated even through your regional leagues on that map. What makes it so powerful for you guys specifically? Why do you tend to love this map so much?
Oregon is where good teams go to die.
Okay, some subtext there. Fair enough, though. All right, let's talk about the last map then. We go to Chalet, and you seem to power up. Everybody else in this building right now is dead tired. It is super late in terms of these BO3s. It was a long, exhausting series after a 15-round Oregon. How do you have the energy in you to still put up such an incredible performance on this final map of the night?
I'm 3 Red Bulls deep. When I go back, I'm dead. I'm gone.
You got them jitters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jess, anything else?
I think that's all for me.
Yeah. Well, as per usual, mate, we give everyone the floor. But from one APAC representative to another, let's go. Let's go. Now, of course, for all the fans at home, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Thanks to my friends, my family that all stay up late, like, to watch the games. Just feels really amazing, like, getting messages after the game, all the support. And yeah, thanks for the new people supporting Bleed, this event. And yeah, thank you.
I think you're going to have a lot more after this one, mate. Congratulations on the victory, and let's get you out of groups.
Yeah, hopefully.
No, you're on your way, mate. You're on your way. And truthfully, no joke, they are well and truly off and running. This now means that they are in a position to make it out of groups. This victory right now is so monumental for a team like Bleed. It can't be understated.
If I were M80, I'd be worried right now. I'd be starting to get a little bit concerned. Oh, perfect for the standings to pop right up. They sit with 0 points. Bleed jump up into 3rd, vaulting over Liquid, who they just beat. They're, of course, tied with them, 3rd for 4th. We're really starting to get a good picture of what this group is going to look like. And for Bleed, I mean, much higher than people expected.
I mean, this is not how I thought this bracket was going to look. I mean, W7M, obvious one there, but I did have Liquid being up higher. So to see VP there again, I mean, I praise VP all day. They have phenomenally improved from where they were in Atlanta, and Bleed just winning this 2-1. Barn burner of a game by far. And you were talking about M80. I mean, NA, near airport. Oh boy.
Unfortunately,
next to rivals.
Well, you're not, like, there's no word of a lie. This really does put M80 in the worst possible position. We'll obviously talk about that a little bit later, as I think we'll still have to do that in the wrap-up. But the fact of the matter is, there were so many times in this matchup where Bleed could have almost just given up. There were so many times, like you said, Jesse, it's late. This has been a tiring best of 3. Every round they win, they're yelling and screaming.
Yeah, and they got, frankly, kind of slammed in that first half, right? Liquid were starting to run away with this game. They seemed like they were winning in the early games. They got 4 rounds, and then after that 4th round hit, Bleed got a defense, and another, and eventually they closed this one out. They go all the way. It's incredibly, it's a testament to their resilience, right? It's a testament to how much they want this to be able to stay up, to be able to grind, to never give up in this. And yeah, I'm so impressed by them to come through and win such a big game against Team Liquid.
Absolutely, and Reap specifically, man, like an absolute nightmare for Liquid. You know, you hear Palu, Nesk, Resets, any of those guys, Bleed, Reaps. Reaps. He's the Grim Reaper of Team Liquid this game. He was putting them on a spin cycle. I mean, there's nothing not to say about the entire team. And I also still want to talk about Julio, like how much of his, performance and what he brings to the team, expertise, talent, everything. Like, how much does that play into that game? And I would have loved to hear just what Julio would have to say about it, given that, again, he knows Liquid. He's been playing against them for such a long time. And I'm sure, no doubt, that plays heavy into how they played today.
I just kind of want to grab him and like throw you off for a second.
I would be cool with that because I just think it's important. I think even for viewers, like that would be important to figure out, like, because Julio does bring tons of experience. He's a former SI world champion, came from Brazil, went to EU, now working in APAC. Like he's Mr. Worldwide.
He is, and now he's taking another team in a completely different fashion.
Absolutely.
And look, at this rate, like we can assume Bleed are almost going to be making playoffs if they haven't already. Then it's like, what happens from there? It's
me personally. I want to see them there.
Yeah, sure.
I'll say, as a NA bias representative, hold your horses, because M80, if they make a comeback, if they start playing better than what we've seen from them so far, they will give these teams a run for their money. Whether that's Bleed, who falls to that spot if M80 pop up, or if that's a team like Liquid, who now are, of course, tied with 4 points. So it's not done and dusted yet. All right, I know you're excited for the APAC teams, but let's calm ourselves a bit.
I'm not even going to hide it.
I mean, I just want to get on record. I'm not an NA hater. Okay, let's just make that clear. It's just I had high hopes for M80 coming into this, and seeing the performance that they're putting on, I was hopeful in the beginning because they looked really strong going against W7M, but now seeing these results later on, it's looking grim.
Well, you heard it here first. Laxing is an NA hater. Let's go ahead and have a look at the intel play of the game. This one could be any of a number, and wow, I'm glad you broke this one down because it makes it all the better.
Yeah, I mean, Nesk holding on with the glass. This is a stressful situation. If any 3 of these players swing you and hit that shot, your team's in a really rough spot. They've got to kill all of you, and then just for fun, bring up the secondary as well. Close that one out. Brilliant.
The confidence from Ness there, because he gets blocked off and he still has plain sight of the bomb if they try to go for it and like has the angle perfect, but he goes and challenges anyways and still takes them out. I love it.
Jeez, what a close series that was.
That was,
It's so funny because, like, obviously everyone at home, you probably thought map 2 was done just like we did. We were seriously sitting here. Like, we came down early. We're like, cool, map's done. It's over. There's no way.
I closed my notes.
Yeah.
I had questions written down for Lagonis, ready to go.
Literally, we were prepping an interview and everything, and now we're here. We're already at the fact that Bleed have now upset one of the biggest teams.
But I will say, for this being the SI and how this is panning out so far, this is by far like one of my most favorite SIs that I've attended, and seeing the games played the way that they are. I mean, sure, it's great if you see a clean sweep, but seeing these intense games go the full distance, that's what makes Siege so special and so enjoyable.
You say it's your favorite?
It's my favorite.
How many have you been to?
How many have you?
Okay, I missed.
Probably, I was going to say it's better. How many have you missed?
I missed the last one. Technically, I would have been there, but I got replaced. Would have been there. I worked two stages, would have made it, but yeah, I mean, no, I just love the competition. What do you mean?
You won one. That's not your favorite SI?
That doesn't matter. That's in the past. No one's focused on that.
Okay.
I want to see new winners every single one.
Yeah, sure.
I just love being at SI. Just the environment. It's intense. And like I said, in terms of all the games, amazing.
It's Bleed Up, baby. That's all it is. All right, let's go ahead and have a look at how this day has panned out. B-Stream saw, I would say, pretty relative normality, if you would. Maybe the Scars Fury game you could scratch your head at, but even then, I think Scars Fury, it could have been a flick of a coin. But today, Stream A, my God, like first 2 games, you know what, we won't even talk about the first 2 games. The upsets, and it's all Group C.
Yeah, I mean, still, like looking at these don't tell the story of how some of these games went.
True.
A lot of these games were nail biters. Sure, when you see it, you guys are in sync. You guys both at the same time. No, but yeah, for me, end of the day for the our games were by far some of the most electric games I've seen so far.
A-Stream second shift is where it's at.
That-
Oh my
honestly,
god. The
it
three of
is.
us show up and the games just get magnificent.
The graveyard shift, that's where it's at.
Hey, production. I mean, we want some magnificent games.
Please keep booking them in. Again, for everyone at home, those are your champions of this matchup, but they've got a long way to go until next time. This is how, of course, all of the groups are shaping up. You don't see points there, but of course you will notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 next to every group. That is where they currently place. Anything sticking out to you, Lexi?
My entire bracket outside of Group A is totally different than what I thought it was. So in terms of that aspect, that's great. That's good. I like to be wrong in that sense. It really is showing, and it's just showing off the potential here in each and every single group where people were just writing certain people off.
Yo, Fury. What?
Yeah, and I mean, this is supposed to be like the Brazil SI, right? I mean, this is supposed to be BR is standing out on top. Where are the BR #1 seeds?
Yeah,
They got
Even the
Europe,
number 2
Europe,
seeds.
Europe,
Even the number
NA.
2 seeds.
Exactly.
There's only one Brazilian team in a number 2 seed.
Something weird's going on.
And it's W7M.
That's insane. That's insane. But of course, schedule for tomorrow's stream B can be found on Rainbow Six Bravo. Those are the games that we'll be running you through. And then, of course, the illustrious stream A. Anything you want to talk about here?
Hey, Bleed versus M80. We were just talking about what team's going to get sent home, right?
I think that's going to, for me, that's the most anticipated game that I'm going to need to see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talked about A-Stream late shift going hard. B-Stream late shift tomorrow might be where it's at.
B-Stream last 2 games are going so hard for absolutely no reason in groups.
Listen, I'm working A-Stream late shift tomorrow. You should tune into that one, but maybe B-Stream.
I'll be there with you.
I'm telling you right now, you are multi-viewing on Twitch. You are
100%.
not missing that C stream. There's no chance. As we start to wrap things up, how have you felt the day went?
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Like I said, we came in thinking it was going to be quick, and then we sat out and watched another barn burner of a game, and I couldn't ask for any more excitement from that.
Jesse?
Days like these where you feel exhausted, but man, you're so happy to feel exhausted, right? After a game like that, that is what deserves your exhaustion. So fantastic games today. We move right on along, and that's the halfway point, marked and passed.
How do you get that through an airport? You brought a mannequin?
No, this is what Stokes was saying. Sorry to interrupt you. Where do you find a mannequin in Brazil? Who is your contact if you have a mannequin in Brazil? I'm so sorry, Jesse. Continue on this incredible story we were on.
So we're past the halfway mark. We've got 2 more days. The group's excited to see how they go.
He's pretty much done the throw there. I don't need to say much more. We'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Do not miss it. Take care, stay safe, and good night.